In the summer's blazing heat, amidst the hills of the Qingyun Empire, two indistinct figures could be discerned slowly ascending an interminable stone staircase. "Dunzi, wait for me. I can hardly run anymore," panted a slender, fair-skinned youth trailing behind, on the verge of collapsing onto the steps. Ahead, a sturdy, dark-skinned boy wiped the sweat from his brow and jested, "Qingyun, we agreed to become immortals together and enjoy a carefree life. And yet, before we even arrive, you're ready to give up? Hey, Dunzi, do you dare to underestimate me? Just watch as I reach the Dian Sect before you," Qingyun retorted, gritting his teeth and mustering his strength to quicken his pace. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Dian Sect, several disciples, preparing to close the gates as dusk approached, were suddenly interrupted by urgent shouts from outside. "Wait, hold on. Don't close the gate." Moments later, a dark-skinned boy hurriedly helped a pale, frail youth approach. We are here to participate in the entrance test," Qingyun gasped, breathless. "The time has passed. You may return in 10 years, said a stout youth with a frown, his tone icy. After catching his breath, Qingyun pointed to the lingering sunset and respectfully pleaded, "The sun has not yet fully set, esteemed sirs. Please, show us some leniency." His earnest words were imbued with hope. "Smart lad," smiled another youth with violet hair, gesturing with a wave. "Very well, make a record and let them in." The Dian Sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Qingyun Empire, boasted a disciple count exceeding 10,000, its influence sprawling across the empire. Nestled in the highest peaks of the northeastern Dian Mountains, it was said that these mountains were formed from the remains of a wounded fire dragon from millennia past. Approximately a millennium after the mountain's formation, an ordinary young man chanced upon this place, and, through fortuitous circumstances, acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding fire cultivation techniques. After mastering them, he established the Dian Sect, becoming the first-generation sect master known as Huojizi. Following his successful ascension, the Dian Sect gained renown throughout the continent. As night fell, Fu Qingyun gazed at Dunzi, who had collapsed on the bed with his eyes closed, feeling immense gratitude. Their safe arrival here after half a year was undoubtedly due to Dunzi's assistance. He sighed softly, "I hope to find a way to heal my body here," and soon succumbed to sleep. On the lush Dian Mountain in midsummer, verdant forests and cascading waterfalls thrived, teeming with innumerable exotic creatures. The vibrant greenery exuded a palpable vitality. Those who were perceptive could sense an intrinsic essence of combustion unique to Dian Mountain. Early the next morning, Qingyun and Dunzi arrived at the designated testing square, paved with endless blue stones. In the center stood a grand stone platform, surrounded by large racks. A vast crowd gathered, likely over 1,000 people, predominantly youth, with very few women present. Qingyun's face flushed as his heart raced, having come from a rural background. He had never witnessed such a throng. Just as he was about to speak to Dunzi, several streaks of light suddenly arced across the sky, and before he could comprehend, 5 figures appeared atop the central platform. Is this what true immortals look like? Flying freely in the skies? If only I could learn such skills, no one would dare challenge me. Qingyun felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the 5 who had seemingly descended from the heavens, further igniting his desire to learn the arts of immortality. Esteemed guests, an elderly man clad in azure robes, holding a crimson whisk, stepped forward. "I am Yanshun, the first elder of the outer sect, and I shall oversee the first test." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across the square, causing a stir among the crowd. Indeed, as rumored, the first challenge is presided over by an outer sect elder. I wonder what kind of trials await us. 10 years ago, not a single person passed the test. I wonder if that is true. Ignoring the commotion, Elder Yanshun swiftly flicked his whisk, and with a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the 4 racks surrounding the platform, each reaching a height of nearly 10 feet. The flames formed a perfect circle, radiating intense heat that forced those near the platform to retreat in alarm. Once the crowd had distanced themselves, Elder Yanshun waved his whisk again, causing the flames to swirl ominously, generating waves of heat that repelled all but the 5 individuals who had arrived. The first test requires participants to enter within 10 feet of this fire to pass. "Xiaopeng, you and your companions, proceed as usual." "Yes, Elder," replied a youth named Xiaopeng, leading the others to position themselves at 4 points, seated and forming a formation near the 10-foot mark. "With our sect's formation to support you, draw upon your skills and approach the flames. Should you falter, you will faint." After speaking, Elder Yanshun closed his eyes, ignoring the crowd. Qingyun inhaled deeply and, with Dunzi ahead of him, slowly advanced toward the flames. 200 feet, 100 feet, they drew nearer, the scorching waves of heat intensifying. As they approached within 90 feet, Anguished cries erupted as more people succumbed to the unbearable heat, collapsing in droves. At 70 feet, many fell unconscious, swiftly attended to by Blaze Sect disciples. As they pressed forward to within 50 feet, the Ascent strong crowd had dwindled significantly. At 30 feet, fewer than 200 remained, each step becoming increasingly arduous. Though their clothing remained intact, they were drenched in sweat, which evaporated almost instantaneously in the searing heat. An hour passed, and as more individuals succumbed, the remaining participants were now less than 100, still a couple of girls among them. Fortunately, Qingyun and Dunzi persisted in the ranks. For those raised by the sea, enduring this flame was a far greater challenge. Under the fiery glow, Qingyun's complexion turned crimson, his lips cracked. If not for Dunzi shielding me, I would have surely fallen by now, he thought, feeling a bitter pang of shame. This is merely the first test, I must persevere, he resolved, gritting his teeth and following Dunzi, struggling to advance a few more feet. Were it not for biting his tongue repeatedly to stay alert through the pain, he doubted he could have managed even that distance. With 3 feet remaining, fewer than 50 participants stood. Humph, this mere fire cannot hinder my steps. Qingyun suddenly dashed forward from behind Dunzi, recalling the footwork taught by Uncle Zhu in the village. With a burst of speed, he surged into the 10-foot range, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream as Qingyun stepped within a distance of 10 zhang. He immediately felt the searing waves of heat dissipate. What in the world is wrong with this body? Qingyun's complexion turned ashen, tears brimming in his eyes. He grit his teeth and managed to witness the final 31 individuals, including Dunzi, plunge into the flames. Our disciples cultivate the sacred art of fire, Elder Yinxing proclaimed, having opened his eyes at some unknown moment. He gestured broadly around the platform, and the flames were instantly extinguished. The 31 of you have passed. The rest shall be sent home. No sooner had Elder Yinxing's voice faded than he vanished without a trace. Upon returning to their dwelling, Dunzi assisted Qingyun in taking a seat. Are you trying to throw your life away? Dunzi was well aware of Qingyun's peculiar condition. A brief rest will suffice, Qingyun replied with a forced smile, before reclining on the bed. Both of them seized the moment to recuperate, preparing for the trials of the following day. The dawn at Dian Mountain, although it was the height of summer, still bore a hint of coolness. The Blaze Sect was flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with the renowned Tianzhuo Peak rising steeply behind them. At that moment, Qingyun, Dunzi, and the 31 who had passed the first trial were gathered at a flat area beneath Tianzhuo Peak. A middle-aged beauty clad in a red robe pointed towards the sheer cliffs and spoke slowly. You see the precipice before you? Your second trial is to climb that ancient vine to reach the platform at the summit before nightfall. Should you succeed, you will pass. Xiaopeng, after dark, please conduct a sweep and return those who have not succeeded. With that, the middle-aged beauty transformed into a streak of vibrant light and soared to the summit of Tianzhuo Peak. Yes, Elder Yinxing, Xiaopeng and the others replied respectfully. Time was of the essence, so Qingyun and his companions fell silent and approached the cliff, each selecting a vine to grasp, and began their arduous ascent. There were no shortcuts, it was a test of both physical endurance and willpower. As time slipped by, Qingyun's hands throbbed with pain, blood seeping from the wounds in his palms, and his coarse garment was in tatters. The thick vines nearly concealed the entire rock face, forcing him to switch from one vine to another as he climbed higher. The others had long since vanished from sight. Fortunately, there were occasional footholds to relieve his weight on the vines, allowing for brief respites. Otherwise, Qingyun feared he would have succumbed long ago. After resting on a small outcropping of rock for a moment and observing the encroaching darkness, Qingyun dared not linger any longer. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to push upward once more. However, as he exerted himself, a resounding bang echoed, and suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way. A powerful force yanked him downward, and with a surge of excruciating pain, Qingyun coughed up blood, his vision fading to black as he lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Trapped at the summit of Tianzhuo Peak in the Great Flame Mountains. At this moment, 6 individuals had successfully ascended to this plateau. Among them was Dunzi. Elder Yinxing sat there with her eyes closed, seemingly in deep meditation. Qingyun, hurry up, you must come. Dunzi, seated with a hint of worry in his eyes, silently prayed for Qingyun. As the last rays of the sunset sank into the boundless darkness, Elder Yinxing opened her eyes, glanced at the 13 who had arrived, and with a flourish of her crimson sleeve, transformed into a red shadow, hastening back to the sect. A new day dawned. The sun gradually rose, casting golden rays upon the earth, illuminating a small crack in a cliffside. A warm beam of sunlight fell upon the still unconscious Qingyun. Time passed. Perhaps under the influence of the comforting sun, Accompanied by a groan, Qingyun slowly awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt intense pain throughout his body, as if his bones were fracturing. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise and cautiously moved to lean against the stone wall. Observing the inexplicable place he had been drawn into, Qingyun managed a bitter smile, seeing that the only visible exit was the narrow crack he had inadvertently created with a kick. Inside lay an impenetrable darkness, obscuring everything from view. What is going on? I was still in the midst of my test, Qingyun thought, bewildered by his sudden arrival in this desolate place. Dunzi must have passed the second trial. Given his strength, it should have been no challenge. Qingyun was not particularly worried about Dunzi. Having grown up together, he was well aware of Dunzi's capabilities. They would surely come looking for him once they realized he was missing. For now, the priority was to tend to his injuries. The sudden force that had drawn him here was formidable enough to knock him unconscious. Once his body regained mobility, he would seek answers. Fortunately, there was fresh water dripping from above. Thus, 2 days slowly elapsed. Where are they? This crack should not be difficult to find, Qingyun lamented. He was starving, having consumed nothing but a few drops of water from above over the past 2 days. After exhausting considerable energy during the test, he was now famished, and he struggled to contemplate venturing deeper into the darkness in hopes of finding something to eat. The cave ahead was shrouded in darkness. Despite his adventurous spirit, Qingyun was merely a 14-year-old boy. The deeper he ventured, the more he sensed an ominous presence. Yet, faced with hunger, his fear seemed to diminish. After a few more arduous steps into the abyss, he found nothing but an endless void. This won't do. If I don't find food soon, I might starve to death, he thought, deciding to return to the cave entrance. As he approached the mouth of the cave, the warm sunlight provided a modicum of comfort. One step, then another, just as he was about to peer outside, that eerie force abruptly re-emerged. Ignoring the pain, Qingyun hastily retreated. He had no desire to be knocked senseless again. After stepping back a few paces, the sensation of being pulled vanished. What kind of place is this? Qingyun slumped back into his previous position, a flicker of fear beginning to creep in. I must not have reached the summit. Dunzi and the elder must think I was sent back by those from the Xia family. The others below likely believe I passed the second trial and was taken by Elder Yanxin. Surely, it cannot be this coincidental? The thought brought tears to Qingyun's eyes. Trapped, with no food, was he truly destined to die here? He had endured so much to reach the Great Flame Sect, all in pursuit of mystical healing arts. And yet here he was, inexplicably confined in this dire strait. For more days slipped by. Qingyun's eyes were now deeply sunken, his body slumped against the wall, seemingly devoid of strength to even lift a hand. Yet, his eyes sparkled with a fierce unwillingness to succumb. With this tenacity, 3 more days passed quietly. Qingyun's consciousness grew hazy, and before him appeared familiar faces. Uncle Luozhu, Dunzi, the ever-competitive Ascent, and the storytelling girl, Yulan, along with his parents, whom he had never met, their forms blurred in his mind. Drip, drip, the steady water continued to fall upon the stone floor of the cave. Yet Qingyun felt as if even this solitary source of sustenance had abandoned him. The morning sun, piercing through thick vines, illuminated the lifeless cave with a spark of vitality. Qingyun had remained motionless for an extended period, yearning to survive, to accomplish many things, to understand countless mysteries. But in this seemingly unreachable place, it appeared that waiting for death was his only path. As afternoon approached, the light at the cave entrance vanished, plunging the space into darkness. Suddenly, he heard a loud crack of thunder from outside. The summer sky, known for its unpredictability, unleashed a torrential downpour. Perhaps it rained for an hour, or perhaps 2. Qingyun lost all sense of time. Just as he prepared to drift into a beautiful dream, without warning, several dark objects flew into the cave, striking him squarely. An all-too-familiar pain surged through him. The moisture from the strange objects splashed across his face, jolting him back to a semblance of awareness. A pungent, metallic scent pervaded the air, sending his almost empty stomach into a frenzy of activity. In an instant, he realized what had struck him. He groped around and grasped something in his hand, a carcass of an unknown bird. Without hesitation, he prepared to devour it, but then hesitated. Remembering to first sip the still-warm blood, he forced down the nauseating stench, chewing on the flesh before casting the remains aside. Uncle Luozhu had taught him that after prolonged fasting, one should avoid greasy or excessive food, especially cold poultry. After consuming the warm blood, he felt a slight resurgence of energy. How fortunate that just as I was on the brink of starvation, the heavens sent me these birds, Qingyun mused, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. In the darkness, his smile appeared eerily haunting. After a few more bites of meat, feeling his stomach no longer empty. He let his thoughts wander and eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke the next morning, the world after a storm was always beautiful. A warm ray of sunlight illuminated the dark cave once more. Qingyun opened his eyes to discover the numerous birds that had been drawn inside, dozens of them, each nearly reduced to pulp, bloodied and shocking to behold. It seems the heavens have not been unkind to me. This is enough sustenance for a month, he thought, trembling as he steadied himself against the wall, carefully gathering the carcasses into a pile. Thus, for more than half a month, Qingyun survived by feasting on the bird meat and drinking the water that dripped from the cave ceiling, gradually regaining his strength. One day, Qingyun stood up, stretched, and felt vitality coursing through him once more. At last, I am alive again, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, striding boldly into the depths of the cave. If he could not escape, then he would explore the interior. As he ventured deeper, the darkness thickened, and soon he could see nothing, relying solely on his instincts to guide him forward. After an indeterminate time of groping through the pitch blackness, he sensed a faint glimmer of light ahead. This invigorated him, and he instinctively quickened his pace. From the moment he caught sight of the glimmering light, Qingyun felt an abrupt surge of warmth enveloping the cave, intensifying as he ventured deeper within. Eventually, he found himself drenched in perspiration, his tattered coarse cloth garment thoroughly soaked. As the luminescence grew increasingly brilliant, the surroundings within the cave gradually came into focus before his eyes. Upon discerning the scene ahead, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Before him hovered an immense bronze cauldron. Not an ordinary tripedal vessel, but one supported by 9 legs. The upper portion of the cauldron was adorned with the heads of 9 golden dragons, their necks arching toward the heavens as if poised to ascend from the cauldron at any moment. Below the colossal cauldron, pure white flames swirled and danced, curiously suspended in midair as if conjured from nothingness. Was this merely an illusion? Qingyun gazed at the flames, perplexed. Indeed, this was the belly of Tianzhuo Peak. Perhaps it was the result of some celestial magic set forth by a venerable immortal of the Blaze Sect. This thought seemed to provide some clarity. He circled the grand cauldron several times, yet could discern no further clues. Attempting to draw nearer, he was gently repelled by an unseen force. After a considerable time, overwhelmed by the heat, he resolved to move forward. Navigating through an intricate maze of passages, he lost track of time and distance. The oppressive warmth began to dissipate, and as he pressed on, he detected a faint hint of moisture in the air. This sensation immediately invigorated him. After rounding another bend, Qingyun was astonished to discover a vast pool of water stretching several dozen feet before him. Beside the pool stood stone tables and benches, while patches of lush greenery flourished nearby, exuding vibrant life. Among these plants were unfamiliar herbs and peculiar fruits of odd shapes. The rich aromas wafted through the air, eliciting a contented hum from him. Looking up, he noticed a radiant gem embedded in the ceiling, casting a gentle glow throughout the cave. The being who had arranged this magnificent abode must possess remarkable power. How he wished to learn such supreme celestial arts. Having come to the Blaze Sect to study such magic, he now found himself trapped, unable to escape. Was it not said that someone had once dwelled here? A sudden chill ran through him, prompting him to survey his surroundings attentively. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovered a pile of skeletal remains in a dim corner. As he approached, he discerned a skull that appeared to be seated in meditation, filling him with profound despair. Could it be that this soul too had been ensnared here, never to escape? He sat upon a stone bench, resting his arm on his head as he fell into contemplation. Time slipped away slowly, yet gradually. A spark of determination ignited within him. Rising resolutely, he returned to the skeletal remains. Although he could not leave for the moment, there was food and water available, ensuring he would not perish from starvation. Perhaps he might eventually discover a means of escape. Furthermore, if his companion were to notice his absence, they would surely come searching for him. Feeling a sense of kinship with the long-lost predecessor, he resolved to give the remains a proper burial. Kneeling, he carefully gathered the bones and wrapped them in his tattered garment. Finding a small patch of earth amidst the greenery, he labored to dig a shallow grave with his bare hands, gently placing the wrapped bones inside. Predecessor, it seems we share a bond in being trapped within this cave. I shall visit you from time to time, so we need not feel lonely, he murmured, covering the bones with soil. Just as the final clods of earth were about to conceal the remains, a flash of white light erupted from within, and an elderly man with a flowing white beard appeared before Qingyun. Startled, he stumbled backward, exclaiming in fright. "Young friend, do not be afraid," the elder reassured. "I am but a fragment of my soul, having sealed a portion within my skull at the time of my passing. I sensed your benevolence and came to meet you." The old man stroked his beard and smiled gently. What you see is merely an illusion of my essence. Due to the passage of time, it cannot persist for long. I perceive you lack the aura of a cultivator. Even if I were to impart all of this cave's secrets to you, you would not grasp them before my essence fades. Since we share a connection, allow me to assist you. With that, the elder lifted a spectral finger and lightly touched Qingyun's forehead. A sharp pang shot through his brow, compelling him to shut his eyes as a torrent of information flooded his mind, as though a memory had been forcibly inscribed within. Should you embark on the path of immortality in this life, do remember to visit Fengma Cave in the celestial realm. This is my earnest request. The elder cast a lingering glance toward the direction of the great cauldron, as if reluctant to part. As his voice faded, so too did his spectral form dissolve into nothingness. Qingyun remained immersed in the memory that had been bestowed upon him. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find the elder had vanished without a trace. He felt as though everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Fengma Xianjun, he realized, recognizing the elder's true identity as a genuine immortal. A surge of astonishment and excitement coursed through him. With the memory gifted by Fengma Xianjun, the enigmatic cave that had drawn him in now revealed its secrets in clarity. Approximately 20,000 years prior, this cave had not existed. It was merely an ordinary peak. It was only when the severely injured Fengma Xianjun was pursued by a group of mysterious figures that he arrived at this location, his celestial power depleted. In desperation, he pointed toward Tianzhuo Peak, creating a fissure through which he entered, sacrificing a portion of his lifespan to cast a supreme formation sealing the entrance, thus isolating it from the outside world. Once inside, due to his grave injuries and the thin spiritual energy of this cultivation continent, he found himself unable to recover his celestial power. With no other choice, he continued forward, using his remaining spiritual energy to establish this cave. The reason for his pursuit stemmed from a set of cultivation techniques and a colossal egg he had obtained. Qingyun returned to the immense bronze cauldron, now aware that an egg, belonging to the royal lineage of dragons, resided within. The unquenchable white flames were the result of a formation drawing upon the inner fire of Dine Mountain, having heated the cauldron continuously for nearly 20,000 years, all in hopes of hatching the dragon egg. Fengma Xianjuan's intention was that once the dragon hatchling emerged, a few drops of royal dragon blood might restore portions of his lost power. Yet, until the end of his days, he had seen no sign of the egg hatching. As the specter of the elder had appeared, he realized the process of hatching a royal dragon was far from simple. Qingyun gazed blankly at the scene before him, faintly comprehending that he had entered a peculiar realm of cultivation, albeit still feeling lost. He recalled that his guardian, Uncle Luzhu, had once received guidance from a disciple of the Blaze Sect, acquiring a few techniques and some meditative practices. After mastering these, Uncle Luzhu appeared rejuvenated, as if growing younger. Uncle Luzhu had intended to impart this knowledge to Qingyun, yet he found himself utterly incapable of learning. Whenever he attempted to cultivate, excruciating pain would surge through him, and if he persisted, the agony would multiply exponentially. Initially, Uncle Luzhu believed Qingyun to be born with a flawed meridian, incapable of martial practice, but upon closer examination, he discovered that Qingyun's meridians were entirely normal, without any discernible issues. The peculiar situation was beyond the comprehension of Uncle Luozhu, leading him to decide that he and Dunzi would seek the Blaze Sect, hoping to gain entry into the sect, where perhaps those celestial beings with transcendent abilities could heal his body. Qingyun shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and retraced his steps back to the pool. The herbs and fruits were all items brought by immortal Fengma from the celestial realm. After sustaining serious injuries, he had planted those celestial herbs for recovery. The fruits were mere tokens of hospitality extended by immortals to their peers and were planted as an afterthought. Qingyun casually plucked a fruit and brought it to his lips. Taking a bite, instantly, a warm flow coursed through his body, bringing immense comfort. Unexpectedly, being trapped here allowed him to savor celestial fruits. Perhaps his luck wasn't so dire after all. At that moment, Qingyun cast aside his previous despondency, curious about the strange cultivation technique. He speculated it might suit his frail body. With that thought, he dove into the pool with a splash. According to the memories gifted by immortal Fengma, the peculiar technique was hidden beneath a stone at the very bottom of the pool, where a ring lay. The water was somewhat cool, but for Qingyun, who had grown up by the sea, it posed no discomfort. He swiftly descended like a fish, and after a meticulous search, he soon found the ring. Sitting at a stone table, Qingyun examined the ring for quite some time, unable to fathom how a cultivation technique could be concealed within such a small object. The world of cultivation had left him astonished to the point of numbness, so he shrugged off the strangeness. Following the old man's memory, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the ring. A flash of red light illuminated the space as the blood melded into the ring, and Qingyun immediately felt a connection between his mind and the ring. He perceived an infinite space within the ring, filled with various items, round pills, white jade slips, and an assortment of weapons, none of which Qingyun could name. Where was the technique? With a mere thought, a jade slip materialized in his hand. According to the old man's memory, placing it against his forehead would reveal its contents. He complied, and indeed, after concentrating for a moment, information about the technique surfaced in his mind. The heaven and earth chaotic scripture, creator unknown, divided into 3 tiers. The first tier focused on body refinement, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to reverse the flow of meridians, causing the internal blood to shift from red to black, while simultaneously utilizing external forces to temper the body. Only when the internal blood transformed back to vibrant red would one achieve great success. Notably, upon mastering the first tier, one could contend with cultivators at the Dao integration stage using mere physical prowess. There were detailed annotations, but the subsequent 2 tiers seemed obscured, eluding Qingyun's attempts to comprehend them. Perhaps they would only become clear after successfully mastering the first tier, he mused. However, something felt amiss. Uncle Luo Zhu had taught them to meditate, to cast aside all distractions and focus on drawing in spiritual energy, circulating it through the meridians in a great cycle. The more cycles completed, the more stable the meridians would become. The greater the absorption of spiritual energy, the deeper the connection with the heavens, thus cultivating to higher realms. Yet, this technique required reversing the flow of meridians and relied on external forces to refine the body, transforming blood from black back to red. It was indeed perplexing. Qingyun found himself conflicted. Uncle Luo Zhu was the person he trusted most, and he hesitated about whether to pursue this new technique. The fact that it garnered the attention of someone like immortal Fengmao and attracted pursuers indicated its formidable nature. Given that he had no means to cultivate the technique taught by Uncle Luo Zhu, perhaps he should give this one a try. Who knows, it might genuinely work. With that thought, Qingyun promptly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began practicing the first tier of the heaven and earth chaotic scripture. Before long, he opened his eyes and laughed joyously towards the heavens. He could hardly contain his excitement and elation. As the spiritual energy flowed into his body and reversed through his meridians, he felt no pain. Rather, a warm and pleasant sensation spread throughout him. 14 years. He had endured 14 years of hardship. Touching the blue and white jade pendant hanging around his neck, Qingyun felt tears welling in his eyes. He had never known his parents, their whereabouts unknown. All he knew was that Uncle Luo Zhu had taken him in and named him Fu Qingyun, derived from a character on the pendant. Being an outsider in the village, he had faced bullying, and discovering his peculiar body rendered him unable to cultivate only deepened his bitterness. Yet, an indomitable spirit, a vague consciousness from the depths of his soul, made him believe he was not inferior to anyone. Today, he finally had a cultivation technique that could fulfill his aspirations. How could he not be thrilled? However, Qingyun quickly composed himself, rose to eat a few fruits, and then settled back down to diligently practice the first tier of the heaven and earth chaotic scripture. Time passed slowly in the monotony of cultivation. Chapter 4. 10 years finally, he could cultivate. Qingyun demonstrated astonishing willpower and patience, remaining still for an entire year, only moving to eat some fruits when hunger struck. One day, Qingyun suddenly opened his eyes, unusually ceasing his practice. He stood up and walked slowly toward the cave entrance. Now 15, Qingyun had grown significantly, yet he remained of average height, still somewhat slender. His appearance was unremarkable, save for a newfound spark in his eyes. For several days, despite his efforts, he could no longer absorb any spiritual energy. This aligned with the first tier of the heaven and earth chaotic scripture, indicating he had reached a saturation point and must now temper his body. He realized that he needed to compress the spiritual energy within before he could continue his cultivation. And once compressed, he would likely step into the qi condensation stage. Thoughts swirled in Qingyun's mind as he walked. He understood that his aptitude was not exceptional, and his experiences were limited. To reach the qi condensation stage in just a year was entirely due to immortal Fengma's blessings. He had planted numerous celestial herbs and fruits in this place, and the formation created a barrier that made the spiritual energy here far denser than outside, greatly accelerating Qingyun's progress. Before long, he arrived at the large cauldron adorned with 9 dragon heads. Everything appeared unchanged. He glanced at the cauldron and swiftly navigated through a dark area to reach the cave entrance. A foul stench assaulted his nostrils. He saw a small clearing beside the cave entrance, cluttered with the carcasses of countless birds and beasts. Clearly, these unfortunate creatures had been drawn here over the past year. Qingyun sighed, realizing that his unintentional actions had led to so many deaths. What a grave consequence. Stepping over the carcasses, he approached the cave entrance. Since he could no longer absorb spiritual energy, he decided to test whether he could break free from the formation. Although he had practiced for a year, he only knew the basic martial arts taught by Uncle Luozhu. The memories given by immortal Fengma contained no so-called celestial techniques. Qingyun gathered the spiritual energy within him and stepped toward the cave entrance. With the energy as his shield, he felt the pulling force emerging, albeit gradually and not overwhelmingly strong. His heart leaped with joy, and he prepared to stride forward. Just as he was about to take a step, a loud thud echoed as he was yanked back, crashing heavily into the pile of carcasses. Enduring the pain that coursed through him, Qingyun struggled to rise. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he noticed it was dark and murky. Simultaneously, he felt that over half of his internal spiritual energy had vanished. This realization filled him with joy, as it indicated he had officially embarked on the path of cultivating the heaven and earth chaotic scripture. He had been eager to break free from the cave to seek out opponents for physical training, yet it seemed he need not rush outside. This formation was undoubtedly more effective than seeking out a fight. Having come to terms with these thoughts, Qingyun unexpectedly broke into a silly grin, swiftly rising to his feet and charging toward the cave entrance once more. He was soon met with two loud thuds as the remains of the dry bird feathers scattered all around him. The spiritual energy within him had become so compressed that he could no longer feel it. It seemed that after 3 falls, he had reached his limit. A 4th fall would likely result in his disintegration. Gritting his teeth, Qingyun stood up and suddenly noticed that he was covered in layers of black grime, exuding a most unpleasant odor. He quickly staggered back into the cave, intent on jumping into the pool to cleanse himself thoroughly. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Another loud crash resounded, and Qingyun lost count of how many times this had happened. He quickly got to his feet, coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this blood shows no signs of turning red. That old man Feng Mo couldn't have given me a fake cultivation technique, could he? Qingyun was on the brink of madness. Over the past 3 years, his internal spiritual energy had reached the 2nd level of fullness, and he had been compressing it at the cave entrance, with black blood gushing out like it was free, all in hopes of seeing even a hint of red. Yet, not only had he seen no change in the color of his blood, but he hadn't even managed to fully compress the spiritual energy within him. The once naive boy had now grown into an 18-year-old young man. His appearance remained ordinary, lacking any ethereal quality. Instead, he bore a somewhat cynical demeanor, tinged with a hint of roguishness. This was unavoidable, as he was practicing the peculiar chaos technique. On the positive side, he had grown significantly taller, and his physique had become increasingly robust. In a fit of anger, he sprinted to the grave of the immortal Feng Mo. Old man, I suspect you've been deceived. When will this strange chaos technique finally bear fruit? I've been stuck here for 4 years. Surely I won't end up like you, languishing for eternity in this place. Your broken ring is somewhat interesting, though. It contains quite a few blades and swords that I can use to slice fruits and such. Qingyun lay beside the old man's grave and casually plucked a fruit to eat. These fruits constituted his sustenance. If Feng Mo were to hear this young man's assessment of the treasures in his ring, he would likely suffer internal injuries from rage. After all, the items within were indeed priceless treasures. Despite his complaints, Qingyun continued to return to the cave entrance daily to compress his spiritual energy and strengthen his body. Another 6 months passed, and Qingyun finally felt that all the spiritual energy within him had been thoroughly compressed. In that instant of complete compression, a large amount of black sludge flowed out from his body. He immediately jumped into the pool, washing himself clean, feeling an indescribable refreshment in every pore. Qingyun understood that, according to the annotations of the chaos technique, he had now entered the foundation establishment stage. Having been trapped for a decade, on this day, he practiced his meditation as usual when he suddenly felt a tremendous tremor shake the ground. He quickly sprang to his feet and made his way to the cave entrance. Although thick vines obscured it, Qingyun could still sense that the spiritual energy of the entire Tianzhuo Peak was converging in one direction. It appeared that someone was absorbing this energy. However, he was at a loss as to why such a significant disturbance had occurred. Shaking his head in confusion, he turned back and slowly walked toward the water pool. As he approached the 9-dragon cauldron, he did not linger, having grown accustomed to the unchanging environment over the past decade. Just as he was about to step over the cauldron, a fierce white flame erupted. burning more intensely than ever. From within the cauldron, faint growls emerged. As the growling intensified, the nine-dragon cauldron began to shake violently, as if it were about to crash to the ground. A sense of unprecedented danger enveloped Qingyun. He prepared to flee but was abruptly immobilized by an invisible pressure. With the emergence of this pressure, the cauldron shook more violently, and tiny cracks began to appear on its surface. Qingyun sensed that a powerful being was about to be born from within the cauldron. Could it be that the dragon egg was hatching? Before he could contemplate further, he heard a series of cracks as the invisible barrier that had prevented external intrusion shattered. In that instant, the flames were extinguished. Without the support of the array, the nine-dragon cauldron could no longer float, and, in the blink of an eye, hurtled toward Qingyun. Realizing he had no time to evade, Qingyun channeled all his spiritual energy and, at the last moment, embraced the cauldron as it crashed toward him. A searing pain pierced through him, causing him to taste blood in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, which fell directly into the cauldron. The nine-dragon cauldron, with Qingyun in tow, smashed against the cave wall. Qingyun spat out several more mouthfuls of black blood before his vision blurred and he lost consciousness. In his stupor, he vaguely heard low growls near his ear. As the growls grew louder, Qingyun gradually regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was a small dragon, about a foot long, circling above him. Its entire body was golden, with razor-sharp claws and a large head that surveyed its surroundings. Qingyun felt a profound connection with this small dragon. Unbeknownst to him, as the dragon prepared to break free from its shell, the first mouthful of blood he had coughed up merged with a tiny crack in the shell at that very moment, allowing the blood to assimilate into the dragon's body. That fleeting moment occurred just as the dragon had yet to gain consciousness, allowing it to absorb the blood seamlessly. By this fortuitous coincidence, Qingyun established a blood contract with this royal dragon hatchling. The proud five-clawed golden dragon clan typically did not acknowledge any human cultivator as their master. However, even in this serendipitous circumstance, the newly hatched dragon felt an innate closeness to Qingyun due to the presence of his blood within it. The deep-rooted memories of its soul also reminded it of their shared pride and nobility. Upon noticing that Qingyun had awakened, the little dragon expressed great joy, slowly approaching and circling him. Despite the intense pain coursing through his body, with several broken ribs, Qingyun managed to stand. "Little one, do you have a name?" he asked casually. "Name? Xianin?" The dragon appeared slightly perplexed. "You can speak?" Qingyun was almost shocked into unconsciousness again at the dragon's articulate response. The celestial dragon uttered a few unclear words. It had just been born and was still unable to fully connect with its inherited memories. "I need time to digest the memories of my lineage," the dragon stated before ignoring Qingyun and diving into the water pool, disappearing from sight. Chapter 5. Re-entering the Great Flames Sect. With the formation shattered, the spiritual energy within the cave was rapidly diminishing. Qingyun sensed this and dared not waste another moment. Immediately sitting cross-legged to absorb the dwindling energy, hoping to reach the third level of fullness. Months passed in the blink of an eye. The spiritual energy in the cave had long since thinned, and Qingyun still found himself just short of achieving that third level of fullness. Who would have thought this prince would be born in such a barren land? He lamented, as a golden shadow shot up from the pool. Qingyun's heart stirred, and he slowly opened his eyes to see a boy clad in yellow approaching him. This time, Qingyun was not shocked. Rather, he had grown numb to such occurrences. The little dragon plopped down beside Qingyun, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to be so weak. You've become my sworn brother." Seeing the little dragon's disgruntled expression, Qingyun felt a sense of kinship. "I say, little dragon, from now on, I shall be your elder brother Qingyun." He laughed heartily. After months, Qingyun's injuries had finally healed. "What? You're this weak and still call me your elder brother?" The dragon, Xianin, immediately pouted. "Cough, cough. You were born over 20 years after me, so naturally. I am the elder brother." Qingyun chuckled awkwardly. "Wow, so many delicious treats." Upon catching sight of the fragrant melons and fruits, Xiaolong promptly cast aside his previous thoughts of deference. Qingyun surveyed the gradually deteriorating cave and resolved to depart. He approached the tomb of the Feng Mo immortal, bowing deeply from the heart. "Old man, thank you. Should I ever attain true immortality, I shall certainly visit your Feng Mo cave." Qingyun was a man of profound loyalty and gratitude, and he would never forget the kindness bestowed upon him by the Feng Mo immortal. "Xiaolong, let us depart," he called back. Xiaolong, engrossed in the bounty of the garden, mumbled, "Take all of this with us, or I won't acknowledge you as my elder brother." "Of course, no problem," Qingyun replied with a chuckle. Even without Xiaolong's urging, he intended to carry away all the herbs and fruits. With a gentle wave of his hand, He gathered all the herbs and fruits into his storage ring. Having completed this task, Qingyun led Xiao Long toward the cave's exit. As they passed the Jiaolong Ding, which was already showing fine cracks, Xiao Long suddenly exclaimed, "Elder brother, let's take this cauldron. I recall it being something valuable." "Oh," at Xiao Long's words, Qingyun immediately stowed the Jiaolong Ding into his storage ring. With the array collapsing, the cave entrance no longer exerted any pulling force, allowing Qingyun to easily reach its edge. In half a month, the time for the Blaze Sect to recruit disciples would arrive again, and he believed passing the test would pose no difficulties this time. To resolve the peculiar ailments within his body, Qingyun decided he must join the Blaze Sect. Casually grasping a vine, he prepared to summon Xian Yi to his back when he suddenly heard Xiao Long and Xian Yi's derisive laughter from behind. "Elder brother, you aren't planning to slide down this wretched route, are you?" Xian Yi scoffed. Qingyun was taken aback and then chuckled, nearly forgetting that Xian Yi could fly. Xiao Long transformed into his true form, and in the blink of an eye, he and Qingyun reached the platform at the foot of the peak. Xiao Long immediately reverted to his youthful appearance, muttering, "How could I, the illustrious dragon prince, so foolishly acknowledge you as my elder brother?" Qingyun laughed heartily. "That only means we are fated to be together, doesn't it?" Xian Yi rolled his eyes and casually laid down on the ground. "Elder brother, have you noticed something strange beneath that pool?" "Strange? What do you mean?" "When I was digesting the memories at the bottom of that pool, I faintly sensed a force deeper below. Did you not go down to investigate?" "I would have liked to, but my current strength is insufficient." Xian Yi replied with a pained expression. "If you cannot descend, then I certainly cannot. Let us not dwell on it. We shall return to explore it once our cultivation has improved." Qingyun stretched and lay down as well, adding, "When night falls, we shall quietly head to the town at the foot of the mountain." With that, he retrieved several fruits from his storage ring and handed them to Xian Yi. Upon seeing the fruits, Xian Yi instantly brightened. Qingyun sat cross-legged, channeling the heavenly chaos technique, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. After nightfall, Xian Yi transformed into his true form and swiftly brought Qingyun to Pinglin town at the foot of the mountain in mere breaths. Upon landing, Xian Yi immediately changed back to his youthful form and eagerly asked, "Elder brother, are we embarking on an adventure?" "Adventure? Not at all. Tomorrow, we return to the mountain." "What? We just came down, and now we must go back up? What kind of tune are you singing, elder brother?" Xian Yi questioned, puzzled. Noticing Xiao Long's expression, Qingyun recounted the entire sequence of events. Xiao Long, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. "Moreover, I heard that the Blaze Sect has a library. I wish to enter and learn. I am still quite lost in my cultivation." Though Xian Yi had only recently come into being, the memories from his inheritance revealed that his family resided in a place rich in spiritual energy, with each member possessing remarkable abilities. The elder brother, whom he felt a strong affinity for, was unfortunately still weak in cultivation. Furthermore, with his incomplete memories, Xian Yi harbored a silent hope for his elder brother to grow stronger quickly. "In that case, I shall accompany you to participate in the sect's entrance test." Qingyun and Xiao Long procured several decent outfits in the town before returning to the foot of the mountain. In the dark of night, the pair sat quietly at the mountain's base, awaiting dawn. Xian Yi munched on celestial fruits while gazing dreamily at the sky. Qingyun, however, seized every moment to cultivate. Upon exiting the cave, he immediately sensed the spiritual energy outside was exceedingly sparse. Without diligent practice, achieving a third level of fullness for his spiritual energy would become increasingly arduous. As the sun rose, Qingyun and Xiao Long hastened up the winding stone steps toward the Blaze Sect. This time, Qingyun was no longer out of breath, but moved with remarkable agility. "Senior sister, Master has sent us to patrol. Why not take this opportunity to explore the town at the foot of the mountain?" A girl clad in a pale yellow garment suggested to another in a violet dress. "Zihan, if you are always thinking about leisure, when will you form your dan?" The girl in the violet dress replied sternly. "Without forming your dan, you can forget about forming a baby dan. Without a Yuan dan, we cannot enter the inner sect, let alone become core disciples." Zihan, the girl addressed, dared not retort, pouting silently as she followed behind. "Hey, senior sister, look. 2 individuals are approaching. They must be here for the test. Many such individuals have been arriving at the sect these past few days." As the senior sister spoke, she walked by without sparing a glance at the approaching duo, dismissing them as insignificant mortals. Those two were, of course, Qingyun and Xiao Long, elder brother. "Look at those 2 beautiful girls ahead." Xiao Long, who had been listlessly trailing behind Qingyun, perked up at the sight of the lovely maidens. From a distance, Qingyun had already noticed the 2 girls. The one in the violet dress seemed vaguely familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen her before. As the girls drew near, Qingyun clasped his hands together in a courteous greeting, calling out, "Ladies, may I inquire if you are familiar with the Dunzi sect?" Before Qingyun could finish his sentence, the two maidens floated past, not pausing for even a moment. Xiaolong was left dumbfounded, brimming with indignation. "Elder brother, let me teach that older one a lesson." He clearly saw that the girl in the pale yellow garment had seemed poised to speak, but was forcibly pulled away by the older girl. Let it be. Perhaps they have urgent matters, Qingyun thought. Though somewhat displeased, he did not deem it a significant issue. He had merely inquired out of chance whether they recognized the sect. Furthermore, having just emerged from a cave after 10 years, he was reluctant to stir up further trouble. Soon enough, this trivial incident was cast aside. Qingyun and Xiaolong quickly arrived at the entrance of the Dunzi sect, where they reported their ages and names, subsequently being escorted to a temporary resting area for outer sect members. The test day arrived in a fortnight, and Qingyun and Xiaolong breezed through the first 2 rounds. The first round was still presided over by Elder Yan Chen's fiery array. However, Qingyun noticed that the stronger one's cultivation, the greater the intensity of the flames felt, making resistance significantly more challenging. In contrast, Xiaolong's leisurely demeanor astonished Qingyun. The second round of tests, while still assessing will and perseverance, took place at Tianzhuo Peak to the left of the sect. "Elder brother, what kind of test is this? It's far too simple. It's so dull, and there are hardly any beautiful women around." He complained while pacing around the resting area, his expression one of disdain. Qingyun had grown accustomed to Xiaolong's pride and chose to ignore him, closing his eyes to continue his cultivation. The practice was monotonous, yet Qingyun exhibited remarkable patience. After passing the first 2 rounds, he felt he was inching closer to achieving a 3rd level of fullness in his spiritual energy. Before long, the time for the 3rd round of tests arrived, and those who had successfully passed the first 2 rounds were escorted to the entrance of a colossal stone chamber. Chapter 6. Zihan. The third test evaluates the participants' comprehension. A smiling elder in a red robe spoke slowly. One by one, they entered the stone chamber, and during the duration of a single incense stick, any insights they gained should be shared with the elder upon exiting. The elder, known as Yin Kong, is the second elder of the inner sect. Upon entering the stone chamber, Qingyun found himself immersed in an ethereal world, boundless and seemingly without end. Looking up, he was astonished to see a blue sky and white clouds. He felt a peculiar illusion, as if he had not entered a stone chamber, but rather another realm, akin to the space within his storage ring. Yet, there were many differences that remained elusive and indistinct. Before long, the time of the incense stick elapsed. Qingyun and the others were automatically ushered out of the stone chamber. Elder Yin Kong sat to the side and gestured for the group of several dozen to approach him one by one. Standing a distance of 10 feet away, they could speak loudly without being overheard. Soon, it was Qingyun's turn. He stepped forward and respectfully addressed Elder Yin Kong. "I sensed that the stone chamber was akin to another realm, yet it differed from the real world in ways that elude my understanding." Yin Kong smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed," before tossing Qingyun a small red token. Once everyone had shared their insights, Elder Yin Kong expressed his delight. "Ah, there are quite a few talented youngsters among you." He mused aloud, then announced, "Those who received my token, congratulations. From this moment on, you are all recognized as registered disciples of the outer sect of the Dunzi sect. Henceforth, diligently cultivate our sect's teachings and strive to become core disciples." With that, he distributed a jade slip to each of them before vanishing from sight. As Qingyun examined the jade slip, he noted that there were a total of 9 individuals, with Xiaolong prominently among them. Upon meeting Qingyun's gaze, Xiaolong proudly lifted his small head. Shortly after Elder Yin Kong's departure, the 9 were led to a courtyard in the outer sect. Through the jade slip, Qingyun learned that the outer sect of the Dunzi sect is governed by 5 elders who remain secluded in their cultivation, leaving all matters to their direct disciples. These direct disciples, the second-generation disciples of the outer sect, number fewer than 100, each at least at the nascent soul stage. The third-generation disciples, approximately 8,000 in number, consist of those at the Qi condensation, foundation establishment, and core formation stages, each assigned to a second-generation disciple. Should any third-generation disciple break through to the nascent soul stage, they ascend to the second generation and may enter the inner sect for cultivation. Before long, a middle-aged man emerged from the central hall of the courtyard, surveying the 9 newcomers. In a solemn voice, he declared, "From this day forth, you are disciples of Qiyuan. Remember, we are of the Yin Fa elder lineage. He is your ancestral teacher. The courtyard houses your senior brothers. Find an empty room to settle in. Return to the hall tomorrow to meet me. Without waiting for the new disciples to pay their respects, Qingyun transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Qingyun and Xiaolong each sought out an empty room, made a brief arrangement, and then eagerly set out to inquire about the location of the library. Together, they quickly discovered that the library was not merely a building, but an imposing 9-story tower. After a brief pause, Qingyun stepped inside. The first floor of the tower was exceedingly spacious, with towering bookshelves arranged in an orderly fashion, filled with a multitude of scrolls. Approaching the shelves, Qingyun soon found a scroll labeled Overview of the Starbright Continent and began to peruse it earnestly. It is said that the 3 great empires of the Starbright Continent were established by 3 brother disciples from the same sect. In the far west lies the Purple Star Empire, perpetually besieged by thunderstorms. In the northeast, the Red Moon Empire, where ice has remained unthawed for millennia. And finally, the Qingyun Empire, characterized by its indomitable flames. To the extreme east of the continent is an expansive sea. Initially, the 3 empires coexisted without conflict. But as the ancestors of the empires ascended and the spiritual energy of the continent diminished, wars gradually erupted and intensified, reaching a frenzied state in recent years. The savage forests along the borders have become a perilous battleground, teeming with fierce beasts and constant bloodshed, evolving into the primary theater of conflict among the empires. After absorbing the overview of the continent, Qingyun continued to explore scrolls detailing the levels of cultivation. He discovered that practitioners are categorized into 8 stages: Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit void, harmonization, tribulation transcendence, and great ascendance. Except for great ascendance, the other stages are further divided into early, middle, late, and perfected stages. Masters at the great ascendance stage, having survived the tribulation, may ascend to the celestial realm at any moment. Qingyun also realized that the first layer of the heaven and earth chaos technique he practiced requires undergoing 6 full infusions of spiritual energy. Each infusion, upon compression, is directed into his blood and meridians, enhancing the strength of his physical body. With each compression, his cultivation level rises by a significant tier. He found himself just shy of the 3rd full infusion, and upon achieving it, he would reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Following complete compression, it is highly likely he would form a golden core, enabling him to contend with late-stage core formation practitioners. It was at this moment that Qingyun began to appreciate the peculiar and formidable nature of the heaven and earth chaos technique. His cultivation felt devoid of the usual distinctions between early, middle, and late stages. Instead, he felt like an empty wine jar, continuously filling with spiritual energy, compressing it into his body, elevating his cultivation, and then repeating the process. After a cursory glance at some basic introductions to elixirs, magical treasures, and rare materials, Qingyun deemed there was nothing more to linger upon in the first layer and resolved to ascend to the second layer. Noticing Xian Yi, who was engrossed in ancient texts, he refrained from disturbing him, offering a slight smile as he approached the entrance to the second layer. To his surprise, the entrance was adorned with a formation. Just as Qingyun prepared to step into the second layer, a gentle force prevented him from crossing the threshold. This force felt familiar, reminiscent of the barrier he encountered when attempting to approach the 9-dragon cauldron in the cave at Tianzhuo Peak. Gathering his spiritual energy, Qingyun easily penetrated the formation's barrier and entered the second layer of the tower. Upon entering, he discovered a crowd of people, and in a secluded corner, he even spotted some Qi condensation disciples engaged in mutual verification and sparring. A glance at the bookshelves revealed that the quantity of tomes was significantly reduced compared to the first floor. As Qingyun intended to browse the shelves for suitable offensive spells, he was suddenly approached by the girl he had encountered on the winding stone steps, clad in a pale yellow robe. "Ah, you passed the test. And where is the little boy beside you?" she inquired, her curiosity evident as she drew nearer. Qingyun, who was neither strikingly handsome nor particularly memorable in appearance, aside from his exceptionally bright eyes, found himself momentarily lost in thought. The girl's recognition of him was likely due to her memory of Xiaolong, whose unusual demeanor made him easily identifiable. Having caught a clearer glimpse of the girl, Qingyun noted her remarkable beauty. She appeared to be at the mid-foundation establishment stage, tall and slender, with flowing black hair and sparkling eyes. Her delicate hands and fair skin shimmered like jade. Her long, elegantly arched brows framed a finely contoured face, adorned with a petite nose and lightly upturned lips, creating an overall impression of exquisite grace and ethereal charm. Gazing at her, Qingyun couldn't help but reminisce about the lovely Zayuan from his village, wondering if she had blossomed into a beauty as well. "What was your question?" He suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had not heard her inquiry. Hey, why are you silent? What is your name? She pressed, a hint of annoyance creeping into her tone. Upon observing Qingyun's nonchalant demeanor, she couldn't help but pout, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over her. She resolved to inquire about this fellow's name, with plans to teach him a lesson at a later opportunity. The expression on the girl's face reminded Qingyun of Xian Yi, who remained on the first level. Their personalities bore a striking resemblance. I am Fu Qingyun. And may I ask, what is your name, young lady? Qingyun found the girl rather charming and felt compelled to tease her. You've truly vexed me. As a newly admitted disciple, you ought to address me as senior sister. The girl, clearly agitated, was about to reprimand Qingyun when a peculiar voice interrupted. Ah, indeed. Junior sister Zihan is here. I've searched high and low for you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dashing young man clad in white strode in, flanked by two other rather sinister-looking youths. Oh, it appears someone has informed me of junior sister Zihan's whereabouts. Haha. Qingyun whispered smugly to Zihan. I'm not in the mood to entertain you, Zihan retorted, her brow furrowed at the sight of the newcomers. She politely addressed the young man. Senior brother Luo, may I inquire what brings you to seek out your junior sister? Before Luo could respond, one of his companions interjected, in this outer sect, who doesn't he know that senior brother Muhin has taken a liking to this girl? Your question is rather redundant. Ha ha ha. A number of those familiar with the group joined in the laughter. Zihan's delicate features tightened with indignation, yet she felt powerless. This Luo Muhin was the sole grandson of Elder Yin Xiang. Leveraging his grandfather's status, he often behaved arrogantly, with little regard for others. Elder Yin Xiang dotes on his cherished grandson, providing him with a plethora of precious elixirs and herbs for his cultivation. It was not in vain, as Luo Muhin had already reached the early stages of the Golden Core realm, standing out among his peers. Junior sister Zihan, should you be willing to become my Dao partner, my grandfather will undoubtedly assist you in achieving the Golden Core stage swiftly. And even the transformation into a nascent soul will be within reach, Luo Muhin said, his smile failing to mask his arrogance. Thank you for your kind offer, senior brother. But I am not inclined to form a partnership with anyone at this time, Zihan replied, her annoyance with his persistence nearing its peak. Junior sister, I advise you to reconsider. Joining me guarantees a 100 chance of reaching the Golden Core stage. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to achieve it within a century. Luo Muhin's tone suggested he was accustomed to Zihan's refusals. There's no need for you to worry, senior brother. I am here at my master's behest to guide these junior disciples in their cultivation. If you have no pressing matters, I kindly ask you to leave, Zihan asserted, her suppressed anger evident. Chapter 7. The first beating. Luo Muhin, witnessing Zihan's unwavering stance, felt an intense frustration welling within him. Yet, he was determined to maintain his suave image before the onlookers, forcing himself to refrain from lashing out. He had harbored desires for Zihan's beauty for quite some time. But knowing her master was not easily trifled with, he had not acted on those impulses. Junior sister, these named disciples can be easily dismissed. Why take them seriously? Luo Muhin remarked dismissively, looking down upon the junior disciples. His words ignited a wave of anger among them, though none dared to voice their discontent. If you refuse to comply, I suppose I'll have to request my grandfather to propose to your master on my behalf. Luo Muhin resorted to his final tactic. Zihan felt her temper flare. Although she recognized that she was no match for the Luo clan, her patience was wearing thin. Qingyun, sensing the brewing tension, was uncertain if he could contend with Luo, yet he was inspired by his peculiar technique. Just as Zihan was about to unleash her fury, a calm voice emerged. What an insufferable senior brother you are. Even when you've been asked to leave, you still linger here, pestering her. The voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in the second level of the tower. Luo Muhin stood in shock, momentarily believing he had misheard, his expression one of disbelief. Not only he, but everyone present wore similar looks of astonishment. As the grandson of Elder Yin Xiang, a Golden Core cultivator, he had never faced disrespect from anyone in his life. The sudden rebuke from a nameless newcomer caught him off guard, leaving him grappling with the stark contrast to his usual experience. However, he quickly regained his composure, abandoning any pretense of charm as rage consumed him. What insolence! Who do you think you are to speak here? Luo Muhin turned his cold gaze upon Qingyun, recognizing him as a newly admitted disciple. Without hesitation, he conjured a massive fireball aimed directly at Qingyun. Zihan was taken aback, never imagining that a mere novice would dare to confront the grandson of Elder Yin Xiang. While she appreciated the newcomer's support, she was acutely aware of the disparity in their strength. She intended to intervene, but it was too late. A colossal fireball was already hurtling toward Qingyun. This was Qingyun's first experience in combat, and he felt a sense of frustration as he realized he had no techniques to employ. For the past decade, he had merely absorbed spiritual energy from the heavens, compressing it for his physical cultivation. His earlier provocation of Luo was merely an attempt to refine his own abilities. He longed to shout, "Come at me. Strike me with all your might." But he feared such a declaration would startle Zihan. Resigned to the impending punishment, but seeing an opportunity for dual benefit, he stood still as the fireball struck him. With a resounding boom, Qingyun was sent sprawling several yards away, crashing heavily to the ground. The scene left Luo Muhen and his companions dumbfounded. Was this fellow truly so foolish as to not even attempt to defend himself? With such meager strength, do you aspire to play the hero? Luo Muhen mused. Having unleashed the most rudimentary spell, the fireball technique, and now found Qingyun felled at his feet, utterly speechless. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. This brash young man had spoken with such bravado, yet he was so easily defeated. It turned out he was even weaker than they had assumed. Zihan, however, wore a serious expression. She understood that Qingyun was a fresh entrant into the sect, and while many newcomers had cultivated considerable strength before joining, it was exceedingly rare. Moreover, Qingyun appeared to possess no cultivation whatsoever, although she had found his earlier bravado irritating. Seeing him defeated on her account elicited genuine concern. Just as she prepared to check on him, Qingyun sprang to his feet, seemingly unfazed. Could I perhaps have something a bit more substantial? His clothes were singed, yet he bore no visible injuries. Internally, he was frustrated. Such a feeble attack had not even drawn a drop of blood from him. What is this young man about? Is he attempting to put on a brave front? Murmured the crowd. They certainly did not regard someone felled by a mere fireball as possessing any significant prowess. Luo Muhen's countenance darkened, signaling that this nameless boy was destined for a stern lesson today. Very well, is it heavy-handedness you desire? Then I shall oblige. The temperature around him suddenly surged, compelling the named disciples to scatter. Luo Muhen's aura surged dramatically. Infuriated, he could hardly contain his wrath at this insolent youth daring to undermine his authority in front of the woman he cherished. It was tantamount to courting death. He mused that even if he were to kill this boy, his grandfather would certainly find a way to smooth things over. After all, he was merely a fledgling named disciple. With a thunderous roar, he conjured a colossal phantom fireball adorned with 8 sharp horns, which charged menacingly at Qingyun. To conjure an 8-horned fireball was no small feat, albeit still ethereal. Yet, if he did not act swiftly, this newly acquainted junior brother was indeed at risk of losing his life. Observing this, Zihuan cast aside her reservations and summoned a delicate fire lotus, hurling it toward the oncoming fireball. However, the diminutive fire lotus was insufficient to halt the bull's advance. It merely paused momentarily before crashing through the lotus and colliding with Qingyun. Once again, he was sent flying, crashing violently against the tower wall and then crashing heavily to the ground, seemingly unconscious, with wisps of smoke emanating from his body. Onlookers gasped in unison, "Brother Muhen, this boy is surely doomed." Yet, a voice murmured from behind Luo Muhen, cautioning about the potential trouble should the Grand Elder find out. With a slight frown, Luo Muhen coldly addressed those present. "Today's events must not be disclosed to a soul. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Feeling a twinge of guilt for having taken the life of a newly initiated disciple, he hastily departed after issuing his threat. The remaining named disciples dared not linger, fearing that misfortune might befall them, and hurriedly left. Only Zihuan remained, at a loss for what to do. Initially in good spirits, having been sent by her master to guide these disciples in their cultivation, she now found herself witnessing the demise of her newly acquainted junior brother, who had stood up for her. "Ah, they are all gone." Zihuan lamented silently, unsure of her next steps, when she suddenly saw Qingyun spring back to his feet. "Why is this blood still pitch black? Can I see a bit of red?" Qingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, observing its inky hue with a sense of resignation. "You're all right," Zihuan exclaimed, astonished to see Qingyun, whose clothes were merely scorched, nonetheless speaking with a tremor in her voice. How could he possibly withstand a blow from an 8-horned fireball belonging to a cultivator in the early stages of the Foundation establishment? Had Luo shown mercy? Yet, it did not seem so. Perhaps your fire lotus absorbed much of its power," Qingyun replied nonchalantly, reluctant to explain that it was due to his unique cultivation method. He feared that revealing the truth would lead others to deem him mad. Though Zihuan was perplexed, she could conceive no alternative explanation. "Junior brother Xiaoyan, I apologize," Zihuan said, feeling somewhat guilty. "I was merely seeking a fight. I truly could not tolerate that boy's presence." "It's nothing. Qingyun nearly divulged his true feelings. His peculiar cultivation path was destined to diverge from that of others. Ahem, Zihuan, junior sister? Qingyun inquired, noticing Zihuan's incessant pacing around him with a curious gaze. Haha, you look quite comical in that pitch-black attire, Zihuan laughed, covering her mouth. Big brother, what is happening? Why is everyone running down? Xiaolong, having appeared unbeknownst to them, observed only Qingyun and the beautiful sister he had met before, instantly invigorated. Big brother, you aren't here to flirt, are you? Oh. Qingyun awkwardly scratched his nose. You brat, what do you know? Don't speak carelessly. Come here and greet your senior sister. Hello, beautiful senior sister. I am Shinny, but you may call me Xiaolong. Xiaolong rushed over to Zihuan, his little face raised in earnest. Charming little brother, call me senior sister Zihuan, she replied. Her spirits lifted upon seeing Xiaolong. She often found herself bored among her serious fellow disciples, who were so earnest in their cultivation. The tedium of practice was exacerbated by their stern expressions. Upon seeing Xiaolong's charming demeanor on the stone steps that day, she had intended to exchange a few words, but was forcibly pulled away by her senior sister. However, Xiaolong quickly turned his attention back to Qingyun, scrutinizing his soiled clothing with an air of mock seriousness. Big brother, what act are you putting on now? Chapter 8. Reunion with an old friend, why do you chatter so much? Qingyun retorted. Asked Zihuan. Oh no, junior sister. Are there any spells worth learning here? He noticed Zihuan's ire beginning to simmer again and hastily changed his tone. There are foundational techniques of our sect here. Which are the most elementary methods for manipulating flames? Zihuan replied, moving to a bookshelf and tossing 2 scrolls to Qingyun and Xiaolong. It turned out that one controlled flames through the fire seed within their body. Only upon becoming an official outer sect disciple would one be granted a fire seed, which, once stabilized within the body, could be used to communicate with the elemental fire energies of the world for manipulation. Xiaolong regarded such matters with disdain. Yet in the presence of a beautiful maiden, he refrained from expressing it. I heard from the elders of the sect that once one reaches the crossing the tribulation stage, they can control the elemental fire energies of the world at will, Zihuan said dreamily. Having learned that there was only one elder in the entire sect who had recently broken through to that stage. However, that is still far beyond our reach. Qingyun had little concept of the crossing the tribulation stage. At that moment, he merely wished to ascertain whether he could cultivate the foundational technique. For the excruciating pain that had long been absent from his body still haunted him. However, he decided to give it a try. Qingyun promptly sat cross-legged and began to circulate the technique. To his dismay, the long-forgotten pain erupted violently within him, forcing him to cease immediately. It appears this technique is not for me, Qingyun thought, privately devising a plan. Rising, he addressed Zihuan, junior sister, I will research this technique at my leisure. For now, could you teach me a few spells? Zihuan smiled very well. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out. She then produced a jade tablet and tossed it to Qingyun. This is a communication jade tablet. Keep it safe. When you wish to find me, simply infuse your spiritual energy into it. She then pointed to one of the bookshelves, saying, some basic low-tier spells are stored here, like Fireball Technique, Double Fireball, Gravitational Technique, and many others. However, some spells can only be learned from your master. Having successfully dealt with the bothersome Luo Muhen, Zihuan's earlier grievances toward Qingyun had long vanished. Listening attentively to Zihuan's explanations, Qingyun began to study earnestly. Meanwhile, Xiaolong maintained his air of indifference, opting to bound over to Zihuan instead. Beautiful senior sister. Are there any fun places around here? I can't be bothered to learn these spells. It's far better to go out and play. Of course there are. Come. I will take you, Zihuan exclaimed, delighted at the prospect of accompanying a fellow disciple who shared her love for fun. It was a rare treat to find someone like Xiaolong, perfectly matching her desire for amusement. After all, everyone else had long departed, and she had sufficiently fulfilled her duties assigned by her master. They bid farewell to Qingyun without a word, joyfully departing. The spacious second level of the tower was left desolate, with only Qingyun remaining, engrossed in the thick scrolls before him. Fireball Technique. Utilize the fire seed within to connect with the elemental fire energies of the world, manipulating it through the unique foundational technique of the Great Flame Sect. The dual fireball spell is an advanced version of the fireball technique, with the intensity of the inner flame determining the connection with the elemental fire energy in the surrounding environment. Once this connection reaches a certain threshold, one can unleash the dual fireball. Clearly, both spells are beyond Qingyun's current capabilities. He cannot cultivate foundational techniques, nor does he possess the inner flame. At present, the only spell he might learn is the exceedingly basic gravitational technique. After an indeterminate period of study, Qingyun opened his eyes to find himself alone. with even the little dragon nowhere to be seen. He stepped out of the library tower, only to realize that dusk was fast approaching. The towering structures of the outer sect appeared somewhat eerie in the dim light. Although there are many spells he cannot learn, Qingyun diligently etched them all into his memory, knowing that one day they might prove useful. After enduring 2 strikes from that rascal named Luo, his clothes were charred and tattered, yet he emerged unscathed, which instilled in him a measure of confidence regarding his own strength. However, observing Luo Mihin's arrogant demeanor and the fearful glances from those around him, it was evident that he had substantial backing within the Dunzi sect. Moving forward, Qingyun resolved to exercise caution. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Had he not cultivated the chaos of heaven and earth, he might have lost his life today. From this moment, an unspoken yearning for strength began to blossom within him. Gazing at the magnificent structures before him, Qingyun felt an inexplicable absence of belonging. With a soft sigh, he decided to return to the courtyard assigned by his master, Qiyuan. Just as he was nearing the courtyard, a cacophony of voices erupted ahead, not one to meddle in others' affairs. Qingyun was about to circumvent the scene when he suddenly heard a familiar name. Luo Taidun, you think you're a frog yearning for swan flesh? That's quite the elevation. A sinister voice intermingled with derisive laughter. Humph, whom I fancy is none of your business. Oh, but it is our business. You know very well that Sister Bisha is favored by our senior brother, yet you still dare to intrude? It seems Sister Bisha has never declared she wishes to be our senior brother's partner, has she? Upon hearing this, Qingyun couldn't suppress his excitement. It must be Taidun. How fortuitous, for he had intended to settle in and seek him out. Who would have thought they would cross paths here? Has this iron lump finally wised up? Qingyun hastened his steps, blending into the throng of onlookers. He refrained from immediately revealing himself to Taidun. He wished to observe and confirm the situation first. Quickly, he spotted a tall, dark-skinned youth in the crowd. Indeed, it was Taidun. Moreover, it appeared Tianzhuo's cultivation had reached the mid-foundation stage, while the young man mocking him had only attained the early foundation stage. Such fallacious reasoning. Anyone competing with our senior brother must not think highly of him. The young man spat disdainfully. Zhao Han, don't think that just because you have our senior brother backing you, I won't dare to act. Oh, senior brother will be here shortly. With your meager skills, he could squash you with a single swipe. Zhao Han had evidently spotted the senior brother approaching, and thus seized the opportunity to flatter him. With your paltry abilities, all you can do is flatter. Taidun was clearly enraged. Upon hearing this, Zhao Han felt his pride wounded and immediately shouted at the newly arrived figure in black. Senior brother, this Luo Taidun is quite insolent. He just claimed you're nothing. And Sister Bisha wouldn't even consider you. Clearly, Zhao Han was embellishing the tale. Senior brother Qingfeng, I never said such a thing. Taidun stood his ground. He was well aware that senior brother Zhang Chengfeng had achieved the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage and was on the verge of breaking through to the core formation stage. So he remained courteous in his response. Zhang Chengfeng halted 3 paces from Luo Taidun. I'm not concerned whether you said those words or not. I'm here to ask you one last time. Will you relinquish your pursuit of Sister Bisha? Senior brother, I cannot give you that assurance. If you truly possess skill, you should not fear fair competition. Fair competition? A fine notion indeed. Today, I shall show you what fair means. Zhang Qingfeng had come to teach Taidun a lesson, so there was no room for pleasantries. He wasted no time. With a swift motion, he conjured dozens of fiery vines, each bristling with spikes, which hissed like serpents as they lunged toward Taidun. Realizing the vast disparity in their strengths, Taidun retreated frantically, conjuring a magnificent fire lotus to shield himself. In an instant, several fiery tendrils wrapped around the lotus, completely engulfing it. Within moments, the lotus was torn apart, its remnants dissipating into nothingness, while the remaining fiery vines slammed heavily against Taidun's chest. Taidun was sent flying, spewing blood as he struggled to regain his footing, his face etched with deep resentment. A decade ago, when Taidun first laid eyes on Bisha, who had passed the test alongside him, he was utterly captivated by her extraordinary talent. In just 10 years, she had nearly stepped into the core formation realm. Though Taidun had reached the mid-foundation stage, he paled in comparison to her. Even Zhang Chengfeng, from the same lineage, had set his sights on Bisha and somehow learned of Taidun's affections, often seeking to trouble him. At that moment, Zhang Chengfeng, having repelled Taidun with a single move, clearly had no intention of stopping. He had unsheathed a crimson longsword, shouting, "Flame slash!" A massive crescent-shaped fire blade hurtled toward Taidun, its force exceeding that of the fiery vines. Zhang Qingfeng was intent on eliminating Luo Taidun. Seeing Taidun seemingly frozen in place, Qingyun shouted urgently, "Taidun, get out of the way." He swiftly positioned himself before Taidun. Qingyun had been acutely aware of Tai Dun's peril, standing close to him, and was vigilant of the unfolding events. Thus, when Zhang Qingfeng drew his sword, he immediately recognized the impending danger. In that fleeting moment, he lunged in front of Tai Dun. But the massive fire blade struck Qingyun directly, sending him hurtling away like a mere scrap of paper, crashing into Tai Dun as they both fell to the ground. A torrent of dark blood flowed from Qingyun's lips, leaving Zhang Qingfeng momentarily stunned. When had he become so formidable as to draw forth black blood? Having failed to utilize his internal energy as a barrier, Qingyun had underestimated the power of the fire crescent blade. It was evident that the fire techniques employed by the Blaze Sect wielded significantly greater force when executed with artifacts than when used barehanded. Qingyun? Is that you, Qingyun? Tai Dun seemed to forget his own injuries, bursting into laughter and embracing Qingyun with enthusiasm. Chapter 9. The Black Long Sword. Despite the passage of 10 years and the changes in their physiques and appearances, Tai Dun recognized Qingyun at once. Tai Dun, it is I? You should rest for now. This is not the time for us to reminisce. Qingyun helped Tai Dun to his feet, wiping the dark blood from his lips. His gaze icy as it fixed upon Zhang Qingfeng, an undercurrent of murderous intent surging within him. The sword strike from earlier had clearly been aimed at Tianzhuo's life, an affront that Qingyun could not overlook. This is not a place for you to meddle. I advise you to refrain from intervening. Zhang Qingfeng, realizing he could not gauge Qingyun's cultivation level, felt a flicker of unease in his heart. Meddling? Qingyun replied with a cold smile. In his heart, Tai Dun was like a brother to him, yet he found no inclination to explain himself to such a person. He was contemplating how to strike back rather than merely endure. After waiting for a while, Zhang Qingfeng noticed that Qingyun had not responded, and he grew somewhat impatient. Just as he was about to strike Luo Tiexiao again, he saw the young man take a bold step forward. Unleash your strongest blow. If you can defeat me, I shall not pursue today's matter, Qingyun said calmly. You must be dreaming, coming here to act recklessly and daring to challenge our senior brother, Zhao Han, who had previously mocked Tiexiao, seemed to find the situation utterly ridiculous. Very well, but don't say I didn't warn you, Zhang Qingfeng thought to himself, feeling a sense of pride at the audacity of the young man before him. He had only used 70% of his strength in the previous attack. With that, Zhang Qingfeng swiftly raised his long sword and uttered a low shout. Great flame slash. The crimson blade ignited with a fierce blaze. As he swung down, a massive dark red crescent blade, measuring over 10 feet in length, came crashing down upon Qingyun. That boy will surely be reduced to ashes. Huh. Senior brother's great flame slash is indeed formidable, Zhao Han thought, reveling in the moment as if the blow belonged to him. As the enormous fire blade soared toward him, Qingyun quickly gathered all of his spiritual energy into his palm, raising his arm to block the blazing attack. A tremendous force compelled him to step back, and an intense searing pain erupted across his entire arm. After 2 steps back, he steadied himself, remaining motionless. The dark red fire blade held for a moment before rapidly dissipating. How is this possible? It cannot be. Zhang Qingfeng was incredulous as he saw that his full-powered strike had merely burned the young man's palm to a charred black. It was simply unfathomable. Zhao Han's eyes widened in disbelief. This unknown boy had effortlessly withstood a blow from their senior brother and hadn't even countered yet. A sense of shock and a hint of fear began to creep into his heart. Zhang Qingfeng's astonishment was no less than Zhao Han's. However, faced with the undeniable reality, he had to accept it. Though the previous strike was not his absolute strongest, it still represented 90% of his power. Now it's my turn, Qingyun said with a cold smirk, producing a fully black 3-foot-long sword. He discreetly attempted to channel spiritual energy into the blade, and to his surprise, the black sword began to absorb it incessantly, emitting a faint humming sound. This unexpected discovery filled Qingyun with elation, though he maintained a facade of icy composure. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome, since he could manipulate the spiritual energy within his body. Focusing it into his hands or legs would enhance his resistance. Alternatively, channeling it into a weapon would also serve his purpose. After all, the old man's ring contained numerous weapons. Leaving them unused would be a waste. Thus, he validated his inner speculation step by step, and to his delight, it proved effective. Seeing this, Zhang Qingfeng's pupils constricted as the crimson sword in his hand emitted a mournful cry. Although he had another mid-tier magical artifact given to him by his master in his storage bag, it was meant for dire situations, and using it today for a mere woman seemed unworthy. Moreover, even if he drew it, he was uncertain whether he could defeat the young man before him. Realizing this, he no longer feigned bravado and cupped his fists toward Qingyun. Let us end this matter here. With that, he turned and vanished into the night. Zhao Han, too frightened to linger, hurriedly fled. The crowd dispersed in a flurry. Are you all right, Tiexia? Qingyun sheathed the black long sword and rushed to Tiexia's side. He did not notice that just as he put away the sword, a faint voice emerged from within the blade. Kid, don't put me away. Keep channeling spiritual energy into me. Yet, as Qingyun tossed the black long sword into his storage ring, the voice abruptly ceased. Are you okay? Have you recovered? Witnessing Qingyun withstand Zhang Qingfeng's 2 attacks, Tiexia speculated that Qingyun must possess formidable cultivation, prompting him to ask with curiosity. Let's South talk at your place. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. All right. Tiexia, no longer a mere named disciple, had reached the foundation establishment stage and officially became an outer sect disciple. His master, Cheng San, was a disciple of the second elder Yan Kai. Zhang Qingfeng was Cheng San's newly accepted eldest disciple. Upon returning to Tiexia's residence, he immediately retrieved a jar of wine and set out 2 large bowls. Hey, you've started cultivating, yet you still drink this? Qingyun teased. What? Have you given it up? Tiexia replied. When we were kids, you were the one who enjoyed sneaking drinks the most. Didn't Grandpa Lin often give you a good spanking for it? Tiexia, despite his injuries, was in high spirits. Years ago, he had not waited for Qingyun at the summit of Tianzhuo Peak, feeling a sense of regret. But knowing Qingyun had likely been sent back to Jishan village by the disciples of the Great Flame Sect, he had not worried too much. I haven't touched a drop in 10 years, Qingyun said, lifting the bowl to take a hearty swig, feeling a mix of nostalgia. Oh right. Good wine deserves good food, he exclaimed, pulling out an array of celestial fruits from his storage ring, filling the small room with a delightful aroma. Tiexia, seeing the exotic fruits he had never encountered before, was about to speak when Qingyun raised his bowl. Come on, let us drink first. With laughter ringing in the air, the 2 bowls clinked together, and a long-lost friendship blossomed anew. 2 young men, who had vowed as children to cultivate together and enjoy life, felt an overwhelming camaraderie at that moment. Thus, Qingyun recounted the extraordinary experiences he had in the cave over the past decade, leaving Tiexia in a state of deep contemplation. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Qingyun was unharmed and even possessed an unfathomable level of cultivation, which ultimately was a blessing. You said your blood is entirely black now. No wonder I was startled when I saw you spitting out black blood earlier, Tiexia remarked, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, since cultivating the chaos technique, this is how it has turned out. If I ever spit out red blood, it means I have achieved something significant. Qingyun laughed. This isn't just a strange technique anymore. It's downright bizarre, Tiexia said, rendered speechless by Qingyun's self-deprecating expression. Having learned about the cultivation levels within this continent at the first level of the library tower, Qingyun understood that successfully establishing a foundation could extend one's lifespan by 300 years. Foundation establishment was the first hurdle for cultivators. Many remained stuck in the qi condensation stage for their entire lives, unable to advance further. After foundation establishment, one would form a core, further extending their lifespan by 500 years. With this strange chaos technique, Qingyun wondered how it would allow him to form a core. A flicker of anticipation igniting within him. After sharing his experiences, Qingyun cleared his throat. By the way, who is Bai Shuang? Huh. Tiexia was caught off guard by Qingyun's sudden inquiry and was momentarily at a loss for words. Hee, I was just curious. If you don't wish to discuss it now, I understand, Qingyun said, sensing Tiexia's hesitation and promptly adding, there's nothing you can't tell me. With a sigh, Tiexia raised his bowl and took a hefty gulp, beginning to recount his story. Chapter 10, a shocking change 10 years ago, at the peak of Tianzhuo. Tiexia had awaited Qingyun's arrival, but instead encountered the only girl to reach the summit, Su Baishuang. From that moment on, aside from diligently cultivating, he was consumed by thoughts of her. Eventually, unable to contain himself, Tiexia confessed his feelings to her. However, Su Baishuang replied that for cultivators, the focus should be on cultivation, not romantic entanglements. Though heartbroken, Tiexia did not give up and continually sought reasons to see her. Over time, Su Baishuang had to gently tell him that even if she were to choose a partner in the future, it would be someone of a higher cultivation than herself. Upon hearing this, Tiexia understood that she was once again subtly rejecting him. Among the disciples of the same batch, Su Baishuang possesses the highest aptitude, and naturally, her cultivation speed is the swiftest. Despite Yazi's relentless efforts to surpass her, the gap between them only widens. To make matters worse, Zhang Qingfeng, the newly appointed senior brother of the same sect, has taken a liking to Su Baishuang as well. Although Zhang Qingfeng and Baishuang both stand at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, his longer training period grants him a slight edge in strength. Subsequently, Upon learning that Yazi had already confessed his feelings to Su Bishuang, Zhang Qingfeng began to harass Yazi, seizing every opportunity to humiliate him. That is the crux of the matter. If it weren't for you today, Zhang Qingfeng would not have dared to threaten my life. He would have merely left me severely injured or incapacitated. Clenching his fists tightly, Yazi silently resented his insufficient cultivation. If only I possessed some offensive spells, I would surely make Zhang Qingfeng pay with his life. Qingyun has always been deeply sentimental and fiercely protective of his own. Zhang Qingfeng has already found his way onto his blacklist. Is it true that aside from utilizing spiritual energy for defense, you cannot muster a single offensive technique? Yazi was evidently astonished by Qingyun's peculiar method. Indeed, internal issues had already left me frustrated. Now, with this bizarre cultivation method, my headaches have only intensified. Qingyun wore a face of helplessness. Very well. I shall first teach you the basic spells such as the wind control technique and the heavenly eye technique that my master imparted to me. After all, these spells can be cultivated as long as one possesses spiritual energy within. Without waiting for Qingyun's response, Yazi eagerly began to impart his knowledge. Qingyun, of course, did not decline, and thus they studied together throughout the night. The following day, upon awakening from meditation, Qingyun bid farewell to Yazi. After all, he belonged to the lineage of the seventh disciple of the Grand Elder, Qingyun, within the Great Yin sect. Despite his lack of a true sense of belonging to the sect, his primary goal was to find an opportunity for that master, with whom he had only a brief encounter, to examine his body and determine if there was a way for him to cultivate normally. Returning to his courtyard, Qingyun stopped by Xiaolong's room, only to find it empty. Shaking his head, he proceeded to the main hall of the courtyard. He recalled that his master had summoned these newly accepted disciples to meet him there today. Perhaps Xiaolong was already waiting there. Upon entering the hall, Qingyun discovered that the other 7, excluding Xiaolong, had long been respectfully awaiting his arrival. Some greeted him with friendly smiles, while others wore expressions devoid of emotion. Qingyun returned a smile to those who had greeted him kindly and took his place among them, secretly pondering. That little rascal Xian Yi, always indulging in food and play, likely paid no heed to the master's words. However, as a member of the royal family, once his inherited memories awaken, his cultivation will ascend ceaselessly. How enviable. Due to the blood connection he shared with Xiaolong, he could always sense that Xiaolong was not far from him and was safe, so he let it be. After waiting for a while, Qiyuan entered the hall. Greetings, master, the crowd called in unison. Qiyuan nodded and took his seat in the center of the hall. The 8 disciples stepped forward one by one to announce their names and ages before respectfully returning to their places. With a wave of his hand, Qiyuan bestowed each of them a jade slip. This contains basic techniques and some introductory spells. Practice diligently. If you have any questions, consult your senior brother Lu Kuan. Now, you may all leave. The crowd responded in agreement and dispersed. Qingyun placed the jade slip into his storage ring, paying little heed to it, and swiftly returned to his residence to meditate and practice the heavenly chaos technique. For several consecutive days, Xiaolong remained absent. With a wry smile, Qingyun did not dwell on it and continued his cultivation. Big brother, big brother. Xiaolong's voice called from afar before he even arrived. Qingyun opened his eyes and halted his meditation. What has you so flustered? It's bad, big brother. A senior brother named Luo has been pestering Sister Zihan, and I couldn't bear to watch. Xiaolong rushed in, wearing a face of despair. Oh, I thought it was something significant. With your strength, couldn't you easily drive him away? Qingyun chuckled, dismissing the concern. He was well aware of Xiaolong's capabilities. I. Xiaolong stammered, his face turning crimson. What is it? Don't tell me that brat drove you off. Qingyun observed Xiaolong's unusual demeanor, raising an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. He is no match for me. It's just that I couldn't control my strength and accidentally killed that brat. What? Qingyun exclaimed in shock, rising to his feet, fixating on Xiaolong. You killed him? Yes. How was I to know that he appeared so arrogant on the surface, but was so fragile? Xiaolong realized he had landed himself in trouble. And what of Sister Zihan? At that moment, Qingyun no longer cared about titles such as senior sister. After all, he was experiencing this for the first time. The beautiful sister was left dumbfounded, repeatedly exclaiming, We're doomed. We're doomed. The 5th elder will surely kill us. Upon seeing the situation was dire, I rushed back to find you. What should we do, big brother? Xiaolong's eyes brimmed with tears. He had been enjoying a pleasant time with Zihan in the sect's bamboo grove, only to unexpectedly encounter that persistent Luo again. Fortunately, he was alone this time, and with his death, it would take some time before others discovered the truth. We cannot remain in the Great Yin sect any longer. Qingyun decisively declared. Stay here and don't run off while I go find Yazi. Big brother, I'll wait for you. Please don't leave me behind. Hearing Xiaolong's sudden plea from behind, Qingyun nearly stumbled. Is this really how he perceives me? Rushing to Yazi's residence, Qingyun was relieved to find him cultivating and not out. Yazi, my little brother Xiaolong accidentally killed the fifth elder's only grandson. I don't have time to explain further. I must leave the Great Yin Sect immediately. Although someone last night learned of my connection to you, they haven't seen Xiaolong, so you are still safe here. We will reunite once you descend the mountain. Qingyun spoke rapidly, fully aware that lingering even a moment longer could spell danger. Take care. Yazi hesitated, truthfully. He yearned to leave with Qingyun, but could not bear to part from Bishuang, ultimately deciding to stay. He opened his storage bag and retrieved a fiery red-silver hook, offering it to Qingyun. This is my finest treasure, take it. Qingyun pushed it back firmly, stating, I have plenty of such items in my storage ring. Your safety and cultivation are what matters. Without waiting for Yazi's response, Qingyun quickly returned to his residence and departed with Xiaolong. To avoid drawing attention, Qingyun, though anxious, maintained a composed demeanor as he and Xiaolong casually made their way toward Tianzhuo Peak. Chapter 11. The Wrath of Yin Xiang in the Great Yin Sect. A cultivation sect such as this, disciples are not permitted to leave at will. Only those who reach the core formation stage are allowed to descend the mountain. The spiritual energy on the Qingming continent is sparse, and natural treasures are rare. Thus, conflicts among disciples from various sects over resources are fierce. Weak disciples risk losing their lives outside at any moment. Qingyun was well aware of the rules of the Great Yin Sect, so he did not recklessly approach the main entrance, but instead sought opportunities at the back mountain, preparing to return to the cave of Tianzhuo Peak for refuge. At this moment, Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had originally thought to remain in the Great Yin Sect and cultivate peacefully, seeking opportunities to ask his master for assistance in resolving his internal issues. However, fate had other plans. Xiaolong had unintentionally killed the fifth elder, Yin Xiang's only grandson. Although he was unaware of Yin Xiang's true strength, he presumed that with a mere flick of his finger, Yin Xiang could take both his and Xiaolong's lives. Qingyun swiftly entered the back mountain of the sect with Xiaolong. He intended to conceal themselves there before seizing an opportunity for Xiaolong to quietly carry him into the cave. As soon as they stepped into the back mountain, they were met with a thunderous roar. All disciples from the outer sect were commanded to immediately seal all mountain gates, allowing not a single bird to escape. At that moment, Elder Yinxiang was consumed by fury. Despite having reached the spirit void stage, the sudden news of his grandson's death left him in turmoil. He understood that his grandson had been spoiled and had a peculiar temperament, offending many. However, within the outer sect, he had always been under protection and no one dared to harm him. Today, after finishing alchemy, Yinxiang had planned to send a message to his grandson via a jade slip, urging him to return for his medicine. Yet, upon scanning his consciousness, he found his grandson's presence had vanished. His cherished grandson had never left the Dayan sect since childhood, and a sense of foreboding washed over him as he hurried to the place where his grandson's life jade slip was kept. Seeing the shattered slip, Yinxiang's heart convulsed in anguish, and his rage surged uncontrollably. Had he not been engrossed in crafting a fifth-grade spirit pill, fearing disturbance, his beloved grandson would not have perished beneath his very eyes. Yinxiang immediately unleashed his consciousness, swiftly enveloping the entire outer sect, yet found no trace of his grandson. Regret and anger intertwined. A chilling murderous intent surged within him, spreading outward. The exquisite jade chairs and tables around him were reduced to powder in an instant. A master of the spirit void stage, terrifying indeed. He was truly enraged. He would personally track down the murderer of his grandson, ensuring they would suffer unending torment. Thus, Yinxiang transmitted orders, commanding his disciples to seal all mountain gates. His furious roar echoed throughout the outer sect, almost shattering Qingyun's eardrums. Xiaolong, immediately transform into your true form. We shall swiftly fly to that cave. Upon hearing this roar, Qingyun made a decisive choice. He knew waiting was no longer an option. If he delayed, it could mean encountering Elder Yinxiang instead of his fellow disciples. In the brief moment following the roar, they could take advantage of the situation. Xian Yi, without further inquiry, transformed into a golden dragon, and within mere breaths, they arrived at the cave's location. Without hesitation, the two entered. A wave of putrid stench assaulted them, causing nausea. How could it have become so foul in just a few days? Xiaolong nearly succumbed to the stench. No time to dwell on that. We must hurry to the pool, Qingyun urged, seemingly unfazed. Upon reaching the pool, they discovered it had already changed beyond recognition. Without the protective formation, the place had gradually fallen into ruin. Thankfully, it remained well hidden. Even if Tianzhuo Peak were to be used for testing disciples in the future, the chances of discovery were slim. Once night falls, we will attempt to descend the mountain. Elder Yinxiang must have set up arrangements outside. If we fall into his hands, survival is unlikely. Qingyun's expression grew grave. He was uncertain whether Yinxiang had already deduced that Xiaolong was responsible for Luo Muhan's death, or how Zihuan had explained the situation to others. For now, they could only proceed as circumstances dictated. Resolving to push such thoughts aside, he sat down cross-legged to continue his cultivation. He yearned to enhance his strength. In his current weak state, facing such dire events left him feeling utterly powerless. Yet, the blood coursing through him showed no signs of turning red, adding to his frustration. With no other means to increase his cultivation, he resolved to diligently practice the first layer of the chaos technique. Yinxiang, with his abilities, soon uncovered the details of the incident. However, due to the formidable forces backing Zihuan, he dared not take action against her. Zihuan's master, Qifeng, could only report the matter to his own master, Elder Yinwu. Elder Yinwu, the sole female in the outer sect, was known for her fondness toward Zihuan and Bisha. Calling Zihuan before her, she gently patted her head and grasped the entirety of the situation surrounding Luo Muhan's murder. Realizing Yinxiang's only grandson had met his demise, she softened and revealed the truth to her junior. A newly initiated disciple had carelessly taken the life of her nascent stage grandson, even leaving his soul unable to escape. Yinxiang found this matter exceedingly strange. Could it be that an old enemy had infiltrated the sect for revenge? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. The Dayan sect's recruitment process was stringent, presided over by senior brother Yinqing, ensuring no one could infiltrate unnoticed. Whoever it may be, they must pay for my grandson's life. Guofan, dispatch orders to swiftly locate the boy known as Xiaolong. As you command, Master, Guofan respectfully replied before departing. The Luo family was left without a successor. Although Yinxiang had reached the spirit void stage, he still found it hard to accept the notion of his lineage ending. With a heavy sigh, he transformed into a streak of light and appeared above the outer sect of the Dayan sect. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, establishing a barrier that only allowed entry but denied exit. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the outer sect's library tower, an elder sat cross-legged in meditation. Casually glancing in Yinxiang's direction, he mused aloud. Without the burden of his grandson, Yinxiang should soon enter the harmonization stage. Those two youngsters are rather peculiar. They seem to have encountered a fortuitous opportunity, suggesting the ancestors are watching over them. With that, he closed his eyes, seemingly disinterested in the outer events. This elder was none other than Yinxing, the first elder of the outer sect. At this moment, Qingyun was immersed in his cultivation. Xiaolong, aware of the trouble he had caused, shed his previous arrogance and obediently waited for nightfall. He glanced at the pool, sensing something unusual beneath its depths. While absorbing the memories of his inheritance, he had consistently felt a pair of eyes watching him from below. Yet, each time he attempted to approach, a mysterious force thwarted him. With limited inheritance knowledge, he found himself powerless against that force. However, his innate curiosity compelled him to explore further. Just as he prepared to act, Qingyun suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Xiaolong, let us examine the cave entrance." With that, he led the way toward the entrance. And Xiaolong, with a resigned expression, followed suit. The night had fully descended. Without hesitation, Qingyun directed Xiaolong to revert to his true form. And in the blink of an eye, they soared into the sky. "Brother, which direction shall we take?" Xiaolong asked as they flew rapidly above the outer sect of the Dayan sect. The main gate was certainly off limits. "Let us choose a more secluded direction to escape." Qingyun contemplated briefly before deciding on the southeast corner. Xiaolong unleashed his full strength, dashing toward the southeast corner at breakneck speed. Qingyun clung tightly to the dragon's back. Had his body not been honed through rigorous training, the fierce gale would have surely swept him away. Just as they were about to break free from the outer sect's boundaries, unexpectedly, Xiaolong collided violently with an invisible barrier. The force of their high-speed impact was tremendous. With a resounding crash, Xiaolong's head was left bloodied, scales flying off, and he let out a muffled groan, plummeting alongside Qingyun. They crashed into the stone-paved ground, creating a sizable crater. Following the faint light, the massive stone slab was now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Xiaolong reverted to his child form, dizzy and disoriented. Despite the intense pain coursing through his body, Qingyun disregarded his own injuries, hoisting the bloodied Xiaolong and activating the wind control technique he had only just begun to learn, propelling them forward with all his might. "Humph, seeking to escape?" A chilling voice echoed as a middle-aged man clad in gray appeared before them like a specter. As Qingyun swiftly adjusted his direction, he charged forward once more. The imposing aura emanating from the gray-clad man weighed down upon him like a mountain. And no matter which way he attempted to flee, the man always positioned himself ahead. Forced to halt, Qingyun fixed a cold gaze upon the man in black. "Spare the boy, and I shall grant you your life," the gray-clad man stated flatly. "Impossible," Qingyun retorted, his voice unwavering, devoid of hesitation. Meanwhile, his mind raced, devising a strategy. Yet, despite his efforts, it seemed there was but one outcome. There were no viable tactics in the face of such overwhelming strength. "Then let us perish together," the gray-clad man declared, ceasing further dialogue as he swung an arm, unleashing a tremendous palm strike aimed at the little dragon perched upon Qingyun's shoulder. With urgency, Qingyun retreated, gathering all his energy before him to withstand the blow. The impact sent a violent surge through his body, as if his very organs were displaced. Fortunately, he had previously discovered that concentrating his energy in one spot could bolster his resistance. Otherwise, he might have found his bones shattered by that strike. Stifling a mouthful of black blood, he gently set the little dragon down, calmly instructing, "Little dragon, I will hold him off. Find a way to escape." "No, brother. I cannot abandon you," the little dragon replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qingyun's resolute words had warmed his heart, and witnessing his brother endure a strike on his behalf solidified his view of Qingyun as a true elder brother. Gritting his teeth, the little dragon displayed a newfound determination. "Brother, buy me 10 breaths of time." Without further explanation, he seated himself cross-legged, his hands forming intricate seals, his face contorted in pain. Qingyun remained silent, stepping resolutely to shield the little dragon from the gray-clad man. Though the man's cultivation was inscrutable, Qingyun could surmise it was at least at the nascent soul stage, a pivotal threshold for cultivators, marking a significant enhancement in both power and lifespan. Realizing that relying solely on his own energy would not suffice to withstand another attack, Qingyun retrieved the black longsword he had wielded during his confrontation with Zhang Qingfeng. "So you can withstand a blow from Gua. I may have underestimated you," the gray-clad man mused, "but this ends here. Any resistance is futile." In an instant, he accelerated, arriving before Qingyun and delivering another crushing palm strike to his chest. With a sickening crack, Qingyun's ribcage caved in, broken bones piercing his organs, the excruciating pain threatening to render him unconscious. Yet it was not over. A powerful force surged within him, exploding outward. The agony of flesh and bone intertwined caused Qingyun's consciousness to blur. He bit down on his tongue, forcing himself not to retreat, but blood poured from his mouth. Unable to be contained, the energy within him had been ruthlessly compressed by that last strike. The gray-clad man, surprised that Qingyun had survived 2 blows, had initially aimed to kill the young boy at the behest of his master, Yanxiang. However, he had not anticipated that this youth would endure so much. With a roar, the wrath of the flame lion, a colossal fire lion, towering over 3 zhang, materialized behind the gray-clad man, its massive maw gaping as it lunged toward Qingyun. As the enormous fire lion charged, a sense of helplessness washed over Qingyun for the first time. He had no offensive techniques left, relying solely on his energy for defense, and his condition was dire. The disparity in cultivation levels was glaring, and merely surviving this long had been a feat in itself. Nevertheless, Qingyun raised the black longsword before him, desperately channeling every ounce of his energy into it, bracing for the impending attack. However, before the fire lion could engulf him, an unexpected dragon's roar resonated, causing the lion to recoil in fear. In an instant, a magnificent golden dragon, measuring 4 to 5 zhang, descended from the sky, its claws crackling with arcs of electricity, manifesting a colossal sphere of lightning. The overwhelming force contained within the sphere startled even the gray-clad man. The little dragon, unwavering, hurled the lightning sphere toward the gray-clad man and swiftly seized Qingyun, vanishing in a flash. As a thunderous explosion echoed behind them, the little dragon had forcibly breached the erase barrier, disappearing from sight. At the moment of their disappearance, the arriving Yanxiang witnessed the disheveled gray-clad man rising from the ground. One of the man's arms had been obliterated, bloodied and horrific to behold. Yanxiang snorted coldly, commanding, "Inform the master, and take along the 6th, 7th, and 8th to continue the pursuit. Ensure that their corpses are brought back to me." The subordinate complied. Not only had the gray-clad man failed to eliminate the boy, but he had also been left maimed, his heart heavy with anxiety. Upon hearing that his master held no grievances against him, he respectfully accepted the orders. Once Yanxiang's figure vanished, the gray-clad man wasted no time in notifying his senior brother. Though he was battered, he was exhilarated to learn that the boy was, in fact, an underage golden dragon. The little dragon soared southeast with Qingyun, having forcibly elevated his cultivation using Dragon Clan secrets, which had inflicted considerable damage upon his body. Now, flying at full speed, he could no longer endure and eventually landed in a desolate mountain range. Qingyun, gravely injured with nearly all his ribs fractured, gritted his teeth and managed to rise. As the little dragon transformed back into his human form, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qingyun surveyed the terrain and was delighted to recognize that this was the desolate mountain they had traversed a decade prior while journeying to the Great Flame Sect. If memory served correctly, heading east from here would lead to a vast sea. However, moving forward was no longer an option. Qingyun hoisted the little dragon and sought refuge in a nearby concealed cave. Though dim, the cave was remarkably dry. Qingyun set the little dragon down and was astonished to find that he still clutched the black longsword, casually tossing it to the ground. He retrieved an abundance of fruits from his storage ring, smashing them to extract their juices and pour them into the little dragon's mouth. He then consumed the remaining fruits that had yielded no more juice. Alas, despite his efforts, the little dragon showed no signs of awakening, causing him to grow anxious. Suddenly, he recalled the pills resting in the ring. Without hesitation, he retrieved all the seemingly edible items from his storage ring, and soon the cave was filled with a rich aroma. The Elder's ring contained a considerable assortment of pills. Although Qingyun had gleaned some knowledge about pills in the library tower, he was unable to recognize any of them at this moment. Unsure of their properties, he hesitated to administer them to the little dragon. Observing the unconscious little dragon, Qingyun sat on the ground and pondered for a moment, formulating a plan. Chapter 13, Ice Departure Immortal Pill. While he could not precisely ascertain the properties of these pills, he was certain that the fragrant pills could not possibly be toxic. Qingyun carefully selected one, splitting it in half to examine before resolutely swallowing it. He intended to test the pill's effects on himself first. If it proved beneficial for healing, he would then administer it to the little dragon. As soon as the elixir entered his mouth, an intense chill surged through his body, with the icy essence wreaking havoc within, exacerbating his already grave injuries. Qingyun's heart sank, realizing the folly of consuming the pill so recklessly. Regret was now futile. He could only muster his remaining spiritual energy, gathering it near his heart vein to combat the cold current that relentlessly ravaged his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that the spiritual energy he had painstakingly accumulated had diminished by more than half. How could this be? He recalled the earlier scene of frantically infusing energy into the black sword. Was it possible? There was no time for contemplation. He had to focus entirely on resisting the frigid onslaught within him. 2 hours passed, and as the last vestige of his spiritual power waned, Qingyun finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, a massive ape, drawn by the rich aroma of the elixir, approached the cave. The creature advanced cautiously, sensing a formidable presence within, albeit a faint one. Despite a flicker of fear, the enticing fragrance compelled it to reach the cave entrance. Its gaze fell not on the scattered pills or Qingyun, but rather on the little dragon, Xian-Yi, which was the source of its trepidation. One glance sent a shiver through its being, as a pressure emanating from the very soul instilled an impulse to submit. Suppressing this urge, the ape lunged toward the elixir. With each step, the cave trembled ominously. Just as the giant ape grasped the elixir, a powerful pressure suddenly locked onto its body, rendering it immobile. A mere fourth-tier monkey dares to covet this celestial pill? Leave this cave at once. A faint, yet resonant voice echoed from outside. The sound caused the giant ape to tremble, its body feeling as though it might explode at any moment. Stripped of any inclination to resist, it obediently dropped the elixir and fled the cave, not daring to look back as it vanished into the forest. In a flash of white light, an elderly figure clad in green, holding a crimson whisk, appeared in the cave. It was none other than Yin Chun, the first elder of the outer sect of the Yin sect. This lad is audacious indeed, daring to consume a first-grade celestial pill so carelessly. Thankfully, it was only half a pill. Elder Yin approached Qingyun, gently tapping him with the whisk, enveloping him in a crimson light. With a single hand pressing down on the barrier, immense spiritual power flowed into Qingyun, gradually restoring his ravaged organs and forcing the icy current into a corner of his dantian, where it was slightly sealed. After a brief moment, Elder Yin lifted the barrier and casually pointed at the little dragon, leaving behind a yellow jade slip before vanishing from the cave. As soon as he disappeared, Qingyun regained consciousness. Though he could not fathom why the ancestor had taken an interest in him, he sincerely hoped for his rapid development, bringing miracles to this continent. Upon awakening, Qingyun was astonished to find that his injuries had healed, although his spiritual energy remained depleted. Had the elixir truly been effective? No, that would be impossible. The cold current had continuously ravaged his body upon ingestion. Confounded, he could only attribute the healing to the elixir's influence. Ah, the jade slip. He soon discovered the yellow jade slip left by Elder Yin, which bore intricate dragon patterns. Grasping it, he pressed it to his forehead and began to examine its contents. To his inner delight, this jade slip contained an exhaustive record of nearly all the elixirs available on the continent. It detailed various grades, properties, aromas, and colors of the pills, as well as information about alchemical sects, furnaces, and materials. He learned that elixirs were categorized into spiritual and celestial types, each with 9 grades, with the highest being known as supreme. On the Starbright continent, 2 renowned alchemical sects existed, the Extreme Pill sect in the Crimson Moon Empire and the Dao Yuan sect in the Qingyun Empire. Most outstanding alchemists hailed from these 2 sections. How careless I have been, Qingyun chided himself. He had assumed that in his moment of desperation, he had inadvertently brought the jade slip along with the elixir, failing to notice it. Had he discovered it sooner, he would have endured far less suffering. Nevertheless, he was grateful that his injuries had healed, and he had gained a comprehensive understanding of elixirs, leaving him feeling immensely enriched. It seemed he must thoroughly study the ring left by old Feng Yamo, for it contained an abundance of treasures. Now he understood that the elixir he had initially consumed was of the type that enhanced cultivation, not for healing. Even more astonishing was the fact that the ring contained only celestial elixirs. However, due to their scarcity on the continent, despite reviewing the jade slip, he still knew very little about celestial pills. The ring was filled with a multitude of elixirs, but he could only recognize a few based on the information in the slip. He hastily approached the little dragon, retrieving a rejuvenation pill and breaking off 1/3 to place in its mouth. Then, he stowed the jade slip in his storage ring and immediately sat down cross-legged to investigate his body. The previously ravaged tissues were not only fully restored, but felt as though the meridians within had grown significantly stronger. Fixating on the half pill of cultivation-enhancing elixir in his hand, he steeled his resolve and swallowed it whole, driven by an insatiable desire to strengthen his abilities. As the elixir entered his body, a wave of icy coldness coursed through him. Qingyun focused his mind, activating the chaos technique, guiding the erratic cold current to flow through his meridians in an orderly manner. To his surprise, this attempt proved effective. The icy essence gradually transformed into spiritual energy, which was absorbed by his meridians and converted into spiritual power. Time slipped away as the cold current morphed into an ever-growing mass of spiritual energy, reaching a point where it became nearly uncontrollable, outpacing his ability to convert it into spiritual power. Had Elder Yin still been present, he would have been utterly astonished. He had sealed away the immense potency of the half-ice departure pill, never anticipating that Qingyun would dare to consume the other half upon awakening, merely applying a light seal. Initially, Qingyun could steadily absorb the medicinal power, but unbeknownst to him, the potent operation of the chaos technique had inadvertently activated the sealed cold current, which began to recklessly transform into spiritual energy. Qingyun silently lamented. Ever since leaving the cave, the meager spiritual energy in the atmosphere had proven insufficient to replenish his reserves. Now, with such a vast quantity of spiritual energy within him, he had to seize the opportunity to absorb it. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the chaos technique to its limits. After 10 years of cultivation, Qingyun's greatest advantage had been transforming his body into a vessel capable of containing immense spiritual energy. However, the energy contained within a single ice departure celestial pill was colossal. If released entirely and the chaos technique failed to convert it into spiritual power swiftly, Qingyun risked being overwhelmed by this overwhelming force. A sense of peril loomed over him, and he regretted his impulsiveness. He was compelled to concentrate fully, exerting every ounce of effort to push the chaos technique to its utmost limits. Yet, the conversion speed still lagged behind the unprecedented release of energy from the elixir, and the threat of imminent disaster emerged as he could almost hear the sound of his meridians threatening to rupture once more. Chapter 14. The locking of heaven. The immense spiritual energy within began to surge, gradually causing some of the frail organs within to reach their breaking point, leading to their explosive rupture. Qingyun gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, striving to accelerate the operation of the chaos technique once more. Fortunately, after recovering from his previous injuries, his internal organs and meridians had significantly strengthened, which somewhat alleviated the speed of the explosions. Within Qingyun's body, blackened blood and shattered flesh mingled horrifically. Strangely, no matter how rampant the spiritual energy became, it could not seem to tear apart his physical form. Seeing this, Qingyun felt a flicker of relief and swiftly swallowed the remaining 2/3 of the restoration pill. As soon as the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into waves of warmth, tirelessly mending the damaged organs and meridians within him. Yet, before he could revel in the relief, he felt alternating waves of heat and cold within his body, as if embroiled in a fierce battle. This further exacerbated the chaos within, and even his soul began to ache. Qingyun clenched his teeth, driven to madness by the pain deep within his spirit, and attempted to forcefully compress the disordered spiritual energy within him. However, it was futile, with each successive organ bursting. The pressure soon reached the vicinity of his heart. Just when it seemed he could hold on no longer, an eerie voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Kid, if you wish to survive, swiftly pick up the locking sword before you, the completely black one, and pour your spiritual energy into its blade. Send as much as you can." Upon hearing this voice, Qingyun saw a glimmer of hope and unhesitatingly grasped the black longsword, desperately channeling his immense spiritual energy into it. The energy seemed to have found an outlet, surging madly from his palm into the black sword's body. The feeling of internal pressure began to gradually subside. "Haha, delightful. I haven't felt this good in tens of thousands of years." A boisterous laughter resonated from within the sword, instantly restoring clarity to Qingyun's mind. A sense of unease stirred within him, prompting him to halt the flow of spiritual energy. "Hey kid, why did you stop? Humph, did you think I would harm you? Just send me a few more portions of spiritual energy, and I will be free to move. Once I emerge from this wretched sword, I will take you as my disciple and dominate this minor continent. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Qingyun ignored the voice from within the sword and resumed the operation of the chaos technique, channeling his spiritual energy. The chaos technique, having unknowingly traversed countless cycles, suddenly began to accelerate uncontrollably, gradually slipping beyond Qingyun's control, operating at a terrifying speed. Consequently, the chaotic mixture of black blood, spiritual energy, and shredded flesh was drawn into a singular pathway, spiraling in an elliptical motion. As it continued to spin, the ellipse shrank smaller and smaller, ultimately condensing into a vague energy mass, which eventually transformed into a golden elixir resting immobile in the purple palace. The moment the elixir was formed, Qingyun immediately retrieved another restoration pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The waves of warmth not only alleviated his pain, but also miraculously repaired his previously ruptured organs at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, layers of black filth began to expel from Qingyun's skin. "Kid, hurry and send me some spiritual energy, or don't blame me for being rude." The voice from the sword erupted again, demanding loudly. Time passed, and Qingyun finally exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. Recalling the harrowing brush with death, he felt a lingering dread. To his astonishment, half of the elixir had led to his inexplicable success in forming the elixir. He grasped the long sword before him, vaguely remembering it being called the locking sword. "Was that voice in my head you?" Qingyun inquired, puzzled. "Of course it was me. Who else could it be? Now hurry and send me more spiritual energy, and I will take you as my disciple." The repeated insistence of me from the voice made Qingyun frown. Although this voice had seemingly saved his life, its rudeness was quite off-putting. Moreover, the constant urging to channel spiritual energy into the sword was undoubtedly suspect. With this thought, he tossed the locking sword aside and approached the little dragon. After forming the elixir, Qingyun felt his spiritual power surging within, and the world around him appeared ever clearer. Xian Yi remained unconscious, and he knelt down to gently channel his spiritual energy into the little dragon. Before long, the little dragon awakened languidly. "Big brother." The little dragon spoke weakly. Having forcibly used secret techniques to elevate his cultivation, the backlash was tremendously severe. In his homeland, he would have recovered within days. But on this starbright continent, it would take at least 8 or 9 years for a complete restoration. Qingyun nodded slightly, preparing to continue administering elixirs to the little dragon when suddenly, a whistling sound erupted from behind him. He turned to see the locking sword soaring into the air of its own accord. "Humph, kid, so stingy with your spiritual energy. I'll take it myself." The voice exclaimed as it lunged toward Qingyun, striking his blocking arm with lightning speed. A stream of black blood sprayed forth, yet Qingyun, oddly undeterred by the pain, seized the locking sword. The blood that fell cascaded onto the black sword's surface, eliciting a piercing scream that echoed through the cave. You tricked me. I will not spare you." The voice shrieked. Qingyun smiled enigmatically. Indeed, he had played a trick. He had intentionally allowed the locking sword to wound him, hoping to have his blood fall upon it. He surmised that this sword must have belonged to the late Feng Yamo, and since Feng Yamo had passed on, the sword was likely without a master, thus capable of acknowledging its new owner through blood. Once Qingyun established a connection with the locking sword, he felt unafraid to channel more spiritual energy into it. This time, he decisively infused the newly transformed spiritual power within. The black sword emitted a series of resonant cries. And before long, a young man clad in black appeared before Qingyun. This sight momentarily stunned Qingyun. He had expected an old man to emerge, yet here stood a youth. "Are you envious of my handsomeness?" The black-clad youth seethed inwardly. "In my prime, my name, Locking Heaven, was renowned throughout the celestial realm. Though I was somewhat displeased to serve that indecisive second master, Feng, he did provide me with considerable benefits. Who knew he would perish over something as trivial as a dragon egg on this ordinary continent, leaving me to slumber for 20,000 years, weakened beyond recognition." Upon sensing that Qingyun was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the immense spiritual energy, he had no intention of saving him. He merely sought to avoid wasting such abundant energy, devising a method that served dual purposes. Had Qingyun continued to pour in more energy, he would have been able to manifest himself freely. Little did he know that 2 millennia of slumber had dulled his senses, leading him into Qingyun's trap. Understanding this, Qingyun grasped the sword and realized that the young man before him was not human, but rather a sword spirit named Locking Heaven. "Disrespect me again, and I shall obliterate your consciousness," Qingyun warned coldly. "Please, no. You shall be my third master from now on. I shall not dare to show disrespect again." Locking Heaven feigned reverence, harboring deep disdain within. "Humph, if I hadn't been asleep for 2 millennia, I wouldn't have let you capture me so easily. A master? Huh. With your cultivation, you wouldn't be worthy of even tying my shoes. Once you perish, I will be free." What Locking Heaven thought was unbeknownst to Qingyun. His current thoughts were solely centered on waiting for the little dragon to heal, then setting sail across the sea to return to Jishan village, evading Yan Xiang's pursuit, and subsequently seeking a remedy for his own body. Chapter 15. Old friends and places. Qingyun returned to the little dragon's side and presented him with a restoration pill. Watching from the side, Locking Heaven could not help but feel envious. The immortal pills of Feng were being treated like mere candies by this kid. "How do you feel? You seem unwell," Qingyun expressed his concern. "Big brother." Xiaolong could not conceal the pallor upon his face. The gray-clad man he had encountered earlier was a formidable expert at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. "I had forcibly enhanced my cultivation through the clan's secret arts merely to unleash that single strike. Now, however, I have suffered significant backlash and shall likely take a long time to recover. Let us return to Jishan village, my hometown. I have not been back in over a decade, and I yearn for it dearly. There, you can recuperate in peace. But I can hardly walk at present. As we wander outside, should we encounter the pursuit of the old man Yinxiang from the Blaze Sect, Xiaolong has lost his former vivacity, his head drooping in despair. Then let us stay here for a while. Once your injuries have improved, we shall continue our journey." Qingyun momentarily could not conceive of a better solution. Unable to utilize readily available resources, how foolish indeed, Loctian muttered to himself. If these 2 simpletons were to remain here for 10 or 8 years, would I not be compelled to accompany them? How utterly tedious. With this thought, Loctian instantly donned a smiling facade and approached Qingyun, saying, "Master, it is actually feasible to allow Xiaolong to enter your storage ring for recuperation. This storage ring is far superior to any ordinary storage pouch. Although it lacks spiritual energy, it contains numerous celestial elixirs, which will greatly expedite Xiaolong's recovery." "Oh, are you familiar with the elixirs inside?" Qingyun inquired nonchalantly. "Of course. Do not underestimate me. My previous master was the venerable Feng Mao, and I am well acquainted with everything contained within his storage ring. You need not worry, master." Loctian felt a surge of delight. It turned out this simpleton did not recognize the elixirs within, and now they had stumbled upon a significant advantage. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong's despondence vanished, and he beamed with joy, eagerly requesting Qingyun to store him within the storage ring. Qingyun, knowing Xiaolong was likely coveting the celestial fruits within that space, could only smile helplessly. The bond of blood between the two allowed Xiaolong to communicate telepathically with Qingyun, even while inside the storage ring. "Brother, be cautious of that sword spirit. He does not genuinely submit to you. I understand. Focus on your recovery inside. We shall return to Jishan village immediately." After their mental exchange, Qingyun and Xiaolong employed their spiritual energy to cleanse their bodies of all impurities, feeling an indescribable sense of refreshment. Stepping out of the cave, Qingyun stretched lazily and squinted at the sky. It was a bright and sunny afternoon. After orienting himself slightly, he activated the wind control technique and soared eastward. Loctian, not daring to lag behind, promptly followed suit. This time, utilizing spiritual energy to control the wind control technique, and having recently broken through to the core formation stage. Qingyun noticed a remarkable increase in speed. Yet, before he could revel in this newfound exhilaration, he saw Lok Tian flash past him with a whoosh. Qingyun felt a pang of frustration. Lok Tian, sensing something amiss, immediately turned back to trail behind Qingyun, wearing an obsequious expression as he said, "Master, after sleeping for 20,000 years, I may have gotten a bit too excited upon emerging." Qingyun, at a loss for words, chose to ignore him and propelled himself forward with all his might. He intended to reach the seaside first, and then take a boat back to his homeland. Growing up by the sea, he was well acquainted with it, thus increasing his chances of evading the pursuit of the old man Yinxiang from the Blaze Sect. Having lost his only grandson, it was clear he would not let Xiaolong off easily. However, the journey back would require a circumspect approach. They could only return to the village once it was deemed safe. As Qingyun flew, he pondered how to devise offensive techniques. Since he could not learn the Blaze Sect's fire-based divine abilities, he resolved to diligently practice the most fundamental gravity technique known throughout the continent. Thus, after flying for over 10 days, a small town gradually came into view. This was the town where he and Dunzi had resided for over a month, Shudawa Town. The town was bustling with shops and thronged with people. According to the regulations of the Qingyun Empire, every town housed a small detachment of the empire's forces responsible for maintaining order, renowned for their formidable prowess. It was said that long ago, when spiritual energy and resources were abundant on the continent, practitioners formed their own realm, the cultivation realm, with little interaction with the mundane world. However, as spiritual energy dwindled and rare materials became scarce, the two realms gradually intermingled into the present-day continent, where mortals, regardless of their innate talents, could cultivate. Consequently, the boundaries between mortals and cultivators grew increasingly blurred. The heavenly chaos technique that Qingyun practiced possessed a hidden function, allowing him to remain inconspicuous even in the town. Although he had reached the core formation stage and no longer required food or drink, he still decided to seek out an inn for a brief respite before continuing his journey. Strolling leisurely down the bustling street, he was struck by a sense of nostalgia amidst the lively crowd. During his time in Jishan village, he would often accompany Dunzi and Xiaoyulan to nearby towns, indulging her whims and bringing back brewing materials for Grandpa Lin. Those days were indeed blissful. Were it not for his determination to find a remedy for his ailments, he would not have stubbornly journeyed to the Blaze Sect alongside Dunzi for the better part of a year. Meanwhile, Lok Tian followed behind Qingyun with an air of arrogance, swaggering despite having lost nearly all his cultivation after 2 millennia of slumber. Yet, his innate pride remained undiminished. As they rounded a corner, a sign for an inn caught Qingyun's eye. He paused momentarily, warmth blossoming in his heart. A decade had passed, but this inn seemed unchanged. He wondered if she would still recognize him. Qingyun chuckled to himself, shaking his head, and slowly entered the inn. Upon stepping inside, he spotted a ruggedly built young man bellowing, "Innkeeper, bring me another jar of wine." It was evident the young man was already somewhat intoxicated. "Bring wine? What wine?" "Meng Dagong, if you don't settle your tab this time, I will personally kick you out onto the street." The voice was laced with ire, yet to Qingyun's ears, it rang like melodious silver bells. As he listened, a beautiful young woman, seemingly in her 20s, bounded down from the second floor, swiftly reaching the table of the rugged young man in just a few steps. Qingyun stole a glance and felt a flicker of excitement. She had evidently reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. As for the rugged young man, the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him left Qingyun somewhat bewildered. The young woman, upon descending, walked directly to the young man's table, appearing to take no notice of Qingyun. A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over Qingyun. Yet he quickly reconciled himself to the thought that after 10 years, who would still remember that frail boy with peculiar ailments? Chapter 16. Vice Captain Lon Hehe, Innkeeper. Do not be angry. Once I've had my fill, I will certainly pay you for the wine, the rugged young man burped, appearing utterly unconcerned. Humph. By the time you've had your fill, my wine money will probably be lost. Sun Yuman seethed with anger. Ever since Meng Dagong arrived in town, he had frequented her establishment, drinking copious amounts until he was completely inebriated, often needing to be unceremoniously tossed onto the street. Strangely, each time he was deposited outside, someone would swiftly come to carry him away, leaving Sun Yuman perplexed. Yet Meng Dagong would return, patting his chest with confidence, assuring her he would repay the debt. Today, Sun Yuman was in a particularly foul mood. Her brother had just reached the foundation establishment stage, only to be forcibly drafted to the battlefield. Recently, she had heard that the war between the empires was escalating in intensity. Previously, it had been strictly prohibited for cultivators above the foundation establishment stage to engage in battle. Yet now even those at the core formation stage were being dispatched to the borders. Being sent to the battlefield was a perilous endeavor, fraught with danger. Seeing Ming Dagong causing trouble again, Sun Yumin could not help but vent her frustration. It was not merely about the few coins of wine. It was that Ming Dagong was a member of the town's guard, and her brother's conscription was significantly influenced by the guard's actions. As she contemplated the situation, her frustration grew increasingly intense. Without a second thought, she seized the large wine bowls from the table and hurled them toward the entrance. A resounding crash echoed as the patrons within the tavern turned their gazes outside. A robust man clad in white with black trimmings had just stepped into the inn when he was unexpectedly struck by the incoming wine bowl, liquid cascading down his flowing locks. Remarkably, the man remained composed, displaying no sign of anger. Upon witnessing her carelessly thrown bowl land squarely on the head of Lan Xiaoli, Vice Captain Sun Yumin felt a wave of panic wash over her. She hurried to his side, her earlier bravado giving way to the timid demeanor of someone who had erred. This unexpected display astonished the onlookers in the tavern. Qingyun observed the scene, a pang of bittersweetness gripping his heart. Sister Yumin had found someone she cared for. He turned his attention to the tavern counter, reflecting on how he had once been just a passing child. Now, he remained a mere visitor, choosing not to intrude. "It's all right, Xiaoman," Lan Xiaoli reassured, gently patting his hair with a faint smile. The moment Sun Yumin heard him refer to her as Xiaoman, a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Innkeeper, I would like a room," Qingyun stated, his interest in the unfolding drama waning. Although he shared a past with Sun Yumin, her failure to recognize him rendered any further engagement unnecessary, as he planned to depart soon. The innkeeper, observing a scruffy, unremarkable young man seeking lodging, displayed little enthusiasm. "1 tael of silver per day, payable in advance, or you may settle in spirit stones," he replied matter-of-factly. "Master, I wish to explore outside," Suotian interjected suddenly. Qingyun merely nodded indifferently. Seeing his approval, Suotian dashed out, as if fearing Qingyun would change his mind. With the funds provided by Uncle Luo Zhu from a decade ago still at his disposal, Qingyun paid and was led upstairs by a server. The second floor was clean and serene. He selected a room overlooking the street, closed the windows, and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to organize the items within the storage ring gifted by the old man Feng Mao. There were numerous medicinal pills, and Suotian had already provided explanations for each. Among the restorative pills, in addition to the recovery pill known to Qingyun, there was another type called blood rejuvenation pill, of which he estimated there to be hundreds. However, the pills designed to enhance cultivation were varied yet scarce. Suotian informed him that one could only consume 1 pill per realm, as excess would yield no further benefit. Moreover, the higher 1's cultivation, the greater the quality of pills required. Lower-grade pills would be ineffective. Little Dragon Xian had already consumed a blood rejuvenation pill and had since fallen into a deep slumber, and Qingyun chose not to disturb him. Among the magical artifacts in the ring, aside from the Suotian sword, there was a striking fan radiating golden light. Although there were several ordinary celestial swords, Suotian cautioned that Qingyun's current cultivation level rendered him unable to wield them. The Jiolong Ding, retrieved from the cave of Tianzhuo Peak, bore numerous fine cracks, and Little Dragon remarked that it was a valuable item, though he could not discern its worth. Other herbs and materials remained largely unfamiliar to Suotian, for during his time with the immortal Feng Mao, he had not been privy to all the details. It seemed that his previous claims of knowing everything within the ring were largely exaggerated. Qingyun would have to study these items slowly over time. Finally, his gaze settled on several white jade slips. Among them was a message slip left for him by Zihan, along with a cultivation technique given by his master Qiyuan, including the Tian Di Hun Dunju. These were the only 3 slips Qingyun could currently access, as his consciousness could not penetrate the others, intensifying his yearning for formidable power. Initially, he had not paid much attention to Qiyuan's jade slip, but upon closer inspection, he discovered a spell that suited him perfectly, filling him with quiet joy. This technique, named Earth Spike, could unleash tremendous power when combined with sword-like magical artifacts. Finally, he had an offensive spell to practice aside from the gravitational technique, and he eagerly began his training. No sooner had he immersed himself in the cultivation of Earth Spike than a resounding bang erupted from the street, so forceful it created a sensation of tremor. Frowning slightly, Qingyun rose and drew back the curtain to peer outside. He beheld a rugged youth, seemingly kicked from the tavern into the street. Before he could regain his footing, the vice captain, Lan, materialized beside him. The rugged youth staggered to his feet, swaying as if intoxicated. It was Ming Dagong, who had been drinking on the first floor. With a wide grin, he addressed the vice captain. "Captain, let me have another barrel. I haven't had enough yet." Before he could finish, the vice captain, devoid of expression, delivered another kick, sending Meng Dagong's large frame crashing against a stone wall, which crumbled under the impact, debris scattering and burying him. Yet, Meng Dagong managed to push aside the rubble and stood up, seemingly unscathed, though the alcohol appeared to have sobered him somewhat. Spotting the vice captain ahead, he hurriedly approached. Scratching his head, "Captain, I was wrong. I'll return with you now." The vice captain nodded and led the way, with Meng Dagong closely following. Qingyun let the curtain fall and resumed his meditation, focusing once more on cultivating Earth Spike. However, the vice captain left a profound impression on him. Chapter 17. Earth Spike. Qingyun immersed himself wholeheartedly in the practice of Earth Spike, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when a knock echoed from outside that he opened his eyes from his meditation. "Master, I encountered an acquaintance outside," Suotian communicated telepathically. And upon receiving Qingyun's consent, he eagerly entered the room. "An acquaintance? Who?" Qingyun queried, intrigued. Could Suotian possess the ability to read minds, discerning that he had contacts in this town? However, Suotian's subsequent revelation dispelled any doubts. "It's the fellow master once intended to slay, Zhang Chengfeng. Otherwise, I wouldn't know him," he explained. "Oh, Zhang Chengfeng, the one who contended with Dunzi over a lover?" Qingyun laughed, his surprise morphing into delight. "Where did you see him?" "In the town's guard courtyard. I heard it's where a small detachment from the Empire is stationed," Suotian replied without reservation. Calculating in his mind that if he could lure this fellow out for a duel, perhaps he would meet his end, granting Suotian his freedom once more. Why had Zhang Chengfeng suddenly arrived at this town's guard? He was not from the Yin clan, so it was unlikely he would engage in the pursuit of Qingyun and Little Dragon. Was it merely a coincidence? Qingyun pondered. The Blaze Sect forbade disciples below the core formation stage from wandering freely, so it seemed Zhang Chengfeng must have accompanied someone else. Noticing Qingyun's silence, Suotian assumed he was intimidated and feared that his plans might fall through. To allay his concerns, he quickly proposed, "Master, since Zhang Chengfeng holds a grudge against you, why not lure him out and take the opportunity to eliminate him?" "That is indeed a sound idea." "Very well, you shall handle the task of luring him out. I will follow behind," Qingyun conceded. Suotian was elated, scampering off with glee. Though Qingyun maintained a calm exterior, suspicion brewed within him regarding Suotian. The suggestion he had just proposed resonated with Qingyun's own thoughts, leaving him to wonder if Suotian possessed mind-reading abilities or if he harbored ulterior motives. Despite being a sword spirit, reluctantly bound to Qingyun, vigilance was still warranted. Qingyun retrieved a pristine set of white garments from his storage ring and quietly followed behind Suotian. As he descended the stairs, he noticed Sun Yumin resting her chin on the counter, lost in thought. Upon seeing Qingyun, she trembled slightly, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with his face. Where had she seen him before? Just as she was about to call out to him, she realized he had vanished at the doorway. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Shaking her head, she returned to her reverie. Upon exiting the inn, Qingyun observed the ominous clouds gathering overhead, signaling an impending downpour. Redirecting his gaze from the sky, he maintained a distance as he trailed Suotian, eager to witness how he would summon Zhang Chengfeng. Suotian stopped at a tavern, purchasing a jar of wine, and began drinking as he walked. Soon arriving at the courtyard of the town guard. Stumbling towards the guards at the entrance, Suotian fell to the ground, mumbling, "My head is spinning. Who is this drunken fool daring to cause a ruckus in the guard's courtyard?" As the two guards approached to remove him, Suotian suddenly sprang up, seizing one guard by the head. With a brutal clash, their skulls shattered like watermelons, their brains splattering grotesquely as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Renowned for his ferocity in the celestial realm, Suotian had no qualms about employing brute force. After dispatching the guards, he quickly donned their uniforms and infiltrated the courtyard. Qingyun kept his distance, aware that if he overheard Suotian's cries, he would be compelled to eliminate him. As Suotian rushed into the courtyard, he shouted, "Trouble! Trouble! A boy named Fu Qingyun has killed our guards." His alarm stirred a flurry of activity, drawing out everyone from the courtyard. Despite the crowd, including two formidable Yuanian cultivators, Suotian remained unfazed. Even at a mere 10% of his strength, he could annihilate them all. Though currently weakened, he was confident in preserving his life. He had assumed that calling out Fu Qingyun's name would only pique Zhang Chengfeng's interest, yet the response was far more significant than he anticipated. Zhang Chengfeng emerged from the throng, and Suotian's heart swelled with delight. "Oh, Fu Qingyun, where is he? Take me to him." Though Chengfeng had previously clashed with Qingyun, he believed they were evenly matched. Now, having successfully condensed his Dan with his master's assistance, he was brimming with confidence and devoid of fear. Suotian pivoted and dashed towards the main entrance, wary of remaining too long and revealing his disguise. After waiting in the distance for what felt like an eternity without any sign of action, Qingyun mused about Suotian's antics. Had he failed to lure anyone and met his demise inside? Just then, Suotian burst forth, racing towards him. With his mission accomplished, Suotian ceased to conceal his strength, swiftly closing the distance to Qingyun. Zhang Chengfeng followed closely behind, his eyes locking onto Qingyun. Huh, what a stroke of fortune. Fu Qingyun. The elder has commanded that you surrender that boy, and in consideration of your status as a newly admitted disciple, your life may be spared. Chengfeng was elated. For the elder had promised that whoever captured or killed these two would receive a personal promotion in cultivation. Qingyun's eyes blazed with fury upon seeing Chengfeng. The one who dared to harm his dearest friend had firmly secured his place atop Qingyun's blacklist. Without further ado, Qingyun drew forth the black Suotian sword and bellowed. Suotian, return. Reluctantly, Suotian slipped into the blade. Holding the sword before him, Qingyun plunged it into the ground with force, declaring, Earth Spike. A dark gray energy blade, as wide as 10 feet, cleaved through the earth, surging towards Zhang Chengfeng. The speed of Suotian was astonishing as it reached Chengfeng's chest in an instant. In a panic, Chengfeng drew a mid-tier magical artifact gifted by his master to shield himself. With a resounding impact, he was hurled backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. A deep chasm carved itself into the earth before him. Chengfeng was struck with horror. How had Fu Qingyun become so formidable in just a few days? Before he could regain his footing, Qingyun summoned him with a flick of his left hand, and Chengfeng was inexplicably drawn towards him. Qingyun had employed his gravitational technique for the first time, intent on swiftly eliminating Chengfeng and departing from Shadowua town. The unforeseen arrival of Chengfeng filled Qingyun with an ominous sense of dread. As Chengfeng drew near, Qingyun raised the black Suotian sword once more. Chengfeng was paralyzed with fear, realizing that a single strike would spell his doom. He cried out, Elder brother, save me. But before he could finish, the dark gray energy blade struck him once again. Chengfeng's body exploded into fragments, a thin wisp of white smoke fleeing towards the courtyard. Suotian, pursue and obliterate that soul. Without hesitation, Suotian emerged from the sword, quickly chasing after Chengfeng's spirit. With a piercing scream, Chengfeng vanished forever from this realm. Just as Suotian intended to return, an unexpected shift occurred. A tremendous pressure descended upon Qingyun, akin to a mountain bearing down on him. He felt as though his legs were encased in lead, rendering movement arduous. The price for killing a disciple of Lan had come due. Unbeknownst to him, Lan Xiaoli approached, stepping through the void with deliberate strides. Chapter 18. The Great Escape. As the imposing figure of Lan Xiaoli advanced, Qingyun's cold sweat poured from him. He could distinctly sense that Lan Xiaoli's cultivation was inferior to that of the gray-clad man who had intercepted him and Xiaolong at the Blaze Sect. Yet, inexplicably, his body felt as though it were under the influence of a slow-motion spell, making movement excruciatingly difficult. Though you seem to possess only mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, you managed to slay my late-stage perfected foundation disciple in 2 moves. Your cultivation must be at least at the initial stage of Dan condensation, Lan Xiaoli remarked, coming to a halt, towering in the air. His demeanor was calm. Indeed, a Yuanian cultivator could easily extinguish a foundation establishment cultivator with a single blow. He was a prodigy, the first among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Blaze Sect's outer sect, and now, having broken through to Yuaniing at such a young age, the sect had high hopes for him. Qingyun was taken aback by Lan Xiaoli's precise assessment of his strength, indicating extraordinary perceptiveness. His first instinct was to flee, to distance himself as far as possible. Given his current cultivation, he harbored no hope of victory, yet his legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, refusing to obey his commands. Perhaps you too are a remarkable talent, achieving Dan condensation at such a young age, but encountering me seals your tragic fate, Lan Xiaoli continued. Ceasing further conversation, slowly, he raised his arm and intoned, Wrath of the Fiery Lion. A massive fire lion materialized behind him, illuminating the dim sky with a blazing crimson hue. Suotian dove into the black long sword, simultaneously transmitting to Qingyun, Master, I cannot withstand the fire lion's devouring power in my current state. You must take out that cauldron to resist it. He had just finished transmitting his thoughts when the colossal fire lion opened its gaping maw, ready to engulf Qingyun. Without the secret techniques of the little dragon, what could he possibly use to resist? Nevertheless, he decided to trust the sword spirit just this once. With that thought, he resolutely took out the nine-dragon cauldron and positioned it before him. The moment the nine-dragon cauldron appeared, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. The previously darkened sky suddenly flashed with a white lightning bolt, followed closely by a resounding thunder that reverberated throughout the cosmos. As the fire lion approached, the cauldron emitted glimmers of white light, enveloping Qingyun within its protective embrace. The fire lion bit down upon the massive body of the cauldron, swallowing both Qingyun and the cauldron whole. Thunder roared in the sky, and lightning flickered incessantly, while torrential rain instantly blanketed the earth. Lan Xiaoli furrowed his brows, turning to gaze at the somber horizon, his expression growing grave. Moments later, all members of the guard team had gathered in the sky. "Vice Captain, something seems amiss," Meng Dagong remarked, his usual innocent demeanor now tinged with concern. "Captain, what do you think?" Lan Xiaoli turned respectfully to an elder in the team, who was gripping iron cane. The elder, with a face marked by the passage of time, spoke gravely. It seems there has been an anomaly in the direction of the wild forest. Everyone, stay alert and be ready for battle." This elder had served as the captain of the town's guard for over a century. Though he had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and could advance no further, his extensive experience made him a valuable asset. Lan Xiaoli suddenly turned back, realizing the fire lion had vanished, and Qingyun was nowhere to be found. This revelation surprised him. He immediately addressed the elder. "Captain, may I attend to a personal matter?" The elder frowned slightly but nodded in agreement. "The safety of the town is paramount. I will grant you half an hour." "Thank you, Captain." "A single incense stick is sufficient," Lan Xiaoli replied with a fist salute, transforming into a streak of light as he flew northeast. At that moment, Qingyun was racing madly in the northeast direction. Thanks to the cauldron's self-generated white light, he had narrowly escaped calamity. However, his situation was dire. His upper body bore only a pendant hanging from his neck, drenched in blood. For the first time, his once resilient body had been burned and mutilated by the fire lion, though fortunately, his internal organs remained unharmed. His sole desire was to flee from Shadowua town as swiftly as possible. Just after he had flown out of Shadowua town, Qingyun sensed a powerful consciousness locking onto him from behind. Truly, it was relentless. Anxious yet powerless, he could only accelerate desperately forward. He was acutely aware that in mere moments, that formidable divine sense would catch up to him. "My master, I must say your experience is rather lacking. I question how you even reached the foundation establishment stage," Suatian remarked, sensing Lan Xiaoli's approach. Qingyun, feeling helpless, retorted, "Now is not the time for idle chatter. If you have any suggestions, speak quickly." As Lan Xiaoli drew closer, Qingyun grew more anxious. "Why not burrow underground? Your physical form is robust. If you drill towards the Earth's core, the rising temperatures will surely overwhelm that blue fellow first. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Were you hoping for my demise?" Qingyun probed tentatively. Suatian's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily replied, "How could I dare? You worry too much, my master." Previously, he had indeed harbored thoughts of using Qingyun as a pawn, but after witnessing Qingyun's decisiveness in eliminating Zhang Chengfeng, he had begun to revise his opinion of this seemingly weak master. This young man was no ordinary individual. Though his cultivation was currently low, his temperament surpassed that of Feng Mo, who, despite his strength, was indecisive. In the world of cultivation, strength was paramount. One must kill their enemies without hesitation and prioritize survival above all else. Qingyun embodied this philosophy, which greatly appealed to Suatian. Thus, he decided to assist Qingyun for a time. With that in mind, Suatian ceased holding back and immediately transmitted, "Master, use the Suatian sword to carve a path." Without hesitation, Qingyun swiftly retrieved the black Suatian sword and plunged down towards the earth. Upon reaching the ground, he slashed the sword, creating a deep pit to burrow into, channeling his spiritual energy to descend deeper into the earth. Oh, he has chosen this method of escape. Intriguing indeed. As Lan Xiaoli was about to close the distance, he saw Qingyun suddenly plunge downward. Without hesitation, he followed suit, continuing the pursuit. The speed of the nascent soul stage was incomparable to that of the core formation stage. In no time, Lan Xiaoli was nearly upon him when the Suatian sword surged forth, propelling Qingyun to escape at an even greater speed. This was Suatian exhausting his own spiritual energy. As they continued to plunge towards the Earth's core, the temperature escalated. Even with Qingyun's formidable physique, he began to struggle against the rising heat. Before long, he sensed an overwhelming force of flame approaching from behind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He turned to see a massive flame serpent, its girth measuring 5 zhang, baring its fangs and approaching with a menacing glare. "I urge you to relinquish your resistance." Though my physical form is hindered underground, I have vast control over the flames here. Escape is futile. Lan Xiaoli's patience was wearing thin. It was a disgrace for him, a nascent soul cultivator, to be delayed by a mere core formation brat. At this moment, Qingyun found himself unable to halt, as he was being forcibly dragged forward by the Suotian sword. Master, this plan has backfired. I did not anticipate that this fellow could manipulate flames. It is truly vexing. Suotian lamented, feeling disheartened. He had just awakened from the sword and had little energy left. The battle and escape had drained him significantly. To make matters worse, the surrounding fire elemental energy, under Lan Xiaoli's control, was also affecting their speed. The flame serpent closed in on Qingyun, who, with no alternative, summoned the nine-dragon cauldron once more. Master, quickly drip a few drops of blood onto the cauldron. When Qingyun first produced the nine-dragon cauldron, Suotian had noticed that it had not recognized its master. Seeing Qingyun summon it again, he immediately urged him, cursing himself for his earlier oversight. Qingyun bit his finger and dripped blood into the cauldron. Unfortunately, the cauldron showed no signs of change. Suotian, what is happening? Qingyun began to inquire when the massive flame serpent instantly engulfed both him and the sword. Regrettably, not only did his attempt to bond with the cauldron fail, but it also did not emit the protective white light as it had before. Upon witnessing the flame serpent consume Qingyun, Lan Xiaoli accelerated towards the surface without hesitation, flying straight towards Shadowua Town. He had just received an urgent transmission from Captain Qin Tianben, indicating that the town was facing a crisis. Without pausing to ascertain whether Qingyun had survived, he assumed there was little chance of survival under such circumstances. Deep beneath the earth, within a vast serpentine passage, a charred figure lay motionless, still emitting wisps of black smoke. Clutched tightly in its hand was a completely black long sword, with a black hilt and blade, perfectly matching the figure. This was none other than Fu Qingyun. The immense flame power of the serpent had not only severely burned Qingyun's already mangled body, but had also dealt a heavy blow to his soul. Qingyun remained unconscious for an extended period, showing no signs of awakening. Meanwhile, the black sword stirred mysteriously, and a figure clad in black emerged, revealing himself to be Suotian. He gazed at Qingyun with a complex expression before erupting into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, I am free. I am free. After a fit of laughter, he sank into a moment of despondency, sitting down upon the ground. The surrounding rocks emanated intense heat, with waves of warmth reverberating throughout the serpentine passage. Suotian had been seated for quite some time, the thrill of newfound freedom long since faded. He had even contemplated delivering a strike to Qingyun atop his head and departing for total liberation. However, upon witnessing Qingyun's hand tightly gripping the long sword, he hesitated. Suotian had traversed the celestial realm for millennia, encountering countless individuals. Yet, this young man evoked a distinctly different sensation within him, a profound intuition from the depths of his soul that compelled him to acknowledge this frail youth as his master. Suotian possessed his own pride and integrity. Although merely a sword spirit, he had no desire to become a servant. Yet, could he alter the destiny of a sword spirit? Over the course of 10,000 years, this young man marked the third master he had encountered. Despite his inferior cultivation, throughout their journey from the cave, the young man had always complied with his wishes, never uttering a word of dissent. In stark contrast, his first master regarded him solely as a tool for murder, while the second was indecisive, often leaving him dormant within a storage ring. After much contemplation, Suotian ultimately resolved to sincerely recognize Qingyun as his master. Weak cultivation? Then he would aid in elevating it. Lacking experience? He would impart his own wisdom. As long as this young man did not insist on confining him within the sword at all times, he would be content. With this thought, he approached Qingyun, gradually channeling the spiritual energy he had absorbed from him back into Qingyun's body. Master, master, awaken. Do not slumber any longer. Qingyun vaguely heard what seemed to be Suotian calling him and slowly roused from his stupor. His soul had suffered severe injury, leaving him weak despite his awakening. Upon seeing Suotian by his side, Qingyun felt a surge of gratitude. Suotian could have abandoned him, even eliminated him to attain freedom. Yet Qingyun could distinctly sense Suotian's soul, which left him astonished. Master, from this day forth, I wholeheartedly recognize you as my master, Suotian declared solemnly. Suotian, I shall remember your great kindness. From now on, simply call me young master. Refrain from addressing me as little servant. It sounds rather awkward, Qingyun replied, immediately tossing a recovery pill to Suotian while consuming one himself, circulating his internal spiritual power to gradually absorb the medicinal efficacy. Unbeknownst to him, This seemingly casual remark stirred tumultuous waves within Suotian's heart. In the celestial realm, no sword spirit had ever addressed their master in such a manner, nor had any master ever expressed gratitude towards their sword spirit. To those masters, sword spirits were mere tools, and all that they accomplished was taken for granted. For the first time in over 10,000 years, Suotian felt something akin to warmth. From that day forth, he regarded Qingyun as his sole master, vowing within his heart, as long as the master exists, so shall the sword. If the master perishes, so shall the sword. Suotian consumed the recovery pill and quickly began to recuperate, though he did not disclose to Qingyun that such pills had little effect on him anymore. Yet, he still took it, for it was a gesture of warmth bestowed by his master. No, his young master. Time passed, and eventually, Qingyun awoke. With Suotian, he swiftly returned to the surface and continued flying northeast. One could not deny that Qingyun was exceptionally fortunate. Had he not fortuitously arrived when Shadowaa town faced formidable foes, it was likely he would not have had the opportunity to awaken again. During his flight, Qingyun silently vowed never to allow himself to fall into unconsciousness again, for that could very well lead to the loss of his life. Thus, they flew for nearly a month, finally arriving at a bustling coastal city at dusk. Along the way, Suotian proactively eliminated several low-level rogue cultivators seeking to commit murder and seize treasures, thereby acquiring a considerable amount of low-grade pills and spiritual stones. He also regaled Qingyun with numerous tales from the cultivation realm, broadening his horizons. In the hazy twilight, the words Yungang City appeared faintly, with numerous cultivator guards patrolling the imposing western city gate. Suotian returned to the sword's form, while Qingyun concealed his golden core stage cultivation, appearing as an ordinary mortal. They promptly entered the city, and after a brief inquiry, Qingyun learned that Yungang City was divided into an inner city and an outer city, where cultivators resided in the outer city while mortals inhabited the inner city. The outer city encircled the inner city, showcasing the emperor of the Qingyang Empire's benevolence towards the common folk. Qingyun soon found a place to stay. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to organize the spoils acquired during their journey. Although he had seized several pills, they were primarily low-grade healing remedies. What intrigued Qingyun most were the spiritual stones in his possession. He recalled the innkeeper mentioning that spiritual stones could serve as currency for transactions. Suotian, I sense a profound aura within these spiritual stones. Qingyun noticed Suotian lost in thought. Young master, these spiritual stones are of utmost importance in the cultivation realm. Given the spiritual energy density of this continent, it is improbable for cultivators to surpass the nascent soul stage. Yet, there are still many who have achieved this level, and even those in the tribulation stage. Why is that? Are you implying that it is due to the spiritual stones? Qingyun immediately grasped the implication. Precisely. These few spiritual stones are merely low-grade ones. There are also mid-grade, high-grade, and even top-grade stones. High-grade and top-grade spiritual stones are exceedingly rare in the celestial realm. If young master wishes to rapidly elevate his cultivation, he must find a way to acquire a substantial amount of mid-grade or higher spiritual stones to absorb their spiritual energy for enhancement. Suotian paused before continuing. If only young master could ascend to the celestial realm, for within the Feng Mo cave, there are hundreds of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones and tens of thousands of top-grade stones. Alas, for now, these are but distant thoughts. Qingyun was astounded. Did the old man Feng Mo imply that there are even greater treasures awaiting me after I ascend? He shook his head, feeling certain that it was not merely a matter of leaving something behind for him. However, contemplating this now bore little significance. Young master, I actually had an audacious idea upon entering the city, Suotian continued. Oh, pray share it. Over the past month, Qingyun had deeply felt Suotian's unwavering loyalty, gradually building trust in him and valuing his opinions. Since the outer city is populated by cultivators, we could seize this opportunity to gather a significant amount of spiritual stones before returning to Jishan village. Suotian's face revealed a fierce determination. However, there are numerous guards within the city, and their cultivation levels are not to be trifled with. The heaven and earth chaos technique I practice may grant me formidable physical prowess, allowing me to contend with late-stage golden core cultivators, but facing an expert in the nascent soul stage would leave me with no choice but to flee. Qingyun furrowed his brow. Fear not, for young master's technique possesses a concealment feature. Unless facing an opponent of vastly superior cultivation, they will not perceive it. My own cultivation has also seen some recovery over the past month. Should we encounter a nascent soul expert, I can ensure our safety. Suotian expressed unwavering confidence. Very well, then let us embark on a bold endeavor to seize spiritual stones in this outer city and swiftly find a ship to set sail. Qingyun, swayed by Suo Tian's confidence, felt a surge of excitement. As night fell completely, Qingyun donned a set of black attire, and he and Suo Tian stepped out, one behind the other. The bustling Yungang city remained vibrant even in the night. Though cultivators ought not to indulge in worldly pleasures, many still succumb to the allure of fine wine and beautiful company. Concealed in the shadows, Qingyun and Suo Tian awaited the opportune moment. With a sudden crash, a mid-stage golden core cultivator was caught off guard, swiftly rendered unconscious by a long sword of indistinguishable hue. The storage pouch at his waist was swiftly snatched away. Suo Tian forcefully erased the spiritual imprint on the pouch and promptly tossed it to Qingyun. Young master, this spiritual imprint is a rather advanced method for subjugating magical artifacts. The artifact, branded with another's consciousness, remains beyond the control of anyone else, even after its master has perished, as long as the imprint endures. Only a practitioner of greater cultivation can forcibly erase this mark and inscribe their own consciousness upon it to wield it. Suo Tian has diligently shared all his experiences with Qingyun. After a brief hour, Qingyun's storage ring has accumulated dozens of storage bags. Suo Tian, it won't be long before we attract the attention of the city guards. We must hasten to the seaside, Qingyun declared. He is neither greedy nor a senseless killer. Despite acquiring numerous storage bags, he has taken no lives. Suo Tian's intent was to annihilate all, as the realm of cultivation has always revered the strong. If one does not seize from others, one becomes a target for theft. In the empire of Qingyun, cities are typically marked by 4 grand gates, and Yungang City is no exception. According to Suo Tian's intelligence, to reach the seaside Yungang, one must pass through the eastern gate. In an instant, Qingyun and his companion arrived at the eastern gate, where the guards were notably vigilant due to its proximity to Yungang. Master, the captain of the Eastern Gates Guard is a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. If we engage, we must be swift. Otherwise, the experts from the Lord's Manor will soon arrive, making escape nearly impossible, Suo Tian whispered to Qingyun. Return to the sword for now. Your cultivation level is easily discernible. Let us see if we can slip out. If not, we must strike decisively without holding back, Qingyun instructed. And Suo Tian promptly returned to the locking sword. As Qingyun approached, he suddenly spotted a guard hastily running toward the city gate, calling out loudly, "The Lord commands. Close the city gates immediately. No one is permitted to leave. It seems we cannot exit the city for the time being." Qingyun, watching the massive gates slowly close, had no choice but to retreat swiftly back to their lodgings. Upon returning, he maintained his appearance at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Suo Tian emerged from the sword immediately. "Master, it appears that those who were unconscious have been discovered," Suo Tian sighed subtly. "You still lack experience. Had you obliterated their spirits, we would not be in this predicament. We might have already been at sea by now. No matter, as long as no one suspects us. We can wait for the commotion to pass and leave the city safely. I fear that the old man Yinxiang has already sent people to Yungang City," Qingyun expressed, his greatest concern being the pursuers sent by Yinxiang. He longed to return to Jishan village, not only to see Uncle Luozhu, but to inquire about his lineage. Hence, he needed to completely rid himself of his pursuers before daring to return. "Master, do not open those stolen storage bags just yet. Although the owners have lost contact with them, the artifacts inside still retain their consciousness," Suo Tian cautioned as Qingyun reached for a storage bag. Qingyun was startled and silently berated himself for his lack of caution. Pacing restlessly in the room, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, "Suo Tian, why don't we take another chance and rob again?" Suo Tian, momentarily taken aback by Qingyun's seemingly reckless suggestion, quickly came to agree. "What a splendid idea, master." By now, word of someone targeting storage bags must have spread throughout the city. They would never expect us to dare to act under the city's lockdown. Haha, indeed. As Qingyun and Suo Tian surmised, the news of a thief targeting low-level cultivators had spread through Yungang City, filling many lower-tier practitioners with trepidation. They understood that this thief was likely of lesser cultivation. Conversely, those above the mid-stage of core formation roamed the city with greater ease, even anticipating an encounter with the perpetrator. Qingyun was acutely aware of the adage that fortune favors the bold. Lacking the advantageous cultivation conditions of the cave, he placed his hopes on these spirit stones. The disciples within grand sects, like those of Dunzi, could establish their foundation within a mere decade due to the abundant supply of low-grade spirit stones provided monthly. Driven by an intense desire for greater cultivation, Qingyun resolved to take the risk once more. Under the darkened night sky, amid the clamor outside the city, a shadow stealthily approached a late-stage core formation practitioner. Despite the practitioner's constant vigilance, he remained oblivious to Qingyun's presence, a testament to the benefits of the chaotic heaven technique. Sensing impending danger, the practitioner turned, only to be met with excruciating pain as a black sword swiftly pierced his skull. Before his soul could flee, it was seized by a shadow and dissipated into the void. Dealing with a late-stage core formation practitioner was indeed troublesome. Merely incapacitating them was impossible. Lethal measures were the only recourse, Qingyun reflected silently. Thus, the shadowy assassination commenced anew. After 2 to 3 hours, Qingyun's storage ring had gained yet another considerable collection of storage bags. As dawn approached, Qingyun hurriedly returned to his lodgings. At the Lord's manor, a middle-aged man in a red robe glared at the venerable elder with a long beard seated in the hall, expressing his anger. This person is exceedingly audacious. It appears he has cultivated techniques to conceal his presence and cultivation level. My consciousness has enveloped the entire city, yet I have found nothing, the elder replied slowly, rising and descending from the dais. From today forth, every individual leaving the city must be thoroughly interrogated. Dispatch all the Yuaning guards at once, he commanded, waving his hand, and the red-robed man hastily complied. The elder stepped out of the hall, casting his gaze toward the direction of the wild forest. His brow furrowed in concern. Upon returning to his lodgings, Qingyun promptly retrieved the storage bags belonging to the deceased owners. The low-grade spirit stones totaled over several hundred, while the mid-grade stones numbered only a handful, and there were none of high grade. Do not be disheartened, master. The initial haul should still contain a fair number of spirit stones. With this abundance, you could cultivate for 3 to 5 years. However, as we progress, the required quality and quantity of spirit stones will only escalate, Suatian remarked, appearing somewhat fatigued after the recent plunder. Quickly meditate to regain your strength, Qingyun advised, tossing Suatian a few blood recovery pills before settling down cross-legged, grasping a spirit stone to begin his cultivation of the chaotic heaven technique. Yet, before he had trained for even an hour, a cacophony of cries and wails erupted from outside, forcing Qingyun to open his eyes. Chapter 21. The Bat Demon Beast. Upon opening his eyes, Qingyun swiftly pushed open the window, only to find that dawn had broken. Glancing southwest, his scalp prickled with unease. Thousands of demon beasts, wielding long spears, soared through the sky, each with wings and fierce visages, emitting ear-piercing screams that surrounded Yungang City's western gate, sealing it tight. Among them, a particularly massive beast relentlessly attacked the city's protective array with its spear, creating waves of ominous black mist. Meanwhile, numerous cultivators were arriving above the city. At the forefront stood a dignified elder clad in purple robes, scrutinizing the advancing horde of demon beasts with a stoic expression, devoid of anger or joy. Lord of the city, a month prior, abnormalities emerged from the wilds. Could it be? A respectful red-robed man inquired. Indeed, I sensed it earlier. These bat beasts have been driven here from the wild forest. Their intent is to seize resources, crossing the fog demon sea to reach the island at the continent's border. Reminiscent of events a century ago, the purple-robed elder stated, but his expression suddenly shifted. The ominous black mist thickened, and cracks began to form in the first layer of the city's protective barrier. Yang Hu, convey my command immediately. The 6 captains of the city's defense must assemble without delay. Yes, Lord of the city. The man in the red robe, named Yang Hu, immediately took out a jade slip and infused it with spiritual energy. The slip hovered in the air as Yang Hu transmitted a message. All commanders, heed my orders. Lord Gaoji has commanded you to swiftly gather at the western city gate. After delivering the message, Yang Hu appeared slightly weakened, clearly having exhausted a considerable amount of spiritual power in the process. With a resounding crash, the second layer of the city's protective barrier was shattered, leaving only the final layer still standing. Moments later, 6 crimson figures flew in from the direction of the Lord's manor. They were the 6 commanders responsible for the city's defenses. We have met the city lord, they said, and without further ado, the 6 promptly activated the inner city's protective array. It seemed an arduous battle was inevitable. The elder in the purple robe, Gao Ji, spoke in a grave tone. The 6 understood the urgency of the situation and wasted no time, soaring into the inner city to set up the formation. Soon after Yang Hu, numerous foundation-building experts gathered within the city, each with a serious expression. The scene before them was familiar to those who had experienced the horrors a century ago. This was also the first time Qingyun had witnessed such a scene. Though several brushes with death had fortified his resolve and calmed his demeanor, he still felt his heart racing. Having been belittled and ridiculed since childhood had instilled in him a tendency to avoid trouble. Even with his fervent spirit, he now contemplated how best to escape to the sea. Master, It seems a fierce battle is imminent, presenting us with an excellent opportunity to leave this place. Suo Tian remarked, having witnessed the unfolding events. Qingyun remained silent, calculating in his mind that once the battle commenced, there would undoubtedly be many casualties among the cultivators. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until the bat-like monsters invaded, then blend into the fray and follow behind those of lower cultivation to seize some storage bags. The thought startled Qingyun. What had come over him? Had he become addicted to thievery? Since learning that spiritual stones could rapidly enhance cultivation, he felt almost bewitched, driven to collect them obsessively. This change unsettled him. With a thunderous roar, the final layer of the protective barrier was finally breached. A dark swarm of bat-like monsters surged into the city. City Lord Gaoji immediately commanded all cultivators to confront the onslaught, and a bloody melee ensued. Most of these bat monsters were fourth-tier beasts, wielding long spears that continuously emitted black mist, their tough physiques making them formidable even against late-stage foundation cultivators. Those below the core formation stage were mere cannon fodder. Before long, the foundation cultivators began to flee towards the inner city, pursued relentlessly by the bat monsters. The slower ones were quickly engulfed by the black mist emanating from the spears, their anguished cries sending shivers down the spine. Although Gao Ji had 1 foot in the spiritual void realm and could easily annihilate numerous bat monsters with his every move, the sheer volume of the beasts soon overwhelmed him, and he found himself surrounded by thousands of them. In less than the time it takes for a joss stick to burn, the sky had turned a deep crimson. Chunks of flesh and black blood rained down upon Yunport. Suo Tian returned to the sword, and Qingyun unleashed his full strength, plunging into the throng of cultivators. At that moment, his hard-earned gravity manipulation technique was utilized to its fullest. As cultivators continued to perish, storage bags swiftly flew into Qingyun's hands. He did not confront the bat monsters directly, instead weaving through the ranks of cultivators. The swiftness of the Suo Tian sword left Qingyun astounded. Before the bat monsters could raise their spears, they were pierced through the head by his sword, exploding in death. However, the overwhelming numbers of the beasts made it impossible to slay them all. Qingyun had no other techniques but the ground thrust, which was ineffective in the air. He had to rely on his robust physique to withstand the monster's attacks while wielding his sword in defense, managing to protect himself adequately. An hour passed, and under the coordinated assault of the core formation leaders, the number of bat monsters had diminished by more than half. Gaoji wielded his dual-pronged spear like a war god, the corpses of bat monsters piling beneath him like a mountain. At this point, Qingyun had amassed nearly 100 storage bags, even managing to snatch a storage bracelet from a besieged core formation expert. Observing the dwindling bat monsters in the sky, he felt it was time to retreat. Feigning severe injury, he flew towards the east gate. Although some noticed his actions, they were too preoccupied with the ferocious monster attacks to give it much thought. Upon reaching the east gate, Qingyun found it tightly shut. Most of the guards had gone to battle the bat monsters, leaving the defenses weak. Without hesitation, he incapacitated the guards and ascended the city wall, swiftly reaching Yunport. Yunport was a vital trading hub between the Qingyun Empire and the Red Moon Empire, bustling with ships of all sizes, some towering several dozen feet high. Initially, the imperial vessels were crafted by skilled artisans, but as cultivators mingled with mortals, numerous formations were integrated into the ships, significantly enhancing their durability and navigational capabilities. Though Qingyun had grown up by the sea, he had never seen such magnificent vessels. From the earlier conversation between Lord Gaoji and his subordinate Yang Hu, he learned that the bat monsters were specifically targeting these ships. Despite being fifth-tier beasts lacking intelligence, their coordinated assault on the city left him perplexed. Following a thick anchor chain, he quickly slid down to the hull. With a few leaps, he navigated through the large ships until he found some smaller vessels docked in a secluded corner. These small boats, approximately 10 feet long and 2 feet wide, were precisely what he needed. Too large to maneuver and too small to venture into the sea. These mid-sized fishing boats were perfect for navigating the coastal routes back to Jishan village. Qingyun found one with its bow facing south and quietly made his way into the cabin, locating the ship's power mechanism. After some examination, he infused it with spiritual energy, causing a loud rumbling as the ship's rear paddle began to spin rapidly. He swiftly ascended to the highest deck. Activating the controls for the paddles, he immediately summoned Suo Tian from its sword form and tossed it some low-grade spiritual stones. Suo Tian, go to the lower deck immediately and continuously replenish the energy at the spot where I just infused my spiritual power with the spiritual stones. Without hesitation, Suo Tian dashed to the lower deck. Moments later, Qingyun observed the numbers on the console rapidly increasing. He quickly flew out, and severed the iron chains anchoring the ship. Returning to the control room, he adjusted the rudder and steered the ship away from the shore. As the vessel entered the coastal navigation route, Qingyun set the compass, pointed the bow straight, and breathed a sigh of relief. With the spiritual stones providing power, the ship sped southward like an arrow. Master, send down a few more spiritual stones. I'll set up a small formation here, and the stones will automatically replenish the energy into the mechanism, Suo Tian transmitted to Qingyun. He descended to the lower deck, handing over the spiritual stones, while Suo Tian began arranging the formation and sharing his knowledge of formations with Qingyun. Qingyun knew very little about formations, but he became intrigued as Suo Tian spoke. I only understand the basics of formations. However, your storage ring contains jade slips related to formations. Once you break through to the core formation stage, you can learn from them. These are treasures from the old master Feng, Mo Suo Tian said with a smile. By the way, Suo Tian, now that you mention it, Ascent Feng Mo an ascendant from the celestial realm? Why aren't there any grand spells or techniques in this ring? Qingyun suddenly asked. Huh, didn't Feng Mo tell you? He is indeed a celestial lord. But he is obsessed with alchemy and artifact forging, a very renowned master in the celestial realm. He seldom pays attention to spells and techniques, yet possesses the most of them. You will understand once you ascend to the celestial realm, so Tian sighed. Once again, he pondered what else lay within the remaining jade slips, besides formations. With a sigh, Qingyun led Suotian to the deck. The coastal waterway was now quite distant from the shore. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they would reach Jishan village smoothly. Gazing at the vast azure sky and the serene waters, Qingyun felt a profound tranquility. Young master, you seem quite knowledgeable about ships, Suotian inquired. I grew up by the sea. I am no stranger to vessels. Qingyun replied with a chuckle, then began to elucidate the art of navigation. This mysterious sea was known as the Mist Demon Sea. The further east one ventured, the thicker the fog became. It was said that at the extreme eastern edge of the sea lay an island at the continent's fringe, known as Beast Island. This place was a sanctuary for all ferocious beasts, yet no one had ever reached it. Many who fancied themselves adept in their cultivation had spent years traversing the sea, only to return empty-handed, their spirit stones depleted without having escaped this enigmatic domain. Qingyun had been navigating the vessel for 2 months, having already consumed 8 low-grade spirit stones. Suotian had become quite adept at handling the helm during this time, and found it immensely engaging, hardly leaving the wheel each day. Qingyun perched upon a high platform in the control room, practicing his cultivation with fervor during the calm moments. Over the past 2 months, he had been voraciously absorbing the spirit energy within the stones, striving to reach the 3rd peak of saturation. Curiously, since the strange alchemical transformation, the spirit energy drawn from the heavens and earth, as well as from the spirit stones, no longer converted into spiritual power. Instead, it seemed he had become a vessel, containing the energy within himself. Young master, there's a ship ahead, and it's getting closer, Suotian exclaimed, noticing a vessel approaching swiftly, panic rising within him due to his lack of experience. Qingyun opened his eyes, descended from the platform, and calmly instructed, don't panic, steer to the right. Suotian immediately complied. Taking the helm. Good, now turn back, then steer right again. Let the approaching ship pass on our left. Excellent, maintain this angle and keep steady. Qingyun felt assured that the ship would be fine for the moment and prepared to return to the platform. Young master, why not steer further to the right for safety? Suotian questioned. Qingyun smiled gently. Extend your awareness from beneath the ship to the right, and you will understand. Following his guidance, Suotian's expression changed slightly as he realized the peril. Had they steered further right, they would have struck the submerged reefs. Yet, they could not remain too close to the oncoming ship, as the risk of suction from both vessels at high speed would be exceedingly dangerous. As Qingyun explained, the approaching ship whizzed past their port side, creating enormous waves that violently rocked their vessel. Although Suotian had experienced the celestial realm, he had never encountered such a situation and felt dizzy from the abrupt motion. It seemed that the other ship was sailing at full throttle, which was perilous in this area. Qingyun sensed something amiss. After sailing for a day, the weather grew increasingly overcast. The brilliant sunlight vanished without a trace, leaving a gray shroud over the sea, obscuring all but the water itself. Yet, an eerie calm enveloped the surroundings, evoking a sense of oppressive tension. Suotian, come sit in my position and extend your awareness as far ahead as possible. Notify me immediately of any disturbances. I will take the helm. Qingyun instructed as he switched places with Suotian. With unwavering focus, Qingyun gazed ahead, knowing that a storm would soon arrive. The calmer it appeared, the more violent the tempest would be. The sky darkened further, ominous clouds looming ever lower, threatening to crush everything on the surface of the sea. Qingyun maneuvered the helm swiftly, seeking a position closer to the shore to anchor the ship before the storm struck. With a sudden clap of thunder, the tranquility of the sea shattered. Lightning, as thick as a giant serpent, flashed across the sky. Qingyun realized it was too late to anchor. Suatian, activate the bilge pumping system immediately and direct the seawater into the forward empty hold. Noticing Suatian's hesitation, Qingyun shouted, Suatian, are you deaf? Infused with spiritual power. His voice reverberated, jolting Suatian awake. Young master, Suatian gasped. A thread of my awareness was abruptly severed by someone. Fortunately, I withdrew quickly, otherwise my soul would have suffered severe damage. What happened? Be concise. Qingyun knew Suatian would not have ignored him without cause. Within 2,000 zhang ahead, a fleet of ships is approaching us at speed. At least 3 large vessels, Suatian reported, his demeanor grave. I understand. You must hurry to the bilge and direct the seawater into the forward hold, Qingyun commanded before flying to the anchor mechanism at the bow to inspect the anchor. Just as he prepared to assist in the bilge, he noticed several dark shapes emerging ahead. The sea was now raging with fierce winds, waves towering several zhang high, crashing against the hull with deafening roars. The boat lurched violently, as if on the verge of capsizing. Seeing that Suatian had activated the pumping system, but the water intake was painfully slow, Qingyun swiftly leapt to the side of the ship, using gravity manipulation to draw seawater into the empty hold with fervor. Gradually, as the water level rose within the hold, the ship stabilized. Qingyun instructed Suatian to shut off the pumping system and return to the control room, carefully navigating the vessel. At that moment, the sea was ablaze with flashes of lightning and thunder, while torrential rain pelted the surface like a cascade of beads. The dark shapes ahead rapidly expanded, and soon a fleet of 4 ships became clearly visible. Qingyun strained to steer the ship towards the shore, hoping to escape the fleet, only to see the approaching vessels disperse and swiftly encircle his ship. Young master, what is happening? Suatian questioned, bewildered as to why the ships had suddenly surrounded them. Qingyun halted the mechanical device controlling the oars, allowing the ship to drift with the current, and calmly remarked, we have encountered pirates. Chapter 23, Battle at Sea Pirates? Suatian was unfamiliar with the term. While he pondered, several yellow-haired youths with sinister expressions emerged swiftly on the deck of one of the larger ships. Hey, Chiolauer, how many small fry have we robbed this time? A burly man sneered. Who the hell remembers? By Lao Si, go see if there's anything of value. Chiolauer replied impatiently. We're running out of time. The storm is coming, and we'll all be fish bait if we delay. By Lao Si, the burly man chuckled and then shouted, Hey, little shrimp boat, listen up. Leave the ship and storage bags behind, and you may go. Both Bai Lao Si and Xiao Lauer were mid-stage in their cultivation, the lowest-ranking members of this pirate crew, always leading the charge in plunder. After waiting a moment, seeing no response from the ship, they flew onto Qingyun's vessel. What the hell is this? Just a boat full of water? Xiao Lauer and Bai Lao Si were immediately dumbfounded upon their arrival. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions shifting to fury as they headed for the control room. While still in midair, Xiao Lauer conjured an ice blade and slashed at the hull. The ordinary iron hull was instantly torn open, and seawater surged into the bilge. Before long, the entire ship began to tilt precariously to one side. Qingyun coldly regarded the 2 assailants hovering above, an icy killing intent radiating from him, enveloping the surroundings. Even Suatian could keenly feel the chilling aura. Pirates were notorious for their brutality, and Qingyun understood that they would not spare him or Suatian. Thus, he must fight them to the death to seize any chance of survival. Suatian, take your position, Qingyun commanded, his voice icy, his eyes gleaming with resolve. As the moment of re-entry into the black long sword occurred, the Qingyun Yufeng Ju was fully activated, propelling him swiftly into the sky. Around him, thunder roared and lightning flashed, the black long sword seemingly vanishing beneath the oppressive downpour. Hand over your storage bag, and perhaps I shall spare your life, said the 4th elder, his gaze dark and feigning a smile as he confronted the young man, who appeared to be merely at the foundation-building stage. Take it, Qingyun retorted, suddenly producing a storage bag and tossing it toward the 4th elder. Before the elder could grasp it, Qingyun lunged forward like a flash of lightning, his sword striking with such rapidity that the 4th elder, caught in disbelief at the boy's compliance, found a dark light flashing toward his brow. A seasoned warrior. The 4th elder instinctively sidestepped to evade a fatal blow, yet a spray of blood erupted as half his ear was severed, soaring into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingyun turned and pointed his sword at the fiercely charging Xiao Lauer, shouting, Thrust. The dark sword tip unleashed a sudden explosive force, resembling a serpent, which spiraled with strength, crashing toward Qiu Lauer. The elder, unable to mount any defense, was obliterated in a moment of sheer terror. Only then did the fourth elder emit a chilling wail akin to a butchered pig. The explosive force of the locked sword had propelled the locking sky sword to an unprecedented speed. Enraged, the fourth elder brandished a medium-grade magical artifact seized from a previous victim, charging madly at Qingyun. With a slight stance, Qingyun displayed no intent to evade. Positioning the locking sky sword before him, calmly stating, "Burst." A thick, dark red arc of light howled as it cleaved toward the fourth elder, carving a gleaming path across the dim sea surface. The elder could only watch in horror as the colossal dark red blade descended upon him, too late to evade. His medium-grade artifact dissipated upon impact, and before he could utter a syllable of protest, his consciousness flickered and faded into nothingness. These past 2 months, Qingyun had devoted himself entirely to mastering the ground thrust technique, finally achieving a level of integration that transcended mere terrestrial combat. Now, having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, he quickly retrieved a blood revival pill, swallowing it to replenish his waning strength. "Haha, thank you, my friend, for ridding me of 2 worthless foes," boomed a voice from the great ship nearby. Qingyun felt a sudden shift before his eyes as a strikingly handsome youth appeared in the sky, an immense pressure washing over him. Slamming him down onto the already tilting deck of the ship, panic surged within Qingyun. How could someone possess such formidable strength to cast him down merely with their presence? Previously, he had endured the fourth elder's strike, sustaining internal injuries despite his physical resilience. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fixing his gaze upon the handsome youth, whose cultivation level, he surmised, was undoubtedly above that of the city lord of Yunport. In that moment, he realized he had no chance of victory. What to do? Qingyun questioned himself, unwilling to succumb to the whims of the individual before him. Yet what could he do? The vast ocean rendered escape a daunting task. The handsome youth seemed to perceive Qingyun's defiance, smirking as he declared, "Submit to me or die. You have 3 breaths to decide. Submission? That would mean a lifetime burdened by today's shadow of disgrace. Death, to perish without knowing the identity of his parents or the origins of his being. It felt unacceptable." Qingyun wrestled internally, and just then, a thunderous clap echoed through the sky, resonating within his heart, causing him to tremble, yet his eyes glinted with newfound determination. What is there to fear in death? I fear humiliation far more than the end. If fate decrees my demise here, then I shall fight with every ounce of strength. Instinctively, he touched the jade pendant around his neck, perhaps the only remnant left by his parents. A warm, slightly cool sensation enveloped him, igniting a spark of courage within his heart. "I shall never submit," Qingyun declared, his gaze steady and resolute. The handsome youth, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of admiration for the young man's courage, though this admiration faded almost instantly, as Qingyun's fate was inconsequential to him. "Since you choose death, I shall grant you a grand exit," he replied, raising one hand skyward and bellowing, Lion King flame dominance technique. With a resounding roar, a massive flaming lion materialized behind the youth, dispelling the darkness within a 1,000-foot radius. Qingyun's pupils constricted. The flaming lion dwarfed the previous fire lion conjured by the gray-clad man and Lan Xiaoli. As the handsome youth pointed toward Qingyun, the fiery beast surged forth with a terrifying roar. Qingyun swiftly stowed the locking sky sword into his storage ring, transmitting a thought. "Take good care of Xiao Longxiani." He then summoned the 9-dragon cauldron before him, bracing himself for the impending descent of the fire lion. What appeared to be slow unfolded in the blink of an eye. The flaming lion lunged, engulfing both man and ship, plunging into the sea and creating towering waves. With a cataclysmic explosion, flames erupted skyward, vaporizing the ocean. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility gradually returned, save for the occasional rumble of distant thunder. Chapter 24. The jade pendant reveals its spirit. The pirate crew had long since vanished, and the torrential rain continued, albeit diminishing in intensity. The dark clouds began to disperse, heralding the imminent return of the long-lost sunlight to the ocean's surface. Somewhere beneath the sea, a colossal copper cauldron, adorned with 9 dragon heads, shifted slowly with the currents. Upon closer inspection, a blue luminescent veil enveloped the cauldron. Strangely, within the cauldron lay a figure, a fragmented being. The person's body, save for a somewhat intact head, was nearly obliterated, charred and blackened, with only a semblance of a skeletal structure visible. More bizarrely, a blue-white jade pendant around their neck emitted a gentle glow. flowing through the shattered bones and gradually mending the grievous wounds. The restoration proceeded at a tortuously slow pace due to the extent of the injuries. Time passed. Perhaps a day, a month, or longer. One day, the figure's fingers twitched slightly. The jade pendant, having ceased its gentle luminescence, hung quietly around the young man's neck. Moments later, a soft groan escaped as he slowly opened his eyes, none other than Qingyun. Upon awakening, Qingyun found himself within the nine-dragon cauldron. Gazing through the blue barrier, he perceived an expanse of water. Was he submerged at the ocean's depths? Was he still alive? He swiftly moved his arm, only to be met with a jolt of agony that drew a sharp intake of breath. Overcome with excitement, he realized he was indeed alive, which sparked a glimmer of hope. The feeling of surviving a calamity was more precious than anything. Qingyun attempted to move his body, but pain coursed through him, rendering movement nearly impossible. After a struggle, he managed to retrieve a blood revival pill from his storage ring, swallowing it before closing his eyes once more. Lying still within the cauldron, the warmth from the pill coursed through him, bringing comfort. "Master, you're awake." Locking Sky's excited voice echoed in Qingyun's mind. Qingyun replied softly. Locking Sky continued eagerly. "May I finally emerge? I've nearly suffocated in here for half a year." "Half a year?" Qingyun exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. Young master, you have been in a coma for more than half a year." Qingyun has indeed slumbered within the nine-dragon cauldron for over 6 months. During this time, Elder Yinxiang of the Blaze Sect has frantically searched the entire Qingyun Empire for him and Xiaolong, yet has yielded no results. Eventually, Elder Yinxiang concluded that the two must have been slain by other cultivators in pursuit of treasures. Meanwhile, the wilderness forest continuously birthed an increasing number of magical beasts, plunging the entire continent into chaos and bloodshed. The Xixing Empire, one of the 3 great empires, launched relentless assaults on the Qingyun Empire, resulting in mounting casualties among both mortals and cultivators. The Qingyun Empire, while contending with the war against the Xixing Empire, also had to eradicate the vast numbers of magical beasts within its borders, and under such pressure, it was compelled to seek assistance from the 5 sects in the name of the Elder Council. The 5 sects, which had long remained dormant, promptly dispatched numerous disciples down the mountains. In an instant, the winds of change began to stir. Qingyun was astonished to learn that he had remained in the cauldron for such an extended time. He sensed a peculiar change within his body, yet he could not pinpoint the exact nature of this transformation. Grateful for his life, he attributed his survival to the nine-dragon cauldron. Although the previous failure in Blood Oath had left him with considerable doubts, now was not the time for contemplation. He hoped for a swift recovery so that he could depart from this underwater realm and return to Jishan village. "We are currently submerged, and I am unable to move within the nine-dragon cauldron. If you emerge, there will be nowhere for you to go," Qingyun mused, not permitting Suotian to surface. Upon hearing this, Suotian felt a wave of frustration. After Qingyun spoke, he paid no further mind to Suotian, aware of the extraordinary pressure at the ocean's depths, and believed that the seemingly unremarkable blue light curtain was likely providing him protection. Another half-month passed, and Qingyun's injuries began to heal, granting him the ability to move freely. However, he remained uncertain how to escape from this underwater prison. Attempting to breach the blue light curtain could potentially crush him. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy into the nine-dragon cauldron, but it merely trembled a few times before offering no further response. Qingyun felt no panic. Having reclaimed his life, he regarded this minor predicament with indifference. Taking a deep breath, he began to ponder. He sat in contemplation for 2 days. Yet no solution emerged to aid his escape from the depths. Ultimately, he resolved to take a risk. Rising slowly, he furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the blue curtain for a considerable time. Then, he suddenly unleashed his spiritual energy upon it. The blue curtain wavered under the influence of Qingyun's energy, becoming increasingly unstable and gradually fading until it vanished with a resounding hum. In that fleeting moment, Qingyun swiftly stored the nine-dragon cauldron within his storage ring and drew forth the Suotian sword. Simultaneously, an immense pressure, akin to the weight of mountains, began to crush his body. Without hesitation, he thrust the sword skyward, mentally commanding, "Pierce through." The Suotian sword erupted with boundless spiritual energy, creating a swirling vortex nearly a yard wide, swiftly opening a temporary passage. With a powerful push from his feet, Qingyun began to ascend through this fleeting opening. As the passage threatened to vanish, he executed another thrust, continuing this pattern for over 10 strikes, and soon he escaped the oppressive force. Though Qingyun's physique was formidable, the sudden pressure had injured his internal organs. After continuously expending spiritual energy for his thrusts, he could no longer contain the turmoil within. and coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, staining the seawater like ink. Ah! Qingyun exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new realm, followed by uproarious laughter. Ha ha! Young master, what is there to laugh about while we are still in the ocean? Suatian was left bewildered. Amidst the dark blood, a trace of red emerged, signifying a small advancement in the chaotic formula. Qingyun fixated on the gradually dissipating crimson in the seawater, unable to restrain his excitement. After nearly 11 years of cultivation, the appearance of even a hint of red blood ignited a fervent hope within him. With ease, Qingyun harnessed the spiritual energy radiating from his body and swiftly ascended with the Suatian sword. Soon, he broke the surface of the ocean. Upon emerging, Suatian eagerly manifested from the sword, inhaling deeply. Qingyun surveyed his surroundings, noting that he was surrounded by water, with no discernible rocks or mountains in sight. He ascended into the sky, donned a set of white robes from his storage ring, and chose a direction to fly forward. Where are we headed? Suatian inquired. I do not know. Let us observe for now. It is difficult to discern direction without the sun, Qingyun replied. Uncertain of his trajectory and thus flying at a cautious pace, wary of drifting towards the deep eastern sea. After approximately 3 hours of flight, Qingyun perceived a dark shape on the horizon and accelerated his pace, soon recognizing a towering mountain ahead. We are fortunate, though slightly off course. We are generally heading towards the shore, he remarked, smiling as the weight of his long-standing worries lifted. After adjusting his direction, he tossed a blood-nourishing pill to Suatian, swallowing one himself, and rapidly flew southward along the coast. After several days of travel, Qingyun felt himself drawing closer to his homeland, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Friend, please help me. A desperate voice suddenly pierced the air ahead. Within moments, a fair young girl appeared, hastily flying towards Qingyun in distress. Behind her trailed several young men enveloped in dark energy, relentlessly pursuing her. You cannot escape, young lady. Either become our furnace or willingly surrender your golden Dan. Make your choice. They sneered. Qingyun frowned. He had encountered far too many instances of murder and treasure-seeking along his journey, and he had even been ambushed multiple times. However, he was eager to return to Jishan village and did not wish to intervene. The girl reached Qingyun, casting a pleading gaze towards Suatian. Recognizing that Qingyun's cultivation was inferior to her own, Qingyun glanced at the girl with indifference and continued onward, prompting Suatian to follow suit. The girl, slightly taken aback, noticed Suatian's evident respect for Qingyun. Observing Qingyun's lack of intent to assist, she quickly exclaimed, Friend, if you save me, I will reward you with 10 high-grade spiritual stones. At the mention of spiritual stones, Qingyun's interest was piqued. Had she offered something else, he might have remained unmoved. Yet, the prospect of high-grade spiritual stones ignited a desire within him. You should take this deal, Suatian agreed, recognizing the advantageous nature of the offer. All right. You may assist her this once, Qingyun replied, maintaining his aloof demeanor. At that moment, the dark energy-wielding youths had closed in. Hey, little lady. Seeking this pretty boy for rescue? Give up that hope, scoffed one of the nearly bare youths. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression shifted dramatically. In a flash, Suatian appeared beside one of them, delivering a punch that splattered brains across the ground. The remaining 2 youths, no longer underestimating Suatian, quickly drew their magical artifacts. However, it was evident that their weapons were merely of inferior quality. Without pausing, Suatian dashed towards the bare-chested youth and delivered another powerful punch. Suatian's speed was astonishing. The youth barely managed to raise his artifact to block, only to be sent flying by the force of the strike. The last remaining youth, sensing the dire situation, cried out, Friend, wait. We are disciples of the Zisha sect. May I ask which sect you hail from? Suatian disregarded him entirely, accelerating to deliver another blow, instantly killing the youth who had been sent crashing to the ground. The final youth, recognizing the futility of escape, turned to flee, but he was no match for Suatian, who effortlessly dispatched him as well. With a few breaths, the 3 young men fell lifeless. This scene left Qingyun momentarily stunned. The young girl was even more astonished. After all, they were disciples of the Purple Sha sect in the latter stages of Foundation establishment. Hey, Suatian. You are particularly fierce today, Qingyun teased. Please don't make fun of me, young master. It's just that I've been feasting on the blood life pills you provided in this ring for half a year, and my cultivation has recovered a bit. Suatian replied with a chuckle. Though he was an ancient being of several millennia, being called young man by Qingyun both amused and endeared him to his master. The young girl, Lin Yu, expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, as she clasped her fists in thanks to Qingyun and his companion. She then produced 10 high-grade spirit stones from her storage bag and tossed them to Qingyun, adding, "Those 3 were disciples of the Purple Sha sect. So please be cautious in the future." Qingyun accepted the spirit stones, nodded slightly, and took off into the sky, with Suotian following closely behind. "He's indeed an odd one," Lin Yu remarked with a pout before vanishing from sight. In this land where spiritual energy was scarce, the struggle for better cultivation resources had become a common occurrence. Qingyun remained unfazed. Although he was unaware of the Purple Sha sect's true nature, he presumed it was similar to the Great Flame sect. In any case, the 3 men were dead, and no one would suspect them. Certainly, the young girl wouldn't foolishly disclose this to anyone. After flying for 2 days, Qingyun began to recognize the terrain before him. He was finally nearing Jishan village, where he had lived for 14 years. Suddenly, he halted, prompting Suotian to ask in surprise, "Young master, what's wrong?" Qingyun gazed into the distance at a vague coastal village and softly replied, "A sense of trepidation arises as I approach home." Jishan village, a picturesque and tranquil seaside hamlet, stood before him. Perched on a nearby hillside, Qingyun felt warmth in his eyes. The memory of Uncle Luozhu packing his belongings for his departure 11 years ago felt as fresh as yesterday. Despite the fact that many in this small village had never welcomed him, he still considered it his home. "Your hometown is truly beautiful. A splendid place to restore one's cultivation," Suotian remarked sincerely. A faint smile graced Qingyun's lips as he took measured steps towards the village. As he reached the entrance, he overheard an angry, youthful voice emanating from a nearby bamboo grove. "Everyone listen up. Goa refuses to acknowledge me as the leader. So today we shall teach him a lesson." Qingyun paused, parting some bamboo leaves to peer inside. He saw a boy of 7 or 8 years, hands on his hips, commanding 5 or 6 other children, all under 10. Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle. The boy's features resembled those of Ascent from the village. And it was clear that Ascent had married and started a family. This reminded Qingyun of his own childhood, when he and Dunzi had refused to accept Ascent as their leader, leading to frequent confrontations. Though Dunzi would often emerge victorious, Ascent would continuously seek them out for trouble. As they grew into their teenage years and learned martial arts, Ascent began to see Qingyun as an outsider, resorting to mockery while refraining from direct confrontation due to Dunzi's presence. Like father, like son, Qingyun mused, shaking his head before continuing into the village. Chapter 26. Jishan Village. The village was filled with simple stone houses, scattered haphazardly. Suotian inquired, "Young master, why are the houses built so plainly?" Qingyun turned back, replying slowly, "The coastal winds often bring fierce storms, and when they strike, they can easily uproot our homes. No matter how well they are built, it is of little consequence." Suotian acknowledged this with an "oh" and followed Qingyun into the village. His curiosity led him to scan the surroundings until he suddenly pointed out, "There's an old man over there. He seems to be in a bit of trouble." Following Suotian's gaze, Qingyun indeed spotted a frail elder struggling with a large wine jar. With a swift stride, Qingyun approached, gently taking the jar from the old man's grasp, calling out, "Grandfather Lin." The elder, feeling the weight lift, looked up to see 2 young men before him. "Little Yun, is that you?" he asked, his cloudy eyes widening in recognition. "Yes, it's me. I'm back," Qingyun replied, feeling a pang of sadness as he observed the elderly man's frail condition. When he had left with Dunzi, Grandfather Lin had still been quite robust, even bringing 2 jars of wine to see them off. "Has Dunzi not returned?" The elder noticed Suotian's unfamiliarity. Qingyun handed the wine jar to Suotian while assisting the elder forward, explaining, "Dunzi has joined a major sect in the world of cultivation and is diligently studying the arts." The elder nodded, visibly pleased by the news. Before long, Qingyun escorted the elder home. As he looked at the dilapidated wine cellar, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He had often sneaked in here to drink wine when he was younger, and though Grandfather Lin would scold him, it was merely for show. He was one of the 2 elders in the village who cared for him the most. With this thought, Qingyun retrieved a longevity pill from the storage bags he had acquired and handed it to Grandfather Lin. "Grandfather, this is a celestial pill I brought back from Dunzi. After taking it, you will surely live a long life." "A celestial pill?" the elder exclaimed, taken aback. "Yes," Qingyun affirmed with a nod. The pill's fragrant aroma invigorated the elder, dispelling any doubts, and he consumed it without hesitation. Soon, he felt a warm current flowing through him, rejuvenating his spirit. "Little Yun, both you and Dunzi have done well," the elder said, visibly moved. Qingyun smiled gently, offering a few words of advice before taking his leave with Suotian. As dusk approached, the village's able-bodied men ventured to the sea for fishing, and soon after, a robust man entered the yard, carrying several large fish baskets. Qingyun felt a rush of emotion as he choked out, "Uncle." The strong man paused, then broke into a warm smile. It was Luozhu, the man who had raised Qingyun. At last, the wild boy has returned. Luozhu exclaimed, stepping forward to clap Qingyun on the shoulder. Turning to Suatian, he inquired, and who might this be? Qingyun felt no need to conceal Suatian's identity and explained. Luozhu, brimming with joy, dropped the fish baskets and said, I'll go fetch a few jars of wine from Grandfather Len. Tonight, let's have a proper drink together. With that, he laughed heartily and left the yard to collect wine. As night fell, their bellies full of food and drink, Suatian discreetly excused himself, understanding that the two had much to discuss. Qingyun shared everything with Luozhu, except for the dangers he had faced during his journey. Upon hearing about Qingyun's experiences over the past decade, Luozhu sighed, You've surpassed me, wild boy. I can no longer assist you in cultivation. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Suddenly, Luozhu added, Now that you are back, perhaps you should visit Yulan. Qingyun fell silent for a moment before nodding. Uncle I, you wish to inquire about your origins, don't you? Luozhu interjected. Upon observing the expression on Qingyun's face, Luozhu immediately discerned the young man's thoughts. Noticing Qingyun's silence, he sighed softly and began to speak. In truth, you likely know all that there is to know. Approximately 25 years ago, upon returning from fishing, I heard your cries in a small hollow outside the village and took you in. Oh, and it was around that time that Old Rin settled in the village as well. I vividly recall the moment I first held you. Old Rin was standing not far off, looking utterly disheveled, having fled from calamities in his homeland. Naturally, Qingyun was familiar with Old Rin, planning to visit him the following day. Aside from Grandpa Lin, Old Rin had been the kindest to him. Qingyun touched the jade pendant around his neck and inquired, Is there truly no other clue besides this pendant? Luozhu pondered for a moment and then shook his head gravely. Disappointment washed over Qingyun. As he matured and delved deeper into the path of cultivation, his longing to find his biological parents intensified. Observing Luozhu uncle tidying up the dishes, he exited the small courtyard and made his way toward the opposite slope. Chapter 27. Thoughts of Yulan. He intended to visit Yulan when he departed from Jishan village. Yulan was merely 9 years old. Now, she had blossomed into a young woman of 20. Under the cover of night, with several agile leaps, Qingyun arrived at Yulan's home. Concealing his presence, he planned to sneak in and surprise her. However, he suddenly overheard Yulan's mother berating her from within. Laner, why are you so disobedient? Their family has such good circumstances. Marrying into them would elevate our status. How long do you intend to delay? Yulan's mother was both angry and helpless. I simply cannot abide that de fa. His name is dreadful, and he is unappealing. I will never marry him, Yulan's voice replied defiantly. You wretched girl. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. That wild boy has long since perished. Give up on him. Her father joined in the reprimand. Father, mother. Please do not force me. Yulan's voice, akin to a yellow aureole, revealed her stubbornness. You ungrateful child. How did I end up with such a calamity? Her father, Luo de Peo, nearly collapsed from the anger that surged within him. Desiring a son, he had anticipated the arrival of a boy during Yulan's mother's pregnancy, only to be met with the birth of a daughter. From the moment she was born, he had never regarded her with favor. As a child, she would incessantly follow that wild boy with the surname Fu, and once, when he reprimanded her, that boy had even dared to confront him. Now that she had grown up and was promised to the son of a wealthy family from a neighboring village, she remained obstinate in her refusal. He surmised it was likely due to that wild boy, intensifying his disdain for him. Overwhelmed with anger, Luo de Peo, unable to continue scolding his daughter, stormed into the house to sleep. Yulan huffed and swiftly retreated to her room. Qingyun stood outside the window, observing everything clearly. He hesitated, feeling that entering at that moment would be inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to leave and return another day. Yet, before he could move, he heard Yulan mumbling to herself inside. If you don't come back, I'll stab you, if you don't come back. Qingyun, having reached the core formation stage, possessed exceptional hearing and sight. Though the light was dim, he could make out a figure bound within Yulan's room. Alarmed, he peered closely, discovering it was merely a dummy constructed from wood and straw. Yulan was throwing a small dagger at it, murmuring, If you don't come back, I'll stab you. Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle softly. The once lively and adorable little girl, who had always trailed behind him seeking stories of the world's wonders, had grown into a young woman. Now, from behind, she wore a simple white dress that accentuated her graceful figure, resembling a delicate lotus flower, fresh and enchanting. Qingyun approached slowly and tapped on the window. Yulan turned her head in confusion, and upon seeing his exquisite face, Qingyun was momentarily stunned. Was this truly the little Yulan he remembered? Indeed, one could say that a girl transforms remarkably as she matures. Qingyun found it hard to believe his eyes. In contrast, Yulan was even more astonished. She thought she was imagining things and quickly dropped the dagger, rubbed her eyes, and looked again, but the window was empty. Shaking her head, she turned away, only to suddenly glance back. The familiar face that had visited her dreams countless times now appeared real before her. Rushing to the window, she was startled by Qingyun's face, letting out a small scream. Fortunately, Qingyun was quick to cover her mouth with his hand. Yulan's mother seemed to have heard the commotion. Calling from another room, "Lanner, go to bed early. Tomorrow, the FA will be coming over." Neither of them appeared to hear her words. As they gazed at one another through the window, Qingyun suddenly realized that Yulan had grown up, no longer a child, and quickly released his grip. The moment he did, Yulan whispered, "Qingyun Gu, is it really you?" After a brief pause, she leaped onto the windowsill and threw herself into Qingyun's embrace, which he instinctively reciprocated. It was the first time he had held a girl so intimately, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment, though the darkness of the night concealed it. His arms felt stiff, hesitant to move. Yulan, wrapped in his arms, soon felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she hurriedly withdrew from his embrace. They both stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Although they had shared a close bond in childhood, they were now adults, and after 11 years of separation, a subtle tension lingered in the air. Yulan crossed her arms behind her back, lowering her gaze as she unconsciously kicked a small stone on the ground. Qingyun cleared his throat, remarking, "The little rascal has grown up and become even more beautiful." Hearing Qingyun call her a little rascal stirred warm nostalgia within her heart. "Qingyun Gu, you mustn't call me that anymore. I've grown up," she protested playfully. Qingyun smiled and took a step closer, whispering, "Then what should I call you? Big rascal?" Upon hearing this, Yulan recognized Qingyun's teasing. "Oh, I'm ignoring you now," she declared, stamping her foot as she prepared to return inside. Qingyun, since his arrival, had begun to grasp Yulan's feelings. As a 25-year-old man, witnessing the enchanting figure before him stirred undeniable emotions within him. As Yulan turned to enter the house, he longed to pull her back into his embrace, but he retracted his outstretched hand. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, he was destined to leave this place. To survive in a world steeped in bloodshed, a world evidently unsuitable for the innocent and pure-hearted Yulan. "I shall come to see you again in a few days," Qingyun said, turning away with a sense of melancholy. Yulan, seeing that he did not call her back, felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, the joy of having Qingyun Gu return filled her heart with sweetness, ensuring that tonight would likely be a sleepless one. Chapter 28. A proposal of sorts? The following day, at the break of dawn, the sound of gongs and drums resonated outside. Qingyun was seated cross-legged on his bed, holding a spirit stone and diligently cultivating. Upon hearing the ruckus, he briefly opened his eyes before returning to his meditative state. It wasn't until another spirit stone in his grasp turned to ash and vanished that he finally rose from his bed. It was yet another splendid day. Qingyun took a deep breath, preparing to have Setian accompany him for a stroll by the sea. He had already conceived a method of cultivation at sea in his heart and was eager to try it. "Lok Tian," Qingyun called a few times, but received no response. Since returning to the village yesterday, he had seldom used his divine sense. At this moment, sensing that Lok Tian was not in the house, he faintly perceived his general location. Qingyun furrowed his brow at the direction of the mischievous one's home. Could the sound of drums and gongs be related to the conversation he overheard last night among Yulan's family? He immediately ran in the direction of Yulan's house. Before long, he indeed spotted a well-organized wedding procession waiting in the courtyard. A considerable crowd had gathered outside the courtyard as well. To his surprise, Lok Tian was mingling among the crowd, watching the spectacle. Upon Qingyun's arrival, Lok Tian immediately sensed him and respectfully rushed over. "Young master, are you here to join the fun?" No sooner had he spoken than Qingyun playfully gave him a light smack on the head. "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" Lok Tian, having grown closer to Qingyun on their journey, found his master's demeanor quite amiable, which encouraged him to speak more candidly. This made him even happier. Feeling he had chosen the right master, confused and looking innocent after being tapped, Lok Tian gazed at Qingyun. "Isn't that the boy adopted by the Zhu family? He's back." Someone nearby quickly recognized Qingyun. Before long, the onlookers began to cast their eyes upon him. Although most of them looked down on him with disdain, he still smiled at them. After a brief discussion, they returned their attention to the courtyard of Yulan's house. "Miss Lan, this is my 8th visit. Even a stubborn rock would have been moved by my persistence." A strikingly handsome, robust young man stood at the door, peering longingly inside. "Zung de Fa. Hurry, and take your people back." I will never marry you. Yulan's voice rang out loudly from within. Zheng De, feeling helpless, turned to Luo Depao for assistance, pulling out a hefty silver ingot and stuffing it into Luo Depao's hand. As Luo Depao's eyes gleamed with greed upon seeing the silver, he promptly pocketed it and marched into the house. Stubborn girl, today I will take you by force. With that, he kicked open Yulan's door. Father, please do not force your daughter. Seeing her father storm in with fury, Yulan immediately pressed a dagger to her neck. Luo Depao, taken aback by his daughter's fierce resolve, was momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, from the wedding procession, an arrogant elder approached Zheng De and said, Young Master Zheng, I have important matters to attend to. Even if your father pays me handsomely, I do not wish to waste too much time. Old you, I believe young Master Zheng is also eager to avoid delays. Zheng De replied, his impatience evident. He was desperate to take Yulan back to the bridal chamber. Without a word, the elder strode directly into the house. A flash of cold light revealed that he had disarmed Yulan, knocking the dagger from her grasp. Then, he swiftly pressed several points on her body, rendering her unconscious. Seeing this, Zheng De felt a rush of elation and immediately ordered his men to carry the incapacitated Yulan to the sedan chair, preparing to take her home. Qingyun, witnessing this scene, could not help but push through the crowd, stepping forward slowly. As he entered the courtyard, the crowd began to murmur. Isn't that the frail boy, Qingyun? When did he return? I remember Miss Lan always followed him around as a child. Is he here to disrupt the wedding? He and that big lad from the Zhang family have been away for over a decade. Why is he back now? Qingyun paid no heed to their chatter and calmly stated beside the sedan chair, no one is taking this sedan away today. Oh, isn't that the well-known waste of a boy? I heard you vanished for over a decade. How dare you show up now to ruin my plans? Zheng De recognized Qingyun immediately, as their villages were neighbors, and they were quite familiar with each other. He had long harbored feelings for Yulan, but she consistently followed this so-called waste, which irked him greatly. After several attempts to propose, she still refused him. Today, he had hired a martial arts master to ensure his success. Just as he was about to claim the beauty, this boy reappeared, stirring his anger. Old you, teach this insolent boy a lesson. Zheng De commanded the elder. The elder, noticing Qingyun, saw only an ordinary mortal lacking any cultivation. This led him to believe that Qingyun was merely a hot-blooded youth trying to impress a girl. Kid, I don't want to fight. Step aside, the elder said impatiently. I've made it clear. Today, no one is taking this sedan away. Qingyun maintained his indifferent demeanor. The elder, feeling disrespected, disregarded the age difference and threw a punch at Qingyun's abdomen. Qingyun stood still, allowing the punch to land. The elder, initially pleased, was stunned to find that Qingyun did not fly backward as expected. Perhaps I didn't hit hard enough? The elder thought, and unleashed another punch. This time with full force. Yet, the result remained the same. The only sound was a dull thud, and nothing changed. Qingyun smiled, lifted the curtain, and gently cradled Yulan, stepping slowly towards the exit. Zheng De was furious, shouting, Qingyun, where do you think you're taking my bride? Mind your words. Qingyun retorted, casting a cold, amused glance back at Zheng De before continuing onward. Zheng De fumed, realizing that even the formidable old you could not handle Qingyun. His father had given him a large sum of silver, which only fueled his anger. Old you, aren't you supposed to be a martial arts master? How can you not deal with a mere boy? Old Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to find words. He felt a deep ache in his hand, which had struck Qingyun like hitting an iron plate. Now, he feared he might have injured himself while trying to save face. Where are you taking my daughter? Luo Depao's tone was fierce, but deep down, he felt a twinge of fear. Have you ever treated her like a daughter? Qingyun responded without looking back, leaving behind those words that made Luo Depao feel ashamed. Before long, he vanished from the crowd's sight. Upon bringing Yulan home, Uncle Zhu was already back from fishing. Though he was a practitioner of cultivation, he maintained a low profile, living like an ordinary person, fishing for a living. Seeing Qingyun return with Yulan, he merely chuckled. You rascal, you've grown bolder after being away for more than a decade. What could I do, uncle? I couldn't just stand by and watch her be forcibly taken by Zheng De. Qingyun replied, contemplating finding a good match for Yulan to prevent further entanglements after he was gone. Did I just steal a bride today? He thought, rubbing his nose with a sheepish smile. Chapter 29. The old leader Qingyun stepped into the room and gently laid the unconscious Yulan on the bed. Gazing at her, as ethereal as a fairy, he nearly succumbed to the urge to kiss her. The thought startled him, prompting him to hastily channel a bit of spiritual energy into Yulan before escaping the room. Upon awakening, Yulan opened her eyes to find herself in a somewhat familiar room. This room was a familiar haunt of hers during childhood. Although Qingyun had not returned in over a decade since leaving home, and the house had undergone numerous renovations, the room still retained the layout reminiscent of Qingyun's youth. She gazed around, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to savoring honey. Rising from the bed, she tiptoed outside, only to find Qingyun absent from the courtyard. A smile crept onto her lips as she quickly made her way around to the back of Qingyun's house, where she spotted two young men seated atop a gentle hillock. "Brother Qingyun, I knew you would come to rescue me," she exclaimed, as she climbed up, settling closely beside him, resting her head upon his shoulder. The fragrance of the young woman enveloped Qingyun, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. This sensation was truly delightful. If given the chance, he would desire nothing more than to be an ordinary man, living a simple life in this quaint village with Yulan, growing old together. "Brother Qingyun, let me follow you for a lifetime, shall I?" Yulan murmured softly, pressing her head more firmly against his shoulder without lifting her gaze. Upon hearing her words, Qingyun's heart quivered, igniting a fervent warmth within him. The earlier notion of finding Yulan a suitable partner vanished from his mind. He wrapped his arms tightly around her, letting out a deep, affirming sound. In that moment, their hearts seemed to reconnect as they had in their childhood. "Ahem, young master, I have a matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Tian interjected, knowing full well that it was wise to excuse himself at such a moment. Yulan gasped, suddenly recalling the presence of another young man beside her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It's about time you left," Qingyun retorted, somewhat irked. Tian immediately jumped down from the hill and vanished in the blink of an eye. As the sun climbed higher, the bond between the two grew ever closer. At noon, Qingyun summoned Xiaolong from his storage ring. Upon emerging, Xiaolong felt invigorated, having been confined within the ring for nearly a year. It was indeed time to stretch his legs. "Wow, a beautiful sister," Xiaolong exclaimed, spotting Yulan next to Qingyun. "You brat, you don't greet your elder brother first, but instead notice the beauty?" Qingyun chided. "An elder brother is still an elder brother. What is the need for formalities? By the way, is this your sister-in-law?" As Xian Yi emerged, he appeared to be bursting with energy and words. But it sounds more pleasant to call her sister. Remember that," Qingyun advised, knowing Xiaolong's nature well enough to offer a precaution. "She is truly an older sister. Oh dear brother, with your looks, how could you possibly attract a sister that resembles a celestial being? Come on, tell me how you wooed her." Xiaolong resumed his teasing demeanor. "Wooed? Speak recklessly again, and I'll send you back to slumber in the ring," Qingyun replied. "By the way, I believe you've devoured all the fruits from my storage ring. Haven to you?" he added, playfully tapping Xiaolong on the head. Xiaolong, feeling slightly embarrassed, thought to himself, "I can't say that in front of the beautiful sister. This annoying elder brother." With a huff, Xiaolong turned and ran off to play. Having just awakened, Qingyun had already conveyed to Xiaolong the news of their arrival at Jishan village. Upon hearing they were by the sea, Xiaolong was overjoyed and couldn't wait to explore the ocean. Since promising Yulan, Qingyun had been contemplating how to enable her to cultivate. He possessed two sets of cultivation techniques, the chaos technique of heaven and earth and the foundational methods of the Great Flame Sect. However, neither seemed suitable. The chaos technique required physical training, and it was unthinkable to let a delicate girl endure such hardships. Yulan also clearly lacked a fire affinity. She might handle water, but fire was out of the question. After a fruitless contemplation, he advised Yulan to remain at home while he set off towards the eastern bay outside the village. There stood a particularly solitary house, home to an elderly man who held deep affection for Qingyun. The old man, known as Ren Siyuan, had a somewhat peculiar name, which struck the villagers as odd, hence they referred to him as Old Run. He rarely ventured out and seldom interacted with the villagers. Yet his fondness for Qingyun was unparalleled. Thus, Qingyun was eager to see him. Before long, he arrived at Old Ren's doorstep. "Grandpa Ren, are you there?" Qingyun called out. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a frail old man who immediately brightened upon seeing Qingyun. "Ah, it's Qingyun. Come inside." Old Ren beckoned. Hearing the invitation, Qingyun felt a mix of curiosity and eagerness as he stepped inside. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a table and a bed, which surprised Qingyun, for this was his first time in the old man's home. Old Ren scrutinized Qingyun for a moment before asking, "Qingyun, how have you fared these 11 years?" Seeing the concern in Old Ren's eyes, Qingyun longed to share his cultivation journey, but ultimately decided against it. Apart from his companions Duan and Luo Zhangjian, no one knew of their expedition to the Great Flame Sect. He had already informed Uncle Zhangjian the previous night that Duan was thriving in the sect. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, Zhangjian had been overjoyed, finding solace in his son's safety above all else. It's been all right, Qingyun replied. Grandpa Ren, I brought back some elixirs from Duan. I've heard they can grant longevity. Please take one. He handed a carefully prepared health elixir to old Ren. This elixir had certainly been procured from the storage bag he had seized. Upon seeing the elixir, a fleeting glimmer of something unrecognizable passed through old Ren's eyes. But it quickly vanished. He reached out with trembling hands to accept the elixir, but carefully tucked it away, saying, I'll consume it later. I have something to give you. Surprised by old Ren's action, Qingyun refrained from questioning further. Eagerly, he said, Grandpa Ren, I can't possibly accept anything more from you. If I do, my uncle will surely scold me. Throughout his life, old Ren had always gifted him mysterious items, sometimes a small vial, other times a firewood axe, or even food, leaving Qingyun both amused and bewildered. He understood that it was old Ren's deep affection for him, so he paid little mind to it, simply storing the small vial in his box and leaving the axe in a corner of his home. This time is different, old Ren chuckled, rummaging around before producing a rather peculiar garment. The attire appeared tattered and was woven from strands of grass, yet it seemed more refined and supple, exuding an ethereal white glow. What is this? Qingyun sensed instinctively that this garment was no ordinary piece of clothing. I acquired it from a mysterious expert in town. He claimed it would render the wearer impervious to blades and arrows, old Ren explained, earnestly handing the garment to Qingyun. This valuable item, Grandpa Ren. You should keep it for yourself. Qingyun felt uneasy about accepting such a gift from an elder. This is far less precious than the elixir you offered. If you refuse, then please take the elixir back. Old Ren seemed somewhat irked. All right. Qingyun scratched his nose, conceding, Thank you, Grandpa Ren. Upon receiving the garment, old Ren emphasized, Qingyun, you must wear this. It's essential that you do. Qingyun could only nod solemnly. After exchanging the elixir, he felt there was nothing further to discuss and prepared to take his leave. Naturally, he remained indifferent to the notion of the invulnerable garment. Soon, after rounding a bend, they arrived at the expansive shore of the ocean. Sensing the positions of Setian and the little dragon, he seized the opportunity, unnoticed, to swiftly ascend into the sky and head towards the inner sea. At that moment, before a solitary stone house, a frail old man stood gazing at the direction from which the azure clouds had departed, lingering for an eternity. Chapter 30. Organizing the spoils, Qingyun continued to fly far from the shore, before gradually coming to a halt. Looking down, he saw a golden little dragon joyfully swimming in the sea, creating enormous waves that sparkled under the sunlight. Naturally, it was the little dragon Xianyi. Nearby, Suatian was meditating atop a protruding rock. In fact, Qingyun had previously communicated with them through sound transmission, instructing them to wait for him there. Brother, what is it? I was having a great time playing with the village kids, the little dragon said, reverting to his youthful appearance and pouting. Suatian, however, said nothing. He would comply with whatever arrangements Qingyun made. Follow me, Qingyun commanded, continuing towards the inner sea, soon selecting a large rock to land upon. As the three of them settled, Qingyun said, Please help me sort through these storage bags. He then produced nearly 200 storage bags and a storage bracelet from his storage ring. The little dragon's mouth gaped in astonishment. Brother, you didn't wipe out some small sect, did you? Having awakened from the ring, he had been too eager to emerge to notice the storage bags. Qingyun chuckled, shaking his head. You certainly talk too much. Quickly, see what treasures are inside. He began to open them one by one. Suatian forcefully erased the spiritual imprint on the storage bracelet belonging to a nascent soul stage cultivator, managing to open it with some effort. Upon inspection, Qingyun was elated. Within this single bracelet were a 5th-grade elixir, over 10 superior spirit stones, more than 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and nearly 500 lower-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were 7 or 8 black flags and a silver sword, with the remainder being of lesser importance. Seeing the black flags, Suatian remarked, These are used for arranging formations. Depending on the cultivator's proficiency and understanding of formations, they can create varying degrees of power. They are indeed valuable. He gestured towards the flying sword. This little sword is a superior magic weapon, but it's rather unremarkable. After the three had sorted through the storage bags, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This time, we truly struck it rich with spirit stones. Altogether, there are probably over 30 superior spirit stones, nearly 500 middle-grade spirit stones, and more than 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. A jumble of elixirs and a plethora of magic weapons. Let us divide them. You may each choose what you need. Qingyun suggested, glancing at the two. Who would want your junk? Just give me a few hundred of those blood recovery pills, the little dragon said, leaning against the stone with his arms crossed over his head. You brat, There are just over 100 pills in total. You and Suatian have devoured half of them in just 6 months. You think you can have hundreds? Qingyun was at a loss for words. Oh, I thought you had plenty. If that's the case, then just give me 10 more. Those can help me recover faster. As for the spirit stones, you should keep them for your cultivation. You, as the elder brother, are quite pathetic, the little dragon said nonchalantly. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Suatian, take whatever is helpful for you, Qingyun said, tossing 10 blood recovery pills to the little dragon before addressing Suatian. Young master, since we will be here for 2 to 3 years, if we avoid fighting, I can likely recover to the mid-nascent soul stage within that time. It would be better for you to use those spirit stones for your cultivation. Once you ascend, we can return to the hermitage of that old man Feng Mo in the immortal realm, and in just a few days, I will fully recover. Suatian was quite agreeable and took nothing. To him, Qingyun's rapid improvement was more gratifying than anything else. However, young master, your cultivation method is indeed unique. For mortals, entering the path of cultivation without certain qualifications is immensely challenging. To break through the foundational stage is particularly arduous, and the spiritual energy required for each subsequent breakthrough is colossal. From my observations, this chaos of heaven and earth art seems tailored for your ascension. As long as you have sufficient spiritual energy, you can cultivate step by step. If this method were to be known in the immortal realm, it would certainly incite a frenzy. In summary, it is best to keep this method a secret. Suatian spoke with solemnity. Qingyun nodded and replied, in the village, be sure to act as an ordinary mortal. Do not casually reveal your cultivation. Pausing for a moment, he then asked, does anyone have a foundational cultivation method? Uncle Luoju's method and the one I possess are not suitable for girls to practice. The little dragon perked up immediately. Are you suggesting you want the beautiful sister to cultivate as well? Just say so. I have plenty of methods. He stood up, approached Qingyun, and pressed his finger against Qingyun's brow. Instantly, Qingyun's mind was filled with several basic cultivation methods. The little dragon returned to the stone and sat down, saying, brother, this is the top-tier introductory cultivation method from my inherited memories. Thank you, little dragon, Qingyun said, genuinely pleased. This resolved the issue of Yulan's cultivation. Hearing Qingyun's gratitude, the little dragon appeared somewhat bashful. All right, let us head back and quietly enter the village. Qingyun stored all the items in his storage ring, and the three flew back to the shore. At that moment, there were not many people on the beach. It would be a while before the villagers came out to fish. Brother Qingyun, where did you go without taking me along? Yulan pouted, scolding him for not including her in the outing. I'll definitely take you tomorrow, Qingyun replied with a chuckle, and then, as was his habit, he climbed into bed. Upon seeing Qingyun in bed, Yulan felt awkward standing there. She couldn't possibly return home, lest her parents devise some scheme to marry her off to a neighboring village. Brother Qingyun, where am I supposed to sleep? Yulan asked, embarrassed and annoyed. Oh, Qingyun realized the awkwardness as he just climbed into bed, and upon hearing Yulan's question, he felt embarrassed as well. He quickly jumped down and said, haha, the bed is for our Yulan to sleep in. I'll go sleep in Uncle's room. He then hurriedly exited the room. He dashed into Suatian's room, startling Suatian, who was in the midst of cultivating. Young master, what are you doing? You should be resting with the young mistress. Suatian asked knowingly. With a thud, Suatian received a playful rap on the head and dared not speak further. Promptly closing his eyes to continue his meditation, Qingyun sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy within the spirit stones fervently. Before long, it was the afternoon of the next day. Taking advantage of the absence of people at sea, Qingyun quietly brought Yulan to the beach. After confirming that no one was around, he, with Yulan in his embrace, flew towards the large reef in the inner sea. Once again, Yulan found herself tightly held by Qingyun, flying through the air, the scent of his masculine presence both exhilarating and blissful. After they landed on the great reef, Qingyun gazed at Yulan, who was brimming with excitement, and softly asked, Yulan, would you like to soar through the skies like I do? Brother Qingyun, are you saying you will teach me immortal spells? Yulan felt a surge of excitement and nodded without hesitation. Seeing her agreement, Qingyun immediately pressed his finger to her brow, imparting a set of ice-cold techniques from the little dragon to Yulan's mind. He then took out a third-grade qi condensation pill and handed it to her, saying, first, consume this pill, then absorb its medicinal power according to the techniques in your mind while drawing in the spiritual energy of the world. Yulan followed his instructions, swallowed the pill, and sat cross-legged to begin practicing the ice-cold techniques. Yulan was inherently intelligent, and under Qingyun's guidance, she absorbed the entirety of the medicinal power of the within less than an hour. Upon concluding her practice, she suddenly felt a sticky discomfort enveloping her body. prompting her to furrow her brows. What's wrong? Qingyun inquired. It seems like there are many impurities on me, and it feels unbearable, Yulan shyly replied. Oh, then you should jump into the sea and wash off. With me around, nothing will happen, Qingyun jested. Yulan's face flushed a deeper crimson at his teasing. However, being a young lady, she could hardly endure the unpleasant odor clinging to her, and therefore, she resolutely declared, you must turn around and not peek. I assure you, I want to look, Qingyun promised earnestly. Yulan thought to herself, after all, she belonged to Qingyun for life. Even if he caught a glimpse, it would matter little. With that, she began to undress. As Qingyun heard the rustling sound of her clothes, he felt parched and his heart raced. Nevertheless, he resisted the urge to turn around, fearing that he might startle her, which would be quite unfortunate in the depths of the sea. Once Yulan had removed her garments, she slowly slid down the rocky shore into the water. Growing up by the seaside, she was naturally adept at swimming. At that moment, she joyfully glided through the waves like a mermaid. Qingyun, captivated by the splashes of water, began to lose himself in fanciful thoughts. Just as he was lost in a beautiful daydream, a piercing scream from Yulan snapped him back to reality. Chapter 31. Ascent's Revenge. Qingyun swiftly turned around to find a shark fin, sharp as a dagger, swiftly approaching Yulan. Alarm surged through him, and he disregarded any notions of propriety. He leaped into the water and clasped Yulan around the waist. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he felt her body become increasingly warm in his embrace. Realizing the situation, he cursed himself for being a scoundrel and hastily retrieved a set of white garments from his storage ring to wrap around Yulan. By this time, Yulan was already flushed, her cheeks glowing as if they could drip with water. Seeing the shark still adamantly swimming toward them, Qingyun cleared his throat and softly said to Yulan, Laner, prepare to witness a spectacle. With that, he slowly drew his black sword, the Locking Heaven sword. As the shark neared, he swiftly executed a pair of slashing motions. After a brief pause, the shark was cleaved into 3 pieces, floating lifelessly on the surface, blood staining the water around them. Though the absence of the sword's full power diminished the speed and strength of the strike, it was still more than sufficient to dispatch a mere shark. Before long, 7 or 8 sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, hastily converged on the scene, igniting a frenzied feeding frenzy. In mere moments, the dismembered shark was devoured by its kin. They then glanced at the youth standing on the rocks before fleeing in haste. All right, Laner, let us return, Qingyun said, looking at the bashful Yulan, his heart murmuring, so beautiful, it could be deadly. He lifted her once more and swiftly flew back to Jishan village. Upon their return, they encountered Xiaolong, who was parading around with a group of children. The youngsters trailed behind him, calling out, Big brother, big brother. This lad certainly has a knack for leadership, Qingyun chuckled at the sight. Yulan had already rushed home to change, leaving Qingyun to meander leisurely. Fu Qingyun. Suddenly, someone called out from behind. Qingyun turned around, slightly taken aback. Long time no see, he said with a faint smile. Indeed. Whereas Luo Taidan? Did he not return with you? A tall yet somewhat frail young man remarked nonchalantly. No, he has joined a major sect to learn the ways of immortality. Qingyun replied in a calm tone. Haha, are you attempting to use him as leverage against me? The young man was none other than Luo Jisan, affectionately known as Ascent, a rival of Qingyun since childhood. Think what you will. Regardless, congratulations on establishing a family, Qingyun said with a placid smile before turning to leave. Ascent clenched his fists behind him, a cold smirk crossing his lips. He was determined to reclaim the glory of childhood when he was often bested by Taidan at Qingyun's hands. Qingyun's attitude towards Ascent had significantly transformed. He could easily make Ascent vanish with a mere flick of his finger. Yet, at this moment, Ascent merely represented a passing figure in his life, and Qingyun had no desire to revisit their past grievances. Upon returning to his courtyard, Qingyun entered his room and sat cross-legged on the bed, diligently adjusting his state of mind. Once his thoughts settled into tranquility, he began to mentally devise the attack techniques he had contemplated for quite some time. Presently, he possessed a physique more formidable than the average cultivator, with offensive spells such as thrusts, ruptures, and gravitational techniques. However, he found himself lacking in other forms of attack, which left him feeling rather passive during combat. With nothing else to distract him, he resolved to create some attack techniques of his own, plunging wholeheartedly into a meditative state. 5 days passed in this manner. Qingyun had informed Locking Heaven in advance, ensuring that no one would disturb his meditation. One day, he awoke from his reverie, possessing a general idea that merely required practical validation. Clearly, the courtyard was unsuitable for such testing. He strolled outside and, after a brief moment, reached the village's edge. Upon communicating with Locking Heaven, he prepared to venture farther into the sea for practical verification of his theories when suddenly, 5 or 6 individuals emerged from a nearby hillside, swiftly encircling him. Seeing Ascent step forward from the group, Qingyun couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he wished to set aside their village grievances. Yet some were unwilling to let go. Fu Qingyun, without Luo Taidun to protect you this time, let us see how you continue to act so arrogantly. Ascent sneered coldly. I have never acted arrogantly. Qingyun casually waved his hand. The burly men beside him burst into laughter. One of them exclaimed, We've been waiting here for days, thinking you were too frightened to show your face after encountering third brother. Today we finally caught you. Qingyun scanned the faces and recognized them as Ascent's sycophants from their childhood. Feeling somewhat bored, he decided to drift away and wait for an opportune moment to fly toward the sea. However, his actions led Ascent and the others to mistakenly believe he was attempting to flee, and they promptly closed in around him once more. Understanding that they would not relent without a confrontation, Qingyun thought, if they wish to engage, then so be it. Hurry up and decide what you want. I have important matters to attend to, he stated, standing his ground. Observing Qingyun's dismissive demeanor, Ascent gritted his teeth and shouted, Go. Instantly, the group surged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Qingyun. Ouch, my foot hurts. My hand is broken. Within moments, each of them began to wail. Ascent looked at Qingyun in disbelief. Have you learned the Golden Bell shield and iron shirt? Qingyun, uninterested in explaining, figured it was fine for them to harbor such misconceptions. Hurry back and tend to your injuries, he said, turning to leave. This is exceedingly dull. But it's not over yet. After all, Ascent and his group had also learned martial arts taught by Uncle Luo Zhu. Stop, Ascent shouted. Even if you've learned iron shirt, what of it? Draw your weapons and come at me. As he spoke, several of them brandished large blades and axes. Charging forward once more, Qingyun felt a flicker of irritation. He realized he had become somewhat lenient since returning to the village. Very well, I shall impart a lesson, he thought. Without moving a muscle, he simply extended his hands to intercept the first blade and hammer that charged at him, and with a slight application of spiritual energy, he heard a couple of sharp cracks as the blade shattered and the hammer split. The individuals before him were utterly flabbergasted. Even the most dim-witted among them could discern that the person before them, Fu Qingyun, was no longer the ineffectual boy he once was. Begone, Qingyun stated. This time without courtesy, he had extended repeated opportunities to these individuals, yet they had taken them for granted. Having felt the weight of his prowess, they dared not linger any longer and hastily retreated in shame. With the vicinity now devoid of onlookers, Qingyun soared directly toward the Grand Reef in the inner sea, where Suatian had been awaiting him for quite some time. Alighting on the rocky outcrop, Qingyun immediately declared, Suatian, I have been contemplating the fusion of various techniques, leading to the emergence of a new move. I would like your assistance in validating it. Of course, young master, Suatian replied respectfully. First, receive a standard thrust from me. As Qingyun spoke, he unleashed a dark gray energy blade towards Suatian. The latter effortlessly countered the thrust. Remember the power of that last move. Now, let us try this, Qingyun continued, stepping back and drawing Suatian behind him, leaving only the tip of the sword in front of his chest. With a firm voice, he commanded, Thrust. The black sword tip erupted explosively, and at that moment, Qingyun swiftly infused his spiritual energy into the newly formed blast, encasing it in a spherical energy orb. He then compressed the orb, which diminished in size until, with a flick of his wrist, he propelled the condensed energy towards Suatian. Suatian immediately raised both palms to brace against it, and with a resounding bang, he was forced back several steps. Young master, the power of this move is significantly greater than the previous one, Suatian remarked, newfound admiration for his master swelling within him. The combination of the thrust and gravitational technique was indeed remarkable. Given this, you could easily manifest an energy orb using both hands and launch it with gravitational force, Suatian surmised. Why not give it a try? Qingyun chuckled. Upon hearing his master's words, Suatian positioned his palms together, preparing to form an energy orb. Suatian was taken aback. Chapter 32. The Body Refinement Technique at Sea. Why can't I form it? Suatian's face was filled with confusion. I have already attempted that notion, Qingyun replied nonchalantly. The technique I cultivate for the ground thrust relies on utilizing a sword artifact to manipulate the airflow and generate explosive force. Thus, forming an energy orb is effortless. If one cannot directly communicate with the elemental forces of the world, one must plant a seed of fire, water, or some other essence within oneself to conjure corresponding fireballs or ice orbs. Young master, You have indeed made progress, Suo Tian expressed, genuine joy radiating from him. The stronger his master became, the quicker he could restore his own cultivation. As a sword spirit, his supreme skill lay in amplifying the sword's power to its zenith. This was something a girl once told me at the Great Sect. Well then, let us test the next one. Here is the sword. You can unleash anything with it, can't you? Qingyun teased playfully. Of course, young master, watch closely. Upon receiving the black sword, Suo Tian's aura surged dramatically. He swung it toward the sea, unleashing a dark gray blade that extended over 10 meters, astonishing Qingyun. The blasts and blades he had previously executed now seemed trivial in comparison. Young master, if your cultivation were on par with mine at present, with my assistance, the power of the same technique would increase by at least tenfold. Tenfold. Qingyun was genuinely startled by this revelation, and his anticipation for his own cultivation growth intensified. With Suo Tian nodding emphatically, Qingyun continued, All right, strike me with a blow, but keep the force minimal. Even without Qingyun's urging, Suo Tian would have certainly held back. He raised the sword, and a pale gray blade shot toward Qingyun's body. To all appearances, Qingyun did not flinch, bracing himself against the strike. He swiftly released his spiritual energy, aiming to envelop the blade, but before he could complete the maneuver, the blade dissipated. Qingyun's intention had been to absorb the strike with his physical form and then envelop it with his spiritual energy, compressing it to rebound swiftly. However, the initial experiment had ended in failure. Suo Tian seemed to grasp Qingyun's intention and was astonished. Young master, this approach appears to be unfeasible. Attempting to rebound an opponent's attack using one's own spiritual energy requires a certain level of cultivation. Unless your internal energy is exceptionally strong, it is not viable. Moreover, your current control over your energy is rather sluggish. Suo Tian promptly deduced the reasons for Qingyun's failure. Qingyun appeared somewhat disheartened but quickly regained his composure, saying, There must be a way to make it work. I shall ponder this further upon my return. For now, I have conceived a fascinating body refinement technique. Let us fly further into the inner sea. The two ascended into the inner sea, traveling a considerable distance, with no landing points in sight, forcing them to exhaust their spiritual energy to remain suspended in the air. Turning to Suo Tian, Qingyun instructed, Stay here and observe. With that, he shot upward into the sky, ascending higher until he eventually vanished from Suo Tian's sight. After a brief wait, Suo Tian suddenly saw Qingyun plummeting from the sky, limbs outstretched, face and abdomen aimed toward the sea. A tremendous splash echoed as Qingyun crashed onto the ocean's surface, sending waves soaring several meters high. Haha, exhilarating! Qingyun exclaimed, laughter booming in the air. The sensation of free falling from such heights, relinquishing all control over his spiritual energy and allowing his body to meet the sea, was invigorating for his long-neglected physique. Witnessing this spectacle, Suo Tian could not help but think his master a bit reckless. Should he miscalculate his control, the impact of such a fall could be catastrophic. Though unfamiliar with the sea, he understood that the speed and force of descent only increased the closer one got to the surface. Clearly, I have not reached a sufficient height. However, today I have achieved my verification goals. Let us return. Upon returning to his courtyard, Qingyun entered his room to find Yulan tidying up. The bed was cluttered with various packages. What is all this? Qingyun inquired, perplexed. Brother Qingyun, this room will be mine from now on, Yulan replied with a smile. What? Where will I sleep? Qingyun exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Although everyone in the village knows how poorly your parents treat you. Do you mean to say you are not planning to marry me? Yulan's expression fell, and she added, You promised to let me accompany you for a lifetime. Of course, I will marry you. Qingyun reassured her with a chuckle. How could I not marry such a beautiful girl? Once you establish your foundation, we shall wed. What do you say? But you said no backing out, Yulan responded, her mood lifting as she beamed at Qingyun, gazing at the lovely girl before him. Qingyun felt a profound sense of contentment. He retrieved a bracelet from his storage ring and handed it to Yulan, saying, Here, this is for you. Yulan paused her tidying, turned around, and exclaimed joyfully, Is this for me? Although it's a bit plain, I am still very happy. She slipped the bracelet onto her white, jade-like wrist. This is a storage bracelet, designed to hold items, Qingyun explained, guiding her through the process of recognizing it with her blood and briefly outlining its use. The fascinating nature of the item thrilled Yulan, and she quickly lost interest in tidying up, her focus entirely on the bracelet. Qingyun chuckled, and then presented her with a silver small sword. 3 days after Qingyun's return, everything settled back into tranquility. Time passed slowly as the group engaged in their diligent, yet discreet cultivation. Qingyun, utilizing spirit stones, not only progressed in his own training, but also continually aided Yulan with elixirs and spirit stones. Meanwhile, Xiaolong had taken to gathering children from village to village, establishing himself as the local children's leader. Suatian, of course, was gradually regaining his strength. Uncle Luo Zhu continued his daily routine, taking pleasure in watching Qingyun and the others diligently cultivate. However, Old Ren often visited to check on Qingyun, persistently urging him to wear the clothing he had given him. Qingyun exchanged a few polite words, but naturally did not pay them much heed. As spring turned to autumn, 3 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. After absorbing nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and practicing a body refinement technique by free-falling from a height into the sea, Qingyun finally filled his internal spirit energy for the 4th time one clear morning. His cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the Golden Core realm. However, he was troubled by the fact that, despite his best efforts, he could not compress and convert the spirit energy within him into spiritual power. Meanwhile, Suatian's cultivation had gradually stabilized at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Having not consumed a single spirit stone, and with the spiritual energy on this continent being quite sparse, there was little progress to be made. His current cultivation level was still less than 1% of its former peak. With the dual assistance of spirit stones and elixirs, Yulan had consumed 2 foundation establishment pills but still failed to establish her foundation. Although she had an abundance of spirit stones and elixirs, her short cultivation time and instability in her foundation made her attempts somewhat hasty. This urgency was certainly spurred by Qingyun's remark, which made her eager to succeed in establishing her foundation. Observing Yulan's diligent efforts, Qingyun was compelled to change his stance, stating that she need only solidify her cultivation at the late stage of qi condensation before they could marry. In comparison to the majority of cultivators on this continent, both he and Yulan were progressing at an almost monstrous pace. Qingyun not only possessed the chaos technique of heaven and earth, but also had access to a substantial amount of spirit stones and elixirs, making their rapid advancement quite reasonable. Nevertheless, he was aware that the next step, transitioning from the golden core to the nascent soul, would not be so straightforward. On this day, Qingyun was seated in meditation as usual, contemplating how to transform the abundant spirit energy within him into spiritual power. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, where he faintly heard someone crying out, "Please save my father, Little Dragon. I beg you." Upon hearing the name Little Dragon, Qingyun rose and stepped outside, discovering a crowd gathered on the village's main road. Approaching the throng, he saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy kneeling before Xian Yi, the Little Dragon, tugging at his sleeve and weeping incessantly, calling out, "Little Dragon, please save my father." Qingyun immediately recognized this boy as the son of Luo Zhisan. He pushed through the crowd and found Luo Zhisan lying motionless on the ground, barely alive, with what appeared to be deep wounds on his abdomen and thigh, oozing dark blood. "Big brother, you're here too. Quickly, save Tiger's father." Little Dragon, unsure of what to do, immediately beseeched Qingyun upon seeing him arrive. "What happened?" Qingyun inquired. "Today, we had just set our fishing nets by the sea and were about to return to the village when a ferocious beast suddenly appeared and attacked third brother." A young man stepped forward respectfully to explain. Since Qingyun had disciplined them 3 years ago, they had come to regard him with a measure of fear. And over the subsequent years, Qingyun had helped the village resolve many troubles, earning their respect. A ferocious beast? Qingyun knelt to examine Luo Zhisan's wounds and recalled the bat demon from Yungang City 3 or 4 years prior. He quickly retrieved a pill, crushed a small portion into powder, and sprinkled it on Ascent's wounds, then produced another elixir to place in Ascent's mouth. As the medicine took effect, Ascent let out a pained groan. "Carry him back. He'll be fine in a few days." "By the way, what about the beast?" Qingyun queried, puzzled by how they had managed to escape from such a fearsome creature, as these beasts were typically quite powerful. As if confirming his thoughts, the young man trembled and replied, "A few armed cultivators are currently battling that beast on the sea. Otherwise, third brother and I would never have returned." His face reflected palpable fear, evidently still haunted by the encounter. After watching Luo Zhisan being carried away, Qingyun immediately sent a message to Suatian, instructing him to bring Yulan to meet him and Little Dragon. Before long, the 4 of them gathered by the seaside. "Brother Qingyun, what is that?" Yulan exclaimed, her gaze fixated on a massive beast struggling against several cultivators on the distant sea, her face paling. The beast had the head of a goat and the body of a man, with 2 forward curving horns and a back covered in large, protruding lumps. Its elongated claws exuded black smoke as it furiously swung at the cultivators, sending blood mist flying. "Fear not, that is merely a 4th-tier magical beast. I brought you here today to witness this battle." So you may understand that once you embark on the path of cultivation, you must face many dangers. However, as long as I am here, I will do everything in my power to protect you, Qingyun said softly, sensing Yulan's trepidation. He wished to provide her with a peaceful and serene environment, so she could live a life of tranquility and happiness. Yet, the world of cultivation was destined to be harsh, and he hoped Yulan could gain a real and clear understanding of this world and face it with resilience. For some reason, he harbored an unsettling feeling that perhaps guiding Yulan toward cultivation was not the right decision after all. Suppressing this foreboding, Qingyun shifted his focus to the cultivators engaged in battle. There were 3 men and 2 women, among whom a red-haired man displayed the highest cultivation, having reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, while the others appeared to have recently entered the Golden Core stage. A mere 4th-tier magical beast should not pose much of a challenge, and it seemed that it would not be long before these 5 would vanquish it. Noticing Yulan's still pale complexion, Qingyun gently approached and took her hand. Feeling the warmth of his firm grip, Yulan found solace and reassurance, her fear dissipating. "Brother, let us go? With such a creature, I could obliterate it with a small thunderball," Little Dragon remarked with indifference. As his inherited memories continued to awaken, his own strength had significantly increased, though he could not precisely discern the extent of his enhancement. In the sky, the red-haired man wielded a wooden staff with 2 small holes at the head, through which large silver rings were threaded. The rings clashed against each other, producing an eerie sound, as if ripples of resonance were continuously transmitted into the beast's mind. The beast, agitated by the noise, disregarded the attacks it was sustaining and charged at the red-haired man. The man let out a sinister laugh, tossing the staff into the air while forming hand seals and chanting incantations. The silver rings began to tremble violently. Suddenly, the beast clutched its head and howled in agony. The howls grew louder and more piercing, sending shivers through the air. Noticing Qingyun's silence, Little Dragon wandered off to find a large stone to recline upon. Meanwhile, Suatian approached Qingyun and remarked, "Young master, the red-haired man's attack appears to be a soul-targeting technique. Such spells are exceedingly difficult to cultivate, but once mastered, their power is immense." "Oh, a soul attack?" Qingyun pondered, intrigued by Suatian's insight. Could he be from the Guaming sect? During his time in the Dian Sect's library, he had learned about the various sects and their specialties throughout the Qingming continent, and the Guaming sect was indeed known for its proficiency in soul-related attacks. Seeing the beast begin to falter, Qingyun took Yulan's hand and began to lead her back to the village. "Let us return." Just as they were about to leave, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from above, causing Qingyun's heart to race. The scream had emanated from one of the female cultivators. He swiftly turned to see the beast howling towards the heavens, its face contorted in rage as the lumps on its back erupted one after another. Dark blood cascading from its half-human, half-beast form onto the surface of the sea. 2 dark red wings sprouted from its back, visibly extending along its shoulders and down its arms. In no time, a colossal, winged, goat-headed humanoid creature materialized before the onlookers. The emerald-green eyes emitted a faint glow, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. It appeared that the beast had evolved, and Suatan's expression turned anxious. "Young master, under the stimulus of that soul attack, this ferocious creature has forcibly awakened its bloodline and advanced a level. The cultivators in the core formation stage will likely find it impossible to contend with it." As Suatian finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a surge of battle intent emanating from Qingyun, and he realized that Qingyun was about to take action. "Suatian, return to the sword," Qingyun commanded, summoning the dark sword. A powerful aura of combat filled his being. After 3 years of cultivation in the mountain village, his spiritual energy had reached a 3rd peak, and his cultivation was equivalent to the late stage of core formation. Coupled with 3 years of rigorous physical training at sea, his body had become exceptionally formidable. With this combination, he was confident in facing a cultivator in the early stage of nascent soul. As Suatian returned to the sword, Qingyun soared into the sky. The several cultivators, frightened by the sudden advancement of the beast, were preparing to flee when they saw a young man in a white robe charging up with a black sword in hand. Stabilizing his form, Qingyun pointed the sword at the goat-headed half-beast and shouted, "Pierce." With a thunderous noise, a massive dark gray energy blast erupted from the tip of the dark sword, hurtling toward the goat-headed half-beast. The creature, startled by the sudden appearance of the young man and the ferocity of the attack, swiftly flapped its wings and narrowly avoided the oncoming energy blade. The beast's speed, now that it had just advanced, exceeded Qingyun's expectations. After missing his strike, the goat-headed half-beast clawed at Qingyun with lightning speed. Reacting quickly, Qingyun raised his sword to block, and a resounding clang echoed as sparks flew from the blade. Chapter 34. The engagement. Qingyun frowned slightly. It seemed the beast's hide was exceptionally tough. As he pondered this, the creature's other claw came crashing down. Rainlawn, witnessing this, gasped in alarm. Yet, an overwhelming sense of valor surged within Qingyun, and he boldly chose not to evade. He sought to discover whose body was more resilient. The massive claw grazed his chest, tearing his white robe and leaving 5 faint red claw marks. Seeing this, Qingyun's confidence soared. With a loud roar, he pressed the black sword against the beast's claw and commanded, "Great split." A deafening explosion followed as a colossal dark red energy blade severed the beast's claw, blood spilling profusely. The recoil propelled Qingyun backwards. The goat-headed half-beast, now reduced to 1 claw, erupted in fury. Black mist enveloped its arms, intensifying until it was shrouded entirely, and it charged madly at Qingyun. "Brother, be careful," Xiaolong shouted anxiously from below. Qingyun, with one hand retracting the locking sky sword and his right fingers splayed over the sword's tip, whispered, "Flash." A massive energy orb, the size of a water barrel, manifested before him, rapidly compressing to the size of a palm. With a swift motion, he launched it like lightning at the goat-headed half-beast. As the orb pierced the black mist, an earth-shattering sound erupted, followed by a deluge of flesh and organs raining down upon the sea. The black mist gradually dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, among the 3 men and 2 women cultivators, one rat-faced man, upon hearing Xiaolong's cry, casually cast a glance at him, his heart racing with excitement. Wasn't this the boy Elder Yin had commanded to hunt down? What a stroke of fortune to encounter him today. Though he had just witnessed Qingyun's prowess in dispatching the 5th-tier beast, he dared not show his exhilaration. "Thank you for your assistance, friend." The red-haired man clasped his hands in gratitude toward Qingyun before swiftly departing with his companions. Qingyun, feeling no sense of unease, flew to the shore. Rainlawn rushed to his side, anxiously checking for injuries. Qingyun's heart warmed, and he seized her small hand, grinning mischievously. "I'm perfectly fine." "Oh dear, you reckless fool. We aren't even wed yet." Rainlawn blushed and dashed back towards the village, her heart sweeter than honey. Xiaolong gave Qingyun a thumbs up, signifying, "Brother, you're truly amazing," before scampering off to play with his followers. The locking sky sword materialized outside, respectfully saying, "Young master, your flash technique. Speak plainly. After all this time, you should know my character well," Qingyun replied. He recognized Locking Sky's respect, but, as their days together grew, he increasingly regarded Locking Sky as a friend rather than merely a sword spirit. Locking Sky had selflessly shared all his experiences and resources, providing Qingyun with everything beneficial for his growth. "I feel you may be relying too heavily on my speed," Locking Sky remarked gravely. That statement struck a chord within Qingyun. Indeed, had he not depended on the speed of the Locking Sky sword in every battle? Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged Locking Sky's insight. He was not inherently adept at speed. Encountering the swift 5th-tier goat-headed half-beast today, had his body not been extraordinarily resilient, he would have been at a disadvantage. "Young master, the flash you executed today must be your strongest technique thus far, correct? While I can elevate my initial speed to the limit, your speed in enveloping and compressing the energy orb remains too slow." Locking Sky had clearly sensed Qingyun's disadvantage against the goat-headed half-beast. The flash evolved from the pierce technique. The earth pierce method is incomplete. It merely instructed me on how to harness spiritual energy to manipulate the air. There were no further instructions on amplifying its power. I can only explore this gradually. Qingyun nodded at Locking Sky as he strolled back toward the village. Locking Sky pondered silently. Am I being too impatient concerning the young master's cultivation? It is no small feat for someone to reach the late stage of core formation in just over a decade. While much of this is attributed to the wondrous chaotic technique and countless spiritual stones, the young master is genuinely diligent and dedicated. "You can count on me." Regardless of the circumstances, Locking Sky affirmed. Upon returning to the village, Luo Zhu hurried over to Qingyun, asking, "I heard a ferocious beast appeared outside the village. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. The beast has been dealt with," Qingyun replied nonchalantly. "Does everyone in the village know you are a cultivator now?" Luo Zhu inquired. "Not exactly. The village remains quiet. Everyone saw Luo Zhisan's appearance and hid in their homes in fright. Oh, since the beast has been resolved, let us prepare for your engagement with Rainlawn," Luo Zhu exclaimed joyfully. All right. I'll leave everything to Uncle." Qingyun had not anticipated that he would settle down so soon. Yet, the thought of the lovely and charming Rainlawn becoming his wife filled him with happiness. Soon, News of Qingyun's impending marriage to Rainlawn spread throughout the small mountain village, and even neighboring villages became aware. The most distressed was Zheng Defei, who, 3 years prior, had failed to win Rainland's heart and was now stuck with a distant village's beauty, a fierce woman who incessantly nagged. Upon learning of Qingyun and Rainland's engagement, he felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. That day, he decided to drown his sorrows at a tavern in Lelin town, drinking heavily in his gloom. He continued to drink until late into the night before stumbling homeward. To return from Lelin town to the village, one had to traverse a high mountain gorge. By the time Zheng Defei reached the gorge, darkness had fallen. As he wobbled across the iron rope bridge spanning the gorge, the bridge swayed with his movements, exacerbating his dizziness. He attempted to rest against the side of the bridge but slipped and fell headlong into the chasm below. With a startled cry, he quickly vanished without a trace. Chapter 35. The enemy approaches. The disappearance of Zheng Dafeng did not cause much of an uproar. After his family enlisted several martial arts experts to search for him in vain, they had no choice but to give up. A month later, an unexpected visitor arrived in the village. He approached the village chief and issued an imperial edict, by order of the empire. Due to the increasing number of ferocious beasts emerging from the wilderness that pose a threat to the lives of many citizens, all villages must relocate to their respective towns within 2 months for safety. After proclaiming the order, he added loudly, Leyland town has already established a protective formation arranged by a cultivator. If you wish to preserve your lives, make haste to the town and enter the formation. With that, he promptly headed to the next village. Recalling the incident involving Luo Jisan a month prior, the villagers were gripped by fear, and many hurried home to gather their belongings to head to the town that very day. However, some were reluctant to leave the place they had called home for many years. Upon learning of this news, Uncle Luo Zhu decided to hastily complete the marriage between Qingyun and Yulan before proceeding to Leyland town. Days passed, and preparations were finally complete. The village of Jishan was filled with a festive atmosphere. Early in the morning, Qingyun awoke and stepped outside, feeling an unusual flutter in his eyelids. Could it be nerves? While he pondered this, Uncle Luo Zhu pulled him into a flurry of preparations, adorning him handsomely. At 28, although Qingyun was not conventionally handsome, he possessed a charm of his own. His tall stature and bright, expressive eyes bestowed upon him a unique aura. Everything was kept simple, as Qingyun had previously discussed with Uncle Luo Zhu. Thus, there was no wedding procession, despite Uncle Luo Zhu's insistence. Dressed in a resplendent red robe, he made his way to Yulan's home to carry her back, and after a brief ceremony, they would be husband and wife. The thought filled Qingyun with immense joy. From this moment forth, he would bear a promise, a responsibility, and equally, a warmth and happiness. The courtyard was already filled with guests who had yet to depart for the town. Elder Lin, Old Run, and Luo Changjian had arrived early. The three of them, having consumed the elixirs given by Qingyun 3 years ago, appeared youthful and vibrant, as if they were growing younger with time. Remarkably, the one officiating the wedding was a San, Luo Jisan. Ever since Qingyun had saved him, he had transformed, holding a deep respect for Qingyun. Brother, you look quite splendid today, haha? Little Long chuckled upon seeing Qingyun in red. Let us go, you rascal. Uncle, it's all up to you to manage the banquet, Qingyun said, feeling a bit shy as he rubbed his nose, eager to carry Yulan away. Locking Tian and Little Long followed behind him, their faces glowing with excitement as they made their way to Yulan's home. At Luo Depeo's residence, the atmosphere was equally lively. The house was adorned with red festive lanterns, while children in the courtyard set off firecrackers with great enthusiasm. Over the past 3 years, Luo Depeo had benefited greatly from Qingyun, leading to a change in his mindset. He began to embrace his responsibilities as a father to Yulan. As Qingyun quietly resolved numerous issues in the village, the villagers gradually began to respect him from the depths of their hearts. Everything seemed so harmonious and joyous. Before long, Qingyun arrived at Yulan's home, smiling and greeting those around him as he walked into the courtyard. Inside, he found a bride clad in vibrant red. Her graceful figure seated before a bronze mirror, her face modestly concealed by a red veil. Without uttering a word, Qingyun approached Yulan and swept her into his arms. She let out a soft gasp, tightening her embrace around him. At that moment, she felt truly happy. From childhood, Qingyun had been deeply etched in her heart. As she grew older and he ventured away, her longing for him only intensified. Now, nestled in his arms, it felt as if she were dreaming. Qingyun carried her back home amidst the constant crackle of firecrackers. Upon entering his courtyard, he stepped into the main hall. Uncle Luo Zhu had arranged everything perfectly, sitting in the main seat with a smile as he watched them. Qingyun gently set Yulan down, and Ascent called out, preparing to commence the ceremony. However, just then, a loud crash echoed from outside, and a bloodied figure was thrown into the courtyard, stunning everyone present. Qingyun rushed out of the main hall to see a tall, purple-haired youth standing calmly in midair. The village's strong man, Luo Shuisheng, lay on the ground, drenched in blood, one arm broken, hanging by only a few tendons. The guests who had come to celebrate the wedding scattered in fright, rushing home to gather their belongings in preparation to flee to the town. They felt the village was no longer safe. Soon, the courtyard was deserted, leaving behind scattered tables, chairs, and broken dishes. Qingyun quickly retrieved a recovery pill and administered it to Shuisheng, instructing Locking Tian to carry him inside. Casting a cold gaze at the purple-haired youth hovering above, he spoke in a deep voice, "Who are you, and why do you inflict harm upon the people of my village? Ha ha ha, you inquire about my identity?" The purple-haired youth laughed heartily, condensing a massive fireball in his palm. "Now, do you understand who I am? This brat refused to tell me your whereabouts. Hence, I had no choice but to resort to violence." Qingyun's pupils constricted as he gazed at the swirling fireball. "Are you from the Great Flame Sect? A disciple of Yanxiang?" He pressed. "Indeed," the purple-haired youth replied mockingly. "That boy killed my master's most beloved grandson. Do you think he could possibly escape retribution?" Qingyun turned to the others behind him and said, "Uncle, this person has reached the pinnacle of the early Yuanying stage. It will be difficult for me to contend with him. You should take Elder Lin, Elder Run, Uncle Changjin, Yulan, and all the villagers who have yet to leave and hurry to the town. Little Long, I will store you in my spatial ring for now. If the opportunity arises, I will summon you as a surprise force. Locking Tian, return to your sword. We must prepare for a fierce battle," Qingyun declared, promptly placing Little Long into his ring while summoning forth the black Locking Tian. Uncle Luo Zhu was a man of discernment, despite his desire to assist. He recognized that remaining would only hinder Qingyun. Thus, he quickly gathered Elder Lin, Elder Ren, and the other villagers who had stayed for the wedding, urging them to head towards Leyland town. "The elder has spoken. I shall give you one last chance. Surrender that boy, and I may spare your lives." The purple-haired youth, despite his desire to strike ruthlessly, dared not defy his master's command. "I refuse," Qingyun replied coldly. "Brother Qingyun, I want tea leave. I want tea leave," came Yulan's voice, struggling behind him. He turned to see Uncle Luo Zhu's helpless expression. Gently, he approached Yulan, caressing her face as he spoke tenderly, "Be obedient. Go to the town. Once I defeat him, I will come to find you." Seeing Qingyun's unprecedented seriousness, Yulan felt uncertain of what to do. Since you refuse, then none shall escape." "Ha ha ha, this is of your own making," the purple-haired youth declared, unleashing his formidable aura. Instantly, Uncle Luo Zhu, Yulan, Old Run, and others felt as though a mountain had descended upon them, rendering them immobile. Witnessing this, Qingyun ceased holding back. He released the full force of his perfected golden core stage cultivation, dispelling the oppressive weight upon them. Simultaneously, he conjured a dark red protective barrier enveloping everyone, then soared into the air to confront the purple-haired youth. Chapter 36, A Grueling Battle. A perfected golden core stage cultivator. Ha ha. It seems my fifth senior brother's judgment was not very accurate. The purple-haired youth laughed, referring to the gray-clad figure who had intercepted Qingyun and Little Long that night. A disciple of Yanxiang, Guofan. Before him stood his 10th disciple, Chengchuan. Qingyun realized that a fierce battle was inevitable today. Although the little dragon had regained much of its strength, Qingyun would not permit it to use its secret techniques unless absolutely necessary. With that thought, he ceased any further words and unleashed a sudden, powerful strike toward Chengchuan. Chengchuan, with a look of disdain, simply extended a palm to effortlessly deflect the blow. Subsequently, a fireball erupted in his hand, completely dispersing Qingyun's strike. Qingyun understood that merely relying on this attack would never subdue the individual before him. He swiftly extended one arm, delivering a thrust accompanied by a sharp exclamation, sending a swirling dark energy toward Chengchuan. As Qingyun's cultivation advanced, the hue of this energy deepened from dark gray to a profound black, significantly augmenting its power. Upon witnessing the formidable size of the energy surge, measuring 3 to 4 zhang in width, Chengchuan immediately shed his initial dismissive attitude, forming a hand seal and proclaiming, "Dance of the Fire Serpent." A massive fire serpent, approximately 7 to 8 zhang in width, opened its maw and surged toward the dark energy. With a thunderous roar, the fire serpent collided violently with the energy surge, creating a tremendous shockwave that uprooted the stone houses within the small village. Without hesitation, Qingyun advanced with a swift step, launching another thrust. As long as his internal spiritual power was sufficient, he could unleash these thrusts in rapid succession, albeit at a great cost to his energy. Just as Cheng Chuan steadied himself, he saw another, even larger surge of spiritual energy barreling toward him. He swiftly concentrated his hands, shouting, "Wrath of the Fire Lion." A fiery lion, towering 5 to 6 zhang, materialized behind him, roaring as it charged forward, colliding again with the dark energy. The clash of red and black in midair was particularly spectacular. In less than a breath, the fire lion scattered the energy surge and continued its charge toward Qingyun. The onlookers grew increasingly anxious for Qingyun's safety. Yet, he remained undeterred, positioning his feet slightly apart and extending his arms forward, seemingly awaiting the lion's impending assault. As the fire lion lunged at him, Qingyun surged forth with a tremendous outpouring of spiritual energy, enveloping the lion's head in a matter of moments. He roared, "Consolidate!" And astonishingly, the 5 to 6 zhang tall fire lion began to shrink, ultimately diminishing to merely 2 zhang in size. Cheng Chuan, taken aback by this unbelievable spectacle, found it difficult to comprehend. He could barely accept that Qingyun could withstand the lion's ferocious bite with mere physicality. But to forcibly compress the lion he had conjured left him utterly astonished. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the compressed fire lion was sent hurtling back toward him by Qingyun's sweeping hands. "How is this possible?" Cheng Chuan exclaimed in disbelief, as his thoughts struggled to catch up. With no time to ponder further, he swiftly retrieved a round shield from his storage bag and raised it defensively. With a resounding crack, the shield held for only a few moments before shattering into pieces. A flicker of fear ignited within Cheng Chuan. He had underestimated Qingyun, believing that as long as he had not reached the nascent soul stage, he would surely be no match for him. With a final crash, the shield disintegrated, though it managed to absorb much of the returning force. Cheng Chuan swallowed a mouthful of blood, his rage mounting. I truly underestimated you," he declared, producing a fire-red crescent-shaped hook that appeared rather peculiar. Seeing the purple-haired youth merely defend himself as his protective artifact was destroyed, Qingyun internally lamented. He had endured a strike with his own flesh and blood to unleash a counterattack he had been honing for over 3 years, and his internal energy was nearly depleted, while the youth before him appeared entirely unscathed. Truly, a nascent soul cultivator was formidable. He quickly consumed a blood-replenishing pill, almost without pause, and withdrew his locking heaven sword. Shouting "Flash Strike!" a gray energy orb shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling toward Cheng Chuan, who was stunned by the unexpected follow-up attack. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, he quickly raised his hook to block. With a thunderous explosion, the smoke cleared to reveal Cheng Chuan in disarray, his hair tousled and blood streaming down his arm. His other hand hung limply, bloodied and mangled. Furious, Cheng Chuan glared at Qingyun, raising his hook and bellowing, "Die!" Flames engulfed the hook as a massive fire column began to take shape. "Inferno collapse," he shouted, directing the fiery column at Qingyun. Qingyun, his clothing charred and his internal energy nearly exhausted, stood resolute, summoning every ounce of strength to evade the attack. The fire column grazed past him. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, it erupted, scattering fiery shards that pierced his body. Despite his robust physique, the fiery shrapnel buried deep into him, causing excruciating pain. His body was riddled with crimson wounds, darkened with the mingling of blood. Still alive? Cheng Chuan seethed with rage, realizing that the inferno collapse was his ultimate technique. Seeing Qingyun merely injured on one side intensified his fury. "Double fireballs," he commanded, sending 2 enormous fireballs soaring toward Qingyun. "Master, unleash another thrust." Locking heaven suddenly transmitted a message. Without hesitation, Qingyun responded with a powerful shout, "Thrust." A dark red energy surge, as thick as an arm, cleaved through the fireballs like lightning, racing toward Cheng Chuan. Despair flickered in Cheng Chuan's eyes as the speed of the energy surge surpassed his comprehension. Reluctantly, he watched as it pierced through his body and detonated. A small red figure emerged, filled with hatred, fleeing toward the northwest, while simultaneously shattering a jade slip. Qingyun suddenly plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater as his internal energy was entirely depleted. Locking heaven, appearing equally fatigued, quickly produced a blood-replenishing pill for Qingyun and infused energy into him. After a considerable time, Qingyun gradually regained some strength, swiftly gathering all items in the room into his storage ring and leading everyone toward the town. Having traveled for less than an hour, they encountered a perilous mountain ravine, the only path to Lilin town. As Qingyun prepared to cross the iron suspension bridge spanning the ravine with the group, a white light array suddenly materialized in midair. As ripples surged through it, a bald man emerged. Chapter 37. The Battle at the Ravine Locking Heaven transmitted to Qingyun, Master. This individual appears to have been forcibly transported here by a higher-level cultivator, likely through a coordinated effort. Upon his arrival, the bald man twisted his neck with a series of cracking sounds and cast an evaluating gaze, ultimately settling on Qingyun. Qingyun, with a sweep of his consciousness, discerned that this bald man was at the mid-nascent soul level, prompting him to instruct Uncle Luo Zhu to swiftly lead the others across the bridge while he remained behind. He understood that the bald man's target was undoubtedly him, and if he also crossed the bridge, unforeseen complications could arise. Reluctantly, Yulan followed Old Run and the others onto the iron bridge, fully aware that her limited cultivation would be of no assistance to Qingyun. The bald man, noticing Qingyun's stillness, ignored the others. He descended slowly to the ground, grinning broadly at Qingyun. You are Fu Qingyun, the protector of that child? Qingyun was taken aback. It turned out the man was a stutterer. What more could be gleaned from further questions? In any case, he would never allow this man to take his little brother. Aware that words were futile, Qingyun prepared for a fierce battle, hoping to delay as long as possible to ensure everyone reached the town's protective formation safely. He quickly consumed 2 blood-replenishing pills, and before he could raise the Locking Heaven sword, the bald man unexpectedly struck first. With his hands forming a seal, a fireball materialized in his palm, rapidly expanding to nearly 3 zhang in diameter, overshadowing the surrounding sky. Qingyun had never encountered such a colossal fireball, and a profound sense of shock welled up within him. The terrifying power of the flames contained within the immense sphere instilled a deep sense of crisis. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retrieved the 9-dragon cauldron and held it before his chest. Almost instantaneously, as he brandished the cauldron, the bald man let out a thunderous shout, and the gigantic fireball hurtled towards Qingyun with ferocity. The searing shockwave sent the surrounding rocks flying in all directions. With no means of evasion, Qingyun could only thrust the 9-dragon cauldron forward. The fireball collided with the cauldron in an instant, and an overwhelming force propelled Qingyun into a massive boulder. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, barely managing to rise to his feet, smoke hissing from his scorched body. On the opposite side, Yulan witnessed Qingyun spitting blood and turned pale, ready to rush back across the iron chain bridge, but was firmly restrained by Luo Zhu. Qingyun staggered out from the boulder, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The bald man's initial attack had caught him off guard. Had he not exhausted his internal spiritual energy in the previous battle with Qingchuan, he would have had no trouble defending himself against the bald man. However, having already sustained considerable injuries, the impact of the fireball left him feeling as if the world were spinning around him. Seeing Qingyun still on his feet despite the blow, the bald man expressed a hint of surprise before bellowing, "Dance of the Fire Serpent." The incantation flowed smoothly this time, and a massive serpent, engulfed in raging flames and with a core of crimson, lunged towards Qingyun with ferocity. The sheer size of the fire serpent incinerated nearly all vegetation surrounding the ravine. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, Qingyun summoned the 9-dragon cauldron once more. Yet, an eerie phenomenon re-emerged. The cauldron failed to respond. A pang of realization struck Qingyun. Could it be that the 9-dragon cauldron could only be used once in battle before needing to cool down? As this thought crossed his mind, the fiery serpent was already upon him. Having been swallowed by the serpent once before, he was filled with dread. In a moment of desperation, he grasped a high-grade spirit stone and began to fervently absorb its spiritual energy, concentrating it in his chest. Just as he completed this, the fire serpent engulfed him. Waves of scorching pressure tore at his body, as if it were about to split apart. Gritting his teeth, he continued to absorb the energy from the spirit stone, simultaneously raising the locking sky sword and whispering, "Flash strike." A massive energy sphere rapidly formed within the fiery serpent, and with a thunderous explosion, the serpent was obliterated. Drenched in black blood, with bones visibly exposed, Qingyun appeared on the verge of collapse, swaying unsteadily. The bald man, sensing this, resolved to deliver a final blow to end Qingyun. He produced a crimson banner, chanting incantations under his breath, and soon a torrent of red light gathered atop the banner. A cacophony of wails pierced the air. With a swift motion, the bald man unleashed a horde of fiery ghosts upon Qingyun. Though his consciousness was fading, Qingyun caught sight of the overwhelming army of fire ghosts. He strained to turn his head towards the other side of the iron chain bridge, faintly seeing Yulan struggling to cross, while Luo Zhu held her back firmly. Even Oldrin appeared to be in a state of struggle, his expression grave. Qingyun, reluctantly, cast a final glance at his companions. As a frenzied thought surged through his mind, His gaze gradually steadied, and as the army of fire ghosts advanced, he swallowed several blood-replenishing pills, summoning all remaining spiritual power to charge towards the bald man. Even if it meant his demise, he intended to self-destruct to inflict heavy damage on the bald man, thus providing a chance for his friends to survive. This was his resolve. The bald man, taken aback by Qingyun's advance rather than retreat, felt a flicker of concern. However, to him, Qingyun no longer posed any threat. He smirked derisively, preparing to watch as Qingyun was consumed by the army of fire ghosts. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze, and his expression shifted dramatically. Qingyun's spiritual energy surged forth uncontrollably, enveloping much of the fiery ghost army, which was now being propelled towards the bald man by Qingyun's relentless force. The boldness of Qingyun astonished the bald man. He had never encountered someone so recklessly determined. As Qingyun pushed his remaining strength to its limits, his speed reached a terrifying peak. The rapidity of the events left the bald man no choice but to raise the crimson banner once more as Qingyun drew near. Just as Qingyun prepared for his self-detonation, a shadow suddenly appeared before him, immobilizing him and dissipating all the forces between him and the bald man. The shadow then transported Qingyun beside Yulan and the others, gently placing him against a massive stone. Quickly, a plump pill was retrieved and placed in Qingyun's mouth. Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure before him, shock etched across his features. For this individual was someone he recognized all too well. Chapter 38. The fragrance fades and the jade falls. Grandpa run. Qingyun whispered, struggling to believe his eyes. The sudden shadow was none other than the usually solitary old Ren Siyuan. At that moment, old Ren appeared just as he did in the village of Jishan, seemingly devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. However, his eyes sparkled with clarity rather than the usual haze. Qingyun, rest here. The rest will be handled by Grandpa Ren, he said, his voice weathered yet powerful. He turned, fixing a cold gaze on the bald man as he approached step by step. His pace was unhurried, even somewhat slow. Yet the bald man felt as if each step was a heavy mountain pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless. Old Ren soon crossed the iron chain bridge and paused, casting his gaze towards the heavens for a moment, revealing a hint of struggle in his eyes. But that hesitation quickly vanished, replaced by a sharp and resolute glare. In a decisive moment, he raised a hand and pointed, not at the bald man, but towards Qingyun and his companions. Instantly, a golden light shield enveloped them securely. Then, addressing the bald man, he remarked, "It has been nearly 30 years since I last fought. I wonder if this old body still holds any strength." Without waiting for the bald man's reaction, old Ren delivered a soft command, "Heavenly Annihilation Seal." With a casual sweep of his hand, a colossal palm print, nearly 100 feet wide, manifested above the bald man. To his horror, the bald man found himself immobilized, unable to move. He could only watch in terror as the gigantic palm descended rapidly upon him. With a resounding crash, the ground was gouged, leaving a massive crater, and the bald man was reduced to ashes. Old Ren casually gestured, and a storage pouch flew into his hand. Impressive. The might of old Ren left all present in shock, especially Luo Zhu, who suddenly recalled the moment 28 years prior when he had cradled young Qingyun in that mountain hollow, watching the tattered figure of old Ren from a distance. Before he could ponder further, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies. A man, swift as the wind, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, bellowing at old Ren. "Did you kill my junior brother Wanli?" His rage and sorrow were palpable. Among the 10 disciples of Yanxiang, his eldest brother El Feng and the 9th brother Wanli shared the closest bond. They had been summoned by the elder Yanxiang and Yin Kai, transported here through a joint effort. To his dismay, upon arrival, he found that his beloved brother's essence had vanished. Old Ren remained composed, responding calmly, "Indeed, it was I who ended his life." "Very well, then you shall die." The wind-like middle-aged man's face twisted in fury as he swiftly brandished a spear, half red and half white, pointing it at old Ren while shouting, "Double lion and tiger domination." In an instant, the sky erupted in flames, shrouding the area for hundreds of feet in a blaze. Amidst the roaring flames, a lion and a tiger emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura that could shake the very core of one's being. The leader, old Ren, narrowed his gaze slightly, sensing the early stage of the ethereal realm. He dared not be negligent. In an instant, he teleported to the side of Qingyun and the others, reinforcing the protective barrier. He understood that should this middle-aged man strike, it would surely result in cataclysmic devastation. In his prime, he would have regarded this man as nothing more than an ant. However, at present, he could only let out a barely perceptible sigh as he continued to fortify the barrier. witnessing the lion and tiger in the sky. Qingyun felt a surge of intense unwillingness. With such formidable foes, could Grandpa Ren truly fend them off? Grandpa Ren, please ensure their safe departure. After all, he is only here for me and Xiaolong, Qingyun said bitterly. Rest assured, little Qingyun, with Grandpa Ren here, no one can harm you. Do you still have the hatchet I gave you? I shall borrow it for a moment, Old Ren replied. Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. The hatchet? Fortunately, despite his hurried departure from the village, he had not forgotten to gather all his belongings into his storage ring. He quickly retrieved the hatchet, which Old Ren took and soared into the sky. Humph, your time is long overdue, the middle-aged man declared, pointing forward with one hand, causing the lion and tiger to charge at Old Ren, engulfed in flames. Old Ren's expression turned grave as he raised the hatchet, murmuring, "Cloud waterfall." The surrounding air suddenly turned frigid, and the sky dimmed as a nearly 100-foot-tall cloud waterfall formed before him, pulsating with a lifelike glow. In an instant, the fiery beasts charged forth, only to be met with a thunderous crash as they were halted by the dense cloud. Qingyun's heart raced. He realized the hatchet was indeed a treasure he had carelessly left in the corner, almost forgetting to bring it with him. At this moment, Old Ren's identity appeared increasingly enigmatic to him. Humph, there's some skill there, the middle-aged man scoffed, suddenly brandishing a spear and hurling it towards the cloud waterfall. In the blink of an eye, the spear struck the waterfall with great force. A cracking sound echoed as the cloud waterfall shattered, and the spear shot toward Old Ren like a lightning bolt. Old Ren sidestepped, deflecting the spear with the hatchet. The spear curved in midair, returning to the middle-aged man's hand. Old Ren's face grew slightly pale. After sustaining severe injuries 30 years ago, his lifespan had dwindled, and this battle was further depleting his vitality. In a brief moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man lunged towards Qingyun and the others, launching a barrage of spear strikes that shattered the protective barrier with a resounding crash. It was not over yet. He pointed at Qingyun and bellowed, "Die! Flame spear shoot!" At this moment, Qingyun found himself unable to move, tightly holding Yulan in his embrace as he slowly closed his eyes. Old Ren, alarmed, instantly teleported in front of Qingyun, blocking the flame spear with his bare hand. Hearing the middle-aged man's surprised exclamation, Qingyun opened his eyes once more to see Old Ren standing resolutely before them. Though his form appeared increasingly insubstantial, such a master exists at this remote seaside. I, El Feng, am in awe. Yet today, I must slay this Qingyun, El Feng declared. Raising his spear again, he shouted, "Flame spear, shoot again." A fiery spear surged towards Qingyun once more. Old Ren stood firm to block it, but this time the spear's might was greater, piercing through his shoulder and hurtling towards Qingyun. Just as Old Ren prepared to ignite his soul, a flash of red darted in, pushing Qingyun aside. With a piercing sound, the flame spear penetrated her body and struck the boulder behind her, igniting violently. "Ah, Lanner!" Qingyun cried out, having been pushed aside by Yulan, only to witness the flaming spear exit her body, blood spraying into the air. His heart ceased, feeling as if something within him shattered, causing him excruciating pain. No, Lanner, why did you do this?" Qingyun felt a surge of strength as he embraced Yulan tightly. Lanner, he choked out. "My dear, in the next life, do marry Lanner early," Yulan said, her breath growing faint. She extended her hand, striving to caress Qingyun's face, but found it increasingly arduous. The spear had pierced her heart, flames consuming her from within, her body visibly disintegrating. Yet she felt no pain. She only wished to touch Qingyun's face once more. No. Qingyun's heart twisted in agony, his hands desperately pressing against Yulan's wound. Despite the absence of any spiritual energy within him, he poured everything he had into her, hoping to staunch the blood flow and extinguish the vile flames. But it was futile. Yulan's hand ultimately failed to reach Qingyun's face, filled with longing, as she gently closed her eyes. Lanner, Qingyun screamed in despair, for the first time experiencing such hopelessness, such terror, such helplessness. Chapter 39. Divine Thunder Spear. Old Ren, witnessing this tragic scene, felt his heart ache. He hurriedly rushed to Qingyun's side, urgently saying, "Quickly, remove your jade pendant." Trembling, Qingyun took off the pendant and handed it to Old Ren. "Your blood." Without a moment's hesitation, Qingyun drew a swift cut across the hatchet in Old Ren's hand. Old Ren immediately smeared Qingyun's blood onto the blue-white jade pendant, forming hand seals and muttering incantations. Soon, the pendant floated in midair, emitting a soft glow that enveloped Yulan entirely. In an instant, she vanished without a trace. Old Ren let out a sigh of relief, returning the pendant to Qingyun, and said gently, "I have sent her soul into the pendant for nourishment. She is temporarily unharmed. Though her body is gone, her soul remains intact. As long as you find a way to condense a new body and reintegrate her soul, she can be revived. But all of this depends on your own efforts. Before he could finish, the hatchet suddenly radiated a peaceful golden light, deflecting Elfeng's next flame spear attack. Observing the fleeting golden light, Old Ren felt his eyes moisten as he laughed heartily towards the heavens. It is fate, it is fate. Young master, do not blame this old servant. He gazed upward for a moment, slowly rising to his feet and calling out to Qingyun, Qingyun, watch closely and remember this hatchet's formidable might. With that, he ignited the power of his soul, positioning the hatchet firmly in his other arm, pointing it at Elfeng. A spear, you say? Allow me to show you what a true spear is. He then bellowed with conviction, divine, thunder, spear, pierce. With a thunderous roar, the hatchet astonishingly unleashed a bolt of purple lightning, shooting towards Elfeng like a radiant arc. Elfeng's face shifted dramatically as he shouted, Great Flame Spear. Just as he unleashed his most powerful attack, he saw the purple lightning racing towards him, cleaving the flame spear in two without losing momentum. Elfeng's heart sank as he realized he could not evade the rapidly approaching lightning, which pierced through his right shoulder, sending blood spraying into the air. Relieved that it hadn't struck a vital point, he prepared to counterattack, but before he could regain his balance, he was horrified to see the purple lightning inexplicably curve midair and charge at him even faster than before. Now genuinely frightened, he attempted to grasp his spear to defend himself, but before he could move, the lightning pierced through his skull with a resounding crash. The physical body of a being at the ethereal realm instantaneously exploded into ashes, dissipating into nothingness. Elfeng barely managed to escape with his soul, frantically fleeing to the northwest. Old Ren, having expended his soul energy for this ultimate strike, was now at the brink of exhaustion. He knew he could not pursue Elfeng any longer. Approaching Qingyun, he saw him clutching the jade pendant, his face etched with anguish, and slowly sat down in a meditative posture. Qingyun, do not grieve. In this vast world, there exist numerous methods to resurrect Yulan, provided one's cultivation is sufficiently strong. Old Ren gazed at Qingyun with a benevolent expression, offering comfort. Qingyun lifted his head, murmuring in acknowledgement, but was suddenly struck with alarm. Grandpa Ren, what is happening to you? He noticed that the figure of Grandpa Ren before him was becoming increasingly transparent, as if he might vanish at any moment. The battle just now has consumed all my lifespan. Soon I shall return to the void between heaven and earth, Old Ren replied with a faint smile. Grandpa Ren, it is I who have burdened you. Qingyun's voice trembled with emotion. Burdened? Who knows who burdens whom? Old Ren mused aloud. Listen to me, Qingyun. My time is limited. This continent possesses a meager supply of spiritual energy, making cultivation exceedingly slow. However, in the northwest of this land lies a wild forest, beneath which is said to lie a temple that opens once every 100 years. If you can enter that temple, you may find some fortuitous encounter. Old Ren paused to catch his breath before continuing. You must be wondering why your body cannot cultivate normally, and surely you long to know your lineage. You desperately wish for Yulan to return to life, do you not? Each of these three questions struck Qingyun's heart like a hammer. He felt a surge of desire ignite within him as he nodded vigorously. Then heed my words and venture into the wild forest. If my calculations are correct, the temple will open once more within 5 years. As he spoke, his form grew ever more translucent. He tossed Qingyun a storage pouch, the very one belonging to the bald man from earlier. Qingyun, if you wish to find your parents, you must cultivate diligently. Strive to elevate your cultivation to the highest possible level. Remember that. The knife has inadvertently awakened a trace of your blood. It seems all of this is fate. Cherish the small vial and the clothing I have given you. Use them wisely, and never forget. At that moment, Old Ren's shadow became increasingly faint, nearly vanishing from sight. Qingyun felt a deep sorrow well up within him, tears brimming in his eyes. Observing this, Old Ren extended a nearly ethereal finger towards Qingyun's forehead, smiling gently. Qingyun, diligently practice the techniques and divine arts I have bestowed upon you. We shall meet again someday. Remember, no matter what, you must grow stronger, ever stronger. As his voice dwindled, Old Ren gradually faded from existence. Qingyun reached out in an attempt to grasp him, but only caught a few faint glimmers of light. What was meant to be a day of great joy had swiftly turned into one of profound loss, as he found himself bereft of two dear companions. He felt anger and sorrow, yet he understood the necessity of fortitude. For now, he bore many new responsibilities and tasks that awaited him, resolving to endure his grief. He hoisted the unconscious Uncle Luo, who had been affected by the battle, and made his way to the town with great difficulty. Finally, as dusk approached, they arrived at Lilin town. Under the guidance of the imperial soldiers, he and the now conscious Uncle Luo entered the protective formation of the town. Within this formation, countless small houses had been erected. The town had expanded several-fold, all under the protection of the formation. It appeared that the number of ferocious beasts emerging from the wild forest had indeed increased significantly. This coastal area was still quite distant from the western wild forest. Yet over the years, even the lower-tier ferocious beasts had gradually made their way to the coast. During his time in Yungang City, Qingyun had heard the city lord, Gao Ji, mention that these ferocious beasts came to the coastline with the intent of seizing ships to venture into the eastern sea. He found it difficult to comprehend the rationale behind this, but such matters were not his primary concern. Soon, he summoned Xiao Long and Suo Tian, selecting a few vacant rooms for their stay. Chapter 40. The Golden Fan. Several days had passed since entering the protective formation of the town. Yet Qingyun remained seated cross-legged on his bed, clutching the jade pendant tightly against his chest, utterly motionless. The sudden upheaval had left him in a state of shock. Despite being a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, his deep emotional ties made it difficult for him to accept the reality. His heart felt as if it were bleeding. He regretted and lamented, questioning why he had ever permitted Yulan to pursue cultivation, leading to her current state of mere spirit. The pendant had fused with his blood, allowing him to distinctly sense Yulan's soul within it. Lanner, rest assured, no matter how difficult the path may be, I will find a way to resurrect you. Qingyun vowed silently to himself. He mentally reviewed the series of events that had transpired and resolved to set off for the wild forest immediately, even if it meant facing the pursuit of Yanxiang. Yulan's current predicament had made it abundantly clear to him that in the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount. If he wished to protect those dear to him, he must grow stronger, ever stronger. He had confined himself to his room for a full 7 days. Xiao Long had lost his previous vivacity, and both he and Suo Tian kept vigil outside Qingyun's door. After an unknown period, the door creaked open, and Qingyun stepped out slowly. Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Long and Suo Tian immediately rose to see who had emerged. "Ah, brother, is that you?" Xiao Long exclaimed in surprise. "Young master, what has happened to you?" Suo Tian also looked astonished. "What is it?" Qingyun inquired, noticing their incredulous expressions. "Your hair," they both exclaimed in unison. Xiao Long quickly dashed back inside, retrieving a mirror and handing it to Qingyun. As he gazed into the mirror, he saw a young man with silver hair and a face marked by weariness staring back at him. Qingyun instinctively touched his hair and chuckled bitterly. "I had no idea my hair had changed to this." Xiao Long, however, was pleased, saying, "Brother, it looks great. Much more handsome than before." Suo Tian internally sighed, recognizing the sorrow that must have accompanied such a drastic change in appearance. At that moment, Qingyun felt a chill run through him. Ignoring Xiao Long's comments, Qingyun sighed softly and addressed them. "I have decided to set off for the wild forest immediately. If you have no other matters, bid farewell to Uncle and the others before we depart." They nodded in agreement, and together with Qingyun, they found Uncle Luo and some villagers from Jishan to say their goodbyes before leaving the protective formation of the town. The three did not take to the skies, but instead chose to meander along the back roads, heading west at a leisurely pace. Despite Qingyun's urgent desire to find a means to resurrect Yulan, he was acutely aware that Yanxiang of the Blaze Sect would not easily relent in his pursuit of both himself and Xiao Long. He had likely dispatched numerous disciples to scour the region for their whereabouts. Thus, their decision to avoid flight was rooted in safety concerns. Throughout their journey, Qingyun pondered how he could reach the wild forest swiftly while evading those who hunted them. 3 days later, Qingyun, accompanied by Xiao Long and Suo Tian, had left the confines of Lilin town. They gradually entered a desolate mountain range. Although 3 years had passed, Xiao Long retained his unchanged demeanor. Qingyun contemplated whether to store Xiao Long in his storage ring and confine Suo Tian within his sword, making travel easier, but Xiao Long adamantly refused. Suo Tian, too, relished the freedom of the outdoors. Noticing Qingyun deep in thought with a furrowed brow, Xiao Long casually remarked, "Brother, let those hunters come. What is there to fear? We can take them on one by one." Suddenly realizing he had spoken out of turn, he quickly fell silent. "Brother, I didn't mean to. It's all right. Sister Yulan will eventually return to life." Qingyun spoke with unwavering conviction. "Very well, since we cannot find a better plan, let us proceed towards the wild forest. Time is still on our side." Due to the imperial decree, the populace had migrated to the protective formations in their respective towns. Along their journey, they encountered dilapidated villages and the carcasses of ferocious beasts. The farther west they traveled, the more ferocious beasts they encountered. Qingyun lost count of how many he had slain along the way. At this moment, His storage ring contained no less than 100 inner cores of 4th-tier magical beasts. On this day, Qingyun and Xiaolong had just dispatched a 3rd-tier iron-armored pig when they noticed a sinister man cloaked in swirling black mist rushing towards them. Qingyun speculated that this individual was likely another cultivator intent on murder and treasure. However, seeing that the man had yet to achieve the nascent soul stage, Qingyun felt no fear. As the man approached, he realized he was merely facing 3 cultivators at the initial stage of the core formation. And he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What luck! 3 golden cores at once," he exclaimed. With a hearty laugh, he unleashed a massive black palm print before even nearing them. The palm, shrouded in dark mist and emitting a nauseating odor, made one feel like retching. Qingyun, with a cold smile, suddenly produced a resplendent golden fan and waved it towards the palm print. Instantly, the black palm altered its course, veering off to the side, and the swirling black mist dissipated accordingly. This fan was a magical artifact originally left in his storage ring by the Wind Mo celestial monarch. According to Suatian, this item was akin to the Suatian sword, both being celestial artifacts, though Qingyun's current cultivation level was insufficient to unleash its full power. At most, he could summon a faint trace of its might. Yet, to Qingyun, even this meager power was astonishing. Seeing his black mist palm effortlessly neutralized, the sinister man was momentarily taken aback, and a greedy desire for Qingyun's fan surged within him. "I didn't expect you to possess such a fine item. Hand it over, and I shall spare your lives," he declared. Before he could finish speaking, Qingyun waved the fan to either side, releasing 2 dark red energy blasts that surged towards him. The man, alarmed, attempted to evade, but soon discovered that his escape route was sealed by the energy blasts. With a scream, the black mist man was obliterated in the ensuing explosion, and a storage bag flew into Qingyun's hands. Without a second glance, he tossed it into his storage ring. Such skirmishes had played out countless times along their journey. 2 years later, the trio finally arrived at the largest city in the western region. Strangely, they had not encountered any pursuit from Yanxiang during these 2 years, a peculiarity that weighed heavily on Qingyun's heart. "Young master, the reports indicate that the border wars are particularly brutal, with heavy casualties among both cultivators and mortals. As the opening of the barbarian shrine is still some time away, it would be prudent for us to enter the city. This way, we can cultivate in peace and evade Yanxiang's pursuit," Suatian suggested. Qingyun nodded and led the way toward the city gates. Chapter 41. The mysterious fragmented map. Ningfeng City, the largest city on the western frontier of the Qingyang Empire, was several times larger than the Yun port city Qingyun had previously visited. 300 miles west of Ningfeng lay a relatively flat area at the southern edge of the wild forest, one of the 2 main battlegrounds between the Zixing Empire and the Qingyang Empire, where battles raged ceaselessly. Due to the ongoing conflict, Ningfeng City produced numerous gifted individuals, many of whom were prioritized for training by the Empire. The trio entered the city after paying 3 low-grade spirit stones, as it was mandated that all outsiders present one to gain entry. With nascent soul cultivators stationed at the city gates, no one dared to cause trouble. The Empire's war budget was tight, necessitating the collection of funds from incoming travelers to sustain the prolonged conflicts. Upon entering the city, Qingyun was awestruck by the grandiose architecture, all constructed from massive green stones, reinforced and thickened, exuding an aura of strength. Most structures were cylindrical, soaring towards the heavens in a majestic display. The streets were exceptionally wide, estimated to be over 10 zhang across, lined with shops that, despite being in a war-torn region, remained remarkably intact. "Make way, make way!" A line of soldiers suddenly rushed past from an unknown direction, seemingly in a great hurry to exit the city. Qingyun glanced at them and continued with Xiaolong and Suatian into the city, planning to settle down before seeking a chance to infiltrate the forest as the shrine's opening approached. Before long, they arrived at the finest tavern in Ningfeng. Upon seeing guests, the innkeeper immediately approached with a smile. "Gentlemen, we offer lodging, dining, and entertainment. Truly the best tavern in Ningfeng City." Having welcomed countless guests, the innkeeper had developed a keen eye and immediately recognized that Qingyun and his companions were seeking accommodations. "Our rates are quite reasonable. 1 low-grade spirit stone grants you 10 days of stay, a middle-grade spirit stone allows for 100 days, and a high-grade spirit stone secures 3 years. Without further ado, Qingyun tossed 3 middle-grade spirit stones to the innkeeper and was promptly led upstairs. As they passed a table on the 2nd floor, Qingyun overheard a conversation. "I heard the Empire has dispatched a genius cultivator from the Wind Spirit Sect to assist the commander. Perhaps victory is finally within reach." Pondering this, Qingyun felt a twinge of confusion. Was it possible that the Qingyun Empire had been suffering consecutive defeats? Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, he chose a relatively quiet room and entered. Xiaolong and Suatian settled into adjacent rooms. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Qingyun opened his storage ring, retrieving the small vial given to him by Elder Ren, along with a hatchet and some garments. The vial, no taller than 2 inches, was crystal clear, its material indiscernible. Notably, the cap was fused with the body, rendering it impossible to open, although Elder Ren had provided him with a method to activate the vial. His current cultivation level was insufficient for the task. Next, he picked up the hatchet, feeling a profound sense of reflection. Such a formidable artifact had remained idle in a corner of his home. Thanks to his blood inadvertently merging with it, he could faintly sense a trace of its spirit, albeit extremely weak. Nevertheless, in future battles, this hatchet could serve as a surprisingly effective magical weapon. Lastly, he examined the garment, seemingly woven from grass ropes, and felt a surge of emotion. Elder Ren had informed him that it was a highly defensive treasure known as the Spirit Link Armor. Had he worn it earlier, he would not have suffered such a tragic fate by the iron cable bridge. At that moment, he removed his white robe and donned the Spirit Link Armor, which seamlessly integrated into his body and became invisible. Overjoyed, he then put his white robe back on. Afterward, he retrieved a uniquely marked storage bag, obtained when Elder Ren defeated the Bald Man. Upon opening it, his eyes immediately fell upon a crimson fire banner, the Bald Man's magical artifact, and a low-grade spiritual tool. This was the first spiritual tool Qingyun had acquired from another's possession. Spiritual tools are defined as artifacts that have begun to develop a semblance of sentience, but have yet to form a conscious entity. Without the requisite incantation to wield the fire banner, he set it aside for the time being. The storage bag contained an abundance of spirit stones, 500 to 600 low-grade spirit stones, 70 to 80 middle-grade spirit stones, and over 30 high-grade spirit stones. It appeared that disciples of the Great Flame Sect enjoyed exceptionally favorable cultivation conditions. Finally, he retrieved dozens of scattered storage bags, all obtained from the cultivators who had ambushed them over the past 2 years. These bags contained mostly low-grade spirit stones, with only a few middle-grade ones. And Qingyun regarded the miscellaneous artifacts within with disdain, casually discarding them in a corner. However, one tattered map caught his attention, reminding him that it belonged to the sinister man enveloped in black mist. The fragmented map was scrawled with incomprehensible lines. Holding it in his hands and studying it for a long time, he still could not discern its significance. He immediately sent a message to Suatian, eager to ascertain whether Suatian recognized the object in question. Moments later, Suatian entered the room. Suatian, take a look at this. Have you ever seen it before? Qingyun inquired as he observed Suatian's arrival. Suatian accepted the fragmented map, his eyes instantly alight with intrigue. After examining it for a while, he addressed Qingyun, "Young master, this map likely exists in more than one copy. If my conjecture is correct, there should be 2 more fragments like this one. When combined, they will reveal the location marked on the map." "Oh, does that mean this map is of little use on its own?" Qingyun pondered aloud. This map was obtained by chance, and its significance is entirely unknown. In such a vast world, where can we find the other 2 copies? "Young master, it isn't useless at all. We simply need to be vigilant for maps identical to this fragment and find a way to acquire them," Suatian replied confidently. His experience indicated that the location marked by this fragment must be of exceptional importance. He found the peculiar script on the map somewhat familiar. Yet after lying dormant in the storage ring for too long, he could not recall more details. Waving his hand dismissively, Qingyun said, "I understand. You may go and rest now. I wish to be alone." Suatian respectfully excused himself. Once the door closed behind him, Qingyun touched the jade pendant around his neck and silently invoked the incantation taught to him by Ren Lao. Shortly, his consciousness entered the realm of the pendant. He could only rely on the incantation to send a strand of his spirit into the periphery of this jade space. Before long, he beheld a soul lying motionless with closed eyes within the pendant's confines, Yunlan's spirit. A wave of melancholy washed over Qingyun as he gazed upon her. He vowed to exhaust every possible means to elevate his cultivation swiftly and discover a method to resurrect Yunlan. After lingering a moment longer, he withdrew his awareness. He resolved that his first step would be to find a way to transform the abundant spiritual energy within him into spiritual power. His unusual physique prevented him from cultivating normally, leaving him to place his hopes on the chaotic technique of heaven and earth. He carefully recalled the transformations he had undergone after the previous 3 instances of spiritual energy saturation. The first 2 times, he had been forcefully drawn into the cave's formation. compressing the energy until it was undetectable throughout his body. The third instance involved absorbing the energy from half a celestial pill, resulting in severe internal damage, which, with Suo Tian's assistance, had bizarrely formed into a golden core. There were almost no similarities among these experiences. Thus, he concluded that he must revert to the simplest method of allowing his body to endure external forces. With a resigned sigh, Qingyun recognized that impatience would yield no results. It seemed prudent to first master the Thunderbolt Spear technique taught by Uncle Luo Zhu, and then acquire more spirit stones to facilitate his future cultivation. With this thought in mind, he began practicing the Thunderbolt Spear. The technique consisted of 3 forms. The first was piercing, the second, stacking pierces, and the third, final strike. His current cultivation level only allowed him to barely grasp the first form. Chapter 42. The auction in the city. Qingyun immersed himself in his training, remaining motionless for several days and nights. Suo Tian and Xiao Long, both lovers of freedom, took the opportunity to explore the bustling Ningfeng city. One day, during his meditation, Qingyun suddenly opened his eyes, having largely memorized the essentials of the Thunderbolt Spear technique. The remainder would come through practical experience. He decided to venture into the city, hoping to find a way to dispose of the beast cores stored in his ring. With this thought, he rose from the inn and strolled aimlessly along the streets. Ningfeng City was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city housed the mortal soldiers, always prepared for battle, while the outer city was populated by cultivators at the nascent soul stage and below. Cultivators fought among themselves, as did mortal soldiers, without interference from one another. This arrangement was said to have been established by several venerable elders with exceptional cultivation levels, and no nation or cultivator dared to defy it. Naturally, the outer city buzzed with activity, while the inner city was predominantly inhabited by mortals. The outer city, in contrast, thrived with a lively mix of mortals and cultivators. Merchants crowded the streets, and traffic flowed incessantly. Though Qingyun appeared to wander casually, he was acutely observant. Soon, he overheard a few cultivators discussing an upcoming auction event in the city. An auction? Qingyun was familiar with the concept, but had never attended one. He meandered into a shop selling magical artifacts. The proprietor, a jovial, plump middle-aged man, greeted him warmly. Qingyun approached a small yellow sword and inquired, "How much for this one?" "Oh, esteemed immortal, you have a discerning eye. This sword is a top-tier magical artifact. It has been imbued with several minor formations, granting it power comparable to a low-grade spiritual weapon. It is yours for just 2 high-grade spirit stones," the cheerful shopkeeper replied. "Very well, I will take it," Qingyun declared, tossing 2 high-grade spirit stones to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback, had anticipated some haggling, but he was pleasantly surprised by Qingyun's generosity. After accepting the stones, the shopkeeper's demeanor grew even more respectful. "By the way, do you possess any superior magical artifacts in your shop?" Qingyun inquired slowly. The shopkeeper chuckled. "My humble establishment only offers low-grade spiritual weapons. Acquiring superior artifacts is no easy feat for better quality items. One must attend the auction in the city." "Oh, I see. I am new to the city and unfamiliar with the auction. Could you enlighten me?" Qingyun asked with genuine sincerity, free of pretense. The shopkeeper, grateful for the sale, gladly obliged. The auction occurs once every 6 months, hosted by representatives from the 5 major sects in the city. This time, it will be overseen by the Wind Spirit Sect, one of the 5 great sects of the empire, a truly prestigious organization. The auction will take place within the Wind Spirit Sect's branch in Ningfeng City, easily found in the northern district. However, it seems the event is still a couple of days away, he explained. "Oh, do you know of any places in the city where items can be exchanged?" Qingyun continued to inquire. "Are you looking to sell something?" The astute shopkeeper quickly deduced Qingyun's intent. Upon receiving a nod from Qingyun, he continued, "There are several places for trading in the city, but the most reputable is the Baocheng building, affiliated with the Dao Yuan sect. The Dao Yuan sect is renowned throughout the continent for its alchemical prowess, boasting several 7th-grade alchemists and even 2 8th-grade alchemists. Baocheng building is protected by nascent soul cultivators from the Dao Yuan sect, along with a number of esteemed elders." Grateful for the information, Qingyun politely thanked the shopkeeper and departed. The shopkeeper was left with a profound impression of Qingyun's courtesy, as most cultivators did not treat mortals with such respect. After exiting the shop, Qingyun first made his way to the northern district to locate the Wind Spirit Sect's branch before heading directly toward the Baocheng building. Unfamiliar with the city, he spent over an hour finding the establishment. Before him stood a magnificent building towering several dozen meters high, exuding an air of grandeur. 2 late-stage core formation cultivators stood guard at the entrance. As Qingyun prepared to step inside, the guards halted him. Do you possess an identity token for the city? One of them, a burly man with a beard, inquired. Identity token? Qingyun's brow furrowed slightly. I do not have one. Then you must be new to the city. In that case, we need to inspect the items you wish to exchange. Otherwise, we cannot allow you entry. Please do not take offense. This is to protect the interests of all esteemed guests at Baocheng Building, the bearded man assured politely. Understanding the customs of the land, Qingyun complied. This is what I wish to exchange. Qingyun nonchalantly tossed a storage bag to the bearded man. The man accepted the bag and quickly examined its contents, then gestured for Qingyun to enter. Please, you may proceed. Qingyun entered the Baocheng Tower, where he encountered a frail old man, whose cultivation level was indiscernible, dozing at the counter. Upon noticing Qingyun's arrival, the old man merely lifted his eyelids, tossed him a jade slip, and promptly resumed his nap. Qingyun took the jade slip and, after a brief examination, understood that the Baocheng Tower comprised 4 levels. The higher one ascended, the more precious and scarce the items became. To exchange goods for items on the upper levels, one must first have their belongings evaluated by the old man on the first floor, obtaining his approval to access the second level. Observing the first floor, Qingyun noted the presence of many people, though the items displayed were predominantly mundane. He approached the old man directly, casting 1,000 4th-tier beast inner cores before him, inquiring how many spirit stones they could fetch. The old man glanced at them disdainfully and remarked that while they once held considerable value, they had become quite cheap now. However, he added, 5th-tier beast inner cores were still worth a significant sum. Qingyun quickly grasped the situation. It was likely due to an overabundance of ferocious beasts emerging from the wild forest. Nowadays, slaying ferocious beasts was relatively easy, yet 5th-tier beasts were rare and not easily vanquished. Growing impatient, Qingyun pressed for the exact amount of spirit stones he could receive. The old man, sensing his annoyance, refrained from further chatter and stated that each 4th-tier beast inner core was worth 5 inferior spirit stones. You possess a total of 1,020 inner cores. Thus, you will receive 500 middle-grade spirit stones. Upon noticing Qingyun's furrowed brow, the old man explained that 100 inferior spirit stones were deducted as a transaction fee necessary to maintain the Grand Baocheng Trading Tower. With the prospect of ascending to the second level to procure items, Qingyun, unbothered by the fee, accepted the offer. With 500 middle-grade spirit stones in hand, he could barely gain entry to the second level. The old man, having concluded their transaction, returned to his slumber. Qingyun ascended the stairs to the second level, immediately captivated by the dazzling array before him. The treasures on this level surpassed those on the first by several tiers. Even the most common artifacts were spirit tools, with 2 exquisite spirit tools radiating resplendence. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in a purple gown sat at the counter, preoccupied with her reflection in a mirror, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. Qingyun broke into a sweat at the sight. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the shelves were filled with various pills contained in white porcelain vials, primarily 4th to 5th-tier spirit elixirs. He was taken aback by the quality of items on this level, leading him to wonder what marvels awaited on the 3rd and 4th levels. Indeed, the Daoyuan sect was renowned for its alchemy prowess. Eager to explore further, he reconsidered upon noticing the woman's mid-core formation cultivation and decided against ascending further, opting to return downstairs. Upon exiting the tower, he observed a group of cultivator soldiers hastily departing the city, stirring a sense of concern within him about potential disturbances on the battlefield. Shaking off his apprehensions, he returned to the Ningfeng Inn, where Suatian and Xiaolong were still out exploring. Qingyun sat cross-legged to continue his training, methodically refining his offensive spells while awaiting the commencement of the auction. His motivation for attending the auction was twofold: to broaden his horizons and to seek high-tier elixirs conducive to his breakthrough into the 3rd level of spiritual saturation. 2 days swiftly passed, and Suatian and Xiaolong returned. Together, they made their way to the Fengling sect's branch in the northern city, primarily to ascertain whether the auction would feature any suitable elixirs. It was only later that Qingyun realized the Ice Li Dan he had recklessly consumed was a 1st-tier celestial elixir. He understood that without the assistance of Elder Yinxing and Suatian, he might have suffered dire consequences. Now, he required a 6th-tier infant elixir to assist him in solidifying his Dan and forming his infant. Despite having perused the elixir jade slips in his ring, he still felt woefully uninformed about alchemy, since nearly losing his life from consuming Elder Fengma's celestial elixir. He had refrained from consuming any further enhancement elixirs from the old man's collection. Upon reaching the Fengling sect's branch, Qingyun encountered an elderly man with a youthful countenance. dressed in a robe adorned with the Taiji symbol, standing at the entrance. He addressed the gathering crowd, stating, to participate in this auction, as per tradition, each person must submit a middle-grade spirit stone and wear a mask to enter. Qingyun quickly grasped the intent behind this requirement. He paid 3 middle-grade spirit stones and received 3 masks for himself, Suatian, and Xiaolong, before entering the auction hall. Once inside, Xiaolong lamented, "Brother, I think I would rather go outside to play. What use is this bird mask for me here?" Qingyun and Suatian exchanged glances, realizing that Xiaolong was the only one with a youthful appearance in the crowd. Without waiting for a response, Xiaolong bounded out, having no interest in the tedious auction, as he had recently met a charming girl in the city and was preoccupied with their budding relationship. "Master, look, the girl on the auction stage seems somewhat familiar," Suatian suddenly remarked. Qingyun turned to the stage, where he indeed spotted a graceful and enchanting young woman gracefully moving about, flanked by several elderly men who regarded her with reverence. While Qingyun found her somewhat familiar, he could not quite place where he had seen her before. After a brief interlude, the auction finally commenced. An energetic elder with a long beard ascended the podium, gesturing to the audience as he proclaimed, "Welcome to the semi-annual auction of Ningfeng City. I am well known to you all, so I shall dispense with any further pleasantries. Once again, we have the esteemed Jinpai host to facilitate this event. Please welcome Miss Wanner." As the elder's words echoed, an exceptionally beautiful woman emerged from backstage, making her way to the podium. Her face was as radiant as a peach blossom, and her figure was voluptuous, moving with a grace that captivated all male cultivators present. The atmosphere ignited with excitement at her presence. "Miss Wanner is truly stunning. If only I could hold her close for a night, I would willingly forsake my cultivation," one admirer exclaimed. "Dream on. Everyone knows Miss Wanner is the cherished possession of the young city lord. Are you courting death?" Another retorted, indignantly. Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle at the banter surrounding him. This so-called Wanner was merely a pretty face, lacking in substance. Just as he pondered this, Wanner began to speak. "I am Wanner, here to briefly introduce the items available in this auction." Her melodious voice dripped with allure, sending shivers through the male cultivators. "This auction features 10 items, 3 artifacts, 2 elixirs, 3,000-year-old herbs, an old map, and a water source seed." As she announced the last item, the crowd erupted in fervor. Could it truly be a top 3 ranked seed? If so, there will surely be fierce competition, they murmured, excitement buzzing through the air. While a common water source seed was still precious, it would not incite such a frenzy. Listening to the fervent discussions around him, Qingyun felt his heart ignite with excitement. During his time at the Blaze Sect, he had learned that for cultivators below the tribulation stage to harness the elemental forces of the world, they must possess corresponding elemental seeds within their bodies. Undoubtedly, the water source seed was an essential item for manipulating the water elemental energy in the world. Given the continent's thin spiritual energy, tribulation stage cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns, and most cultivators would find it exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to reach even the nascent soul stage in their lifetimes. Thus, every elemental seed on this continent was fiercely contested by cultivators. However, the question of why someone would choose to auction such a precious item was indeed worth pondering. Typically, upon acquiring such a treasure, one would promptly consume it for refinement. Who would dare to put it up for auction? Yet, despite the questions, the water source seed undeniably ignited the atmosphere of the auction. Observing the reactions of the cultivators below, Miss Wanner revealed a sly smile. She cleared her throat, and as silence reclaimed the room, she slowly produced a box and opened it, revealing a small scarlet sword resting within, radiating a series of crimson glimmers. The first item for auction today was the Duankong sword, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, measuring over 11 inches in length. This sword belonged to a former elder of the Blaze Sect, who, over 600 years ago, wielded it to breach the wild divine hall, thereby obtaining immense fortune and achieving the cultivation level of the Dao fusion stage. As Wanner spoke these words, the cultivators erupted into a flurry of chatter. The starting bid for this sword was set at 50 mid-grade spirit stones, and the bidding commenced. As soon as Wanner concluded her announcement, the cultivators began to raise their bids fervently. 60 mid-grade spirit stones, 70 mid-grade spirit stones, and when the bid reached 80 mid-grade spirit stones, silence fell. For everyone was aware that more valuable items lay ahead. Observing the lull, Wanner smiled alluringly and remarked that the Duankong sword would be particularly potent for those who had cultivated the fire source seed, claiming that spells cast with it could rival those of top-grade spiritual weapons. Upon hearing this, the cultivators possessing fire seeds erupted in excitement, and ultimately, the mid-grade spiritual weapon, Duankong sword, was sold for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Following this, a pair of mid-grade spiritual twin moon blades was auctioned off, also under Wanner's skilled persuasion, fetching a lofty price of 270 mid-grade spirit stones. Next came a defensive treasure of formidable strength, a top-grade spiritual weapon, nearing the level of an immortal artifact. The mere mention of a mortal artifact sent the assembled cultivators into a frenzy. The term immortal artifact alone was sufficient to rekindle the aspirations of all present. It is well known that spiritual weapons are scarce in this continent, let alone immortal artifacts. The appearance of any immortal artifact would incite a bloody scramble in any territory. When Wanner announced a defensive treasure close to the level of an immortal artifact, the crowd's attention was immediately drawn to the auction stage. There, a square object resembling a mirror was displayed. This treasure, named the Guardian Mirror, could reflect enemy attacks to a certain degree. Wanner's voice, dripping with allure, proclaimed its near-immortal artifact power. Her enchanting tone sent the cultivators into a bidding frenzy, culminating in a high bid of 780 mid-grade spirit stones from a masked figure who appeared to be a young man. Next, 2 6th-grade elixirs, personally crafted by the esteemed Elder Yaoi of the Daoyuan sect, were presented. Named resurrection elixirs, their very name hinted at their miraculous effects, nourishing the nascent soul and allowing a severely injured one to recover swiftly. At this moment, Wanner seemed somewhat parched, her voice lacking its previous clarity. The starting bid was set at 10 top-grade spirit stones. After a brief respite for tea, she returned to the auction stage. The bidding escalated, 16 top-grade spirit stones, 20, 30, and ultimately, the 2 elixirs were sold for a total of 50 top-grade spirit stones. Qingyun felt a twinge of disappointment. Upon hearing the mention of 6th-grade elixirs, his heart had leapt with excitement at the prospect of acquiring a 6th-grade nascent soul elixir. Yet the resurrection elixir was of no use to him. The subsequent auction of 3 millennium-old medicinal herbs failed to pique Qingyun's interest, but when an old map was presented, his attention was once again drawn to the stage. Below lay a tattered map, acquired by a senior of the Daoyuan sect. It was speculated that this map comprised 3 parts and marked the location of a significant treasure. As Wanner unveiled the aged parchment, Qingyun's heart raced. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the fragment he possessed. Could it be mere coincidence? She mentioned that the other 2 parts were unlikely to be found. Yet here was one before him. Young master, we must acquire this map. If we cannot win the bid, we should seize it by force. I believe I have seen the inscriptions marked on this map in the immortal realm, Laqian transmitted to Qingyun, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. While the treasure's existence remained uncertain, the allure of the unknown often concealed great riches. After all, why would the map be divided into 3 parts? Wanner skillfully heightened their anticipation. The starting bid was set at 20 top-grade spirit stones. At this announcement, many potential bidders retreated, dissuaded by the prospect of investing in an unknown map that might never yield the remaining portions. 20 top-grade spirit stones was no trifling sum. Realizing the bidding had cooled, Wanner acknowledged the price was steep, yet it was dictated by the Daoyuan sect, leaving her little recourse. 21 top-grade spirit stones, Laqian declared under Qingyun's guidance. Upon hearing a new bid, Wanner perked up, eagerly calling for further offers, as a higher price would yield her greater rewards. However, when no further bids emerged, her fleeting joy faded, and she announced that the tattered map belonged to Laqian. At that moment, a nondescript elder clad in gray, lurking in a corner, cast a few scornful glances at Laqian before vanishing without a trace. Qingyun found it hard to believe they had acquired the map so easily. He had prepared to offer alternative items should his top-grade spirit stones fall short. Little did he know that to others, the map was rather lackluster. A complete version would have been desirable, but with only 1 fragment and no leads for the others, no one was willing to be the fool. Regardless of the reasons, acquiring the map at such a low price was certainly a stroke of good fortune. Just as Qingyun was reveling in his success, an unusual stillness enveloped the venue. He quickly glanced at the stage, where a small box emitting a cerulean glow had been placed. The main event of the auction had finally arrived. The strikingly beautiful woman he recognized from earlier now approached the stage, her gaze lingering on the small box with a touch of nostalgia and complexity. Before she sighed and turned to leave, her accompanying elders displaying bittersweet expressions yet maintaining their respect. This brief interlude passed unnoticed by most. Wanner, with a feigned gravity, ascended the stage, clearing her throat and abandoning her previous allure, declared, "The final auction item is a water source seed." She left the audience in suspense. As the entire venue fell silent, each person fearing they might miss the name. Ice Whiskers. As the words slipped from Wanner's lips, The entire venue erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The second-ranked water source seed, Ice Whisker? Surely, I must have misheard. My heavens, it is indeed Ice Whisker. A treasure that ranks among the top 10 in the Ascent seed leaderboard. Where on earth did the Wind Spirit Sect acquire such a gem? Has the individual who put it up for auction lost their senses? Such a precious item, and yet they are willing to sell it? The assembled cultivators buzzed with speculation. Although Qingyun was not entirely certain of the Ice Whisker's extraordinary properties, he sensed that this was an exceedingly rare opportunity. Lawner practiced the profound ice technique. Even if she could not be revived in the short term, he was determined to obtain this water source seed for her. With that thought, he conveyed his decision to Suatian telepathically. The value of Ice Whisker was self-evident. Its starting bid was set at 100 high-grade spirit stones. The moment those words were uttered, it felt as though a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over most of the cultivators, leaving them utterly stunned. 100 high-grade spirit stones. Many cultivators were left speechless. In the Starbright continent, spirit stones were not easily procured, even among the gathered nascent soul cultivators. None possessed more than 100 high-grade spirit stones. Qingyun, upon hearing the starting bid, felt his heart sink. His storage ring contained fewer than 90 high-grade spirit stones, far below the required amount. Seeing the stunned expressions on the faces of the cultivators, Warner paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, equivalent items can also be exchanged. For instance, rare medicinal herbs over 10,000 years old, celestial pills, or celestial artifacts. The crowd fell into an even deeper silence upon hearing her words. Rare medicinal herbs? They had never even laid eyes on such things. Celestial pills? Not only had they never encountered them, but they had also never heard of their existence. As for celestial artifacts, it was common knowledge that there were fewer than 10 in the entire continent. What was the individual auctioning Ice Whisker truly thinking? Doubts began to circulate among the crowd. At that moment, a cultivator seated in the back spoke up. I possess a battle axe. I would like to present it for your consideration, Master Daoming. He approached the elderly man with the long beard who had appeared so spirited at the auction's commencement. Master Daoming glanced at the battle axe, his eyes brightening momentarily, but he soon shook his head, saying, regrettably, it still falls a bit short. The cultivator returned to his seat, disappointment etched on his face. However, this initial attempt sparked a flurry of activity, as several others approached Master Daoming, presenting their treasures for appraisal in hopes of matching the value of Ice Whisker. Unfortunately, none of the items met his standards. With a hint of resignation, he glanced at the young woman awaiting by the side, her expression reflecting the same disappointment. Seeing that no one else stepped forward, Master Daoming gestured to Warner, signaling that the auction could be concluded. Just then, Qingyun's voice broke through the tension. Wait a moment, Master Daoming, please take a look at this item of mine. With that, a radiant beam shot into Master Daoming's hands. Upon opening it, a look of excitement crossed his face. Without uttering a word, he swiftly approached Qingyun and retrieved the box containing Ice Whisker. Qingyun opened the box to find a cube-shaped crystal within, radiating an aura of chilling water energy. Without hesitation, he stored it in his storage ring, preparing to leave the auction. Friend, please hold on, Master Daoming called out urgently as Qingyun turned to depart. What is it? Master Daoming? Qingyun replied with respect, addressing the elder in the late nascent soul stage. Might you visit our Wind Spirit Sect's Ningfeng branch for a discussion? As a disciple of a prominent sect, Master Daoming felt a desire to forge a connection with Qingyun, who had just produced a first-grade celestial pill. Sensing Qingyun's hesitation, he added, I can assist you in more effectively and swiftly refining and absorbing this Ice Whisker water source seed. Faced with this offer, Qingyun felt compelled to accept. After all, he intended to remain in Ningfeng City for another 2 to 3 years, and cultivating good relations with the local powers could only benefit him. He nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Master Daoming's expression brightened, and he led Qingyun and Suatian through a side door of the auction hall, directly into the Ningfeng branch of the Wind Spirit Sect. As Qingyun stepped into the hall, he spotted a somewhat familiar, beautiful young woman. Now that they had left the auction, both Qingyun and Suatian naturally removed their masks. Upon seeing Qingyun, the young woman gasped, It's you too? She was taken aback by his striking silver hair. Qingyun remained calm, while Suatian inquired, May I ask who you are, miss? The young woman sensed that Qingyun and Suatian no longer recognized her, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Before she could respond, Master Daoming approached her, gesturing toward Qingyun with respect. Miss, this is the friend who purchased Ice Whisker. The young woman paused, astonished, and then smiled, pondering the peculiarities of fate. The first time she encountered trouble, it was with this young man, and now, in another difficult situation, he had appeared once more. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it the will of destiny? She scrutinized Qingyun closely. His visage was not classically handsome, yet it possessed a certain charm. Strands of white hair danced across his forehead, accentuating the resolute lines of his face. Why was his hair completely white? His eyes sparkled with life and clarity, yet there lingered an almost imperceptible trace of sorrow. Upon noticing this sorrow, the young woman felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Qingyun sensed her gaze and felt a touch uncomfortable. Anyone would feel odd under the intense scrutiny of a beautiful young woman. He cleared his throat, prompting her to realize she was staring too intently, and a flush crept across her cheeks. Master Daoming observed the young woman's bashfulness and wore an expression of surprise. This young lady had grown up under his watchful eye and had always avoided men who sought to approach her. Quickly regaining her composure, she clasped her hands in greeting toward Qingyun. I am Linyu. Pleased to meet you, friend. Linyu? Qingyun's heart stirred at the familiar name, and he suddenly recalled a girl he had once saved by the seaside. Back then, she had merely been a child, and now she had blossomed into a striking young woman. It was no wonder he and T recognized her at first. Hearing her name suddenly brought back memories of the time he and Suatian had rescued her and received 10 high-grade spirit stones as a token of gratitude. It is you. Qingyun chuckled softly. Suatian, ever quick to connect the dots, joined in with a smile. Linyu, upon realizing she had been recognized, appeared overjoyed. She stepped closer to Qingyun and continued, Thank you for your help last time. Qingyun offered a faint smile in response. It was nothing, merely a transaction. Upon hearing his words, Linyu felt a twinge of melancholy, her spirits dimming. Turning to Master Daoming, she said, Grandfather Ming, please attend to our guests. I shall retire to rest. Without bidding farewell to Qingyun and Suatian, she departed. Qingyun watched her retreating figure, wishing to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. Master Daoming smiled at Qingyun and Suatian. Friends, please do not take offense. The ice whisker you procured was originally the property of our young lady. Oh. Qingyun furrowed his brow, sensing there was more to the story. He chose to remain silent, knowing Master Daoming would elaborate. After a brief pause, Master Daoming continued. Our branch leader acquired this ice whisker water source seed during a chance encounter in the Crimson Moon Empire and immediately thought of having our young lady refine it. However, it was only during the refinement process that we discovered she possesses the exceedingly rare Yin body. The freezing energy from the water source seed only exacerbated her condition. In the end, the subsect leader had no choice but to forcibly extract the icy tendrils. From that moment onward, the young lady was left with an indelible cold poison within her body. Due to her inherently weak constitution, almost all conventional detoxification methods proved futile. So, if I understand correctly, saving your young lady is somewhat related to my elixir? Qingyun maintained a calm demeanor. Yet he could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the woman. Although the Taoist Dream Master did not explicitly state it, he had read in ancient texts that a naturally weak constitution could not endure beyond a century. Even those of unparalleled cultivation in this continent were powerless to extend the life of someone with such a constitution. Now that Linyu had been afflicted by the cold poison, her time was likely even more limited. Indeed, my sect leader returned to Fengling Mountain specifically to seek the assistance of the Elder Master of the main sect. However, even the Elder Master was at a loss, merely suggesting that perhaps a trace of celestial energy from some divine artifact or elixir could dispel this cold poison, with the latter being the most effective. It is lamentable that our Fengling sect, despite being one of the 5 great sects of the Qingyun Empire, lacks even a single elixir. We do possess a few divine artifacts, but the subsect leader is unwilling to destroy any of the treasured heirlooms left by our ancestors. So, you intend to trade these icy tendrils for an elixir or divine artifact? Qingyun finally comprehended the situation. Precisely. While the icy tendrils are indeed precious, my young lady's health is of greater importance. Initially, we sought out the Taoist Yuan sect to exchange these tendrils for an elixir, but their alchemist, Xian, deemed it a foolish dream to think a mere icy tendril could procure a celestial elixir. Sigh. Taoist Dream Master expressed his exasperation. After listening for quite some time, Qingyun grasped the background of the icy tendrils auction, but still harbored many questions. Senior Taoist Dream, your sect specializes in wind magic, correct? Yet, why is it necessary for your young lady to refine this water source seed? Chapter 46. Refining the Icy Tendrils. Haha. Our sect is indeed renowned across the continent for its mastery of wind magic. We possess many excellent wind source seeds. However, the Icy Tendrils rank among the top 10 of the continent's elemental seeds, and my subsect leader naturally does not wish to let such treasures slip away to outsiders. Furthermore, if a person's aptitude is sufficiently high, refining multiple elemental seeds is not impossible. Taoist Dream Master stroked his long beard as he spoke. I see. Listening to your words, Senior, has been quite enlightening. Qingyun sincerely bowed to Taoist Dream Master. Pleased by this response, Taoist Dream Master chuckled, suggesting, why not take a short respite at my Fengling Sect's Ningfeng subsect for 2 days? On one hand, it is to express my gratitude for your elixir, and on the other, we can await my subsect leader's return in 2 days to personally extend his thanks. What do you think? Seeing Taoist Dream Master's genuine invitation, Qingyun no longer hesitated and smiled slightly, stating, then I shall impose upon you. Haha, not at all. Follow me. Taoist Dream Master, pleased that Qingyun accepted his invitation, took the lead and walked toward his residence. Upon arriving, the three of them took their seats. Taoist Dream Master continued, in 2 days, once my subsect leader returns, we will begin the process of expelling the cold poison from your lady. Friend Fu, do you think it is time to start refining the icy tendrils? Qingyun shook his head, replying, Senior Taoist Dream, can the icy tendrils be stored for an extended period? Upon hearing this, Taoist Dream Master furrowed his brow and slowly replied, are you considering leaving these icy tendrils for someone else? Qingyun silently admired the elder's perceptiveness and nodded. To speak plainly, these elemental seeds, once extracted, cannot be preserved for long. Moreover, these icy tendrils have already been out of my young lady's body for several days, making prolonged storage unsuitable. Thus, I implored you both to assist in their swift refinement. Hearing Taoist Dream Master's words, Qingyun sighed in resignation. It seemed he would have to wait until Yulan was revived before seeking another water source seed. With this in mind, he addressed Taoist Dream Master. Then I shall trouble you, Senior. Taoist Dream Master said nothing further and beckoned them to enter a secret chamber. Once inside, Taoist Dream Master stated, given your current cultivation, refining these icy tendrils may take 10 days to half a month. Even with my assistance, being in the late stage of the nascent soul, it will take at least 3 to 5 days for success. Qingyun nodded, took a seat in a meditative posture, and swallowed the icy tendrils. Taoist Dream Master swiftly sat behind Qingyun, channeling his spiritual energy into him. As Taoist Dream Master's energy flowed into Qingyun, he was astonished to discover the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within this young man. Its purity and richness left him utterly stunned. However, he knew now was not the time to ponder this energy. After Qingyun consumed the icy tendrils, he immediately felt a wave of frigidness within. As the crystalline structure gradually melted, the coldness intensified, causing frost to form continuously within his meridians and organs. Qingyun desperately operated the heavenly chaos technique, absorbing the cold energy from the icy tendrils. After an hour, the tendrils seemed to shrink slightly, yet the released coldness remained unabated. Several hours later, the icy tendrils continued to diminish in size, yet the cold energy began to emanate outward from his body. Taoist Dream Master continuously channeled his spiritual energy into Qingyun to assist in the refinement. This young man's aptitude is average. It seems absorbing a single elemental seed is his limit. Taoist Dream Master observed the changes within Qingyun and could not help but sigh inwardly. The young man was generous and courteous, leaving a deep impression on Taoist Dream Master. He intended to inquire if this young man would like to join Fengling Sect when the subsect leader returned, allowing him to refine another wind source seed. Alas, it appeared that refining another elemental seed would be out of the question. A day passed. A thin layer of ice formed around Qingyun's body, completely encasing him. Taoist Dream Master had long ceased channeling energy and understood that from this point onward, it all depended on Qingyun himself. As the ice crystallized further, the coldness intensified. If he could not endure, all previous efforts would be in vain. He informed Suatian and left the secret chamber. At this moment, Qingyun was lamenting internally, as the cold energy released by the icy tendrils had far exceeded his expectations. His body had transformed into an icy realm, with nearly all his meridians and organs frozen. Even the operation of the heavenly chaos technique slowed to a crawl due to the freezing energy. Another day passed. The ice layer around Qingyun began to show signs of cracking, while his internal state seemed to have come to a complete standstill. No pulsations could be heard, no heartbeat. Yet Qingyun knew he still had a heartbeat, albeit slow as molasses, and his blood continued to flow at a sluggish pace. On the third day, with a cracking sound, the ice layer around Qingyun shattered, and the heavenly chaos technique began to operate at a terrifying speed. The sound of cracking echoed from within him as the now tiny icy tendril crystal spun rapidly, coming to a halt just an inch from his golden core. Immediately, countless delicate ice threads surged forth from the crystalline structure, frantically infiltrating every meridian and inch of skin within Qingyun's body. Ultimately, a vast network of ice threads formed within him. Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath. It seemed the absorption of the icy tendrils had been successful, for he could now sense the faint presence of water elemental energy in the surrounding air. Upon seeing Qingyun's eyes open, Suotian hurriedly asked with concern, "Young master, how do you fare?" Qingyun nodded and stood up, making his way toward the exit of his secret chamber. "Haha, congratulations, friend Fu." Taoist Dream Master sensed Qingyun emerging from the chamber and hurried over. Qingyun clasped his fists in gratitude, smiling. "I must also thank you, Senior Taoist Dream, for your assistance. It was but a small effort. Now, let me take you to meet my subsect leader." Upon receiving Qingyun's agreement, Taoist Dream Master promptly led them to the subsect hall. As Qingyun entered the grand hall, he beheld a graceful middle-aged man seated at the forefront, gazing at him with a smile. Beside him sat a spirited woman, none other than Lin Yu. Without a doubt, this middle-aged gentleman was Lin Jin, the sect master of the Wind Spirit Sect, as mentioned by Dao Meng. Qingyun quickly approached and bowed respectfully, addressing him. "Junior, Fu Qingyun, pays his respects to Sect Master Lin." "Haha, no need for such formalities. I must express my gratitude for the elixir that has expelled the cold poison from my daughter's body," Lin Jin replied, rising from his seat and stepping forward. "May I inquire, which sect do you belong to, my friend?" Caught off guard by Lin Jin's question, Qingyun hesitated for a moment before softly responding. "I have yet to join any sect." "Oh, would you be willing to join my Wind Spirit Sect?" Lin Jin inquired, his voice booming as he awaited Qingyun's answer. Upon hearing this, Qingyun was transported back to over a decade ago when he desperately sought entry into the Diyin sect, yearning to learn from those celestial beings endowed with extraordinary powers to rid himself of the peculiarities within his body. At that time, those cultivators loomed over him like deities. Now, a sect master of a branch sect, a formidable figure in the realm of spiritual void, was extending an invitation to him, stirring his emotions. Senior Lin's kindness is truly appreciated, but to be frank, I harbor a deep-seated vendetta against an elder from the outer sect of the Diyin sect. I would not wish to implicate you. Qingyun candidly shared his grievances regarding Yin Xiang of the Diyin sect with Lin Jin. Yin Xiang of the Diyin sect? Lin Jin furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Yin Xiang's reputation as a late-stage master of the spiritual void, a true powerhouse in the continent. Lin Jin had only recently stepped into the spiritual void realm himself, and as a branch sect master, he could not hope to contend with someone of Yin Xiang's caliber. He hesitated briefly, but upon witnessing his daughter's hopeful gaze, he gritted his teeth and continued, "No matter, although Elder Yin Xiang is strong. It is said he has reasons that prevent him from leaving Diyin Mountain easily. My branch sect can still ensure your safety." Feeling increasingly grateful as Lin Jin exhibited only slight hesitation, Qingyun recognized that his elixir had undoubtedly contributed to saving Lin Yu. Thus, he decided against further refusals and accepted the invitation to join the Wind Spirit Sect's Ningfeng branch. Lin Jin laughed heartily, stepping closer to Qingyun and patting him on the shoulder. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my sole disciple, Lin Jin." Then, noticing Suotian, he prepared to speak. But Qingyun interjected, "Master, this is my friend and my sword spirit." Lin Jin was taken aback, scrutinizing Suotian closely. Suotian felt somewhat perplexed, but remained indifferent. Although Qingyun had acknowledged Lin Jin as his master, he recognized only his young master. Lin Jin was astonished, for he understood that only celestial swords possessed spirits, and such swords were far from ordinary. It was rare, even in the entire Xingming continent, to find swords with spirits. His newly accepted disciple possessed both an elixir and a celestial sword. Could he be a descendant of some immortal? Realizing he knew nothing about his disciple, Lin Jin waved his hand toward Qingyun and said to Lin Yu, "Your health has just improved. You should return and rest." With that, he exited the hall and made his way toward the rear courtyard. As he walked, he encountered several disciples of the branch sect, who regarded the unfamiliar figure trailing behind their sect master with curiosity. Qingyun paid them no mind and soon followed Lin Jin into a tranquil courtyard. "Qingyun, this is the courtyard where I resided in my youth. You shall live here from now on." "Yes, master," Qingyun replied respectfully. Observing Qingyun's slight awkwardness, Lin Jin chuckled and said, "There is no need for such formality. You have saved Yuer's life twice, indicating a profound bond between you two. Moreover, you are my only disciple." Lin Jin's words seemed to carry a deeper implication, yet Qingyun paid it no mind. "Master, I have a request." Qingyun hesitated to speak, feeling it awkward to ask for something so soon after being accepted as a disciple. "Oh, what is it? Speak freely." If it is within my power, I shall grant it, Lin Jin replied readily. Since childhood, I have experienced peculiar pains whenever I attempt to cultivate using the standard techniques. I have yet to uncover the reason behind this. I wish for Master to assist me in examining the matter, Qingyun implored, his eyes filled with yearning. The anomaly within him had long felt like a thorn in his heart, one that he could not remove. Given that his master was a powerful figure in the realm of spiritual void, perhaps he could offer a solution to restore his normalcy. Very well, Lin Jin nodded. Qingyun stepped closer, closing his eyes. Lin Jin placed a hand on Qingyun's shoulder, channeling his spiritual awareness into Qingyun's body. He immediately encountered a situation akin to that of Dao Meng, discovering an exceptionally pure and rich spiritual energy within Qingyun that had yet to transform into spiritual power. After marveling at this revelation, he began to meticulously examine Qingyun's body. As time passed, his brow furrowed ever deeper. After approximately half an hour, Lin Jin withdrew his hand from Qingyun's shoulder and shook his head, saying, Qingyun, you truly experience excruciating pain whenever you attempt to cultivate? Qingyun opened his eyes and promptly replied, I would not dare to conceal anything. Gazing into Qingyun's clear eyes, Lin Jin sighed in exasperation. I cannot discern any anomaly within you. Hearing this, Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and shock. If Uncle Luo Zhu could not perceive anything, it would be acceptable. But now even a master of the spiritual void could not see through it. He felt an unsettling intuition that the peculiarity of his body was far from simple. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Grandpa Run before his body vanished, to unravel the mysteries of his lineage and the secrets of his body. He must cultivate to a formidable level. The stronger, the better. With this thought, he clenched his fists, resolutely vowing to strive diligently in his cultivation and reach a powerful realm as soon as possible. Do not lose heart, Qingyun. Since you have already refined the ice whisker, I shall certainly find a way to help you consume another wind source seed and impart all my knowledge to you. For now, rest well, Lin Jin concluded, tossing Qingyun a jade slip before departing the courtyard. Turning to Suatian, Qingyun instructed, go and retrieve Xiaolong. We wouldn't want him returning to the inn searching for us. With that, he entered the room and settled into a meditative posture, having just absorbed the ice whisker water source seed. He could already sense the faint presence of water elemental force in the world, albeit extremely weak. He surmised that continuous cultivation of this water source seed was necessary for its growth. Upon examining the jade slip given to him by his master, he discovered it contained the foundational techniques of the Wind Spirit Sect, alongside methods for cultivating the elemental seed and several wind-related spells. As he stored the jade slip, Qingyun was engulfed in boundless sentiment. This auction, this single elixir, had granted him a sense of belonging, akin to finding a home. He felt as though all of this was a dream. From having no offensive spells and merely enduring attacks, to now possessing several forms of offensive magic. He was astounded by the swift changes in his circumstances. He took a moment to gather his thoughts. Currently, he wielded the divine electric gun, charge, burst, flash, and rebound techniques, along with a formidable physique and a piece of spiritual armor. His cultivation was now equivalent to the pinnacle of the later stage of the Golden Core. By integrating and applying these skills, he should be able to contend with early to mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, the most pressing matter remained finding a way to convert spiritual energy into spiritual power, to continue cultivating the chaos of heaven and earth technique, and strive for a fully charged fifth level of spiritual energy. He contemplated asking his master, but feared that excessive inquiries might lead to others discovering his chaos of heaven and earth technique. Ultimately, he resolved to devise his own methods. For now, he would focus on cultivating the elemental seed of ice whisker as per his master's techniques. Thus, he diligently practiced for nearly 10 days before finally rising. He sensed that Xiaolong Xian he had returned. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, he saw him entering alongside Suatian. Big brother, you truly are remarkable. So swiftly you have charmed another enchanting sister. Have you stumbled upon some remarkable fortune? Naturally, Xiaolong has encountered Lin Yu. Qingyun finds Xiaolong's unfiltered remarks rather exasperating and can only pretend he has not heard. Where have you been these past few days? Qingyun inquired. His brows furrowed. Upon hearing the question, Xiaolong's face reddened, an uncommon occurrence, and he remained silent. Qingyun, observing Xiaolong's demeanor, could not help but feel astonished. Has this lad truly changed? Just as he pondered this, Suatian interjected. Young master, this fellow has been busy wooing ladies outside and cannot be dragged back. Qingyun burst into hearty laughter at this. Yet, Xiaolong was relentless with Suatian. You old rascal, we agreed not to inform big brother. Humph, what a deceitful character. With that, he cheerfully sought an unoccupied room. Big brother, this shall be our new home, right? Finally, we have a proper abode. Qingyun smiled joyfully at Xiaolong's exuberance. Chapter 48. An encounter in the city. The tranquility resumed as Qingyun dedicated himself to quiet cultivation within the serene confines of the Fengling sect's Ningfeng branch. His internal spiritual energy had become fully replenished, and he had firmly committed various offensive techniques to memory. With a mere thought, he could unleash them. However, true mastery could only be attained through practical experience in combat. During this period, he diligently followed the cultivation methods imparted by his master, Lin Jin. To strengthen the ice whisk water source seed within him, he devoted a full 2 months to this practice, undisturbed by any interruptions. One day, Qingyun sensed the elemental water energy in the world around him with increasing clarity. He opened his eyes, exited his chamber, and strolled into the courtyard. He felt it was time to focus on converting his spiritual energy into spiritual power. Unbeknownst to him, his meditative spot was left adorned with a delicate frost. As he walked through the branch's rear courtyard, many disciples gazed upon him with envy, for they were well aware that this young man had been accepted as a closed-door disciple by the sect leader merely 2 months prior. Qingyun greeted his fellow sect members with respectful nods and smiles, believing that as comrades, they should support one another. However, not everyone shared his sentiments. A young man in a flowing blue robe, with long hair, wore a slight smirk as he disdainfully remarked, "He just got lucky saving junior sister Linyu. Otherwise, with his early-stage core formation, how could he catch the eye of Master Lin?" "Indeed, Brother Qin speaks wisely," another disciple chimed in. "Master Lin is notoriously stringent in selecting disciples. None of us have garnered his favor, let alone this outsider with his meager early-stage core formation." Qingyun frowned but chose to remain silent, opting to keep a low profile as he was new to the Fengling sect's Ningfeng branch. Wishing not to create trouble for his master, he suppressed his displeasure and continued his leisurely walk toward the main hall, while behind him, the disciples' laughter grew more boisterous. He arrived at a courtyard in the main hall and respectfully announced, "Disciple Fu Qingyun has exited seclusion and wishes to pay respects to master." Shortly thereafter, a graceful middle-aged man emerged from the courtyard, none other than the branch leader, Lin Jin. Linyu followed closely behind her father, slowly making her way out. She cast a glance at Qingyun, as if she had something to say but hesitated. Lin Jin noticed his daughter's expression, a flicker of subtle understanding crossing his eyes. He smiled at Qingyun. "Ah, Qingyun, just in time. Accompany you to Baoqing Tower to exchange some items." "Yes, master," Qingyun responded respectfully. After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, master, what of my little brother and the sword spirit?" Lin Jin chuckled heartily, hands clasped behind his back. Little Long and the sword spirit cannot sit idle for a moment. They venture out to the streets nearly every day. However, with our Fengling sect's reputation, you need not worry about their safety. With a wave of his hand, he signaled that they could proceed to Baoqing Tower. As Qingyun and Linyu walked side by side along the bustling streets, observing the throngs of people, he suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia for Uncle Luo Zhu and the carefree days of his childhood in Jishan village. He reminisced about the simple joys shared with Dunzi, realizing how effortless life had once been. Yet, since his first steps into the Dian sect, his fate had irrevocably altered. Initially, he sought merely to join a cultivation sect, hoping to find a celestial being capable of healing his frail body, and then to diligently practice the ways of the immortal. He had never anticipated stumbling upon Feng Mo Xianjun's cave and forming a brotherhood with Xiaolong. By inadvertently slaying Luo Muhen, he found himself ensnared in the shadows of Yinxiang, a situation that persisted to this day. It was because of Yinxiang that he lost Yulan and Grandfather Ren, thrusting upon him a multitude of responsibilities. Grandfather Ren's words intensified his desire to uncover the mysteries of his lineage, fueling a burgeoning curiosity about the enigmatic figure of Grandfather Ren. Noticing Qingyun's silence, Linyu turned to look at him, only to find him lost in thought, gazing at the passing crowd. An ache stirred within her heart, for she was unsure of the reasons behind her feelings. Ever since discovering that the life-saving elixir belonged to Qingyun, he had occupied her thoughts incessantly, and she often recalled the hint of sorrow concealed in his gaze. She yearned to draw closer to him, to understand him, and to help alleviate his sorrow. Yet, he maintained an icy demeanor, keeping her at bay. Frustration bubbled within her. While she did not claim to be a celestial beauty, she considered herself not lacking in appeal. After all, she was the daughter of his master. Why should he treat her with such indifference? Resolute, she quickened her pace, soon leaving Qingyun far behind. Returning to reality, Qingyun realized Lin Yu had vanished, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Due to his connection with his master, he had come to regard Lin Yu as a sister. After 2 months of seclusion, he had hoped to communicate with her more during this opportunity. Yet now, for reasons unknown, she had abandoned him to walk alone. As he prepared to hasten after her, he suddenly sensed a powerful consciousness locking onto him, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. He remained stationary, attempting to extend his own consciousness outward, only to encounter a barrier that repelled his efforts. Almost immediately, a sinister voice echoed within his mind. "Humph, young man. Do you think to probe into my affairs with such meager cultivation? I shall not waste words. Walk 7 paces forward and turn right, and you will find me." Qingyun would not be so easily compliant. Without hesitation, he turned back toward the sect. The presence seemed to sense his movement and grew irate. Before he had taken many steps, his vision blurred, revealing an inscrutable elder cloaked in gray standing before him. "You dare defy my words? Prepare to face the consequences," the elder declared, ready to strike down Qingyun. Confused, Qingyun quickly retorted, "Senior, there must be some misunderstanding. I am unfamiliar with you. Why would you wish to harm a junior? I shall not conceal the truth from you. That fragment of a map in your possession was procured by me for auction at Fengling's sect, under the guise of being a member of Daoyuan's sect, merely to obscure my intentions. This fragment is a bait I cast to elicit the emergence of the other 2 fragments. If my conjecture is correct, you must possess an identical piece. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You possess something you should not." With that, the elder casually conjured a dark sphere and hurled it toward Qingyun. Alarmed, Qingyun realized that this seemingly insignificant sphere brimmed with formidable power. He had no time to evade, and the black sphere struck him. With a resounding boom, he felt a wave of heat wash over him, yet nothing else transpired. Impossible. A mere child in the nascent stage of formation dares to withstand my Shabal. The elder, seeing that Qingyun remained unharmed, couldn't help but feel a sense of perplexity. My Shabal is potent enough to annihilate cultivators below the late stage of formation. Qingyun, taken aback, indeed sensed the terrifying force within the black orb as it passed him. In a moment of realization, he understood it must be the protective effect of the spirit armor he wore. Surprised by this revelation, he marveled at the seemingly simple woven garment that possessed such efficacy. After the elder's attack missed, he quickly unleashed another wave of dark energy towards Qingyun. At this juncture, many cultivators in the city felt the disturbance from the battle and hastened to the scene. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a dark energy blast striking a white-haired youth, instantly shredding his garments and scattering them like leaves in the wind. The elder's eyes widened in shock, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. As more cultivators gathered, he had no choice but to blur his form and vanish from sight. In this city, fighting among cultivators is strictly forbidden, and violators face severe punishment from the Lord's residence. Qingyun, unaware of this rule, found his attire tattered by the dark energy and had to don a new set of robes. Just as he finished dressing, a group of spear-wielding cultivator soldiers approached. The leader, a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, scowled at Qingyun and proclaimed, "You dare to engage in private combat within the city? Come with me to the Lord's residence." Chapter 49, Extortion? Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the nascent soul cultivator's words. "Why must I go to the Lord's residence?" he inquired. The leader, realizing that this young man was likely a novice new to the city, felt a surge of glee, thinking he could extract some spirit stones from him. Nearby, a kind-hearted cultivator offered a warning, "Friend, fighting is prohibited in this city. You have broken the city regulations." Upon hearing this, Qingyun understood the situation and clasped his hands in apology. "I am new to this city and unaware of its rules. Not to mention I was suddenly ambushed." However, before he could finish, the nascent soul cultivator grew impatient and retorted, "Enough with the excuses. You're coming with me. No more chatter." The group of cultivators advanced, thrusting their spears against Qingyun. Reluctantly, he reminded himself to remain low-key and avoid causing trouble for his master. Thus he complied and followed them to the Lord's residence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had reached Baoqing Tower but was disheartened by Qingyun's absence. It seemed he did not care for her at all. Why was she still so attached? With a heavy heart, she entered the tower. Qingyun was soon brought to the Lord's residence and discreetly led to the door of a somewhat hidden stone chamber. The leading cultivator instructed his subordinates to stand guard outside and pushed Qingyun inside. "You dare to fight in the city? Quite audacious of you," he remarked. "Friend, I assure you, I did not intentionally violate the city rules. I was merely attacked unexpectedly," Qingyun replied, his patience wearing thin after repeated explanations. "Your claim of ambush is meaningless without a witness. Go summon that assailant to me," the nascent soul cultivator demanded. Qingyun felt his temper rising. He did not regard this nascent soul cultivator highly. Very well. Since this is your first offense, hand over 10 high-grade spirit stones, and I shall let you go. The nascent soul cultivator finally revealed his true intentions. Qingyun, realizing he had just joined the Fengling sect and wishing to avoid complications, promptly produced 10 high-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and offered them to the cultivator, ready to leave. Wait. The nascent soul cultivator, seeing Qingyun comply so readily, felt greed surge within him. I'm not finished. 10 high-grade spirit stones, plus 50 medium-grade spirit stones. At this, Qingyun comprehended that he was being brazenly extorted. He halted and turned around, his demeanor chilling. The nascent soul cultivator felt as though he had stepped into an ice house, shivering at the coldness in Qingyun's gaze. He wondered how such a mere foundation establishment youth could exude such an intimidating aura. Qingyun struggled for a moment and asked, "You're not going to raise the price again, are you?" "I am not raising the price. This is the city's rule, as it has always been." The nascent soul cultivator replied, his confidence wavering. He understood that if Qingyun lost his temper, he would have to confine him until the Lord's residence could decide his fate, and he would gain nothing in the end. Qingyun tossed the cultivator 50 medium-grade spirit stones and swiftly exited the stone chamber. The nascent soul cultivator followed, elated at having fleeced a plump target. Not far down the path, Qingyun suddenly felt a jolt and then began to chuckle. He shook his head and quietly approached a pair of children standing nearby. "Brother Long, is there really such a huge rabbit as you said?" The girl inquired curiously of the boy beside her. "Oh, little Qi, you have no idea. The rabbit demons in the primordial wilds are several times larger than the giant dogs of this residence," the boy boasted with an air of maturity. "Really? When will Brother Long take me to catch some?" Just as Qingyun listened in, he cleared his throat to interrupt their conversation, wary that the boy might indeed take the little girl up the mountain one day. Upon hearing someone cough behind them, the two children turned around. "Ah, big brother. How did you get here?" Xiao Long exclaimed in surprise, having not noticed Qingyun's presence. Before Qingyun could respond, the little girl clapped her hands and said, "You are the clumsy big brother that Brother Long often talks about." Qingyun felt beads of exasperation forming on his forehead. Xiao Long chuckled awkwardly. "Well, you see, big brother, I was just borrowing your name. You're certainly not clumsy. You're a wise and valiant big brother." The little girl clapped again. "Then you're also my big brother. Yay, now I have another big brother." She took each of them by the hand and led them toward the back courtyard of the Lord's residence. The nascent soul cultivator who had just extorted Qingyun was happily chuckling to himself when he suddenly saw Qingyun being affectionately led away by a little girl, calling him big brother. His heart sank. "Oh no, this kid has such a close relationship with that little scourge," he lamented, realizing he had stirred up trouble. If he had known Qingyun was acquainted with this little devil, he would never have dared to extort him. As Qingyun was being led away by the little girl, he was about to inquire where they were going when he noticed the nascent soul cultivator pursuing them again. He thought, "Is he not finished extorting me?" Anger surged within him, and he prepared to confront the cultivator, but then sensed something was amiss. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. I was only joking with you earlier. Please don't take it to heart." The nascent soul cultivator, catching up, immediately presented the 10 high-grade spirit stones and 50 medium-grade spirit stones he had extorted, offering them back respectfully to Qingyun. Seeing Qingyun in a daze, the cultivator felt a chill run down his spine and quickly added 5 more high-grade spirit stones into Qingyun's hand before nodding at the girl and frantically disappearing from sight. "Wow, why is that little braid running so fast today?" the little girl murmured, glancing at the somewhat bewildered Qingyun. "Big brother, is that little braid also one of your little brothers? He gave you all the spirit stones he collected." Qingyun found himself in a perplexing situation, realizing that the nascent soul cultivator before him was frightened by the little girl. Noticing Qingyun's confusion, Xiaolong quickly explained, "Elder brother, little Qi's grandfather is the city lord." Upon hearing this, Qingyun understood the situation. However, as Xiaoqi tugged at him to move forward, he suddenly remembered that he was supposed to accompany Lin Yu to Baoqing Tower to exchange items today. Alarmed, he quickly instructed Xiaolong with a few words and hurriedly exited the city lord's residence, making his way towards Baoqing Tower. Chapter 50. The swallowing of wind leaves. When Qingyun arrived at Baoqing Tower, he encountered Lin Yu just as she was stepping out. He hastily apologized, "Sister Lin, I'm sorry. I was delayed by some unforeseen circumstances along the way." Lin Yu felt a bit taken aback. She had thought that her new senior brother was reluctant to spend time with her, hence his absence. Hearing Qingyun's explanation, an inexplicable sweetness blossomed in her heart. She smiled gently, revealing her pearly teeth. "So that's how it is. I was worried I wouldn't see you again, since the items have already been exchanged. Shall we return to the sect?" Qingyun nodded and followed Lin Yu towards the sect, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the mysterious assailant in black. Who could he be, and how could he be so certain that Qingyun possessed an identical fragment of a map? Ultimately, he could not discern any clues. Upon returning to the sect, they encountered a young man clad in a green robe, holding a folding fan. He was handsome and poised, and as soon as he laid eyes on Linyu, his expression brightened with delight. He waved and called out, "Ah, you sister. I thought I wouldn't get a chance to see you this time. What a pleasant surprise." Qingyun, standing beside Linyu, was completely overlooked. However, he found himself intrigued by this young man, not for any particular reason, but because the way he spoke and carried himself reminded him of Luo Muhen from the Dian sect. Wasn't he Luo Muhen similarly captivated when he saw Zihuan? This thought made Qingyun chuckle, drawing the attention of the handsome youth. The young man abruptly closed his fan and fixed a cold stare on Qingyun. "Why are you laughing, sir?" He suddenly realized that this white-haired youth was with Linyu, which ignited a fire of jealousy within him. "What I find amusing is of no concern to you," Qingyun replied, returning the coldness. Seeing the tension in the air, Linyu quickly intervened. "Gentlemen, let us not disturb the peace. Qingyun, this is Lu Xian, a senior brother from the Wind Spirit sect. He must be here to deliver a message." Lu Xian snorted. "In a month's time, during the sect competition, should you dare to participate, I will ensure you regret it." With that, he turned on his heel and left without another word. Linyu glanced at Qingyun with a hint of helplessness. "Don't take it to heart, Qingyun. Lu Xian has always been like this." In truth, Qingyun did not let it bother him. He was merely puzzled by Lu Xian's mention of the sect competition. "Sister Lin, what exactly is this sect competition about?" As they walked back into the sect, Linyu began to explain the details of the competition. The hall of the sect was abuzz with activity. Qingyun had been there for over 2 months and had never seen so many people gathered in the hall. Lin Jin sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed. Beside him were 3 elders, all looking equally troubled, and notably absent was Dao Mengzhenren. Among the 3, a slender middle-aged man suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Lu Xian is becoming increasingly arrogant. He relies on the support of Elder Feng Lan and has grown utterly contemptuous of us. But what can we do? Lu Xian is already a master in the nascent soul stage among the young disciples. Who among our sect's youth could possibly rival him?" A gray-robed elder sighed in agreement. "Elder Lu and Elder Hongru, let us not be hasty. We should first hear the opinion of the sect leader, the final elder." An expressionless old man in a green robe suggested, seeing the lack of confidence in Lu and Hongru. Lin Jin remained silent, observing as Linyu and Qingyun entered. He gestured for Qingyun to step forward. Qingyun and Linyu quickly approached Lin Jin and respectfully bowed to him and the elders present. "So this is the disciple that the sect leader has taken under his wing? A mere early-stage core formation?" Murmurs rippled through the hall. The sect leader is traditionally discerning in choosing disciples. What prompted him to accept such a low-skilled individual? "I heard that this Qingyun saved Lin Yu's life, which is why the sect leader took him in." Nonsense. The sect leader is known for his integrity. If Qingyun lacked extraordinary talents, he would never have been accepted as a disciple. The whispers reached Lin Jin and the elders' ears, but he chose not to address them. Instead, he stood and spoke slowly. "This year, the quota for the sect competition includes both Qingyun and Linyu. Let it serve as a trial for both of them." "But sect leader, the quota is limited to 10 participants." Elder Hongru interjected, clearly troubled, as she was responsible for managing the quotas. "No matter. We will hold a preliminary competition within the sect before the main event. Let Qingyun and Linyu prove their abilities. I will not show favoritism," Lin Jin stated calmly. "As you wish, sect leader," Elder Hongru conceded, knowing her brother well enough to understand there was no point in arguing further. "Now go prepare. You may disperse. Qingyun, come with me." Lin Jin waved his hand, his demeanor somewhat grave. "Yes, senior brother," Qingyun replied, following Lin Jin to his quarters. "Qingyun, you have been in seclusion for over 2 months. Your ice whiskers should have grown significantly stronger by now," Lin Jin inquired. "Indeed, master. I can now clearly sense the fluctuations of water elemental force in the world. However, I am uncertain how to manipulate it. Your body is peculiar, making it impossible for you to practice our Wind Spirit Sect's foundational techniques for controlling the wind. Therefore, I plan to forcibly implant a wind source seed within you, allowing you to manipulate the elemental forces of wind and water to some extent. However, this method entails considerable pain. Are you willing to endure it?" "I am willing," Qingyun replied without hesitation. The allure of manipulating elemental force was simply too tempting. "Very well, then follow me." Lin Jin pointed to the void, and a white light array materialized within the room. He stepped into the luminous curtain, and Qingyun immediately followed suit. Upon entry, he felt a sudden dizziness. And the next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The sky was overcast, and a storm raged. This scene should have been accompanied by thunder and lightning. Yet it was eerily silent. Noticing Qingyun's bewilderment, Lin Jin chuckled. "This is an artifact of space left to me by my master, your grandmaster, from years past. Although it is of low grade, it forms a small realm of its own, spanning only a few hundred miles." Upon learning that this was an artifact, Qingyun couldn't help but recall the stone chamber he had entered during the examination at the Blaze Sect, which also seemed to be a spatial artifact, albeit significantly larger than this one. "Qingyun, sit cross-legged. I shall assist you in refining a wind source seed," Lin Jin instructed. He then produced a light gray crystal that bore a striking resemblance to the ice whiskers. This is the wind leaf, ranked 27th among elemental force seeds. While it may not compare to your ice whiskers, it is still a precious elemental force seed. Consume it. Upon hearing this, Qingyun seated himself as instructed and swallowed the wind leaf. Once inside, the ice whiskers that had already occupied his body began to exude an overwhelming chill towards the wind leaf. The wind leaf, not to be outdone, immediately summoned a gentle warmth to dissolve the cold. This struggle brought Qingyun immense discomfort. He found it hard to articulate how he felt. As if he had eaten spicy peppers as a child and then secretly taken a sip of Grandpa Lin's liquor. His body was a tumult of sensations, indescribably bizarre. Waves of cramping pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Do not panic. Simply focus on refining the wind leaf. The icy chill shall be subdued by your master's assistance. Lin Jin conveyed his thoughts to Qingyun, immediately channeling the immense spiritual energy within him into Qingyun's body, enveloping all the coldness. Qingyun promptly directed all the spiritual energy within him to impact the wind leaf, tirelessly refining it. As the wind leaf continued to shrink, waves of sharp, blade-like winds spread outward, seemingly intent on severing every meridian and organ in his body. Qingyun gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of this relentless slicing, and continued to operate the heavenly chaos technique in a frenzied manner. After approximately 3 hours, a peculiar phenomenon arose within Qingyun's body. The icy veins, which had lain dormant in various channels, suddenly manifested. The wind blades mercilessly sliced through. The overwhelming agony nearly drew a cry from Qingyun as he felt every meridian within him being gradually severed. "Qingyun, your master can only shield you from the resistance of the icy veins. To subdue the wind leaf, you must rely solely on yourself. You must find a way to transform the wind leaf into fine threads that can hide throughout your body." Chapter 51. The Young Sect Master. Upon hearing Lin Jin's transmission, Qingyun immediately began to fervently cultivate the heavenly chaos technique, striving to refine and absorb the wind energy within him. As the pace of the technique quickened, the wind energy gradually became calm and orderly. 2 days later, Lin Jin had already departed this treasure space. He informed Qingyun that the refinement of the wind leaf had reached its conclusion. Thereafter, once fully refined, he would stabilize and strengthen the wind leaf seed in this treasure space. Only then could he commence learning the specialized technique for manipulating the elemental forces of wind and water that Lin Jin had imparted to Qingyun's mind. Qingyun immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation, losing track of time. Once the wind leaf was completely refined, he found it strikingly similar to the previous experience with the icy veins. Every inch of his skin and every meridian brimmed with fine threads of wind. However, while the wind leaf and icy veins had ceased their internal struggle, they showed no signs of coexisting peacefully. They merely occupied their respective territories, subtly repelling each other. Qingyun paid this little mind and proceeded to diligently cultivate the two seeds, striving to amplify their strength. As time passed, the fine threads of wind and ice within his skin and meridians gradually thickened. Qingyun's perception of the elemental forces of wind and water in the world sharpened, enabling him to practice manipulation techniques using the wind and rain within this space. Half a month later, Qingyun ceased his cultivation and, following his master's guidance, exited the treasure space. Upon stepping outside, he was struck by the unusual stillness in the sect. The number of people seemed significantly diminished. He was preparing to seek out his master when he found that Dao Mengzhenren was already waiting for him outside. "Congratulations, young sect master." On refining another wind source seed, Dao Mengzhenren exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Qingyun approach. "Young sect master?" Qingyun was taken aback by this unexpected title. "Do not be surprised, young sect master." This was announced by the sect master before his departure in the branch hall. According to the rules of the Wind Spirit sect, the current branch master has the authority to appoint the next generation branch master. "Where has my master gone?" Qingyun refrained from dwelling on this matter. He had no interest in the title of branch master. His sole aim was to continuously enhance his cultivation, discover a method to revive Loner, uncover his origins, and unravel the peculiarities within his body. The branch master has gone ahead to Fengling Mountain for the annual branch competition, accompanied by several elders and a group of disciples. He specifically instructed that upon your emergence, you should bring the young lady to Fengling Mountain before the competition, Dao Mengzhenren explained, tossing Qingyun a map jade slip. Has junior sister Lin Yu not left yet? After examining the jade slip, Qingyun stored it in his storage ring, slightly surprised to learn that Lin Yu had not accompanied his master. Indeed, she intentionally remained behind to wait for the young sect master's emergence. She should be arriving shortly, Dao Mengzhenren replied with a gentle smile. Just as Qingyun was about to respond, he noticed Lin Yu approaching. At 21, Lin Yu was 9 years younger than Qingyun, exuding youthful vitality. Having cultivated the wind technique, she appeared to retain the essence of a youthful maiden, ethereal and enchanting. Brother, you're out. Let us summon Xiao Long and Suo Tian and head to Fengling Mountain to meet my father, Lin Yu suggested softly. Qingyun replied tersely. He was not one to indulge in excessive conversation. Side by side, they walked towards the front hall of the branch, where many disciples cast envious and jealous glances at Qingyun. They found it incomprehensible that this unremarkable youth not only became the sole disciple of the branch master, but was also appointed as the next generation branch master. While they could somewhat accept Qingyun being taken on as a disciple, they could not fathom his elevation to branch master status. After all, Qingyun had no achievements within the Ningfeng branch, lacked any qualifications, and had not attained supreme cultivation. However, since the branch master had already declared it, these lower-ranking disciples had no means to alter it. They offered respectful greetings as Qingyun approached, though their resentment did not escape his notice. Qingyun sighed inwardly. He himself did not understand why his master had suddenly declared him the next generation branch master. Upon reaching the front hall, the three of them waited for Suo Tian and Xiao Long to return. Young lady, young sect master, please exercise caution on your journey to Fengling Mountain. Apart from the Gui Du branch, the other 8 major branches possess exceptionally talented youths, far surpassing our Ningfeng branch due to their relative detachment from warfare. Our Ningfeng branch, being in a war-torn region, has drawn considerable attention and resources from the main sect and the empire, inciting envy from the other branches. Each branch competition is deliberately aimed at our Ningfeng branch, Dao Mengzhenren cautioned Qingyun, concern etched on his face. Thank you, Senior Dao Meng. I will keep this in mind. Qingyun expressed his gratitude. He could not help but recall his second visit to the Dian sect, where he felt no sense of belonging. Yet upon arriving at the Ningfeng branch, being taken as a disciple by Lin Jin, he felt a warmth akin to home. By the way, Senior Dao Meng, when I first arrived in this city, I inadvertently heard that the Wind Spirit sect sent people to assist in the war. What is the situation? Qingyun inquired curiously. That matter is rather complex. I will explain it in detail once you return from the main sect competition, Dao Mengzhenren replied solemnly. Qingyun nodded. Just then 2 voices rang out simultaneously at the hall entrance. Elder brother, young master. Following this, Xiao Long and Suo Tian entered the hall one after the other. Elder brother, I heard from the beautiful sister that we're going to fight, right? Oh, it's been so long since I've fought. Just thinking about it excites me. Xiao Long chattered incessantly upon entering, causing Qingyun's forehead to twitch in amusement. Lin Yu, too, was amused by Xiao Long's antics. Her laughter illuminated the hall like radiant sunshine, captivating Qingyun, who was seeing her smile for the first time. He playfully tapped Xiao Long on the head, chuckling, "You rascal. Can't you ever be serious? Now that everyone is here, we should set off immediately. Time is of the essence. We must hurry." Xiao Long rubbed his head and asked, "Elder brother, will we come back after the fight?" Qingyun was puzzled by Xiao Long's odd question. Suo Tian coughed, saying, "Young master, this little brat is reluctant to part with that old witch. Shut up." Xiao Long dashed over to tug at Suo Tian's arm, prompting Suo Tian to swiftly evade. Dao Mengzhenren and Lin Yu watched the two with amused expressions. Upon hearing Suo Tian's words, Qingyun immediately understood. Of course we will return. This is our home. His seemingly comforting words to Xiao Long quickened Lin Yu's heartbeat and filled her with a sense of sweetness. Naturally, Qingyun was oblivious to Lin Yu's thoughts. Dao Mengzhenren, needing to remain behind to oversee the daily affairs of the subsect, did not accompany them. The four soon arrived at the city gate, preparing to exit, when a lovely little girl dashed towards them, calling out for her big brother, Xiao Long, to wait. This little girl was none other than Xiao Qi, whom Qingyun had met at the city lord's mansion. "Little Qi, what brings you here?" Xiao Long joyfully approached her. "When will you come back, big brother Xiao Long?" In the 3 months that had passed, the bond between the two had grown inseparable. My older brother said he would return after finishing the fight at Fengling Mountain. Just wait for me. I will be back soon. You will grow up and marry me, he teased. Yes, I will marry big brother Xiaolong when I grow up. Here. This is a talisman my grandfather gave me for protection. Take it, Xiaoqi said, handing him a pouch-like talisman. Xiaolong accepted it with delight. And after bidding farewell to Xiaoqi, the four did not linger and immediately left the city. Inside the city, the Lord's mansion and numerous high-ranking cultivators sent by the Empire provided a sense of tranquility. However, once outside the city, Qingyun and the others were struck by an atmosphere of desolation and dread. The landscape was littered with the remains of monstrous beasts, a stark contrast to the scene they had witnessed over 3 months ago when they first arrived. Young master, it seems the recent conflicts have grown increasingly brutal, Suo Tian remarked, frowning at Qingyun. Qingyun nodded. Let us hasten to Fengling Mountain. With that, he took the lead, flying northward. Chapter 52. The Old Demon of Qisong. Fengling Mountain, one of the 3 renowned mountains of the Qingyun Empire, is situated in the central western region, known for its enchanting beauty. The journey to Fengling Mountain would take approximately 7 days of continuous flight. At this moment, the 4 had already been flying for 2 days and nights. Linyu, feeling fatigued, suggested to Qingyun, Senior brother, shall we land and rest for a while? Qingyun glanced at Linyu, realizing she was the weakest among them, only at the peak of the initial stage of the core formation realm. The prolonged flight was indeed taxing for her. Very well, let us descend, meditate, and recuperate before continuing, Qingyun agreed. The 4 swiftly landed in a secluded mountain valley. Qingyun conjured the black locking sky and, within moments, created a cave that could accommodate 5 or 6 people. They entered and quickly began to meditate. An hour later, the 4 opened their eyes. Qingyun asked Linyu, how do you feel? Linyu, pleased by Qingyun's concern, nodded in response. Without further ado, Qingyun stepped out of the cave and resumed his flight northward along the eastern edge of the wild forest. However, after flying several dozen miles, a chilling, mocking laughter echoed from behind. Haha, what the old demon of Qisong, desire has never eluded me. Little brat, hand over the fragment of the map you possess. Instantly, Qingyun felt a powerful consciousness locking onto him. Forcing himself to turn, he beheld a gray-clad old man hovering in midair, his form shrouded in ominous black mist, exuding an eerie and sinister presence. This man was the same gray figure who had ambushed Qingyun in the city. Qingyun recognized the formidable strength of his opponent. They were no match for him. He quickly instructed Suotian to return the locking sky to his sword and urged Xiaolong to take Linyu and flee northward, as far away as possible. Though Xiaolong had never defied Qingyun's orders, he stood resolute in the face of danger. Sister, you escape northward. This person is formidable. I will stay and confront him alongside my brother, Xiaolong declared firmly, casting aside his usual playful demeanor. I will not abandon you, Linyu insisted, unwilling to flee and leave her companions behind. Humph, do you think you can escape before me? None shall leave. However, this little girl is quite lovely. Hand over the 2 fragments of the map and this girl, and I may spare your lives. The old demon of Qisong sneered, revealing his yellowed teeth. Only Suotan knew about the fragments of the map in Qingyun's possession, and Qingyun trusted him utterly not to leak any information. Yet, how could this old demon be so certain that Qingyun possessed another fragment? Merely based on the fragment he had purchased at the auction, he had no grounds to assume that Qingyun had another. There was certainly something amiss. Assessing the old demon's strength, Qingyun could not discern its full extent, but he sensed it was undoubtedly powerful. Engaging in combat would likely lead to their defeat, or even worse, jeopardize their lives. Resolutely, he stated, Senior, I can relinquish the map fragment, but I must take this girl with me. Huh, what a joke. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? The old demon remained unmoved. Qingyun's expression darkened. He resolved to fight to the bitter end. Without hesitation, he swung the locking sky and shouted, Flash. A massive dark gray energy sphere shot towards the old demon of Qisong. Simultaneously, Qingyun swiftly embraced Linyu and fled northward with all his might. Xiaolong and Qingyun shared a mental connection, and in an instant, they both soared northward. The old demon of Qisong was momentarily taken aback, having never expected the little brat to dare challenge him. As the enormous energy sphere bore down upon him, he merely waved his hand, causing it to explode midair. In that fleeting moment, Qingyun and his companions had already fled several dozen miles, reaching the edge of a towering cliff. A mocking smile flickered across the old demon's face as he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Qingyun. Alarmed, Qingyun accelerated in a frenzy. The old demon of Qisong raised his hands and, with a swift motion, summoned a massive, sinister sword that hurtled toward Qingyun's back. Clutching Linyu, Qingyun had no time to evade. He summoned the Nine Dragons Cauldron, which materialized behind him to block the incoming sword. With a resounding clang, the sword was halted, unable to penetrate further. The old demon of Qisong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this little brat possessed such treasures. Realizing he could no longer afford to toy with them, he began to chant incantations, summoning vast amounts of black mist that coalesced into a colossal black curtain, obscuring the sky. With a wave of his hand, the immense black curtain surged forth, threatening to engulf Qingyun and his companions. Upon seeing this terrifying power, a flicker of unease coursed through Qingyun. Just then, Linyu produced a small silver round shield, reciting a spell that caused it to emit a silvery glow, enveloping the three of them. As the black curtain descended upon them, it collided with the silver shield, unable to penetrate its barrier. However, the resulting shockwave sent the three of them hurtling backward. Qingyun held Linyu tightly to his chest, bracing himself against the majority of the impact. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, and could not control his descent down the cliff. Seeing Qingyun plummeting, the old demon of Qisong grinned sinisterly, preparing to collect Qingyun's storage ring. Yet, upon surveying the terrain, he turned and fled in haste, cursing under his breath. Damn it! How could it be so coincidental, falling here? Just then, a deafening wolf howl erupted behind him, startling him into a frantic escape. At that moment, Qingyun was plummeting down the cliff, holding Linyu tightly. Though his consciousness was fading, he sensed something was amiss. The cliff seemed bottomless, and he could only feel the wind rushing past his ears as they continued to fall. Suddenly, the wolf howl jolted him back to awareness. At the moment the wolf's howl echoed, the little dragon immediately manifested its true form, a magnificent golden dragon that surged forth with a resonant roar, swiftly catching both Qingyun and Linyu. Although the little dragon's physical prowess was formidable, its inherited memories were insufficient, and its cultivation level was lacking, resulting in a slight internal injury from the tremendous impact. As the wolf's howl reverberated, they gradually approached the bottom of the cliff. Upon landing, they beheld a towering werewolf, approximately 3 zhang tall, howling at the sky. This werewolf had one arm severed at the elbow and bore only a single eye, the other obscured by a red eye patch that covered most of its massive head. Upon noticing the golden dragon, the werewolf fell silent. But as it discerned that the dragon was merely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, it approached with measured steps. With each stride, the ground trembled beneath it, causing stones to tumble from the surrounding cliffs. Qingyun gently laid the unconscious Linyu on the ground, bracing himself to confront the werewolf, sensing that its aura was even more potent than that of the previous old demon, Qisong. The little dragon swiftly reverted to its juvenile form and addressed the werewolf. Does a mere wolf tribe dare to show disrespect to this prince? The werewolf paused at the words, its raspy voice emerging. I harbor no disrespect. I merely wish to ascertain your identities. Qingyun was taken aback to hear the werewolf speak, while the little dragon remained unfazed and calmly inquired. Are you a peak 6th tier werewolf? Indeed, replied the werewolf as it drew closer to Qingyun and the little dragon. As a member of the dragon clan, I would never dare to offend you. However, these two are my elder brother and sister-in-law. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Qingyun was reminded of Yulan from the pendant, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Then you may rest here and recuperate, the werewolf stated, making its way toward its cave, an enormous cavern rising about 5 zhang. Qingyun, addressing the werewolf, said, I apologize for disturbing your territory. He then prepared to lift Linyu and ascend the cliff with the little dragon. You cannot leave for the time being. It is best to recover here, the werewolf declared before entering the cave, its voice fading into silence. Chapter 53. Winged Wolf Tower. Qingyun was taken aback. Cannot leave temporarily? This cliff, while deeper than an ordinary one, could not possibly be insurmountable. Naturally, he was skeptical. Even if the one-eyed werewolf spoke the truth, he would still attempt to ascend. Cradling Linyu, he unleashed the wind control technique to its utmost limit, charging towards the cliff summit. The werewolf showed no reaction to Qingyun's efforts. Once inside the cave, it remained silent. The higher Qingyun ascended, the greater his unease grew. It felt as though the cliff was endless. When he had fallen from above, it had taken little time to reach the ground. Now, after nearly half an hour of ascent, no sign of the summit appeared. At that moment, Linyu stirred awake, her heart racing from being suddenly embraced by Qingyun during their escape. Still tightly held in his arms, she felt as if she were dreaming. Pressed against Qingyun's chest, Listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, she felt an overwhelming sense of security and satisfaction. Unaware of Lin Yu's awakening, Qingyun persisted in his upward struggle. He was not one to easily concede defeat. However, after another half-hour with no sign of the summit, he reluctantly began his descent. Lin Yu, perplexed, wondered why her senior brother was suddenly plummeting downwards, yet she did not voice her queries. Soon, they landed on the ground, where Qingyun discovered that the little dragon had already arrived before him. Brother, no matter how we fly, we cannot ascend, whether upward or in any direction. It feels the same. Endless, the little dragon lamented, its head drooping in despair. Could it be that we have fallen into an illusionary formation? Qingyun recalled the basic formations that Suotian had once explained, which included illusionary arrays. He summoned Suotian from his sword and recounted their circumstances. Although Suotian grasped only the fundamentals of formations, he quickly confirmed that they were indeed trapped in an illusionary array, yet he had no means of breaking it. Qingyun needed to attend the sect competition at Wind Spirit Mountain. Being trapped here was untenable. Approaching the werewolf's cave, he earnestly implored, "Senior, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger here. I kindly ask for your assistance." To Qingyun, the sixth-tier werewolf was a formidable expert and surely possessed a solution. "I am powerless to assist," the werewolf replied flatly, ceasing further dialogue. Qingyun felt a surge of anxiety. He understood nothing of formations. Would he truly be trapped here indefinitely? His master awaited him for the sect competition. Suddenly, he recalled the werewolf's earlier remark. They could not leave temporarily, suggesting that escape was still possible. "Senior, what did you mean by temporarily unable to leave?" Qingyun inquired once more. "As long as a living being falls here, it will trigger the illusionary array. In a month, the array will dissolve on its own," the werewolf explained. Just then, an eerie howl emanated from within the cave, resembling that of a young wolf. Moments later, a cacophony erupted from the cave, followed by silence. "It seems we will not be able to participate in this sect competition. In that case, let us use this month to cultivate," Qingyun declared, settling into a meditative position and falling silent. Lin Yu, sitting closely beside him, began to meditate as well, while the little dragon, disinterested in cultivation, quietly roamed with Suotian to explore the surroundings. 3 days swiftly passed, with Qingyun and Lin Yu remaining motionless, their eyes closed. The little dragon and Suotian had not returned, though Qingyun sensed their presence nearby. On the third night, the dark and oppressive atmosphere of the valley deepened. At midnight, another sharp and peculiar howl resonated from the werewolf's cave. Soon after, the exhausted sixth-tier one-eyed werewolf emerged, exclaiming, "Do you possess any high-grade healing pills? I am willing to exchange my life spirit weapon for them." Upon hearing the werewolf's strange howl, Qingyun and Lin Yu opened their eyes, observing the anxious one-eyed werewolf before him. Qingyun wasted no time, responding, "I have recovery pills and blood essence pills. Take one of each for urgent needs. If they are insufficient, I have more." With that, he tossed the pills to the werewolf. The sixth-tier one-eyed werewolf received the pills without a word and hastily retreated into the cave. Moments later, he rushed out again, preparing to speak when Qingyun threw him 5 more of each pill. On the 4th day, as dawn broke, the werewolf emerged from the cave, weariness etched on its features. Qingyun looked up and was awestruck by the small wolf following closely behind the werewolf. This little wolf was entirely silver-white, with a pair of wings sprouting from either side of its back. Having seen wolves before, Qingyun had never encountered one with wings. Intrigued, he asked, "Senior, what is this?" The one-eyed werewolf smiled faintly and bowed deeply to Qingyun. Instantly, Qingyun released a gentle force to soften the impact of the werewolf's gesture, saying softly, "Senior, you honor me too much." The werewolf brought the little wolf forward and said, "This is my son, Taili. I have an unusual request. I hope you can grant it." "Speak freely, Senior. If I can assist, I will not decline," Qingyun responded, his heart warming at the evident paternal affection the werewolf displayed towards the little wolf. "I wish for Taili to accompany you as your contracted spirit beast." The werewolf's request left Qingyun astounded. The reason was simple. The term spirit beast held significant weight. Stammering, he asked the spirit beast, "Indeed, while the world refers to my kind as monsters, knowing only that we reach the 6th tier to gain intelligence, they are unaware that some of my kin are born with innate intelligence," the one-eyed werewolf explained. "Upon the birth of my son Taili, he was endowed with wisdom, belonging to the noble lineage of the spirit beast, the winged wolf. My wife, a formidable 8th-tier winged wolf, met a tragic fate at the hands of our enemies shortly after his birth, resulting in the annihilation of our clan. I, with Taili, managed to escape this calamity, albeit gravely wounded." Over the years, all my cultivation has been devoted to healing Taili, and now, I find myself on the brink of exhaustion. The one-eyed werewolf spoke with a shadow of sorrow upon his visage. Senior, I still possess some elixirs. Allow me to share them with you, Qingyun offered. Feeling a pang of sadness himself, recognizing the sorrow of being an orphan, devoid of parental affection. Those elixirs are of no use to me now. Yet it was through your potions that Taili was resurrected last night. If my instincts are correct, these elixirs must be akin to celestial potions, am I not right? Upon seeing Qingyun nod, he continued, Taili shares a bond with you. I hope he finds solace at your side. Without hesitation, Qingyun nodded and assured, I shall treat him as my brother. The one-eyed werewolf's heart brightened at the mention of brotherhood, silently commending Qingyun. Taili, come forth and offer your soul blood. Hearing his father's words, the young wolf approached Qingyun, his eyes filled with profound sorrow, aware that his father's time was drawing near. Understanding that it was the youth before him who had saved his life, he did not hesitate. Releasing a drop of soul blood from his brow, which gracefully floated towards Qingyun, merging into him unseen. Chapter 54. The competition commences. Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though the essence of this little wolf was now intertwined with him. Without a second thought, he too released a drop of black blood from his brow, which vanished into that of the little wolf. This voluntary exchange of blood signified a pact of equality, with Qingyun holding a slight advantage as the first to possess the wolf's soul blood. From this day forth, Taili shall be my second brother. Though only 30 years of age, Qingyun spoke these words with a natural and sincere conviction. Your selfless gift of elixirs has already earned my trust. I did not expect you to willingly forge a pact with my son. I harbor no regrets now. The two who had been scouting the surroundings, one a member of the dragon clan and the other a sword spirit, were they not as I have stated? The one-eyed werewolf smiled faintly. Upon receiving Qingyun's nod, he instructed, summon them back. I will use the remnants of my strength to escort you out of this illusionary array. Without waiting for a response, the imposing aura of a peak 6th-tier beast erupted forth. Qingyun swiftly called back Sutian and the little dragon, standing by their side. The one-eyed werewolf waved his hands, conjuring a massive white light shield that enveloped everyone, then bellowed, Ascend. The shield shot upwards, breaking through an unseen barrier to reach the cliff's summit in a single breath. I have yet to learn the name of my young friend. The weary voice of the one-eyed werewolf echoed down. Qingyun, upon hearing this, promptly replied, I am Qingyun. Good. Taili, henceforth, remain steadfast by your elder brother Qingyun. I shall pray for you both in another realm. Gradually, his voice faded away. The young wolf Taili gazed down the cliff, tears streaming from his eyes. Qingyun offered a few words of comfort, and the group swiftly took flight towards the north. At Wind Spirit Mountain, within the resting quarters of the Wind Spirit Sect, Lin Jin wore an expression of concern. The sect's competition was set to commence the next day, yet his daughter and disciple were both notably absent. They were still within the confines of Ningfeng City, where he had expended a considerable amount of his spiritual energy to forcefully assist his mediocre disciple in devouring and refining a second elemental seed. Time had passed, and they should have emerged by now, yet he remained unaware of the trials they faced on their journey. He did not expect that his newly accepted disciple would shine in this competition. He merely hoped they would witness the event, gaining experience and broadening their horizons. Perhaps in the next competition, his disciple, possessing 2 elemental seeds, would truly excel under his guidance. He gazed towards Ningfeng City and sighed softly, settling himself in a meditative posture, closing his eyes. Simultaneously, in another room of the Ningfeng Sect's resting area, a young man clad in blue, with long flowing hair, spoke to another youth beside him. Shinxiu, are you certain that Lin Shibua's disciple and Lin Yu's sister have not yet arrived? Indeed, senior brother Qin. I have thoroughly checked, and they are absent, replied the youth named Shinxiu with utmost respect. Humph. It is incomprehensible that Lin Shibua would designate him as the next sect leader. This time, I will strive with all my might to secure a commendable position, shocking everyone. The next leader of the Wind Spirit Sect shall be none other than me, Qin Haiyang. The blue-clad youth slammed his palm onto the table, his eyes ablaze with jealousy. Meanwhile, Qingyun and his companions were flying with all their might towards the Wind Spirit Sect, having lost over 3 days at the cliff. They had not paused in their flight, fully aware that the sect competition was imminent. However, upon consulting the map and calculating the time, it became evident that they could not arrive before the competition commenced. At the Wind Spirit Sect's competition square, the sun had just begun to rise. 5 colossal arenas stood side by side, each astonishingly large, measuring 100 feet in area. This was due to the sect's consideration that the majority of those representing the main sect in the competition were of late-stage core formation, with even 2 of them being at the nascent soul stage. The requirement for participation in the Wind Spirit Sect's competition was that the young disciples must have been cultivating for no more than 100 years. The Wind Spirit Sect comprised 10 major branches within the Qingyun Empire, each located in the largest cities of the empire. Among them, the Qingyun branch from the royal city of Qingyun was the most powerful, consistently securing second place in the annual competition, with the first being claimed by the main sect. In contrast, the Ningfeng and Gidu branches, situated on the savage front lines, had consistently ranked at the bottom. Soon, the leaders of each major branch, accompanied by their elders and disciples, arrived at the square. Lin Jin's expression remained inscrutable. In his original plans, Qingyun and Lin Yu were merely backups. Their absence would not impede the Ningfeng branch's participation. After all, those who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage within a century were exceedingly rare. Thus, each branch's competition often featured familiar faces, predominantly those at the late-stage core formation or peak core formation levels. Before long, a dashing middle-aged man in green attire ascended the high platform, announcing in a booming voice, "This year's branch competition will differ from previous ones. Following discussions among our elders, the top 3 disciples will be granted the opportunity to enter the savage divine temple." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. The rare occurrence of the temple's opening, which happened once every 100 years, meant that this time, they would all strive with fervor. With the protection of the main sect's elders, it was assured to be a safe venture. "Lin brother, it appears that this time, we can only watch this opportunity slip away," lamented a stout-faced man nearby. Lin Jin calmly replied, "Let us do our best." The stout man fell silent, turning his attention back to the middle-aged figure on the high platform. "The rules remain unchanged. Each branch will send forth 10 disciples, with the order of appearance determined by each branch. Our main sect's 10 disciples will skip the first round," the green-clad man stated before gracefully descending from the stage. Lin Jin turned to address those behind him. "Shinxiu, you shall be the first to compete." Shinxiu acknowledged and approached the edge of the platform to draw lots. The 10 participants of this first round each drew a number, and those with adjacent numbers would face off. As the matches were assigned and the participants took their positions on the arena, murmurs arose from the audience. "Unbelievably, the Qingyun branch has chosen Mu Bo to compete first. It's astonishing. This is merely a show of bravado from the Qingyun branch." In the end, the top 10 competitors were predominantly from the main sect and the Qingyun branch. Lin Jin furrowed his brow as he observed Mu Bo, for he noticed with dismay that Shinxiu was matched against him. Mu Bo had secured the 4th position in last year's competition, known for his ruthless attacks, leaving his opponents severely injured. As expected, when the elder in charge of overseeing the battles announced the commencement, Mu Bo swiftly brandished a long knife. In a single exchange, many spectators hardly grasped what transpired before Shinxiu was sent flying off the stage, crashing to the ground and spewing blood. Chapter 55. Qin Haiyang. Immediately, an elder from the Ningfeng branch emerged to assist Shinxiu, hastily administering a medicinal pill. The first round of contests concluded swiftly, resulting in 4 unfortunate branches, apart from Ningfeng, facing defeat. Consequently, only 9 combatants remained from their 5 sections. The day preceding the matches was rather mundane, marked by the gradual elimination of relatively weaker disciples. Time flew by, and Ningfeng branch had already lost 6 members, leading to a dire situation. Conversely, the main sect, Qingyun branch, and Huqing branch maintained an unblemished record, suffering no defeats. By the end of that day, among the 110 participants, 60 had been eliminated after 12 rounds of competition. The following day, the contests continued. Lin Jin understood that barring any miraculous turn of events, the remaining 4 disciples from his branch would soon face elimination as well. The sole source of solace was his disciple, Qin Haiyang, who had achieved 3 consecutive victories in the previous day's matches, igniting a flicker of hope within Lin Jin. Indeed, after another 5 rounds, Ningfeng branch had but 1 member left standing, Qin Haiyang. Meanwhile, the main sect, Qingyun branch, and Huqing branch each retained 9 participants, with 2 from the main sect yet to even step into the fray. It appeared that the drawing of lots by the main sect was riddled with manipulation, deliberately arranging the strongest groups to avoid confrontation. Until the very end, that old fox would ensure that his most formidable disciples wouldn't clash. If this competition continued in such a manner, what reputation could Fengling's sect hope to establish across the continent? These sentiments echoed among the elders of the branches, who had long grown weary of the nearly millennium-old format of branch competitions. The intentions of the main sect were glaringly evident. They merely utilized the disciples from the other branches as practice for their meticulously cultivated prot-gs. Despite many elders recognizing this, they dared not challenge the might of the main sect. After 3 more rounds, Lin Jin was astonished to see that Qin Haiyang continued to uphold his winning streak. To Lin Jin's knowledge, Qin Haiyang was merely at the late stage of the core formation realm. Yet he repeatedly triumphed over those who had achieved the pinnacle of the same realm, leaving Lin Jin somewhat bewildered. Only 20 contestants remained on the stage. With 19 aside from Qin Haiyang, 7 from the main sect, 5 from the Qingyun branch, 5 from the Huqing branch, and 2 from the Yinzhou branch. The branch competition had finally reached its pivotal moment. After a new drawing of lots, the middle-aged man in blue announced, "Rest for 2 hours before the final showdown." With that, he vanished from sight. His decision to grant a respite was a reluctant one. 2 of the 7 from the main sect had conserved their energy and had yet to engage in battle, while Qin Haiyang from Ningfeng branch had already fought several rounds. This branch competition had devolved into utter chaos, devoid of any semblance of order, a fact Lin Jin was acutely aware of as he gazed toward the south with a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Qingyun and his companions, propelled by their utmost efforts, finally arrived at Fengling Mountain. Qingyun gazed at the towering peaks before him, reflecting, truly deserving of its title as one of the 3 renowned mountains. It exudes an air of elegance and grandeur that uplifts the spirit. After pausing for a brief moment, Qingyun led his companions toward Fengling sect. "Humph, Qin Haiyang, how unexpected it is that you have concealed your true strength. Reaching this stage must be quite satisfying for you. I have heard that your branch possesses numerous rare resources. Surely you have not been cultivated to this extent alone." A young man, fanning himself with a folding fan, wore a mocking smile. "I also heard that Ningfeng branch has appointed the next branch leader? It should be you, right?" Qin Haiyang felt a pang of discomfort at these words. Had it not been for that unremarkable fellow's sudden emergence, the position of branch leader would undoubtedly have been his. After all his hard work to reach this point, he was now pitted against Lu Xian, who had already entered the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He felt utterly devoid of confidence, yet could not easily concede defeat. The affairs of Ningfeng branch are not for you to judge. Though Qin Haiyang harbored jealousy toward Qingyun, he could not allow others to belittle his sect. Should he manage to defeat Lu Xian, he would secure a place among the top 10. With this thought, Qin Haiyang swiftly summoned a wind wolf, its claws bared as it charged toward Lu Xian. A glimmer of derision flickered in Lu Xian's eyes as he effortlessly unfurled his folding fan, blocking the wind wolf's assault with ease. Lin Jin was quite astonished that Ningfeng branch had managed to reach the top 15. At the same time, he realized he had underestimated Qin Haiyang. Although he was aware that Qin Haiyang was the leading youth of their branch, he had not anticipated that he would progress this far in the competition. Observing Qin Haiyang's match against Lu Xian, Lin Jin sensed that the journey of Ningfeng branch in this competition was nearing its conclusion. As a fellow disciple of Fengling sect, Lu Xian was well acquainted with the wind wolf. Having entered the nascent soul stage, he sneered, flicking his fan to summon a massive wind leopard, approximately 5 or 6 zhang in height, that roared as it lunged toward Qin Haiyang. Realizing he was outmatched, Qin Haiyang summoned a top-tier defensive artifact to shield his chest. With a resounding crash, the artifact was shattered, causing Qin Haiyang to stagger back, blood spilling from his mouth. Lu Xian, having previously been rebuffed by Lin Yu, had long held a grudge against Ningfeng branch and seized every opportunity to mock and strike at them. Witnessing Qin Haiyang's predicament, he showed no signs of relenting. In an instant, he closed the distance to Qin Haiyang, his fan slicing through the air with countless sharp wind blades aimed at Qin Haiyang's chest. With his defensive artifact destroyed, Qin Haiyang could only attempt to evade. Just as he narrowly avoided the wind blades, Lu Xian's wind spear darted toward him in an instant. In a moment of desperation, Qin Haiyang raised his hands in defense, only to hear a sharp crack as his bones shattered. He let out a pained cry, resembling a kite severed from its string as he was propelled off the stage. A cruel glint shone in Lu Xian's eyes as he unleashed another wind spear, hurtling it toward Qin Haiyang. The overseeing elder sensed the impending disaster and shouted, "Lu Xian, cease." Yet the wind spear was too swift. It seemed that Qin Haiyang was destined to be crippled by this strike. Suddenly, a faint purple lightning bolt appeared from nowhere, cleaving through the wind spear and dispersing its force. The events transpired so rapidly that by the time the wind spear dissipated, the elders who had been observing the duel finally reacted, though most of them had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. With some on the brink of the spirit void realm, none had anticipated that Qin Haiyang would dare to counterattack while facing certain defeat. Qingyun arrived at the square of Fengling sect, stowing Tali into his storage ring to recuperate with the spiritual herbs he had seized. As he prepared to join Lin Yu, Xiaolong, and Suatan at Lin Jin's side, he suddenly spotted the blue-clad youth with long hair, whom he had encountered at Ningfeng branch, being hurled off the stage like a piece of paper. The youth from the opposing branch, who had previously issued a notification, displayed a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Qingyun immediately sensed the danger upon catching that fleeting look of cruelty and without a moment's hesitation, drew his axe, unleashing the first form of the divine thunder spear. Shooting forth with remarkable speed, the sudden flash of faint purple lightning stunned all present. Chapter 56. A resounding surprise in the Empire of Qingyun. Individuals who cultivate the lightning seed are exceedingly rare. One might even assert that they are virtually non-existent. This scarcity arises from the empire's perpetually warm climate, which fosters a predominance of cultivators specializing in the fire seed, followed closely by those who practice the wind seed. Practitioners of the water seed are also few, though not entirely uncommon. Beyond these, there exist several prominent sects that delve into esoteric spells, with the most renowned being the Zisha sect and the Guiming sect. The Zisha sect focuses on the cultivation of Insha ghostly energy, and nearly all its disciples are shrouded in a veil of dark mist. The exact nature of the Guiming sect's practices remains a mystery, though it is well known for its formidable soul attack techniques, with its members excelling in such arts. At this moment, after the wind spear was shattered by a pale purple lightning bolt, Elder Hongru of the Ningfeng branch immediately soared forth to administer a medicinal pill into Qin Haiyang's mouth. Her eyes glinted with murderous intent as she prepared to confront Lu Xian, only to be sternly reprimanded by Lin Jin. With a mix of frustration and resignation, she returned to the Ningfeng branch, her disciple in tow, and fell silent. Meanwhile, Qingyun and Lin Yu had approached Lin Jin, respectfully addressing him as master and father. Lin Jin nodded, having noted the pale purple flash of lightning as originating from Qingyun, which left him somewhat astonished. This disciple had indeed surprised him, and a thought suddenly took root in his mind. He gestured toward Lu Xian, who was about to leave the arena, his gaze revealing anticipation. Qingyun, do you dare to challenge him? Upon hearing this, an overwhelming surge of confidence flooded Qingyun's heart as he vigorously nodded and declared, "It aligns perfectly with my intentions." Lin Jin's eyes sparkled with approval as he nodded. "Go forth." Without hesitation, Qingyun ascended to the arena where Lu Xian stood. Lu Xian, taken aback momentarily, soon regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with interest. "It's you?" Qingyun replied nonchalantly, "We meet again." Lu Xian sneered coldly. "What? Do you intend to stand up for the Ningfeng branch? Just you?" Ignoring Lu Xian's derision, Qingyun retorted coldly, "I recall you mentioning you would teach me a lesson. Let us see today who truly instructs whom." In that moment, Qingyun reflected on the grueling battle he had fought over 2 years prior against Qingchuan, where he had narrowly emerged victorious with the aid of the locking heaven technique to forcibly deplete his spiritual energy. Although his cultivation level now remained at the perfected stage of the golden core, his offensive spells and combat experience had vastly improved, enabling him to contend with early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Although he felt uncertain about facing mid-stage nascent soul practitioners, he still possessed an array of celestial artifacts, which might allow him to hold his own. With these thoughts swirling, Qingyun let out a piercing howl and shouted, "Come forth." Clad in white hair and garments, Qingyun radiated an extraordinary battle spirit, capturing the attention of all present. Which sect does this disciple belong to? Why does he seem so unfamiliar? How can he, with merely the cultivation of the early golden core, dare to challenge Lu Xian, who is at the early nascent soul stage? Surely he must be mad to covet the top 3 positions. Lin Jin remained composed amidst the murmurs and jeers surrounding him. Upon witnessing Qingyun brandish an unremarkable wooden knife and unleash a pale purple lightning spear, he became convinced that this disciple, whose true abilities he had yet to fully comprehend, could indeed engage in battle with Lu Xian. The middle-aged man clad in green also observed Qingyun with quiet interest, refraining from intervening. As the battle commenced between Qingyun and Lu Xian swiftly conjured a small wind wolf to tentatively attack Qingyun, eager to gauge the strength of the white-haired youth. The wind wolf howled ferociously, its claws poised to tear into Qingyun. Yet, Qingyun stood resolute, unwavering and unflinching. The spectators, particularly those from the Ningfeng branch, were gripped by tension. In an instant, the wolf's sharp fangs clamped down upon Qingyun's head, its claws raking across his body, only to hear a resounding crack as the wind wolf's fangs shattered, and it let out a pitiful wail before vanishing completely. Everyone was left stupefied, and Lu Xian felt an incredulous disbelief. Though this was merely a probing attack, its force was certainly sufficient to obliterate an early golden core practitioner. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he focused intently, and summoned a massive wind leopard to charge at Qingyun once more. Yet, Qingyun remained motionless, allowing the wind leopard to come forth, only to meet the same fate as the wind wolf. The audience fell silent, and at that moment, in a cave within Wind Spirit Mountain, a lean elder meditated, his brow twitching slightly. Lu Xian's astonishment grew. He deduced that Qingyun must have primarily trained his physical body, granting him such formidable resilience. With this thought, he once more wielded his folding fan, sending forth a sharp wind spear that darted toward Qingyun like lightning. He believed that even if Qingyun's physique were exceptionally strong, he would surely be pierced by this razor-sharp wind spear. Qingyun smirked. Producing a fan of his own, though it was not a folding fan, it radiated a faint golden light. He swiftly carved through the air with countless fan strikes, exclaiming, "Cloud waterfall." Suddenly, a towering black cloud waterfall materialized before him, solidly intercepting the thrust of the wind spear. With a resounding crack, the wind spear disintegrated. Qingyun's cloud waterfall was indeed inspired by Elder Run, but he required the golden fan to manifest its full potency, unlike Elder Rin, who could conjure it with a mere flick of his wrist. Once the wind spear dissipated, Qingyun finally moved, darting toward Lu Xian with a single powerful stride, while a massive black energy sphere rapidly coalesced around his fist, hurtling toward Lu Xian. Though Qingyun's speed was not particularly rapid, Lu Xian quickly reacted, brandishing his folding fan to deflect the black energy sphere. However, Qingyun's expression took on a mischievous grin as he called out, "Explode!" While retreating swiftly. With a thunderous boom, Lu Xian's fan shattered into fragments, and he was thrown backward, barely managing to remain on the platform. The destruction of the fan pained Lu Xian deeply. It had been a low-grade spiritual artifact bestowed upon him by an elder. Moreover, it served as a prop for him to flaunt in front of his senior and junior sisters, now rendered into ruins. Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, preparing to charge at Qingyun for a final confrontation, when he suddenly heard the commanding shout of the supervising elder. "Lu Xian, you have lost, stand down." The elder recognized that Qingyun had destroyed a low-grade spiritual artifact with a single move, rendering Lu Xian incapable of victory, and thus intervened decisively. Reluctantly, Lu Xian departed, his eyes filled with resentment. The middle-aged man in green furrowed his brow. Qingyun's black energy sphere intrigued him. The other matches had concluded, leaving only 7 competitors, including Qingyun. Among them were 2 disciples from the main sect, one at the perfected golden core stage and the other at the mid-nascent soul stage. The Qingyang branch had 2 disciples, both at the perfected golden core stage, while the Huqing branch had one at the golden core late stage and another at the perfected stage. According to the main sect's intentions, the mid-nascent soul disciple would have a bye, allowing the remaining 6 to battle in pairs, with 3 victors to subsequently face the mid-nascent soul disciple. All branches recognized the unfairness of this arrangement, and the entire competition structure was riddled with flaws. Yet none dared to voice their concerns. After drawing lots, the disciple who was paired against Qingyun immediately chose to forfeit. Having already been bested by an early nascent soul practitioner, he had no desire to fight further. Soon, the final 2 groups of 4 were set to battle. Qingyun was assigned to face Mu Bo from the Qingyang branch, while the mid-nascent soul disciple would contend with the perfected golden core disciple from the Huqing branch, who opted to forfeit as well. Thus, the mid-nascent soul disciple had yet to engage in combat at this juncture, and he eagerly anticipated witnessing the duel between Qingyun and Mu Bo. Upon the elevated arena, Mu Bo wore a grave expression, fully aware that the individual before him had just triumphed over Lu Xian. Although he believed he could not match Lu Xian's prowess, he was already on the precipice of ascending to the nascent soul stage. His martial arts are renowned for their speed. He understands that the white-haired youth before him does not possess great swiftness. Thus he feels confident that he can rely on his own speed to contend with Qingyun. Chapter 57. The Battle with Wu He. Qingyun had previously observed Mu Bo's combat, and knew that this individual was indeed swift, wielding a large knife with an uncanny finesse. However, he himself was not adept at speed, which was a significant weakness for him at this moment. How could he compensate for this disadvantage? Qingyun pondered silently. With Suatian standing beside his master, there was no way for him to return to his sword. Since that is the case, he would abandon evasion and launch a full-scale assault. With this thought, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Did not continuous offense serve as the best defense? He felt he had grasped something, yet it remained elusive, just beyond his reach. With a slight signal, Mu Bo charged forward, brandishing his great knife. Qingyun summoned the spiritual energy within him, concentrating it at the front of his body, and stood resolutely still. Mu Bo, taken aback by Qingyun's unyielding demeanor, wondered if the white-haired youth had given up on evasion due to an inability to escape. In a blink, Mu Bo's great knife struck Qingyun's chest with a resounding crash, sending a shockwave through the air. Qingyun felt a heavy force slam against him, causing a jarring pain within, but fortunately, the spirit armor he wore mitigated the damage. Seizing the moment while Mu Bo was momentarily stunned, Qingyun retaliated with a black energy orb hurled towards him. Having witnessed the power of the black energy orb, Mu Bo dared not confront it head-on. He swiftly evaded its path. He then slashed the air, unleashing a massive gray wind blade that surged toward Qingyun. Qingyun, with a peculiar smile, suddenly spread his feet slightly apart and extended his arms forward, channeling his spiritual power to envelop the enormous energy blade instantly. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Qingyun shouted, "Congeal!" The energy blade rapidly shrank, shooting back towards Mu Bo like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed akin to lightning. Despite Mu Bo's swiftness, he could not evade it. With a sharp sound, the compressed energy blade inflicted a grievous wound upon him, blood gushing from his abdomen and staining his garments. Mu Bo quickly swallowed a medicinal pill and clasped his fists toward Qingyun, exclaiming, "I concede." He decisively turned and descended from the stage. Mu Bo was not foolish. Recognizing that his opponent completely disregarded his speed, continuing the battle would be futile. Qingyun had now triumphed over two formidable young masters, securing his place among the top two, astonishing all present. The middle-aged man in a blue robe who had presided over the contest now scrutinized the white-haired youth with renewed interest. This young man had stood beside Lin Jin upon his arrival, and given his respectful demeanor, it was clear he was a newly accepted disciple of the Ningfeng branch. He ascended the platform and announced loudly, "We shall rest for half an hour before the final contest." He spoke with an air of nonchalance, for in his heart, despite the impressive performance of the white-haired youth, he deemed it impossible for him to defeat Wu He, the foremost disciple of the third generation of the main sect. Wu He was a prodigy, a once-in-a-thousand-years talent of the Wind Spirit sect, having reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm within a mere 90 years. It was undeniable that he was a genius. As long as their main sect secured first place in the competition, subsequent rankings held little significance for them. Returning to Lin Jin's side, Suqian promptly stated, "Young master, I shall return to the sword." Qingyun contemplated for a moment and replied, "Very well. I will summon you as soon as the battle concludes." Suatian chuckled and, taking advantage of the moment's distraction, swiftly returned to the black Suatian sword. Lin Jin observed Qingyun with a smile and inquired, "Qingyun, how have the two seeds of primordial power within you progressed?" Qingyun respectfully detailed the status of his primordial power seeds. Lin Jin nodded in response, tossing Qingyun a pouch of spirit stones, saying, "Make haste to recover." He then moved aside to rest with his eyes closed. Lin Yu obediently followed her father. Upon inspecting the pouch of spirit stones, Qingyun discovered it contained 50 high-grade spirit stones, causing his heart to race. In this realm, the higher one's cultivation, the more vital spirit stones became, particularly high-grade ones. Lin Jin's generosity in providing 50 high-grade spirit stones demonstrated his regard and care for his disciple. Without uttering a word, Qingyun promptly settled into a meditative posture to regulate his breathing. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Qingyun was finally poised to face his greatest challenge. Wind Spirit Mountain, where gentle breezes caress the skin all year round, feels like the tender touch of a lover, providing a sense of comfort and intoxication. Qingyun stood calmly upon the platform, his white hair dancing in the wind. Opposite him stood the enigmatic youth in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, exuding an air of composure. In his eyes, one could see an arrogance and tranquility that belittled all younger generations. Qingyun recalled his previous encounter in the ravine with the bald nascent soul practitioner, where he narrowly escaped self-destruction. Though 2 years had passed, and his strength had somewhat increased, he knew that facing a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner necessitated his utmost effort. Qingyun, Ningfeng branch, Qingyun stated calmly, introducing himself and his sect, a customary etiquette before battle. Wu He, Wind Spirit sect, the enigmatic youth replied indifferently. Your cultivation level is merely that of a perfected late-stage core formation. I advise you to concede. Qingyun remained silent. He was acutely aware of Wu He's disdain and understood the formidable nature of mid-stage nascent soul practitioners. However, he would never retreat easily. If he desired to ascend to greater heights, he must confront stronger adversaries. With this resolve, Qingyun summoned the Suatian sword, a long blade of pure black, which appeared striking in his hands, contrasting sharply with his white attire. The juxtaposition of black and white created an oddly harmonious effect. With a sudden shout, Qingyun did not waste time and struck with a single blow. The The black Suatian emitted a massive dark red energy blade that sliced towards Wu He. Wu He easily leapt aside, avoiding the strike with ease. The dark red energy blade traveled a considerable distance before crashing into the stone square, creating a deep crater. Without hesitation, Qingyun immediately followed up with a thrust aimed at the still-falling Wu He. Wu He, seeing a colossal dark energy vortex approaching him, maintained a stoic expression. He raised his hand and called out, "Wind shield." Instantly, a small vortex formed around him, rapidly gathering the surrounding wind energy, and within moments, a massive wind barrier materialized. Spanning around 10 paces, Qingyun's thrust struck the wind barrier but failed to penetrate further. Wu He let out a cold laugh and shouted, "Spin." The enormous wind barrier began to rotate rapidly, neutralizing the attacking energy in no time. "I have already advised you to concede. Such trivial techniques cannot harm me in the slightest," Wu He remarked, a hint of mockery crossing his face. From the moment a practitioner enters the nascent soul stage, the disparity between each realm becomes immensely vast. A mid-stage nascent soul practitioner would not falter even against 10 early-stage nascent soul practitioners. Qingyun remained silent. Since the battle had commenced, it would continue until a victor emerged. All words were meaningless amidst combat. With 2 strikes failing to achieve their aim, Qingyun displayed no signs of panic. He drew back the Suatian sword, pressed his right hand against the sword's tip, and shouted once more, "Flash." Instantly, a black energy orb took shape, shooting towards Wu He with lightning speed. Wu He furrowed his brow. He could sense that the destructive energy within this black orb had escalated significantly compared to the previous strike. Although a mere core formation practitioner, the potency of this attack surprised him slightly. Nevertheless, it posed no threat to him. Interlacing his hands, he summoned the wind energy around him. And soon a small whirlwind emerged. With a powerful shout, he commanded, "Storm, shatter." The dark energy orb emitted by Qingyun was immediately enveloped, followed by a muffled explosion as the orb detonated within the tempest, its force dissipated into nothingness by the storm. Upon witnessing the emergence of the storm, Qingyun pondered within himself. Could it be that the wind source seed within him allowed him to freely gather the elemental winds of this world into the desired form? Before he could delve deeper into this thought, he observed his energy orb being effortlessly neutralized by the tempest, a surge of astonishment coursing through him. It seemed that a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator was indeed formidable beyond measure. Chapter 58. Refining the body through opportunity. Just as Qingyun contemplated this, Wu He across from him appeared increasingly impatient. With a thunderous roar, he commanded, "Wind spear, shoot." A gray spear, as thick as 2 men embracing a tree, shot towards Qingyun with astonishing speed. Qingyun's expression shifted as he recalled the flame spear of El Feng during the battle in the mountain gorge. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this wind spear paled significantly in comparison. The two were akin to an adult versus a child. Stealing his resolve, Qingyun hesitated no longer and summoned the 9 Dragons Cauldron. The wind spear struck the 9 Dragons Cauldron with a sharp sound. Its momentum abruptly halted. Yet Qingyun was violently propelled backward, crashing several dozen feet away and landing heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Red blood threads? Qingyun's heart surged with joy as he noticed the increased red threads within the black blood. So that's it. I am beginning to understand. With a wild laugh, Qingyun sprang to his feet, stowing away the locking heaven sword and the 9 Dragons Cauldron into his storage ring, striding purposefully towards Wu He. Lin Jin, observing Qingyun's actions, felt a flicker of disappointment, fearing that Qingyun intended to concede. Wu He, seeing Qingyun withdraw all his magical artifacts, shared the same thought as Lin Jin. He too believed that Qingyun was about to give up. "Come on, unleash all your tricks. I will take them all," Qingyun declared, channeling his spiritual energy to transform his white attire into ash, revealing a robust torso. His muscles, though not overly exaggerated, were well-defined and harmoniously proportioned. Wu He chuckled at Qingyun's words. "Well, since you wish to exit the stage early, I shall grant your desire." He regarded Qingyun as merely putting on a show, unwilling to concede, and decided to assist him. With that, he swiftly formed a massive wind sphere, nearly 10 zhang in size, through hand gestures, drawing in the surrounding minor wind elemental forces. With a thunderous shout, the colossal wind sphere hurtled towards Qingyun. Qingyun laughed heartily, clenching his fists and crossing his arms, adopting a half squat as he braced for the oncoming wind sphere. With a resounding crash, Qingyun was deeply embedded into the arena, pushed several dozen feet back before crashing to the ground, continuously coughing up black blood. Lin Yu, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy and implored Lin Jin, "Father, let senior brother give up." However, she was taken aback to see her father's eyes ablaze with intensity, his gaze fixed firmly on the arena as he slowly spoke. Your senior brother Qingyun is utilizing Wu He's strength. This is beneficial for him. Utilizing? Beneficial? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qingyun, still expelling copious amounts of black blood, then glanced at her father, feeling dizzy as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Only a few elders who had reached the spiritual void stage sensed the underlying currents at play, silently acknowledging the brilliance of this white-haired youth. Qingyun gradually rose from the ground, feeling the long-stagnant spiritual energy within him finally compress a bit. Despite the pain racking his body, he found it exhilarating. A thrilling agony that spurred him on. He took deliberate steps towards Wu He. Wu He, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself, have I rendered him senseless? Seeing Wu He in a daze, Qingyun urged, what's the matter? Hurry and make your move. Wu He, enraged, felt as though he had been mocked. Fine. Then witnessed the true might of a mid-stage nascent soul. With that, he conjured a blue long sword in his hand, his aura rising to a terrifying level. With a swift gesture, the spiritual energy and wind elemental forces within several hundred zhang surged toward the sword, gradually forming a nearly 100 zhang swirling tempest. With a thunderous shout, the vast storm rushed towards Qingyun. Qingyun's expression turned grave. If caught within the terrifying force of this tempest, he would undoubtedly be torn apart. It seemed Wu He was depleting his internal spiritual energy. With this thought, Qingyun decided to hold nothing back. A hatchet materialized in his right hand as he bent his left arm. Raising the hatchet and channeling all his spiritual power, he shouted at the storm, divine lightning spear. Pierce through. A massive, pale purple lightning bolt shot forth like a rainbow into the storm. As the bolt of purple lightning flew out, murmurs spread through the crowd. Is that him? The purple lightning that saved Qin Haiyang was unleashed by him? No wonder he dared to challenge Wu He, who was at mid-stage nascent soul. The lightning elemental seed is among the top 5 in the elemental seed rankings. Wu He watched as Qingyun brandished an ordinary hatchet, producing a lightning bolt the thickness of an arm, and scoffed. How could a mere bolt of lightning penetrate his nearly 100 zhang swirling tempest? Yet, before his sneer could fade, it froze on his face as the lightning bolt pierced through the storm, striking him with unprecedented speed. Knowing he could not evade, he hastily produced a low-grade defensive spirit artifact to shield himself. With a crack, the artifact shattered. The purple lightning instantly embedded itself in Wu He's right shoulder, propelling him outward, crashing onto the stone square, carving a long trench into the ground, culminating in a thunderous explosion that obliterated his right shoulder, leaving his upper body a gruesome sight, exposing ghastly white bone. At that moment, an elder suddenly flew out from a large building of the Wind Spirit Sect, swiftly reaching Wu He's side, administering a pill and performing several hand seals to stabilize Wu He's injuries. All of this transpired too rapidly for the ordinary disciples to comprehend. The elder cast a cold gaze at Qingyun, who was now facing a dire predicament. The howling tempest was upon him, threatening to engulf him. Lin Yu gasped, shutting her eyes in fear. Lin Jin's pupils constricted, yet he remained unmoving, seemingly confident in Qingyun. Qingyun slowly closed his eyes, stepping back half a pace, sheathing the hatchet. He then spread his arms wide. A look of pain crossing his face as he softly intoned, "Ice shield, coalesce for me." The air around him seemed to be drawn in, the temperature plummeting as torrents of water elemental energy surged towards his palms, rapidly forming a visible ice wall before him. However, the tempest had already arrived. Colliding with the ice wall, a crack resounded as massive fissures appeared in the ice. Qingyun opened his eyes and swiftly retreated, calling out again, "Ice shield, coalesce once more." Another enormous ice wall materialized before him, yet with another crack, it shattered. Only when Qingyun conjured his 5th ice shield did the tempest begin to dissipate. At this point, Qingyun was forced to the edge of the arena, his face pale and gasping for breath. These 5 ice shields had drained him of all his spiritual energy. He felt an overwhelming fatigue surge through his limbs, threatening to topple him at any moment. The arena fell into silence. All eyes fixated on the white-haired youth at the edge of the platform. Their gazes were filled with disbelief, envy, and jealousy. Chapter 59. Doubt, a lightning seed? A water source seed? As a member of the Wind Spirit Sect, could one truly possess 3 different elemental seeds within their body? The very thought left everyone feeling it was utterly impossible, because all cultivators on this continent are aware that within this realm, a practitioner can refine several energy seeds without issue. However, it is utterly impossible to simultaneously refine 3 seeds of different types. There have been attempts to swallow a 3rd type of energy seed, resulting in an explosive rejection of the seeds within, leading to the instantaneous demise of the individual. For the vast majority of cultivators, refining a single energy seed and nurturing it to grow stronger allows for enhanced communication with the heavens, thereby making the manipulation of celestial energy progressively easier and more potent. Those with exceptional talent can consume and stabilize 2 types of energy seeds, which is nothing short of astounding. Naturally, upon reaching the tribulation phase, energy seeds become mere auxiliary tools. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the white-haired youth, who staggered toward the group from the Ningfeng branch, their eyes betraying their shock. In truth, they were mistaken. Qingyun possessed only 2 energy seeds within him. Lin Jin promptly assisted Qingyun in taking a seat, channeling his spiritual energy into him. Before long, the middle-aged man in blue robes ascended the platform once more, casting a glance at the elder who had previously emerged from a grand edifice, and slowly declared, "I hereby announce the rankings of this branch competition." He paused briefly, seemingly reluctant to continue, but after a moment resumed. Wu He, representing the main sect, has secured first place. Mu Bo, representing the Qingyang branch, has attained second place. And Wang Ming, representing the Huqing branch, has claimed third place. The subsequent rankings will be distributed to each branch in due course. A thunderous uproar ensued as the crowd processed the words of the middle-aged man in blue. They had witnessed the white-haired youth from the Ningfeng branch defeat Wu He. Why, then, was such a result being announced? Qingyun's heart was in turmoil. The outcome was utterly unexpected, catching everyone off guard. He could only gaze upward, filled with confusion, at his master, Lin Jin, who was still channeling energy into him. Not only he, but Lin Yu, Elder Hong Ru, and the severely injured Qin Haiyang also turned their attention toward Lin Jin. Lin Jin, displaying a rare expression of anger, soon comprehended certain matters and could not help but smile bitterly. He then addressed the group, "Let us return." Without further explanation, he withdrew his hand from Qingyun and prepared to head back to Ningfeng City. However, the middle-aged man in blue called out to him, "Lin Jin, since you last returned for Xiaoyu, you have not been back, have you? The Grand Elder has instructed that others may depart, but you and your newly accepted disciple must remain for the time being." He then regarded Lin Jin with an expression of cold indifference. Lin Jin did not turn back, but spoke loudly to Qingyun and the others. "Aren't you all coming back to Ningfeng City with me?" The middle-aged man, feeling slighted by Lin Jin's lack of deference, responded with a frost-bitten glare, "Junior brother, do not force my hand." Lin Jin, feeling helpless, ultimately relented. "Senior brother Cheng Lian, I can stay. Allow my disciple to depart." Cheng Lian, observing the despondence in Lin Jin, sighed. "Junior brother, this is the Grand Elder's command. I cannot alter it." Lin Jin gazed skyward, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and addressed Qingyun. "Stay with me at the main sect for a few days. The others may return." Lin Yu, however, stubbornly insisted, "I will not leave." Torn between her father and the man she wished to be with, she could not bear the thought of returning alone to the sect. Furthermore, Cheng Lian's tone implied that Qingyun and her father remaining behind likely boded ill. "Nonsense," Lin Jin chided. "Elder Hong Ru, take Lin Yu back." The others promptly departed for the Ningfeng City branch. With Lin Jin's outburst, no one from the Ningfeng branch dared to object, and Elder Hong Ru swiftly grasped Lin Yu, leading the way back. "Xiaolong, you should return as well," Lin Jin said gently when he noticed Xiaolong had not moved. "No, I must stay with my brother," Xiaolong replied resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. Observing this, Qingyun immediately added, "Master, let Xiaolong accompany us. Even if forced to return, he will only turn back." Lin Jin, taking heed of Qingyun's counsel, chose not to argue further and guided the two into the main hall of the Wind Spirit sect. Qingyun and Xiaolong followed Lin Jin, their minds filled with questions. Soon, the trio arrived at the hall, which lay in silence, devoid of any presence. Lin Jin gestured for them to sit. After a moment, Cheng Lian, clad in blue, entered the room. "Let us go. The Grand Elder is awaiting us," he said, leading them toward a concealed side door of the hall. Upon passing through the side door, Qingyun encountered a white light array, one he recognized from the iron suspension bridge by the mountain stream in Yelintown and from Lin Jin's secret chamber. As they stepped into the light array, it flickered, and in the next instant, they found themselves in a cave dwelling halfway up a mountainside. An elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, sat cross-legged at the center of the cave, his eyes gleaming with vitality. Upon noticing Qingyun and the others, his gaze immediately fell upon Qingyun. Lin Jin and Cheng Lian bowed respectfully, saying, "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." The old man merely nodded slightly, dismissing Cheng Lian. He then turned his attention to Qingyun and inquired, "Lin Jin, Is this your newly accepted disciple? Lin Jin affirmed with a nod. Qingyun was perplexed as to why he was brought to meet the Grand Elder of the Wind Spirit Sect, and the imposing aura emanating from the Elder filled him with unease. Do not be nervous, young one. I harbor no ill intentions, the Grand Elder reassured, then turned back to Lin Jin with a hearty laugh. Lin Jin, do you truly believe I summoned you here for that little one, Lucian? Lin Jin's expression hardened, and he remained silent. As the Grand Elder of the Wind Spirit Sect, would he engage in favoritism? It seems this young man holds significant importance in your heart. He continued. Many within the branch have grown increasingly dissatisfied with the annual competition. Do you think I am unaware of this? Lin Jin, the Grand Elder stated. I do not wish to elaborate further. You will understand in due time why this young man's qualification was rescinded. The Grand Elder then fixed his gaze upon Qingyun, asking, Tell me your name and where you hail from. I am Qingyun, from a small coastal village, he replied cautiously. Do you earnestly wish to join my Wind Spirit Sect? The Grand Elder's eyes suddenly sharpened, and Qingyun felt the air around him grow dense. He pondered, could it be that the Grand Elder is testing me? I sincerely wish to join the Ningfeng branch of the Wind Spirit Sect, Qingyun responded earnestly, as this was indeed his intention. Although the Grand Elder had not disclosed why his qualification was revoked following the competition, he still placed his trust in Lin Jin. After informing Lin Jin of his deep-seated enmity with the Yin family of the Great Flame Sect, Lin Jin had still accepted him as a disciple, solidifying Qingyun's commitment to him as a mentor in his heart. The Grand Elder scrutinized Qingyun for what felt like an eternity, as if trying to peer into his very soul. Although Qingyun felt uncertain, he was confident in his integrity towards the Wind Spirit Sect, and thus he remained unafraid. After a lengthy silence, the Grand Elder nodded and revealed a faint smile. Very well. I shall place my trust in you. With that, he produced a blue jade slip from his hand, which landed in Qingyun's grasp. You may return now. I must enter seclusion, he concluded, closing his eyes and falling silent once more. Qingyun was left in a daze. Was the Grand Elder's cancellation of his competition result merely to ascertain his sincerity in joining the Wind Spirit Sect, followed by bestowing a blue jade slip? Lin Jin also harbored some confusion, but swiftly responded and led Qingyun and Xiao Long out of the cave. As they exited, the Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, perhaps the skies of this continent can indeed change. He then returned to his meditative state. Overlooking the scene below, one is enveloped by the breathtaking beauty that invigorates the spirit. Qingyun, accompanied by the young dragon, follows closely behind Lin Jin, soaring towards the direction of Ningfeng City. Master, why does the Grand Elder behave in such a manner? I am truly perplexed. Qingyun expressed after perusing the jade slip provided by the Grand Elder, which only contained mundane techniques. Aside from the faint dragon patterns adorning its surface, the slip merely recorded the Wind Spirit Sect's wind-based spells, revealing no extraordinary attributes. Lin Jin, too, felt a vague sense of confusion regarding the matter. Since the Grand Elder has not troubled us, let us not dwell on it further. We should hasten back to Ningfeng City, he advised, listening to his master's words. Qingyun refrained from further inquiries and, filled with curiosity, followed Lin Jin southward at a rapid pace. With Lin Jin's cultivation at the Spirit Void stage, his speed was naturally swift. However, Qingyun and the young dragon lagged considerably behind. Initially, Lin Jin intended to carry the two along to increase their speed, but he reconsidered and decided to impart some knowledge to them before taking flight together. Qingyun, as we journey, allow me to share insights about the Starbright continent. You may already be familiar with much of it, yet today I wish to reveal some secrets known only to cultivators who have attained the Spirit Void stage and beyond. Without waiting for Qingyun's response, Lin Jin maintained a pace in line with his disciples and began his discourse. The spiritual energy of the Starbright continent has been steadily diminishing. Logically, embarking on the path of cultivation should be exceedingly challenging. Yet, paradoxically, individuals on this continent find little difficulty in initiating their cultivation journey, with many achieving the core formation stage in under a century. However, over 80% of cultivators become ensnared at this stage, struggling to progress further. Upon hearing this, Qingyun felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, I have experienced this firsthand. It has taken me less than 15 years to reach the peak of the late core formation stage, which I find quite astonishing. Although it has been said that my success is due to the advantages of my chaos technique, I have noticed my progress has significantly slowed during the fourth stage of spiritual energy saturation. Up until now, I have found no effective means to transform my internal spiritual energy into spiritual power, except for a fleeting insight during my battle with Wu He. Lin Jin, noticing Qingyun's contemplation, chose not to interrupt. Once Qingyun redirected his gaze, Lin Jin continued, "Can you guess how many years I have devoted to my cultivation? From the moment I began my journey to the present, it has taken me nearly 2,000 years to break through to the spirit void stage." With a hint of melancholy, he sighed, "I fear I may never ascend to the elusive Tao integration stage in this lifetime." This revelation shocked Qingyun anew. 2,000 years? Before he could fully process this astonishing information, Lin Jin spoke again. "This is the first anomaly of the Starbright continent. While it takes less than a century to reach the core formation stage, the aspiration to break through to the nascent soul stage proves to be futile for 8 out of 10 cultivators. Even those fortunate enough to succeed in forming their nascent souls will require over 1,000 years to cultivate to the late nascent soul stage. Consider Wu He, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy who reached the mid-nascent soul stage in less than a century, yet may remain stuck at this threshold for several hundred years, a fate not uncommon on this continent. Should one be fortunate enough to overcome barriers to reach the spirit void stage, progressing to the Tao integration stage would demand a millennia-long endeavor." Lin Jin then mentioned the Grand Elder Feng Lan, whose cultivation had reached the late Tao integration stage and who was said to have lived for over 16,000 years. Noticing Qingyun's astonished expression, Lin Jin smiled and continued, "The second anomaly of the Starbright continent lies in the feeble power of spellcraft. This can be traced back to legends from over 20,000 years ago. At that time, the spiritual energy was far more abundant. A nascent soul cultivator could, with merely a flying sword, strike down adversaries from 800 miles away. As for a spirit void cultivator like myself, a single wind howl spell could obliterate hundreds of thousands of soldiers. 800 miles to slay a foe, an entire army annihilated by a single spell?" Qingyun was rendered speechless by the magnitude of these claims. The mere thought of such scenarios ignited a fervor within him. He had witnessed many nascent soul cultivators, and as his master described, it was indeed unfathomable to wield a sword over such vast distances. The most formidable mid-nascent soul cultivator he had encountered could merely conjure a fire lion of several dozen yards. Is it truly remarkable to strike a foe from 800 miles away, to annihilate an army with a single wind howl? Qingyun pondered. Had it not been for the battles of 20,000 years ago, perhaps such feats would have been considered extraordinary on this continent. However, it is said that during that tumultuous period, several outsiders infiltrated the Starbright continent, revealing to its inhabitants the true essence of celestial spellcraft. A nascent soul cultivator could wield a flying sword to strike down foes from 2,000 miles away, while a spirit void cultivator could, with a mere gesture, cause the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Lin Jin's disbelief was evident as he recounted these tales. Hearing this, the young dragon felt a sense of disdain. Should he return to his homeland, his kin possessed abilities far beyond mere mountain moving or sea parting. The annihilation of an entire continent would not be surprising. However, he chose not to disclose this information to anyone, including Qingyun, as he felt his elder brother, though trustworthy, lacked the strength to comprehend these truths at this time. Qingyun could scarcely articulate the astonishment swelling within him. To part the seas and move mountains? Such power is incomprehensible. Why is it that we, on this continent, cannot achieve the same? This inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. The outsiders, after wreaking havoc across our continent, mocked it as a mere ant's realm. In response, the continent's most powerful cultivators united to drive them out. Ultimately, the invaders were overwhelmed and fled to the far eastern region of the Fog Demon Sea, from whence they reportedly returned to their homeland. Ever since, many cultivators have sought to explore that eastern edge of the sea, yet none have succeeded. Master, over 5 years ago, I encountered numerous bat-like demon beasts wielding long spears at the seaside city of Yunport. The city lord mentioned these creatures sought to commandeer vessels to traverse the Fog Demon Sea, reaching some beast island in the Far East. Although I know these beasts emerged from the wilderness forest, their true nature remains a mystery to me. Indeed, rumors of a beast island persist in the Far East, yet no one has ever reached it. At the heart of the wilderness forest lies a grand temple, said to have existed since the dawn of this continent. It opens once every 100 years, releasing powerful demon beasts with awakened intelligence. However, these creatures remain close to the temple and do not stray far. In the decade preceding each opening, the forest's demon beasts exhibit unusual behavior, emerging to seek something while causing considerable havoc across the continent. Fortunately, the existence of this temple ensures that many cultivators venture inside to obtain fortuitous opportunities, returning with astonishing advancements in their cultivation. Otherwise, the strength of the continent's cultivators would likely be significantly weaker. Now I understand, Qingyun exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. By now, The pair of master and disciple had already flown beyond the confines of Wind Spirit Mountain. Chapter 61. Forced to engage in battle now. I wish to share with you the third anomaly of this continent, which pertains to the three empires. You may have encountered descriptions of them in various texts. Our own Qingyun Empire is characterized by its year-round heat, attributed to the legend of the Great Flame Mountain. Conversely, the other two empires, the Crimson Moon Empire, is perpetually beset by howling winds and heavy snowfall, while the Purple Star Empire's western territories are frequently engulfed in thunder and lightning, with vast thunder pools that instill dread in all cultivators. Why this is the case remains a mystery to those alive on the continent. Today, I shall impart this much to you. We must hasten to catch up with you, and the others. Upon finishing his words, Lin Jin conjured a magnificent silvery barrier that enveloped the three of them, propelling them at an astonishing speed toward Ningfeng City. At that moment, Ningfeng City was devoid of its usual tranquility. Inside the city, cultivators and bands of ordinary soldiers rushed out, heading toward the battlefield. In the Lord's mansion, a dignified elder sat in a position of authority, his expression grave. Before him stood a burly man, who spoke urgently. "My lord, the situation at the front grows dire. General Peng of the Empire incessantly urges us to dispatch more Golden Core cultivators to assist." The Fengling sect previously sent a late-stage Golden Core disciple, claiming him to be a prodigy. Yet, he perished at the hands of the Zixing cultivators within 3 days on the battlefield. I suspect the Fengling sect is merely paying lip service to the Empire's request. Jiang Yuan this time sends several more disciples from the Fengling sect to the front lines. Lin Jin must select capable individuals, for General Peng is not easily deceived. After delivering his orders, the solemn elder strode toward the rear hall. As the figure of the elder disappeared, a charming little girl stealthily emerged. "Uncle Jiang, don't tell Grandpa. I'm off now," she exclaimed, sticking out her tongue before darting away. Jiang Yuan wore a helpless expression. Before long, the little girl arrived at the Fengling sect's branch in the north. Sister you, she called as she entered the sect. However, it wasn't long before she emerged again, dejected. They still haven't returned. Sigh, it's so boring without Brother Long. With remarkable speed, Lin Jin soon caught up with Lin Yu and Qin Haiyang. Upon seeing her father and Qingyun return safely, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Qin Haiyang's gaze toward Qingyun was no longer one of disdain. After 5 continuous days of flight, Ningfeng City came into view. "Master, there seem to be more people at the city gate than usual," Qingyun remarked to Lin Jin. "If I am not mistaken, the Empire must have suffered several more defeats," Lin Jin replied with a hint of resignation. Observing the Empire's consistent failures in battle stirred within him a desire to assist on the battlefield. However, due to the constraints imposed by several formidable elders on the continent, not only he but many high-ranking cultivators shared a sense of helplessness. As they landed at the city gate, a robust man approached Lin Jin, bowing respectfully. "He Xiaoya pays his respects to Senior Lin." Before Lin Jin could respond, Xiaolong burst into laughter. The contrast between the man's imposing stature and the delicate name he bore struck Xiaolong as amusing. "Xiaolong, mind your manners," Qingyun admonished, noticing he Xiaoya's face turned pale with embarrassment. Xiaolong immediately complied, standing behind Qingyun, though it was evident he was still suppressing his laughter. He Xiaoya silently scoffed, thinking, "Enjoy your laughter now. You shall have your turn to weep later." Nevertheless, he feigned indifference and continued, "Senior, the Empire has issued a decree requiring your sect to send several Golden Core disciples to the front lines for support." Upon hearing this, Lin Jin furrowed his brow, feeling conflicted. On one hand, he wished for the Empire to secure more victories, even considering joining the battlefield himself. On the other hand, he did not wish to see his disciples bleed and sacrifice themselves. He understood the brutal reality of war all too well. Seeing Lin Jin's silence, he Xiaoya hastily added, "The city lord has also commanded that any disciples sent to the battlefield shall not return to the city, but proceed directly to assist." Fearing Lin Jin's disbelief, he promptly produced a communication jade slip from the city lord's mansion and handed it to Lin Jin. After reviewing the jade slip, Lin Jin turned to the disciples of the branch, noting that, aside from his daughter, nearly all were injured. The sight pained him. Qingyun, sensing his master's dilemma, promptly said, "Master, please send the disciples." Recognizing Qingyun's willingness to share his burden, Lin Jin inwardly praised him. Among the disciples, Qingyun possessed the highest strength, and with Xiaolong and the sword spirit Suetian by his side, he was indeed the best candidate for the battlefield. Just as Lin Jin was about to speak, he heard his daughter Lin Yu assert, "Father, I want to accompany brother Qingyun to the front lines. Junior sister Lin Yu, that is not permissible. The battlefield is exceedingly perilous. You should remain by Master S side. Qingyun interjected, surprised by Lin Yu's determination. He regarded her as a sister and would never allow her to take such risks. Very well. If you wish to go, then accompany Qingyun. Lin Jin unexpectedly consented, leaving Qingyun and the elders astonished. Qingyun, perplexed by his master's intent, hastily urged, Master, the battlefield is far too dangerous. It is better to let junior sister before he could finish. Lin Jin gestured for him to cease. Qingyun and Lin Yu shall proceed to the battlefield. The rest of you return to the branch. With that, Lin Jin led the way into the city. Internally, he wrestled with bitterness. After nearly 2,000 years of cultivation, he had finally found love and had a daughter, Lin Yu. Yet, his wife had vanished without a trace. And his daughter, born with a weak constitution, was fated to live less than a century. Even though he forcibly elevated her cultivation to the golden core stage, it was of little consequence. Thus, he resolved to let her pursue the things she cherished most. Qin Haiyang, Shen Xiao, and the others exchanged complex glances at Qingyun and Lin Yu before following Lin Jin into the city. He Xiaoya, sensing the atmosphere, refrained from further comments, merely casting a cold smirk at Xiao Long and Qingyun before entering the city. Before long, the city gate was left with only a few guards, along with Qingyun. Lin Yu and Xiao Long, unsure why his master had permitted Lin Yu to accompany him to the battlefield, Qingyun felt it inappropriate to question it further, given the master's decision. At that moment, noticing the absence of Suotian, he summoned it from the sword. Ah, the outside world is truly wonderful. Suotian exclaimed excitedly upon appearing. Young master, why aren't we entering the city? No need. We shall head to the battlefield immediately, Qingyun replied decisively. He glanced at Lin Yu, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Born with a frail constitution, she would not survive long in this world. During their journey back, Lin Jin had shared many insights with him, revealing the existence of foreign lands where cultivators possessed formidable powers. A thought crossed his mind. Might those foreign lands hold the key to extending Lin Yu's lifespan, or a means to swiftly resurrect Lan'er? Chapter 62. The 4 defensive lines. Qingyun felt a throbbing in his head. Not only were the tasks he felt compelled to undertake multiplying, but so too were his confusions. It appeared as though he had grasped a glimmer of insight into converting the spiritual energy within him into spiritual power. This involved engaging in combat with cultivators who were slightly stronger than himself, entirely forsaking defense and enduring their attacks. Yet, the threshold of what constituted slightly stronger was exceedingly difficult to ascertain. If they were only marginally stronger, their attacks would be ineffective. If they were significantly stronger, one could not avoid serious injury. Once on the battlefield and fulfilling their mission, the divine temple would likely open. He resolved to find a way to enter and fully convert his spiritual energy, striving for the 5th stage of saturation. He touched the jade pendant around his neck. A flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes before determination swiftly returned. Shaking his head, he prepared to soar toward the battlefield, only to notice Xiao Long gazing longingly at the city behind them. He couldn't help but smile helplessly and said to Xiao Long, are you missing Xiaoqi? If you do, just go into the city to find her. There's no need to linger by my side. Stinky big brother, I'm not missing Xiaoqi. I'm just thinking about the courtyard we lived in, Xiao Long replied sheepishly, his face flushed as he made an excuse. This lad seems to be longing for that courtyard. It appears he hasn't spent many days there, having spent most of his time in the Lord's mansion. Qingyun knew he was making excuses, but he didn't mind. After completing his mission on the battlefield, he planned to send Xiao Long and Suotian back to the city while he ventured alone into the wild divine temple. Big brother, let's go? Xiao Long called out, trying to divert attention from his excuse, and soared into the air. Stupid kid, you're flying the wrong way, Qingyun shouted. Oh. Xiao Long awkwardly changed his direction, and the group swiftly flew toward the battlefield. In less than an hour, they covered 300 miles, arriving at a dilapidated little town. Rather than a town, it was more accurately described as a temporary outpost. This was the 4th defensive line of the empire, known as the Three-Headed Line. The Three-Headed Line stretched nearly 1,000 miles from north to south, bordering the edge of the wild forest to the south and a mighty river to the north. This river originated from the Zixing Empire and flowed into the territory of the Qingyun Empire. The Three-Headed Line extended 500 miles, connecting to the empire's 3rd defensive line, the Moon Middle Line. The primary mission of the Three-Headed and Moon Middle Lines was to eliminate the demon beasts that emerged from the wild forest and to supply strategic materials and information to the 1st and 2nd defensive lines of the empire. Upon their arrival, several cultivators approached to check their identities. After Qingyun presented the order from the Lord's mansion, they were promptly allowed to pass. As they flew, they frequently observed the mortal soldiers of the Empire engaged in exterminating low-tier demon beasts. Often, hundreds of soldiers surrounded a single beast, attacking relentlessly with arrows, firearms, and thrown earthballs. Even so, it took a heavy toll on the soldiers before they could finally slay the beasts. Qingyun understood that with the mingling of mortals and cultivators on the continent, many mortals had begun to cultivate to some extent. Thus, soldiers were comparatively stronger than ordinary mortals. However, when faced with ferocious demon beasts, they still seemed to struggle. Throughout the journey, Qingyun had intervened countless times to assist these soldiers in slaying the beasts. Noticing the envious gazes of the soldiers, Qingyun felt, for the first time, that he had become a figure of reverence in their eyes. He couldn't help but recall his first visit to the Tianzhuo, anxious not to miss the time, constantly flattering those whom he regarded as immortals. How swiftly the tides of fate change. Soon, the second defensive line, the middle line, came into view. After passing through two defensive lines, the scene ahead was stark and desolate, with the sounds of battle echoing in the distance. Qingyun gradually realized that the situation of the Empire's war was quite grim. For nearly a century, due to the increasingly fierce offensive from the Zixing Empire, the Qingyun Empire had been retreating steadily. The first defensive line, the Riwei line, continued to draw closer to the second defensive line, the middle line. The Qingyun Empire had not tasted victory in over a decade, which had become the greatest shame for all its soldiers, both cultivators and mortals alike. The depth of the middle line had dwindled to merely 2,000 miles, having initially extended 7,000 or 8,000 miles. This illustrated how much territory the Qingyun Empire had lost over the years. With victories becoming elusive, the first defensive line, the Riwei line, was already on the verge of collapse. Upon reaching the middle line, they could see thousands of soldiers lined up, diligently practicing within a range of nearly 1,000 miles. These were all reserve troops ready to be deployed into battle at a moment's notice. Although the sounds of killing echoed around them, Qingyun could faintly sense a lack of conviction among the soldiers, a lack of an indomitable spirit. Yes, it was morale. Years of consecutive defeats had drained these soldiers of their fighting spirit. In the air, many cultivators participating in the battle could also be seen. Most of these cultivators were at the foundation establishment and core formation stages, with none at the nascent soul stage in sight. As a reinforcement cultivator sent by the Empire, Qingyun's first destination should be the Shihuang stronghold, about 600 miles from the Riwei line. However, they were still over 1,000 miles away from Shihuang stronghold. In the prime of his youth, Qingyun considered himself a spirited and passionate young man. Seeing the dispirited army before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration at their lack of resolve. As a man of stature, how could he live in vain if he could not protect his homeland and fight against the enemy? He shook his head slightly and led the group towards Shihuang stronghold. Shihuang stronghold served as the main base at the forefront of the Qingyun Empire. General Peng Xian, known as the Empire's finest commander, was stationed there. The entire fourth defensive line of the Qingyun Empire was situated in relatively flat and open terrain. But the stretch connecting Shihuang stronghold to the front line lay nestled between several mountain ranges. It was precisely due to the advantageous geography provided by these mountains that the Qingyun Empire had not lost more territory. As Qingyun and his companions soared through the sky, they were profoundly struck by the scene before them. As far as the eye could see, the flatlands between the mountains were densely populated with soldiers, devoid of any buildings or houses, all living in tents. The shapes of these tents varied, appearing to be pitched quite haphazardly. Countless towering trees had been felled to construct these tents. On the hillside, a few rudimentary caves could be faintly seen, with various small flags fluttering at their entrances. Qingyun spread out his not-so-powerful spiritual sense and quickly discerned the location of General Peng Xian. With Qingyun's current cultivation level, he could only extend his spiritual sense a few hundred miles. Fortunately, General Peng's cave was not too far away. Before long, they arrived outside a few caves. Other cultivators involved in the battle sensed Qingyun's spiritual presence and quickly emerged from their caves, soaring into the air to ask loudly, "Who approaches? Please reveal your identity." Seeing that the cultivators who had come out were all at the late stage of core formation, Qingyun responded politely, "I am Qingyun from the Wind Spirit Sect, dispatched by the Empire to assist in the battle." The Wind Spirit Sect? Another genius from the Wind Spirit Sect, perhaps? The red-clad, horse-faced cultivator remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The geniuses from the Wind Spirit Sect are indeed numerous. Any random one is a genius. I wonder how long this one will last. Let's hope he doesn't end up like the last one, who was taken down by Zixing's expert in less than 3 days. One more is better than none. If we have another cannon fodder, we might just survive a few more days. The disciples sent by the Dayanzong are much more reliable. They send a nascent soul cultivator right off the bat. Chapter 63. Becoming the captain after Qingyun announced that he and his companions were from the Wind Spirit Sect. He heard the late-stage core formation cultivators murmuring among themselves, their faces displaying disdain and mockery. The sarcasm in their words made Qingyun quite displeased. Xiaolong, unable to tolerate it, was about to explode in anger when Qingyun quickly restrained him. Qingyun understood that it was unwise to provoke hostility upon their arrival. Thus, despite his inner confusion and displeasure, he maintained a smile and asked, "Dear friends, could you kindly escort me to meet General Peng?" "Humph. Do you think you can see General Peng just because you want to? Although you are sent by the Empire through the Wind Spirit Sect, you are merely riding on the name of the Wind Spirit Sect. Do you truly consider yourself important?" The horse-faced cultivator remarked, his tone laced with condescension, his eyes occasionally darting toward Linyu. In his eyes, this white-haired youth was just a core formation novice, easily dismissible. However, the young girl beside him was genuinely beautiful. Linyu naturally noticed the horse-faced cultivator's expression and felt a surge of disgust, but she held her temper in check, not wanting to cause trouble for her senior brother right after their arrival. At that moment, Qingyun was thinking, "Humph, you may look down upon me, but you dare to cast your gaze upon junior sister Linyu? Regardless of who you are, today I shall teach you a lesson." Upon this realization, Qingyun could no longer endure the situation. He believed that if he continued to remain passive, troublemakers would only multiply. Since this horse-faced cultivator refused to acknowledge his goodwill, he could not be blamed for his lack of courtesy. It was a fitting opportunity to set an example. Qingyun's aura surged dramatically as he, without a moment's hesitation, launched a powerful punch at the horse-faced cultivator. Once he had resolved to engage in combat, there was no need for further words. Any additional dialogue would be superfluous. The horse-faced cultivator, taken aback by Qingyun's sudden assault, instinctively sought to evade. However, Qingyun had already anticipated his movement and countered with another punch. Infused with a crackling black energy, through numerous intense battles, Qingyun had accumulated considerable experience. Moreover, as the two elemental seeds within him continued to flourish, combined with the manipulation techniques imparted by his master, he began to harness the ambient elemental energy around him. When he distinctly felt the wind elemental energy in the environment, he was astonished to discover that, essentially, the wind was merely a manifestation of energy, a dynamic interplay between motion and stillness. The transformation of still energy into swift motion resulted in the creation of wind. With this understanding, he regarded the earth spike technique with newfound respect, recognizing that it allowed practitioners to manipulate the surrounding still energy even in the absence of elemental seeds within their bodies. Just as the horse-faced cultivator narrowly avoided Qingyun's first punch, the second landed squarely upon him, sending him hurtling backward into the very cave he had just exited. This was a consequence of the horse-faced cultivator's overconfidence. Otherwise, given his level of cultivation, he should not have been so easily dispatched by Qingyun. As the horse-faced cultivator crashed into the cave, the remaining disciples exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized that this seemingly unassuming white-haired youth harbored unexpected strength. Yet, they were all cultivators at the late stage of the core formation realm. Even if this young man possessed impressive abilities, he could not possibly triumph against their combined efforts. With this thought, they exchanged knowing looks, their confidence swelling as they prepared to unite against Qingyun. Suddenly, a voice bellowed from within a nearby cave. "If you wish to fight, take it to the battlefield. What is the purpose of posturing here?" The voice was powerful and resonant, leaving their ears ringing. Upon hearing this, the late-stage core formation cultivators hurriedly retreated into the cave. "Newcomers, come to me," the booming voice continued, laced with an air of undeniable authority. Qingyun and his companions, no longer daring to delay, swiftly entered the cave. Inside, they encountered a rotund, red-faced elder seated upon a meditation mat, his hands forming seals as he appeared remarkably serene. A stark contrast to the earlier command. Xiaolong, with a sneer, regarded the elder with disdain. However, upon the elder's first glance at Xiaolong, a spark of interest ignited in his eyes before vanishing. He then addressed Qingyun and his companions. "Are you from the Ningfeng branch of the Wind Spirit Sect?" Qingyun nodded in affirmation and respectfully inquired, "Might you be the esteemed General Peng?" The elder erupted into laughter, yet remained seated, hands still poised in meditation. "How could I dare to compare myself to that baldy Peng? I am merely a junior commander under his command. Young man, I can see the fiery passion in your eyes, yearning for battle. Why not serve as a squad leader under me?" "Squad leader?" Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, unfamiliar with the role. Noticing his confusion, The elder continued, I have 9 squads under my command, each consisting of 10 members. Unfortunately, the previous leader of the 9th squad recently fell in battle. The elder's expression darkened as he spoke. Being a squad leader is no trivial matter. You will be tasked with missions and combat at any moment. Do you accept? Upon hearing this, Qingyun nodded vigorously. I, Qingyun, accept the command. For reasons unknown. The mere thought of engaging in battle sent a surge of exhilaration through his veins. Excellent. Here is the insignia of your squad leader, the elder proclaimed, tossing a pale gold token to Qingyun. As Qingyun caught it, the elder elaborated, the original members of your squad have suffered heavy casualties. You will need to recruit additional members to fill it to 10. Once your merits accumulate to the required threshold on the merit board, you will be allowed to return to the Empire. Merit board? Qingyun began to inquire further, but the elder, seemingly disinterested in elaborating, interrupted, go find your 9th squad. Matters regarding the merit board will be explained to you in due course. With that, the elder closed his eyes, resuming his meditation. Qingyun couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he had no choice but to seek out his 9th squad. As Qingyun and his companions exited the cave, the red-faced elder swiftly retrieved a jade slip, channeling spiritual energy into it. The slip floated into the air as the elder infused it with a trace of his consciousness, muttering incantations. After a while, the slip trembled and disintegrated into ashes. The elder resumed his meditation, hands forming seals. Brother, I initially thought life in the military camp would be entertaining, but now I find it dreadfully dull. Aside from Sister Linyu, there are no beautiful women, no delicious food, and nothing enjoyable. It's so monotonous. Xiao Long complained as he emerged from the cave. Qingyun glanced at Xiao Long, feeling somewhat exasperated. Very well, go explore. But do not stray too far, and be sure to stay safe. Upon hearing Qingyun's words, Xiao Long perked up, pulling Shua Tian along. Old hag, let us go. Shua Tian hesitated, glancing at Qingyun. Young master, go ahead. It's better for the two of you to look out for each other, Qingyun replied, eager to find his 9th squad, and currently without any tasks. Hence, he decided to let the exuberant duo entertain themselves. As Lin Yu noticed Xiao Long and Shua Tian depart, leaving her alone with her senior brother, her heart raced, filled with both anxiety and sweetness. However, Qingyun remained unaware of her inner turmoil. Junior sister, let us find the 9th squad, he said, taking flight towards another mountain range. Chapter 64. The Merit Board. After a brief inquiry, Qingyun and Lin Yu quickly located the 9th squad's position. It was situated in a vast cave halfway up a mountain. However, as they approached, they discovered the cave was dilapidated and seemingly neglected for quite some time. Inside, a few dispirited cultivators sat scattered about. Upon Qingyun's entrance, a diminutive young man lazily opened his eyes and remarked, new recruits? And a beauty too. Congratulations. You've arrived at a squad without a leader, where you can enjoy leisure. With that, he closed his eyes again. Ignoring the small young man, Qingyun surveyed the other cultivators. There were 5 in total, 3 of whom were female cultivators, which surprised him. Among the 2 male cultivators, aside from the small young man, there was a tall, scarred man, likely over 2 meters in height. They appeared to have recently sustained injuries, their faces pale, while the others, besides the small young man, were meditating to recuperate. Everyone, please stand, Qingyun commanded coldly. The small young man immediately opened his eyes again, displaying a hostile demeanor. Who do you think you are to issue commands to us? Qingyun was taken aback, as the challenge did not come from the small young man, but rather from a strikingly beautiful young female cultivator. He glanced at her, but paid her no mind. Maintaining a calm expression, he revealed the pale gold insignia of the squad leader. Do you recognize this? Upon seeing the insignia, the cultivators stood up in unison, their expressions shifting as the large numeral 9 inscribed on the token stung their eyes. In Qingyun's empire, whether mortal or cultivator, strict obedience to superior orders was paramount. Defiance would incur severe repercussions. Squad leader? The cultivators exchanged uncertain glances, filled with suspicion. The previously scornful and beautiful female cultivator of Qingyun was now drenched in cold sweat, her mind incessantly lamenting. If he is the new captain, why did he not reveal his identity sooner? Is this not a betrayal? Now, she could only blame her own impulsiveness for offending the captain, worrying that he would make her lead the charge in every future endeavor. The more she pondered, the more discontent brewed within her, cursing her own loose tongue. Well, since you recognize this item, I shall refrain from further rambling. Please state your names, sect affiliations, and cultivation levels. Qingyun spoke, maintaining an expression of calm indifference. He understood that these individuals would soon become his subordinates, and given his nature, He preferred to engage with his team in a relaxed and enjoyable manner. However, he was acutely aware that if he did not assert some authority now, he might as well resign from his role as captain. Soon, each of the 5 presented their initial reports. The short young man, Cheng Dong, hailed from the Blaze Sect, possessing mid-stage golden core cultivation. The beautiful female cultivator who had previously insulted Qingyun was named Lu Yu, also from the Blaze Sect, specifically the Tiger City branch, with early-stage golden core cultivation. The towering figure, named Pu Yuan, was not affiliated with any of the 5 major sects but was instead a guard from a certain city, sent to the battlefield for opposing the city lord, and was at the late stage of golden core. The remaining 2 were sisters, both loose cultivators named Li Shui and Li Yu, who also boasted late-stage golden core cultivation. It turned out they had been forcibly taken to the battlefield by a corpulent commander. Under various captains, these individuals tirelessly completed one task after another, hoping to accumulate enough merit to escape this savage battlefield. Fortunately, there were no members from the Dunzi sect present, which relieved Qingyun somewhat. He introduced himself. I am Qingyun, from the Ningfeng branch of the Blaze Sect, and this is my junior sister, Lin Yu, smiling at Lu Yu as he spoke. Lu Yu was taken aback to discover that she and the captain were of the same sect. Yet, upon witnessing Qingyun's smile, her anxiety intensified. Could this smile be a facade? Surely, he must harbor resentment after my earlier remarks. It seems my days of hardship are about to commence. Had Qingyun known Lu Yu's thoughts at that moment, he would have found it both amusing and perplexing. His smile was meant to convey that she should not dwell on her earlier words. Little did he know that this smile would lead to further complications. I do not concern myself with your past conduct. From now on, I hope we can work together harmoniously, striving to fulfill every task assigned by the Empire, and swiftly meet the requirements of the merit list so that we may all return home, he declared. I anticipate that missions will be issued shortly, so let us all take this time to recuperate. Lu Yu, please step forward and explain the merit list to us. Upon hearing her name called by the captain, Lu Yu approached Lin Yu anxiously, positioning herself beside her, believing that Lin Yu would be more approachable than the captain. Observing Lu Yu's nervous demeanor, Qingyun frowned slightly, thinking he had merely called her over to clarify the merit list since they shared the same sect. However, his frown startled Lu Yu, prompting her to quickly explain, Captain, the merit list serves to encourage us to eliminate enemies of the same or higher rank, ranking us to facilitate our return home. If the number of defeated enemies meets the minimum criteria for ranking, one can return home. Moreover, if one accumulates enough kills, not only can they return, but the Empire will also offer substantial rewards. Each completed task assigned by the Empire elevates one's rank on the merit list. Lu Yu spoke at length without blinking, leaving both Qingyun and Lin Yu momentarily stunned. Qingyun awkwardly touched his nose, realizing he had not performed that action in quite some time. When he did so, it often indicated his embarrassment. He recognized that Lu Yu was likely still bothered by her earlier disrespect, and while he had smiled to bury the hatchet, it seemed she remained unsettled. Understood. Thank you. Your explanation was excellent, Qingyun replied, maintaining his smile towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu was now thoroughly perplexed. Was the captain genuinely unconcerned about her earlier remarks, or was he merely feigning indifference, waiting for the right moment to retaliate during a mission? As she pondered this, Lin Yu tugged at her arm. Sister Lu Yu, how have you been accumulating merit? Me? Oh, I'm far from it. My cultivation is too low. It's exceedingly difficult to slay enemies of my rank. I doubt I will return home for at least 10 or 8 years, Lu Yu lamented helplessly. Lin Yu smiled at Lu Yu and continued. But how did you end up on the battlefield, Sister Lu Yu? You are so beautiful. How could the Tiger City branch allow you to come here? Lu Yu hesitated, seemingly reluctant to answer, quickly shifting the topic. I came of my own accord. Let us not dwell on that. However, I have heard much about you, Lin Yu. Your master, Uncle Lin Jin, has reached the spirit void stage, and my master even sent congratulatory gifts. I nearly met you much earlier had I not been preoccupied. The two women, of similar age, found common ground in their conversation. Although cultivation is often devoid of sentiment, many still prefer the company of friends and family. Qingyun, noticing the two women engrossed in their exchange, chose not to interrupt, instead reflecting on the merit list. If the rules indeed favored slaying more enemies of the same rank to increase one's merit score, it would greatly benefit him. Due to the unique attributes of the chaos method he practiced, his cultivation level was effectively at the pinnacle of late-stage golden core. Thanks to the hidden aspects of his technique, others would perceive him as merely early-stage golden core, making it relatively easy to defeat early-stage cultivators. It appeared that the merit list would have little impact on either him or Lin Yu. Chapter 65. The mission. As Qingyun observed the two women still engaged in lively discussion, he felt a twinge of exasperation. In contrast, the sisters Li Shui and Li Yu sat quietly together, diligently cultivating their energy. Cheng Dong from Guiming's sect and the guard Pu Yuan were also seated in meditation, fully aware that a new squad leader would soon be appointed and tasks would follow swiftly. Their leisurely days were about to come to an end. Qingyun chose a clean spot to sit cross-legged, striving to organize the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Initially, he had followed his grandfather's advice to await the opening of the divine temple in the wild forest, seeking a means to rapidly enhance his cultivation and resurrect Lanner. Yet, after attending a mundane auction, he unexpectedly joined the Ningfeng branch of the Fengling sect and became Lin Jin's disciple. He first participated in the branch's grand competition, then voluntarily ventured to this brutal battlefield to alleviate his master's burdens. While it appeared he had strayed from his original goal, upon reflection, he realized he was still within reach, as his current position was merely a few hundred miles from the wild forest. Clutching his jade pendant, Qingyun suddenly felt a pang of longing for Lanner. In his childhood, aside from Dunzi, few villagers were willing to play with him. Only little Lanner was different. She followed him daily, insisting on listening to his stories. Regardless of whether he experienced joy or sorrow, Lanner was always the first to share in his happiness and anguish. He had believed that marrying her would guarantee a lifetime of joy together, yet that hope was shattered by the actions of the fiery disciple, El Feng. The image of Lanner shielding him from the fiery spear haunted his mind, a relentless reminder that prevented him from finding peace. Her last words before losing consciousness echoed like a heavy hammer, forever etched in his heart. "Husband, please marry Lanner earlier in the next life. Will you marry Lanner sooner?" As Qingyun contemplated these memories, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if pierced by needles. Gradually, he became completely immersed in sorrow, losing track of time, the war, and even the squad leader. After an indeterminate period, Lin Jin opened his eyes, only to find all members of the team staring at him in astonishment. "What happened?" Qingyun asked, puzzled. "Captain, you've been sitting here for an entire day and night," Lu Yue exclaimed loudly. "A day and night? Huh. I hope it hasn't caused any delay," Qingyun responded, equally startled. He had been lost in thoughts of Yulan, unaware of how swiftly time had passed. Moreover, there seemed to be something different about the atmosphere. What was it? For a moment, Qingyun could not identify it. "Report, Captain. Commander Fan's mission has been issued," Cheng Dong stated solemnly. "Oh, what is the mission, and is the mission jade slip available?" As soon as Qingyun finished his inquiry, Cheng Dong handed him the jade slip. Cheng Dong, though diminutive in stature, executed his tasks with remarkable efficiency, exhibiting no hesitation. From his earlier report and the swift handover of the jade slip, Qingyun had already recognized this. Upon receiving the jade slip and reviewing its contents, Qingyun furrowed his brow. "Listen closely, everyone. Our mission this time is to gather intelligence." "Oh, gather intelligence?" Lu Yue was the first to speak again, as if she were always present. "Senior brother, what kind of intelligence are we gathering?" Lin Yu also inquired. "This time, we need to secretly infiltrate the enemy's camp and ascertain the exact number of Yuanying stage cultivators they have dispatched to the battlefield." As Qingyun outlined the specifics of the mission, a hushed silence fell over the group. No one dared to speak further. After a long pause, Pu Yuan finally broke the silence. "Captain, this mission may appear straightforward on the surface, but in reality, it is exceedingly challenging." Please elaborate," Qingyun replied, surprised that Pu Yuan had been the first to speak. He had not anticipated that this robust man possessed such keen insight. "First, the highest cultivation level among our entire 9th Division is merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. A slight misstep could lead to total annihilation. Second, the only one adept at stealth is Cheng Dong, yet he is only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. If discovered, there would be no chance for escape. Third, our team is still short of half its personnel, inevitably leading to reduced efficiency. Fourth, this division has only just been formed, lacking the necessary cohesion for effective collaboration." Pausing for a moment, Pu Yuan continued, "For now, this is all I can analyze. Every point you made is valid. However, I believe the most critical issue is the significant gap between us and the Yuanying stage cultivators," Qingyun remarked, mentally commending Pu Yuan's thorough considerations. Though he knew they merely scratched the surface. The mission may be daunting for the others, but for Qingyun, it would be considerably simpler. He was confident he could accomplish the task with just one companion, and that companion was Saotian. With that thought, Qingyun stood and declared, "All right, everyone, listen up. I command you all to remain here. Do not go anywhere. Focus on your cultivation and await my good news." With that, he prepared to exit the somewhat dilapidated cave. The others were taken aback. What did this mean? Was the captain going to undertake the mission alone? They had never encountered a captain who issued such orders. Senior brother, may I accompany you? Lin Yu asked softly. Qingyun turned back, glancing at his junior sister, feeling a pang of affection. Sister, you have Lu Yue and the Li sisters here. You will not be bored. The more people who go, the larger the target, making it easier to expose ourselves. With that, he said no more and vanished from the cave's entrance. The group exchanged glances, still trying to comprehend the situation. They understood the battlefield's brutality far better than Qingyun did. They had undertaken numerous missions, with survival as their foremost principle, and no one had ever dared to volunteer for the front lines. Yet today, their newly appointed captain, on his very first mission, no less a challenging one, was willing to face it alone. If they had previously looked down upon the young man in white hair and attire, at that moment, he had become a figure of immense stature in their eyes. After sharing a few silent glances, they sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Once outside the cave, Qingyun immediately transmitted a message to Suatian and Xiaolong. Soon, the three met atop a mountain peak. Qingyun succinctly conveyed the details of their mission to the two before leading them into the wild forest. He intended to enter the forest first and then stealthily approach the large city of Jinchuan, located near the border of the Zixing Empire. They would devise their next steps once inside the city, for infiltrating the enemy's stronghold was no simple task. In a short time, they traversed hundreds of miles and reached the true southern edge of the wild forest. Before alighting, Qingyun marveled at the forest's authenticity, truly deserving its name. Towering ancient trees pierced the clouds, emanating a sense of untamed wilderness. The underbrush was thick with low shrubs, almost carpeting the forest floor. Sunlight seemed to be barred from entering, and from outside, one could see only a dark, foreboding expanse within the depths of the forest. Chapter 66, Peril in the Jungle, Part 1. Noticing the curiosity in Xiaolong's eyes, Qingyun mused that the boy always seemed fearless. Young master, this forest is extraordinary. Ancient and mysterious, it surely harbors many fierce beasts. If luck is on our side, we might even procure some inner cores from fifth-tier beasts. These are valuable commodities within the military camp, capable of fetching a handsome sum of spirit stones. Suatian beamed with pride as he looked at Qingyun. Consuming the inner cores of fifth-tier beasts could accelerate the cultivation speed of cultivators and also serve as materials for alchemical concoction. In truth, Suatian began to reveal his true nature when he was alone with Qingyun and Xiaolong. He had pursued freedom his entire life, and now, under the third master's guidance, he had finally realized that dream. This young master, who was so weak and inexperienced, was the one he was most willing to follow wholeheartedly. It was undeniable that Suatian was starting to believe in the concept of fate. In the realm of immortals, he had changed masters several times, but had never felt such a profound willingness to stay by someone's side and obey them. Upon hearing Suatian's words, Qingyun nodded and replied, "Indeed, let us seize this opportunity to acquire an inner core from a beast." With a hearty laugh, he led the way into the dense forest. Within the forest, branches intertwined and vines coiled around them. The ground was littered with thorns and overgrown with weeds, leaving little room to tread. Qingyun looked up at the canopy, noting that each ancient tree was laden with abundant foliage, almost competing for space to grow. Flying would prove exceedingly difficult. As he pondered, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence, causing a smile to flicker across his lips. It was Tali, eager to emerge from the ring, seemingly sensing a familiar aura as soon as they entered the forest. Without hesitation, Qingyun summoned the winged wolf, Tali, from the ring. Upon his arrival, Tali appeared exhilarated. The dense, vine-laden forest was precisely the environment he cherished. With a single howl, the leaves around them rustled as if stirred by a breeze. Then, Tali flapped his wings and deftly navigated through the thick vines, moving gracefully within the forest. Although Tali possessed intelligence, he was still unable to speak. After stretching his limbs, he quickly returned to Qingyun's side, nuzzling his large wolf head affectionately against him. "Tali, let us venture northwest into the depths of this forest for a while before heading directly west to secretly reach the border of an empire. You lead the way," Qingyun instructed. Upon hearing this, Tali joyfully dashed ahead. Little Dragon bounced and hopped, completely disregarding the prickly thorns, swiftly catching up with Tali. The two children, a dragon and a wolf, had finally found a companion in each other. The vegetation at the edge of this wild forest was exceedingly dense. Otherwise, Little Dragon would have transformed into his true form. However, under ordinary circumstances, he would not dare to do so without his elder brother's consent. Qingyun and Suatian followed closely behind, occasionally reminding Little Dragon and Tali to slow down, lest the duo vanish without a trace. Thus, They progressed at a diagonal angle into the forest for over 100 miles. Qingyun deemed it appropriate to halt their journey deeper into the woods. As the outer region had begun to open up somewhat, their fortune seemed favorable, as they had not encountered any formidable beasts. Nevertheless, as Qingyun ventured deeper, he could increasingly sense the lurking dangers. The chill in the air felt heavier, prompting him to decisively instruct everyone to cease their advance and instead head westward. Qingyun glanced upward, noticing that the entire canopy of towering trees obscured the sky above, casting the forest into a dim twilight. Sunlight barely penetrated through the narrow gaps, bringing a semblance of life to the dark thicket. The sparse rays of sunlight tangled together in a chaotic yet intriguing display. Lacking experience in navigating through dense jungles, Qingyun hesitated to allow Little Dragon and Taili to stray too far. His spiritual awareness remained feeble, diminished further within the forest, allowing him only to probe about 200 miles ahead. Moreover, if any cultivator or beast surpassed his power level significantly, he would find it nearly impossible to detect them unless they emitted some aura. He suddenly realized that the technique of the Chaos Heaven and Earth formula had its pros and cons. While it facilitated the enhancement of his cultivation and strengthened his physique, his speed, soul, and awareness progressed at a painfully slow pace in comparison. Shaking his head, he refocused his energy on the present. With a map jade slip provided by Dao Ming, he roughly estimated that they were merely 1,000 miles from the border of the Zixing Empire. If traveling from outside, it would take only a few hours to reach. Yet traversing through this thorn-laden jungle would require no less than 6 or 7 days. After several hours of heading west, they suddenly heard a series of thunderous roars emanating from the depths of the right-side thicket. Qingyun frowned. Although curiosity stirred within him, he felt it unwise to investigate further. He quickly led the group to distance themselves from the ominous sounds. However, the roars grew louder, not because they were amplifying, but because they were drawing nearer. Young master, everything in this forest is unknown to us. I suggest we conceal ourselves, Suatian whispered to Qingyun. Indeed, let us hide and observe, Qingyun replied. Little Dragon, Taili, find a place to conceal yourselves. He immediately masked his presence and ascended into a large tree, hiding within its expansive canopy. Once settled, he glanced down and saw that Suatian and the others had successfully concealed themselves as well, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Crack, creak. Suddenly, there was a deafening crash, as if a massive tree trunk had been felled. Following that were the heavy thuds of something approaching. Qingyun felt the tree he hid within tremble. Moments later, through the leaves, he discerned a colossal shadow slowly advancing toward them. As the figure became clearer, it revealed itself to be a black bear, towering at least 4 to 5 meters high, effortlessly trampling all underbrush in its path. Qingyun's pupils contracted. He had never encountered such an enormous creature. This bear was undoubtedly a pinnacle 5th-tier beast, its pitch-black fur glistening in the dim light, with bristle-like hairs standing on end. Its massive arms swung like colossal logs, exuding a formidable strength, while its elephantine legs crushed any obstacles in its way. The bear halted a mere 10 paces from Qingyun's tree, its enormous head turning about, eyes filled with curiosity. Qingyun's heart raced. Could it be that the bear had come specifically for them? Just as he pondered this, the creature emitted a thunderous roar, locking its gaze on Little Dragon's hiding spot. Qingyun's heart sank. Had Little Dragon been discovered? It perplexed him, for Little Dragon's concealment technique was formidable, and it was illogical for him to be detected while Qingyun remained undetected. The bear seemed to have indeed found Little Dragon's hiding place, suddenly making an incomprehensible gesture before advancing step by step towards him, uprooting branches with each movement. The 5th-tier beast had begun to exhibit a semblance of intelligence, its strength surpassing that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Just as Qingyun prepared to swoop down, he received a mental transmission from Little Dragon. Elder brother, wait. Don't come down. Taken aback, Qingyun was left wondering about Little Dragon's intentions. At that moment, a gray shadow leaped from the nearby thicket, lunging at the black bear. The bear simply raised a paw and swatted the gray figure away with ease. Qingyun recognized the gray shadow as Taili, who, after being sent crashing into a massive tree trunk, fell to the ground. Undeterred, Taili spread his wings and charged once more at the bear. Seeing this, Qingyun abandoned his concealment and dove down from the treetop, fists aimed at the bear. Chapter 67, Peril in the Jungle, Part 2. The instant Qingyun descended, Little Dragon understood that hiding was no longer an option. He burst through the vines and exclaimed, Elder brother, Taili, you must stop. However, before he could finish, Suatian had already rushed out, throwing a punch at the bear. Caught in a 3-pronged assault, the bear let out another roar. abandoning its focus on Taili to swipe at Qingyun with one paw while the other clawed at Suatian. The impact of Qingyun's heavy punch collided with the bear's thick paw, producing an explosive shockwave that sent him reeling. Meanwhile, the bear's other paw shattered countless branches as it swept towards Suatian. With ample battle experience, Suatian skillfully deflected the blow, evading the bear's fierce swipe with agile movements. However, Taili's attack proved ineffective against the bear's formidable hide. Seizing the momentary lull in the conflict, Little Dragon shouted, "Everyone, stop! Do not fight!" Qingyun and Suatian exchanged glances and ceased their assault. They understood that overcoming the black bear was nearly impossible. Taili retracted his wings, joining Qingyun's side. The bear, noticing the cessation of hostility, also halted, its gaze still fixated on Little Dragon. Ignoring the others, Little Dragon approached the bear, hovering in midair to meet its gaze. The dragon and the bear seemed to engage in a silent exchange. Qingyun recognized that, as a member of the dragon royal lineage, Little Dragon possessed a unique method of communication with other beasts, and thus refrained from interrupting the interaction. Suatian watched with keen interest, contemplating the exchange, while Taili's eyes burned with intensity, fixated on the bear, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. After a lengthy silence, the black bear began to roar again, seemingly objecting to Little Dragon's assertions. Little Dragon shook his head in resignation, signaling for the bear to wait. He then turned and flew back to Qingyun and the others, stating, "Elder brother, this bear has been sent to guide me away." "What? Take you away? To where?" Qingyun exclaimed in astonishment. Since emerging from the cavern of the Great Flame Sect, the young dragon had never strayed far from his own territory. Thus, when a black bear unexpectedly appeared, claiming it intended to take him away from this mysterious and desolate forest, he found the situation utterly baffling and incomprehensible. Could it be that someone had discovered the true identity of the young dragon? Observing Qingyun's astonishment and confusion, the young dragon decided to reveal the truth. "Brother, it is as follows. This black bear claims to be under the control of a venerable elder of immense cultivation, and it has come here under duress. If it does not take me back, it cannot attain its freedom. Yet, I have no intention of accompanying it. However, the bear has threatened that if I refuse to go, it will kill everyone else to force me to comply." Upon finishing his explanation, the young dragon wore an expression of helplessness. Concealed within a thicket, he had observed the bear making a gesture understood only by their dragon lineage. In a moment of urgency, he had urged Qingyun and the others not to act. Yet, to his dismay, Taili could not restrain himself and acted first. Naturally, the young dragon did not wish to follow the bear, as he was reluctant to part with his brother. Nevertheless, the bear's cryptic signal stirred something within him. Having the blood of Qingyun within him, the young dragon's internal conflict did not escape Qingyun's notice. Furrowing his brow, Qingyun addressed him, "Young dragon, I find this matter rather suspicious. We have never been far apart. How could someone suddenly attempt to take you away? Even that elder who wishes to do so should come in person, rather than sending this black bear." Qingyun remained cautious, for he had not forgotten that the young dragon had slain the grandson of the formidable Yin Xiang of the Great Flame Sect. Although Yin Xiang had been quiet for a time, one could never be too careful. "Brother, I understand. But that black bear is a peak 5th-tier beast. Even if the four of us unite, we stand little chance," the young dragon expressed with a hint of despair. "Listen, if we cannot defeat it, we should flee. Why engage in a fight? That creature is massive and surely cannot run swiftly through these woods. We should be able to evade it with ease," Qingyun said with a reassuring grin, sensing the young dragon's despondency. Upon hearing this, the young dragon's eyes lit up. Indeed, he had overlooked the fact that the bear's size would hinder its speed in the forest. With renewed vigor, he smiled. "Brother, your wisdom is unparalleled." However, before he could continue, Lok Tian interjected, "Watch your words, or else next time, should you find yourself in a predicament, I shall not assist you." At once, the young dragon fell silent, stifling a laugh. "Ah, do you both harbor secrets from me?" Qingyun jested, swiftly shifting the topic. "Taili, when I say go, run with all your might. If you feel overwhelmed, let me know, and I will recall you into the ring." Taili nodded in agreement, and Qingyun shouted, "Retreat." The group dashed westward without hesitation, alternating between flight and swift maneuvers on the ground, soon vanishing from sight. As they fled, the air near the black bear began to ripple like waves, and soon an elderly figure appeared beside it, wearing a smile and nodding occasionally. "These young ones are quite clever," he mused. "However, encountering me, their cleverness will avail them little." Turning to the black bear, he scolded, "You colossal creature. You cannot even manage such a simple task, yet you seek freedom? Begone, I have no need for you." With that, the air shimmered once more, and the elder vanished. The black bear remained, scratching its head in confusion, uncertain if it had indeed attained freedom. Meanwhile, Qingyun and his companions were sprinting westward with all their might. After a brief period, the young dragon spoke up. "Brother, I can no longer sense the bear's presence. We are safe." Qingyun, having felt the bear fall behind, found it peculiar. Something was amiss. He believed that the one attempting to take the young dragon would not simply relinquish their pursuit. "Brother, I have knowledge of the violent bear clan from my inherited memories. However, compared to the bear I just encountered, that one was merely an insignificant ant," the young dragon said, puffing with pride. "An ant? You jest. That creature, towering over 10 meters, is hardly an ant." Qingyun scoffed, skeptical of the young dragon's boastfulness. Lok Tian chimed in. "Master, do not dismiss him so quickly. That black bear was indeed small for its kind. If it had reached the 6th tier, its size would have increased substantially." "Oh, so the young dragon speaks the truth this time," Qingyun remarked with a chuckle, noticing the young dragon's disgruntled expression. Yet, as his laughter faded, he sensed a dangerous presence looming. Almost instinctively, he shouted, "Taili, be cautious." No sooner had he spoken than 2 earthen-colored spears shot towards Taili's head and waist. Taili let out a wolfish howl, biting through one spear with his powerful jaws, while simultaneously using his wings to deflect the other, driving it into the ground. The wolf, typically known for its copper head and iron tail, had Taili, a hybrid of wolf and winged wolf, possessing a formidable physique. Having previously withstood the might of the violent black bear when hurled against a massive tree, he was more than capable of handling these trivial spears. Chapter 68. Peril in the Jungle, Part 2. At that moment, Qingyun sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself alongside Lok Tian to shield Taili. The young dragon followed closely behind. Soon, a massive bat-like creature, adorned in gleaming golden hues and wielding a spear, emerged from the dense foliage. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the bat demon Qingyun had encountered in Yun Port, yet this one was several times larger and entirely golden. Sensing its aura, Qingyun's heart sank. It was a 5th-tier beast, a crimson golden bat demon on the brink of reaching its peak. Lok Tian's expression grew solemn as he addressed Qingyun. "Master, this beast will be a formidable opponent. I shall remain outside to assist you. Your cultivation has not yet reached the yuanying stage. And even should I merge with the sword, I feel I cannot unleash the full power of the Lok Tian sword." Qingyun, having sensed this himself, had refrained from wielding the Lok Tian sword in recent battles. Recalling Lok Tian's words that his power would increase tenfold if his cultivation matched or exceeded that of the sword. Nodding in agreement, Qingyun drew his machete, focusing intently on the crimson golden bat demon. The bat demon, sensing no threat from the group, swung its spear forward, unleashing 4 earthen-colored spear shadows that hurtled towards them. Without hesitation, Qingyun unleashed his piercing bolt, aimed directly at the bat demon. The bat demon, sensing the formidable purple lightning, attempted to evade. But the bolt speed took it by surprise, piercing one of its massive wings and creating a gaping blood wound. Simultaneously, the 4 spear shadows approached Lok Tian and Qingyun. Lok Tian and Taili easily dodged them, while Qingyun, after firing the bolt, raised his machete to deflect the incoming spear shadows. With explosive sounds behind him, the shadows tore through numerous trees before dissipating in the air. Seeing that the group had emerged unscathed while it had sustained a grievous injury, the bat demon fell into a frenzy. A piercing shriek echoed, causing the crowd to wince as their eardrums throbbed with pain. The spear wielded by the bat demon suddenly emanated swirling black mist, interspersed with an eerie crimson hue. With a ferocious throw, the bat demon unleashed a torrent of spear shadows, enveloped in a tempest of dark fog, charging relentlessly towards Qingyun and Suotian. Qingyun's pupils constricted as he witnessed the towering trees and thorny vines before him being utterly shredded beneath the onslaught of the spear shadows. Realizing he could not evade the impending doom, he bellowed at Sitin, "Sitin, come here." He swiftly conjured the 9-dragon cauldron to shield both of them. The multitude of black and red spears crashed against the cauldron like a furious storm, producing a cacophony of sounds. Before the spear shadows dissipated, the bat demon lunged forward with its clawed hands, aiming to seize Qingyun and Suotian. The sharp, golden-red claws sliced through the air, creating a deep sonic boom. Both Qingyun and Suotian's expressions shifted in horror. That claw could easily obliterate cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Just as Qingyun was about to manifest his true form to counter the attack, a hoarse voice reverberated through the dim forest. "Wretched beast, how dare you!" A golden beam shot forth, swift as lightning, severing the bat demon's claws in an instant. The severed, bloodied claws fell before Qingyun, splattering crimson liquid. Without a backward glance, the bat demon retreated deep into the forest. However, at that very moment, a sharp scream pierced the air, and an elder with hair like snow and a youthful visage appeared, holding a blood-stained inner core in his hand. Qingyun felt parched, as if struck by a paralysis spell. Unable to move his feet, the elder, adorned with a large hat and a flamboyant robe, seemed utterly out of place in the dim forest. Adjusting his hat, the elder chuckled, "You little ones certainly know how to stir trouble. At my age, I still have to come here to snatch people. Oh, my poor old bones." With his laughter, the heavy sensation lifted from Qingyun and his companions, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. "Senior, thank you for your timely rescue." Qingyun clasped his fists in gratitude. Do not thank me, for I have not saved you," the elder replied, pointing at the dragon. "I came to rescue him, for I intend to take him away." He chuckled, "But I am merciful. I will grant you a moment to bid farewell." Qingyun's heart sank. The violent black bear was most likely controlled by this eccentric elder. The fact that they had evaded the bear only prompted the elder to intervene personally. If he intended to forcibly take the little dragon away, Qingyun knew he stood no chance against him. "Senior, may I inquire where you intend to take my little brother? And for what purpose?" Qingyun asked. "Your little brother? Humph, you dare speak so boldly with your meager cultivation. If it weren't for him being with you, I wouldn't even spare you a glance," the elder scoffed, striding towards the little dragon. The moment the elder appeared, the little dragon sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. Yet, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not grasp the reason behind it. He had been deep in thought, and thus remained silent. As the elder approached, an instinctive nobility surged through him, compelling him to stand tall and glare at the elder. Despite the elder's timely intervention, which brought a sense of familiarity, the elder's earlier insults towards his brother ignited his fury. "Old man, I care not who you are, but insulting my brother is unacceptable. If you wish to take me away, you shall not succeed." "Oh, it appears this mediocre youth holds some significance to you? Very well, I shall pretend I never spoke," the elder remarked, taken aback by the little dragon's defense of Qingyun. "You think you can just take me without a reason? I demand an explanation." The little dragon, proud as a dragon prince, would not yield so easily. "An explanation? That is indeed tricky to provide. Allow me to show you this." The elder swiftly produced a greenish-blue orb. As it materialized, the surrounding space transformed into a blinding daylight, radiating waves of azure light. Upon seeing the orb, the little dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. "How do you possess such an artifact?" he questioned, his voice tinged with excitement. "Come, young one. Once we reach my abode, all shall be revealed. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you," the elder assured him. "Very well." Surprisingly, the little dragon did not protest further. "However, I must speak with my brother first." He approached Qingyun, saying, "Brother, I can no longer accompany you on this mission. This elder's orb holds great importance to me, and I must uncover its secrets. But do not worry, he means me no harm. I can sense a kinship within him. Brother, old demon, and wolf, take care of yourselves. Once I ascertain the truth about the orb, I will return to you swiftly." And the little dragon hesitated, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Brother, if you return to Ningfeng City, please tell Xiaoqi I am well. She need not worry. I will surely seek her out." Qingyun stepped beside the little dragon, patting his shoulder. "Go forth, pursue what you desire. Your brother will always support you. Take care and remain vigilant. Once your task is complete, return to us at once." Tears welled in the little dragon's eyes, but he said nothing more and turned to follow the elder. Observing the deep bond between Qingyun and the little dragon, the elder frowned slightly, sighing as he waved his sleeve, and the two vanished from sight. Though Qingyun felt a pang of reluctance in his heart, he understood that as a member of the dragon royal family, the little dragon was destined to soar through the skies, and it was impossible for him to remain by his side forever. Standing in place, he felt a bittersweet mix of emotions. After a long moment, he steadied his heart and continued westward with Sutian and Taili. Chapter 69. Captain of the 5th Division. After wandering through the jungle for approximately 5 or 6 days, the trio had slain numerous 4th-tier beasts and a few initial stage 5th-tier beasts, finally nearing the borders of the Zixing Empire. Taili's conspicuous appearance made it necessary for Qingyun to store him back in the storage ring. The current mission was to ascertain how many nascent soul cultivators the Zixing Empire had dispatched to the battlefield. Originally, the influential elders of the continent had jointly decreed that cultivators above the foundation establishment stage were forbidden from intervening in the wars between empires. However, as the conflicts among the 3 great empires escalated, This regulation had been amended repeatedly. What began with the continual deployment of core formation cultivators had now evolved to include nascent soul cultivators on the battlefield, complicating matters considerably. At this moment, the white-haired, white-robed Qingyun and the black-haired, black-clad Sutian were concealed in the vast canopy of a dense forest, observing the distant Jinchuan city and contemplating how to infiltrate it. Young master, my cultivation has only partially recovered. It is somewhat difficult to completely conceal my presence without being detected. I think I should remain in the sword, otherwise, it would be challenging to enter the city, Suatian remarked to Qingyun. Moreover, being seen together draws attention. Have you not noticed? Why is that? Qingyun inquired, puzzled by Suatian's statement. Look at our attire. You are clad in white robes with silver hair, while I am dressed in black robes with black hair. The stark contrast makes it nearly impossible to avoid attracting attention. We might as well be the infamous duo of black and white. Suatian, being a sword spirit, could only change alongside the sword and could not alter his color. He was at a loss as to why Qingyun preferred to dress entirely in white. Qingyun found Suatian's explanation both amusing and exasperating. He then retrieved a gray robe from his storage ring and donned it. Initially, due to the garments being either burned or torn, he prepared numerous outfits within this storage ring, predominantly white ones. This arrangement was indeed fortuitous. You may return to the sword for now. It is more convenient for me to act alone. Qingyun found that Suatian's reasoning held merit, and without further ado, he stored Suatian back into the sword. Jinchuan City, the largest city bordering the Zixing Empire and the Qingyun Empire, had recently witnessed the Zixing Empire's aggressive expansion, seizing considerable territory from the Qingyun Empire, thus distancing Jinchuan City from their frontline headquarters. Concealing his cultivation, Qingyun took a firewood knife in hand, shouldered a bundle of firewood, and swaggered towards Jinchuan City. Although the knife possessed remarkable qualities, Old Rin had mentioned that it was sealed, rendering it imperceptible to those without extraordinary cultivation. To the eyes of an ordinary individual, it appeared to be merely a common firewood knife, albeit with some decent hollow carvings on the blade. Even with Qingyun's discerning eye, he could not discern the carving's true nature. They resembled a dragon, yet were not quite so. Upon paying a low-grade spirit stone at the city gate, he entered without hindrance, as the guards generally did not trouble common folk. Although the atmosphere of war was tense, Jinchuan City had gradually relaxed its vigilance due to its increasing distance from the front line. After entering the city, Qingyun casually discarded the firewood in an isolated spot, stored the knife back in the ring, and prepared to inquire about the city's circumstances at a tavern. On the 5th day of his stay, he had become quite familiar with the city's layout and had learned that the Zixing Empire's cultivators reported to the Lord's Mansion to register their achievements before heading to the battlefield. Gaining entry into the Lord's Mansion was out of the question, and even if he managed to enter, he would likely find no useful information. Suatian had once mentioned that the quickest way to obtain intelligence was to directly interrogate individuals. However, he currently lacked such abilities and could only interact with those associated with the Lord's Mansion for the time being. In the following days, Qingyun mingled in various taverns, tea houses, and gambling dens, gradually identifying a few subordinates of the Lord. One day, while stealthily trailing a minor leader towards the Lord's Mansion, he suddenly noticed a young man in a blue robe exiting the mansion. A jolt of recognition surged within him. He had definitely seen that face before. With this thought, he abandoned his pursuit of the minor leader and quietly followed the blue-robed youth. After following him for a brief moment, the young man abruptly turned around and coldly inquired, "Which friend has been tracking me?" Startled, Qingyun realized the youth's vigilance was exceedingly high. Upon being discovered, he stepped forward without hesitation. "Oh!" they both exclaimed simultaneously. "Brother Sun?" Xiaofu, the blue-robed youth, upon hearing Qingyun call him Brother Sun, swiftly led him to a secluded corner. "Keep your voice down. I do not go by Sun anymore." He gestured for Qingyun to remain quiet while expanding his consciousness to survey the surroundings. Once assured of their privacy, he continued, "Come, follow me." Qingyun followed the youth to a nearby tavern, where they requested a private room. "Brother Sun, how did you end up here?" Qingyun eagerly inquired as soon as they sat down. "Xiaofu, from now on, call me Mo Go. It has been over a decade since we last met." "How did you come from the Qingyun Empire to the Zixing Empire?" The young man responded. "Brother Mo, haha, I am here on a mission," Qingyun replied, observing the youth's remarkably youthful visage, which surprised him, as Brother Sun Yuyang was over a decade his senior and had not changed a bit in the 16 years since they last met. "On a mission? Have you joined the battlefield?" Sun Yuyang asked, furrowing his brow. "Yes, I joined not long ago and have even become the captain of the 9th Squad." Qingyun replied without reservation, trusting Sun Yuyang, who had shown great kindness to him and Dunzi in the past. Captain of the 9th Squad? Haha. You are quite impressive. It seems we are fated. Let me show you something. As he spoke, Sun Yuyang produced a token identical to Qingyun's captain's token, inscribed with the large character 5. Brother Imo, you are also a squad leader? But why? Qingyun questioned, puzzled, as he wondered why a squad leader would be at the Lord's mansion in the Zixing Empire. A sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to say, you are intentionally. Should just understand. No need to speak it aloud. Later, let us write our respective missions on blank jade slips to exchange and see if we can assist each other. For now, let us reminisce, he added, slapping the seal of a wine jar on the table and filling 2 large bowls. Back then, you and Xiao Luo were quite fond of this drink. It was this very wine that forged our bond. Now that we meet again, let us toast 3 large bowls. All right, Qingyun replied, raising his bowl to clink with Sun Yuyang's, and the two drank heartily. For cultivators, a few bowls of wine were as inconsequential as drinking water. Wiping his mouth, Sun Yuyang remarked, Xiao Fu, weren't you and Xiao Luo at Blaze Sect? What happened later? How did you suddenly end up on the battlefield? As they drank, Qingyun briefly recounted his experiences over the past decade, omitting nothing, including his return to Shadowaa Town and meeting Sun Yuman. Oh, how is my sister now? Sun Yuyang immediately inquired upon hearing that Qingyun had seen Sun Yuman 5 or 6 years ago, since being forcibly sent to the battlefield by the townsfolk. He had been unable to accumulate enough military merit for 5 or 6 years. Fortunately, once his current mission concluded, he would be returning home, believing he would soon reunite with his sister. Haha, sister man is doing well. Qingyun, well aware of the close bond between the Sun's siblings, raised his bowl for another toast with Sun Yuyang. Oh, brother Imo, this change in address feels quite unfamiliar. How is it that you seem to grow younger with time? Your appearance remains unchanged. You still look so youthful and handsome after all these years. Younger? Heh. Sun Yuyang chuckled mysteriously. You have grown a beard, my friend. In a few years, it may become quite formidable. Now that you mention it, it is indeed true. Could it be some ancestral secret or technique? Qingyun asked with a laugh. I knew you would be curious, Sun Yuyang replied, producing a green elixir from his storage pouch, which was crystal clear and fragrant. This is a youth preservation pill. Consuming it will ensure one's appearance remains unchanged. It is a precious elixir. Here, take one. Qingyun accepted the elixir with utmost care, and upon witnessing his actions, Sun Yuyang inquired, What? Are you worried this elixir is flawed? No offense intended, but if I cannot trust you and me, who else can I trust? I simply wish to reserve this for my wife. Qingyun responded, his expression momentarily clouded. You are married? You should have mentioned it earlier. Here, let me give you 3 more. Sun Yuyang generously offered, knowing he had only one sibling, Sun Yuman, as she would eventually marry. He thought it prudent to keep a couple for himself. Qingyun did not decline, gratefully accepting the elixirs. Without hesitation, he swallowed one, feeling a warm and soothing sensation flood his body. Subsequently, they swiftly exchanged their mission jade slips. Brother, so you are here to hunt down spies? Qingyun inquired after learning of Sun Yuyang's task. Indeed, Sun Yuyang confirmed. In the past decade, the Empire has not triumphed in a single battle. Do you not find this rather peculiar? Sun Yuyang sighed and remarked. The Empire dispatched elder-level cultivators to investigate discreetly and discovered that spies from the Purple Star faction had infiltrated the Empire's stronghold. However, these spies are deeply concealed, and despite the Empire's numerous efforts, we have yet to uncover their identities. Thus, the entire 5th Division was sent to infiltrate Jinchuan City in search of clues. I assumed the alias Mo Chun and have been residing in this city for almost a year, only recently managing to gain entry into the Lord's Manor. Ah, I see. I too had been pondering why the Empire remained unresponsive after suffering defeat for so many years. To think the Purple Star Empire had sent such a formidable character into our ranks. Upon hearing this, Qingyun felt a sense of clarity. Xiao Fu, it seems your task is quite fortuitous. You are indeed fortunate, for I have already infiltrated the Lord's Manor and believe I can soon assist you in gathering information. Wait for a few days, and you need not worry about entering the Lord's Manor anymore. The steward, Wang Hashan, is exceedingly cautious and does not allow strangers to enter the manor easily. Having said this, Sun Yuyang tossed Qingyun a communication jade slip and departed. With this development, Qingyun felt a sense of leisure. Given the circumstances, he decided to wander around the city and see if there were any valuable items to be found. His storage ring contained several inner cores from 5th-tier demon beasts. Perhaps he could exchange them for something worthwhile in Jinchuan City. With this thought, he promptly summoned Suotian from his sword. Upon appearing, Suotian lamented, Ah, young master, if possible, I truly wish not to be a sword spirit anymore. Each time I enter the sword, I feel as though I am confined in a cage. It is quite uncomfortable. Oh, Qingyun furrowed his brow and replied, very well. Aside from the need for combat, you need not return to the sword anymore. Now, let us head to the Baizha building in the city. I have heard it is the largest trading venue here. Let us dispose of these items in our possession. With that, he maintained his cultivation at the initial stage of the core formation and exited the private room first. Suatian, upon hearing Qingyun's words regarding not returning to the sword except for combat, felt quite pleased, though he harbored a subtle concern that such changes might not bode well. Upon arriving at Baizha building, they found it to be a square structure, nearly 100 feet tall, with each floor clearly marked. Qingyun entered the building at a leisurely pace, followed closely by Suatian. The first floor was sparsely populated, likely because it lacked valuable items. Qingyun did not linger and ascended to the second floor. His intention was to procure more medicinal pills, as he had been depleting the supplies gifted by the elderly Feng Yamo, and his inventory was dwindling. However, the second floor also seemed devoid of the pills he sought. Frowning slightly, he prepared to ascend to the third floor. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached and blocked his path. Friend, to ascend to the third floor, you must possess sufficient chips. Otherwise, we cannot permit passage, the man stated sternly. Is every trading venue governed by such rules? Qingyun scoffed, flipping his palm to reveal two blood-stained inner cores from fifth-tier demon beasts. The middle-aged man gasped in surprise and quickly said, Friend, please. He could hardly believe that this youthful cultivator at the initial stage of core formation could have slain fifth-tier demon beasts. It was likely that these were items entrusted to him by an elder. As Qingyun ascended to the third floor, he finally spotted some mid to high-tier healing pills. He approached the small porcelain vials for a closer inspection and then moved to the counter, producing a fifth-tier demon beast's inner core, inquiring, How many fifth-grade recovery pills can I exchange for this? The thin old man at the counter revealed a glint of greed in his eyes upon seeing the inner core. Though he could not escape Qingyun's notice, you can exchange for 10 fifth-grade recovery pills. The old man croaked in a raspy voice. Qingyun's heart sank with disdain, realizing the old man was attempting to extort him. Oh, I heard that in other places, a fifth-tier demon beast's inner core could be exchanged for 15 recovery pills. Qingyun remarked with a smile that held no warmth. The old man, realizing the young man was well-informed, understood that his expectations were dashed. With a sly grin, he retorted, Our fifth-grade recovery pills are of much higher quality than those in other places. You can exchange if you wish, or not at all. Feeling insulted by the old man's arrogance, Qingyun was about to retract the inner core when a melodious voice chimed in from behind him. Let him exchange. The voice, strikingly familiar, startled Qingyun. He turned to see a breathtakingly beautiful face. Long, slightly wine-red hair danced around her forehead without a breeze, enhancing her captivating features. Her pink off-shoulder top revealed snow-white skin. A waist that could be grasped with one hand stirred a primal urge within him. A light red skirt modestly covered her thighs, while her slender legs were clad in pink boots, rendering her stunning and alluring. This enchanting individual was none other than Zihan, a familiar figure from the Blaze Sect. Known to Qingyun and Xiaolong, Zihan smiled gently, like a spring breeze. Xiaoyun, it has been a long time. No, I should now refer to you as Xiaoyun Shixiao. Your cultivation has remarkably reached the initial stage of core formation, while I have only just entered the late stage of foundation establishment. It seems inappropriate to call you shitty based on age or cultivation, does it not? A tempest brewed within Qingyun's heart. How could Zihan appear here so unexpectedly? Moreover, her demeanor suggested a significant transformation compared to her playful and naive self at the Blaze Sect. The Zihan before him exuded an air of maturity and competence in both word and action. Qingyun was astonished and momentarily at a loss for words. Should he address her as Zihan or Shiji? Regardless, he felt that the Zihan before him was no longer the same as the one he remembered. It is quite surprising to see you here, Qingyun said with a calm expression. A flicker of unnoticeable disappointment crossed Zihan's eyes upon hearing Qingyun's indifferent tone. As she opened her mouth to clarify, a magnetic male voice echoed from the entrance of the third floor of Baizha building. Xiaohan, we should be leaving now. Qingyun turned to see a tall, handsome young man with purple hair smiling at Zihan. His cultivation level was evidently at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Zihan glanced at Qingyun with a complex expression before ultimately saying nothing. Soon, she and the purple-haired youth vanished at the entrance. The old, thin man no longer dared to speak and promptly handed Qingyun 20 recovery pills. Feeling disheartened by Zihan's sudden appearance and departure, Qingyun lost interest in further transactions and hurriedly dropped the fifth-tier demon beast's inner core before pursuing her outside. Chapter 71. preparing for battle upon exiting Baizha building. Qingyun found no trace of Zihan and the purple-haired youth. Suatian, following closely behind, inquired, "Young master, who was that girl?" Qingyun replied nonchalantly, "An acquaintance from the Blaze Sect. If it weren't for her, Xiaolong and I would never have formed a grudge with the Yin family of the Blaze Sect. However, conversely, if it weren't for her, perhaps Xiaolong and I would still be at the Blaze Sect, unaware of your existence or meeting Master Lin Jing. It seems that every decision, no matter how trivial, is predestined by fate." With that, Qingyun continued on his path to his residence. Suatian hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner unnoticed by anyone, a shadowy figure was observing the scene. Once Qingyun and Suatian departed, the shadow silently faded away. Having returned to his residence for several days, Qingyun sat cross-legged on his bed with closed eyes. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Qingyun felt a sense of comfort and warmth. While most cultivators preferred to retreat to renowned mountains rich in spiritual energy to cultivate in solitude, Qingyun found solace in savoring the rare tranquility and freedom of the mundane world. In a state of growing anxiety, Qingyun found himself unable to convert the spiritual energy within him into spiritual power. He yearned for swift advancement in his cultivation, desiring to grow ever more formidable. His motivations were twofold: to resurrect Yulan and to uncover the mysteries surrounding his own lineage. However, a series of unexpected events had recently besieged him, leaving him in a state of disarray. The mysterious elder had taken Xiaolong away, Zihan had suddenly appeared in Jinchuan City, and his own intelligence-gathering mission remained unfulfilled. Surely, his team members were eagerly awaiting his return to report on their tasks. As these chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, the communication jade slip given to him by Sun Yuyang suddenly reacted. A surge of joy filled Qingyun's heart as he promptly made his way to the private room of the tavern where he had last met Sun Yuyang. After a brief wait, Sun Yuyang arrived as well. "Xiaofu, you're quick to come," he chuckled, taking a seat without waiting for a greeting and tossing a jade slip to Qingyun. Eagerly, Qingyun received it and pressed it to his forehead to inspect its contents. A smile broke across his face as he exclaimed, "Brother, you have indeed rendered me a great service." "Ah, it's merely a trivial matter. Just a flick of the wrist," Sun Yuyang replied, though a hint of frustration crept into his voice. "However, our 5th Squad's mission is proving to be exceedingly challenging. We have yet to uncover even a sliver of a clue." Sun Yuyang appeared somewhat despondent. He had anticipated that upon completing this task, he could return home to reunite with his sister. Little did he know that the prospect of accomplishing this task seemed increasingly dim. Qingyun, unsure of how to console this elder brother, remained silent. Despite Sun Yuyang's cultivation being in the mid-stage of golden core, Qingyun sensed that Sun Yuyang's intellect surpassed his own, prompting him to refrain from speaking. With a sigh, Sun Yuyang continued, "Xiaofu, return and report on the task. Also, inform Commander Fin that the situation in the Empire is only becoming more dire. He should contact the general as soon as possible to discuss significant matters. Take care, brother. Do not rush the task. No matter how covertly a spy hides, their tale will eventually be revealed. If possible, I would indeed like to stay and assist, but alas, I have my own tasks to attend to. Were it not for Master Lin Jin and the Ningfeng subsect, I would not involve myself in so many affairs. Very well, I shall take my leave. Keep the communication jade slip safe, and contact me if needed." With renewed resolve, Sun Yuyang departed the private room. Qingyun did not linger, sending a message to Suatian before preparing to exit the city. Disguised as a woodcutter heading to the nearby mountains, Qingyun effortlessly slipped out of the city. Once outside, he summoned Suatian from his sword, declaring, "Soen, this time we shall not traverse the wild forest, but rather infiltrate the front lines of the Zixing. After all, joining the battlefield from this location is significantly easier. In pursuit of military merit, we shall hold nothing back. We will slay as many Zixing cultivators as we can. Sooner or later, when we enter the battlefield, it will be a matter of life and death." A glimmer of ferocity flickered in Qingyun's eyes as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Suatian felt a long-lost thrill course through him. As a sword spirit born for slaughter, he had once held a fearsome reputation in the celestial realm. Yet in this mundane world of cultivation, his bloodthirsty nature had been somewhat suppressed. Following this relatively gentle third master, along with the mischievous Xiaolong, he had distanced himself from the notion of killing. Although he occasionally dispatched a few minor beasts, it was hardly satisfying. "Young master, I shall not return to the sword. Haha, with my current cultivation at the initial stage of the nascent soul, slaying golden core cultivators is akin to cutting vegetables." Suatian rubbed his hands together, his expression and tone contrasting sharply with his youthful, handsome visage. Qingyun regarded Suatian, nodding in agreement without further comment. He intended to swiftly conclude matters on the battlefield, then devote himself wholly to the enhancement of his cultivation. While he was indeed a part of the Qingyun Empire and felt a burning passion to fight and slay enemies, he understood that with his current level of cultivation, he could not make a significant impact. The victory of the empire rested on the shoulders of its more powerful cultivators. Without further delay, the duo hastened towards the Zixing battlefield. Not far behind them, a lithe figure clad in black appeared to have been following them for quite some time. 5 days later, within the military camp at the front lines of the Zixing Empire, 2 young men dressed in black had seamlessly integrated themselves into the ranks of the golden core cultivators of the Zixing Empire. These 2 were none other than Qingyun and Suatian. Having stealthily dispatched 2 golden core cultivators, they had assumed their identities through the memories gleaned from Suatian's probing. Their newfound memories revealed that these 2 had slain numerous cultivators from the Qingyun Empire, even transforming many female cultivators into their furnace vessels. Qingyun could not help but feel a surge of disgust and hatred for the Zixing Empire. Damn it! Having to engage in battle with those Qingyun cultivators every 7 days has turned me into a mere tool for killing, raged a late-stage golden core cultivator. Indeed, every 7 days, it's relentless. If it weren't for the general's decree that the spoils from slaying Qingyun cultivators belong to us, and the occasional chance to capture a pretty girl for some enjoyment, I would have long since quit. Several mid-stage golden core cultivators echoed their dissatisfaction, seemingly discontent with the war. It was no surprise. The ultimate goal of cultivators was to continuously elevate their cultivation levels in pursuit of the elusive immortality. The majority chose to seclude themselves in cultivation, shunning worldly affairs. However, cultivation often faced bottlenecks, and the lack of elixirs or magical artifacts led many cultivators to the battlefield, lured by the promise of wealth. Yet, the relentless cycle of slaughter day after day hindered their progress, stirring resentment within them. The battlefield became a place of savage release, with clashes growing increasingly brutal. Another round of slaughter awaits tomorrow. If you have the capability to claim enough heads of your peers, you may earn your freedom. But if you continue to grumble here, and it reaches Commander Lian's ears, I cannot protect you. A late-stage golden core cultivator warned, his tone cold. He was the captain of this small squad, under Commander Lian's command. Upon hearing their captain's words, the others fell silent. Previously, they had merely been venting their frustrations, but they dared not provoke Commander Lian. Qingyun clenched his fists upon hearing their conversation. He had joined this small squad by chance. Yet the cultivator's prowess far surpassed that of his own 9th squad. If every squad in the Zixing Empire was similarly strong, coupled with the hidden spies lurking in the shadows, it was no wonder the Qingyun Empire had suffered consecutive defeats. Chapter 72. Battle on the battlefield where the 2 nations clashed. Both sides boasted over 100 cultivators, each led by 2 nascent soul cultivators. Qingyun and Suatian blended into the ranks of the Zixing Empire's cultivators, silent and watchful. Qingyun donned a large straw hat to obscure his white hair and face, preparing to strike swiftly at the Zixing soldiers when the battle commenced. Beneath the ground, the thunderous sounds of mortal soldiers clashing echoed loudly. Casting a glance downward, Qingyun observed the countless figures within a 100-mile radius, resembling ants in their relentless melee. The point where the 2 armies converged resembled a horrifying meat grinder, voraciously consuming the lives of those soldiers. Meanwhile, more soldiers frequently glanced skyward, seeing the celestial beings from their own nation as their spiritual pillars. If the celestial beings they revered could triumph, it would grant them boundless strength. Haha, Nyopung. Once again it is you leading the charge. Last time, I only managed to sever your arm, allowing you to escape by a stroke of luck. This time, I wonder how you will evade. Sneered a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Zixing Empire. In his eyes, the Qingyun cultivators were utterly insignificant. Years of consecutive victories had rendered them numb to the dangers. Qingyun recognized the individual as Lu Li, who led the over 100 cultivators from the Purple Star Empire. On the side of the Qingyun Empire, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator Niu Peng furrowed his brow, but offered no response. With a swift motion of his solitary right hand, the multitude of cultivators behind him roared in unison and charged forward, their eyes blazing with fervor. They had suffered continuous defeats and were desperately yearning for a victory. Despite their efforts to bolster their ranks or dispatch higher-level cultivators, the Purple Star Empire seemed to anticipate their every move, consistently reinforcing their numbers and sending forth even more formidable opponents. This time was no exception. For over a decade, they had been unable to secure a win. Qingyun clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with a fierce light, awaiting the moment when the 2 factions would clash. With a resounding boom, The cultivators engaged in fierce battle. In that instant, Qingyun unleashed his full power, striking like lightning towards the head of a nearby mid-stage core formation cultivator. The cultivator, who was about to engage with the Qingyun cultivator, felt an unexpected chill at the back of his head. Before he could react, his head exploded with a thunderous pop. Akin to a watermelon bursting in the air, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingyun swiftly stored the headless corpse into his storage ring. He did not pause, but immediately directed another punch at another mid-stage core formation cultivator. The latter, witnessing his companion's head being obliterated without a sound and then vanishing, was taken aback, only to see a fist laced with dark energy hurtling towards him, just as he was about to retreat. A black longsword pierced through his heart from behind, wielded by Tian, who had seized the opportune moment. As the cultivator stood dumbfounded, Qingyun gritted his teeth, driving his forefingers deep into the cultivator's dantian, extracting a blood-soaked golden core, which he then tossed into his storage ring. He immediately set his sights on the next target while Tian, a nascent soul cultivator, had already dispatched 6 or 7 adversaries in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen cultivators from the Purple Star Empire had fallen. Lu Li quickly sensed something amiss and attempted to fly over, only to be firmly blocked by the one-armed Niupeng. Qingyun and Tian, in perfect synchrony, resembled two gods of slaughter, effortlessly cleaving through the ranks of mid-stage core formation cultivators as if they were mere vegetables. The air was filled with anguished cries, and soon, over 20 more cultivators from the Purple Star Empire had perished. It was at this moment that the Purple Star cultivators realized there was a traitor among them, prompting them to frantically distance themselves from the two figures clad in conical hats and wielding black swords. After eliminating nearly 30 core formation cultivators, Qingyun and Tian were finally fully exposed. At this juncture, swiftly dispatching the remaining Purple Star cultivators became increasingly challenging, and Qingyun once again acknowledged his disadvantage in speed. Meanwhile, the Qingyang side had also sustained significant casualties. Deciding against further concealment, Qingyun tossed aside his hat, revealing a cascade of silvery hair that danced in the air. The moment his true identity was unveiled, several voices among the Qingyang cultivators shouted in unison, "Captain?" Their tones were filled with excitement and astonishment. Qingyun turned to follow the voices and was astonished to see all the members of the 9th Division had arrived on the battlefield. He nodded in acknowledgement before resuming his assault on the Purple Star cultivators. Despite having taken down many foes, the cultivators on the Purple Star side generally possessed higher cultivation levels, leaving Qingyang still at a disadvantage. Upon realizing that the silver-haired youth was their own squad leader, the morale of the Qingyang cultivators surged, and they roared as they charged once more at the Purple Star cultivators. The area within 1,000 feet quickly became saturated with a strong metallic scent of blood. Another mid-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Purple Star Empire identified Qingyun as an enemy and, filled with fury, surged towards him. Niupeng, of course, noted this development and immediately called out to another early-stage nascent soul cultivator, Gong Chao, "Go assist that silver-haired youth." However, Gong Chao hesitated, not out of reluctance to help, but because he understood that if he left, Niupeng would undoubtedly perish. Their numbers were dwindling rapidly, and it seemed an inevitable defeat loomed ahead. Having followed Niupeng for many years, he was aware of his own selfish inclinations, and thus chose to feign ignorance of Niupeng's command, continuing to flank Lu Li alongside him. As Qingyun saw the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator approaching, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. He glanced back at Tian and called out loudly, "Tian, go assist Niupeng and strive to eliminate Lu Li as swiftly as possible. Don't hesitate to absorb the high-grade spirit stones I provided." Hearing this, Tian soared towards Lu Li with excitement, matching the speed of the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator charging towards Qingyun. Hiding quite well, kid. Prepare to meet your end." The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, Li Changxing, conjured an ice spear aimed at Qingyun as he approached. Having refined a water source seed within him, he possessed some control over the elemental water force of the world. Qingyun laughed heartily, choosing not to dodge as the ice spear advanced toward him. With his increasing experience, he understood why cultivators on this continent favored shaping the elemental forces into spear forms. This form not only facilitated easier manipulation, but also increased attack speed, concentrating destructive power at the spear's tip, enhancing its explosive force manifold. In an instant, the ice spear struck Qingyun, sending him flying back several dozen feet, shattering the spear into fragments. Li Changxing's expression shifted as he concentrated again, summoning 3 ice foxes that charged wildly towards the still reeling Qingyun. Instead of retreating, Qingyun advanced, taking 4 or 5 powerful steps forward to collide with the 3 ice foxes. With a thunderous crash, Qingyun was sent spiraling backward once more. Yet the ice foxes also disintegrated in midair with multiple cracking sounds. Shards of ice glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Qingyun endured 2 strikes, feeling only minor physical pain. Yet an overwhelming sense of exhilaration washed over him. The familiar sensation of pain intertwined with joy made him laugh uncontrollably. Noticing the spiritual energy within him beginning to compress again, Qingyun realized the essence of the first layer of the chaos technique required him to endure punishment in order to continue his cultivation. No matter how much he refined, he could not escape the inevitability of taking hits, leaving Qingyun somewhat speechless about this peculiar martial art. Chapter 73. Victory in Sight. Li Chongqing, witnessing the white-haired youth laughing uncontrollably, was filled with both astonishment and rage. This mere late-stage core formation cultivator had withstood 2 of his attacks unscathed, indicating he was likely a practitioner focused on physical prowess. With this thought, Li Chongqing's momentum surged, and the oppressive aura of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator enveloped the area. The weaker cultivators nearby felt dizzy and disoriented, swaying precariously. Qingyun regained his calm demeanor, his expression growing serious. He knew Li Chongqing was about to unleash his true power. The full-force attack of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator was not to be underestimated. Indeed, Li Chongqing spread his arms wide and forcefully swung forward, sending a massive ice spear hurtling toward Qingyun once more. Qingyun furrowed his brows, quickly channeling his spiritual energy throughout his body in preparation. The ice spear was so thick that it surpassed even the spear wielded by the Wind Spirit Sect's Master Wu He. However, the notable difference was that the tip of this ice spear was sharply pointed, seemingly concentrating all its might at the tip. The enormous shaft merely served as propulsion. Qingyun understood that while his speed was not particularly fast, evasion was still an option. Yet, he could not afford to miss this opportunity to compress his internal energy. He gritted his teeth, a glimmer of resolve shining in his eyes, and slightly spread his feet, bracing himself for what lay ahead. In the blink of an eye, the icy spear had plunged mercilessly into Qingyun's chest. With both hands gripping the frigid weapon, which weighed over 10,000 pounds, he was thrust backward. His black robe billowed without a breeze, and his white hair danced wildly. The sharp tip of the spear failed to penetrate his spiritual armor, yet it distorted the armor, with several inches still piercing through to pierce Qingyun's flesh. As excruciating pain surged through him, Qingyun's expression shifted slightly, and he growled, "Explode for me." A thunderous boom echoed as the icy spear was obliterated by dozens of black energy blasts. Nearby, weaker cultivators were struck by the flying shards of ice, their cries of anguish ringing out incessantly. A trickle of black blood seeped from Qingyun's mouth, his complexion pale and breath labored. Nevertheless, withstanding that brutal blow yielded unexpected rewards, compressing the spiritual energy within him by a significant margin, which delighted him greatly. Qingyun wore a peculiar smile, as a wildly audacious idea took root in his mind. Observing Li Chongqing's stunned expression, Qingyun propelled himself forward as if shot from a cannon. Simultaneously, countless tiny black energy orbs began to form around his fists. Ever since he could no longer absorb spiritual energy, he had diligently honed the 2 primal energy seeds within him and mastered the manipulation of wind energy. With the foundation of the earth spike technique combined with the tailored control method crafted by his master, Qingyun had achieved a remarkable proficiency in utilizing these black energy orbs. Seeing Qingyun charge toward him, Li Chongqing's heart leaped with joy. At such close range, if he landed another blow, surely Qingyun would perish. With this thought, Li Chongqing unleashed a torrent of his internal spiritual power, forming a new icy spear that shimmered with cold light and shot toward Qingyun. Just as Li Chongqing prepared to unleash his attack, Qingyun abruptly halted and retreated swiftly upon the appearance of the icy spear. Li Chongqing, witnessing the white-haired youth's sudden retreat, couldn't help but smile. He believed the youth was frightened, unable to withstand another blow. But what? How could this be? Li Chongqing's pupils constricted in disbelief as he turned to behold a shocking scene. It was not Qingyun who had faltered, but Lu Li, the leader of this battle. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator, who let out a howl that reverberated through the heavens. A striking young man clad in black held a dark sword that had pierced through Lu Li's chest. Lu Li's heart seethed with hatred. He could have evaded that strike, but had not anticipated that Niu Peng and Gong Chao would resolutely seal off his escape route, disregarding their own lives in the process. Gong Chao's abdomen had been torn open, blood gushing forth, a gruesome sight. Niu Peng's body had been obliterated in an instant by Lu Li's attack. leaving only a pale nascent soul retreating behind the Qingyun cultivators. The situation was no better for Suatian, who bore gruesome wounds across his chest. However, with the three working in unison, after piercing Lu Li's chest with remarkable speed, he did not pause, but instead delivered a crushing blow to Lu Li's corporeal form. Lu Li's nascent soul fled toward Li Changxing, his face twisted with resentment. What had once seemed a sure victory was suddenly thrown into chaos by the emergence of a black-clad initial-stage nascent soul cultivator who had utterly destroyed his physical body. Even if the nascent soul later found a compatible body to possess, his cultivation would suffer a severe setback. Meanwhile, Qingyun, bolstered by his spiritual armor and formidable physique, withstood another blow from Li Changxing. Yet at this moment, his complexion was flushed, breathing heavily, and he coughed up black blood. He lamented internally, realizing he had been somewhat careless. While this blow had compressed his spiritual energy further, he had also sustained significant internal injuries. However, witnessing Suatian and the others nearly obliterate Lu Li filled him with excitement. It seemed victory in this battle was not beyond reach. From the moment Qingyun revealed his true form, Linyu had been watching his fight closely. Upon seeing Qingyun injured, she panicked and abandoned her protection of Pu Yuan. Flying toward him, Qingyun, noticing Linyu approaching, feared for her safety and hurried to meet her. Though Suatian and Gong Chao had both sustained serious injuries, they chose to fly toward Li Changxing, intent on eliminating the last remaining nascent soul cultivator from the Zixing faction. The remaining dozens of Zixing cultivators, witnessing Lu Li's body being destroyed, turned pale and began to panic. Having enjoyed a dominant position for over a decade, they had grown accustomed to it, believing it would merely be another slaughter before they returned with spoils, until Lu Li faced near annihilation, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. On the other hand, the Qingyun cultivators were invigorated, their eyes ablaze with a fervent desire for victory. They roared as they charged once more at the still-dazed Zixing cultivators. With morale faltering, the tide turned. The Zixing cultivators fell one by one amidst their wails of despair. Soon, fewer than 10 Zixing cultivators remained in the air, while the Qingyun side still boasted dozens. "Sister, your cultivation is too low, be vigilant." Qingyun approached Linyu, observing the concern in her eyes, and his heart softened, rendering any reprimands unspoken. Having not seen this little sister for over half a month, upon closer inspection, he discovered she had donned a new white robe, accentuating her alluring figure. Her long, black hair danced in the wind, and strands of fine gauze surrounded her, making her appear even more enchanting. Her grace bore a striking resemblance to Yulan, stirring tender feelings within him. Linyu, seeing her brother, whom she hadn't seen in many days, gazing intently at her, felt her cheeks flush and a sweet warmth rise in her heart. Before she could utter a word, Qingyun took her hand and led her back into the ranks of the Qingyun cultivators. Upon seeing their captain return, Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully, "Captain, you've been gone for over half a month. Sister Lin Yu has been missing you every day." Lin Yu, flustered, quickly retorted, "I have not. Sister Yu, were you not also longing for my brother's return?" Qingyun, overwhelmed, chose to ignore them. Cheng Dong, Pu Yuan, and the sisters Li Shui and Li Yu all came forward to greet Qingyun. Although they bore some injuries, they were not severe. Clearing his throat, Qingyun inquired, "Can you all still fight?" Seeing their nods, he continued, "There are fewer than 10 Zixing cultivators left. Let us eliminate them all in one go. I will take you back to report our mission." Upon hearing the phrase "report our mission," excitement surged among them. At that moment, Suatian and Gong Chao had already engaged with Li Changxing. Though both were injured, Li Changxing, having expended much spiritual power against Qingyun, dared not underestimate them. After speaking, Qingyun soared toward Suatian. If all went well, victory in this battle was all but assured. Not far away, the remaining nascent soul Niu Peng gazed at Qingyun and Suatian, feeling a mix of emotions. Had it not been for these two, today would have surely ended in another dismal defeat, and his very life would have been in jeopardy. Chapter 74, Danger. The situation turns as Qingyun approached Suatian. He immediately joined the fray. He glanced at Gong Chao, who bore a significant wound, and said loudly, "Esteemed senior, your injuries are grave. It would be wise to retreat and rest. Allow my friends and me to handle this." Upon hearing this, Gong Chao felt a twinge of shame for previously ignoring Niu Peng's request to assist this white-haired youth. Now, hearing the youth's concerned words, his heart warmed, and he replied loudly, "No worries, this minor injury is nothing. We shall deal with this fellow first, then I will rest." Qingyun ceased speaking and turned to face Li Changxing. Although Li Changxing had expended much of his spiritual power, he had sustained no injuries and stood firm against both Qingyun and Suatian. Upon the sudden appearance of the white-haired youth in the fray, he felt a heightened pressure. A glint of cold light flashed in Qingyun's eyes as he resolved to end the battle swiftly. He swiftly drew a machete, positioning it against his bent arm, and bellowed. Divine electric spear, piercing. A purple lightning bolt, swift as a dragon, shot towards Li Changxing. He was taken aback. Having assumed that this white-haired youth primarily practiced external martial arts, yet he did not anticipate such profound magical prowess. With a swift motion, he swung his sword to parry the incoming lightning, positioning it defensively before him. His sword was not merely a mid-grade offensive spirit weapon. It also possessed formidable defensive capabilities, and he felt confident in his ability to withstand the purple lightning. However, as the lightning approached, he recognized the terrifying power it harbored, and dread filled his heart. It was too late to evade. With a crack, his mid-grade spirit sword shattered, and the purple lightning pierced through his chest, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. Li Changxing let out a wail of agony, swiftly consuming a medicinal pill, his expression a mix of shock and fury. If this young man were to unleash another bolt of purple lightning, he knew he would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, seeing the pallor on the white-haired youth's face and the absence of further attacks, he felt a slight sense of relief. The divine electric spear could only be cast twice by Qingyun, as such spells drained one's internal spiritual energy significantly. Just as Li Changxing began to relax, Locking Heaven and Gong Chao moved, swiftly flanking him. Injured and unwilling to linger, he glanced around, realizing that all the golden core cultivators sent by his nation had perished. He then looked at Lu Li, who was left with only his nascent soul, and a desire to flee took root in his heart. Summoning his remaining strength, he dodged their assault and rapidly retreated towards the stronghold of the Purple Star Empire. However, before he could escape 100 feet, a piercing scream echoed, and both Li Changxing and Lu Li's nascent soul dissipated into the void. Humph, the Purple Star Empire has no need for cowards. There shall be no allowance for failure in the future. As the words faded, a figure clad in red slowly materialized from the void. Upon seeing him, everyone gasped in shock. This red-clad individual was merciless, having dispatched their compatriots with such ease. Even more startling was the revelation of his cultivation level. He was at the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage. Only the nascent soul of Niu Peng remained. And at that moment, he exclaimed, "Everyone retreat." Quickly, without hesitation, the group fled towards the direction of the Qingyun Empire, for they faced a cultivator at the late nascent soul stage, and none among them could withstand even a single strike. To remain was to invite certain death. Qingyun's heart brimmed with unwillingness. Victory was so close at hand. A single triumph was of utmost importance to the empire. This victory could rejuvenate the morale of the entire imperial army. Yet, the sudden appearance of the red-clad elder shattered that hope. In the blink of an eye, the elder was less than 50 feet from the group. The shadow of death loomed over each heart. Qingyun struggled internally, but ultimately halted his retreat. He communicated telepathically with Locking Heaven, instructing him to protect the 9th Division as they continued to flee. Turning to face the advancing red-clad elder, his palms were slick with sweat. The cultivators of the Qingyun Empire were stunned to see the white-haired youth stop. Niu Peng and Gong Chao sighed, pausing midair. Niu Peng ordered everyone to continue their escape towards the stronghold, having already crushed a communication jade slip, believing reinforcements would soon arrive. Locking Heaven, aware that Qingyun possessed the 9 Dragons Cauldron, did not insist on remaining, but forcibly took the 9th Division members away, hastening towards the Qingyun stronghold. Seeing Niu Peng and Gong Chao also lingered, Qingyun anxiously implored, "Seniors, I can hold him off for a moment. You should escape while you can." Before Niu Peng and Gong Chao could respond, the red-clad elder approached within 10 feet, coming to a slow stop. "To think you could slip away from me is utterly laughable." With that, he drew forth a massive sword and struck down towards the three. The overwhelming sword energy tore through the air, howling as it aimed for them. A simple slash, devoid of any formal attack shape, merely contained an immense killing intent. Qingyun let out a low growl, promptly unleashing the 9 Dragons Cauldron. The sword energy struck the cauldron with a resounding clang, propelling Qingyun back several dozen feet before he could regain his footing. The red-clad elder stared at the cauldron in Qingyun's grasp, his expression shifting slightly. In his eyes, the cauldron had withstood his sword energy, indicating it was at least a mid-grade spirit weapon. Yet, its peculiar nature left him perplexed. Niu Peng and Gong Chao, witnessing the scene, were equally astonished. Had it not been for the cauldron, they would likely have been severed by the sword energy. Recognizing that remaining was futile, they no longer hesitated and fled towards the Qingyun stronghold. The red-clad elder prepared to pursue, but noticed that the white-haired youth had stepped forward to block his path. A mocking smile crossed the elder's lips as he spoke calmly. No matter how formidable your defensive spirit weapon may be, you cannot withstand my might. To him, this youth, who had yet to fully form his nascent soul, was merely a foolish child. Qingyun remained silent, his expression betraying no change, yet internally, he was in turmoil. The Nine Dragons Cauldron had a cool-down period. He had discerned that 2 uses required at least 12 hours between them, effectively a full day. Seeing Qingyun's in action, the red-clad elder decided against wasting time. Lifting his great sword, he swung it fiercely. An even more fierce and formidable sword energy surged towards Qingyun. Qingyun's pupils constricted as he hastily retrieved a golden fan and a wooden blade to defend himself. It felt akin to grasping at straws in desperation. The sword energy struck the golden fan, which bizarrely absorbed a portion of it, while the rest erupted in a violent explosion. With a thunderous roar, the shockwave from the blast struck Qingyun's chest, causing blood to flow profusely. It appeared the golden fan was not infallible, Qingyun mused inwardly. Meanwhile, the red-clad elder was increasingly astonished. He had confirmed that the golden fan in the youth's possession was undoubtedly a top-grade spirit weapon, possibly even approaching the realm of an immortal artifact. A fierce longing ignited in the elder's eyes, for a cultivator on the cusp of breaking into the spirit void stage. The allure of a top-grade spirit weapon was irresistible. He resolved to seize the fan at all costs. This singular thought consumed the elder's mind. Chapter 75. To claim battle achievements, the elder no longer hesitated, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of his late nascent soul stage. Qingyun immediately felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, rendering him immobile. The pressure radiating from the elder was not to be trifled with. Qingyun found himself immobilized, helplessly watching as the elder approached step by step. Just as the elder's hand was about to grasp Qingyun, he suddenly halted and retreated swiftly. A nearly invisible, fine thread had just struck the spot where the elder had stood moments before. Ha! The old coot from Tianzhuo Sect dares to target this young lad. How shameless. With a boisterous laugh, a middle-aged man soared through the void, landing beside Qingyun. The oppressive weight on Qingyun instantly lifted. Turning his head, he was taken aback to find the middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Commander Fun. Humph, so it is you. Fanhua, do not be too pleased. Soon, the Qingyun Empire will cease to exist, and the day of our great battle will not be long in coming. I shall not seek counsel today. Farewell. The elderly figure in red spoke, and instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Fanhua, yet another consummate cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul. Thank you, esteemed Fun, Qingyun respectfully said. There is no need for thanks. Rather, it is you, young one, who has rendered great service to our Qingyun Empire. We shall reward you generously upon your return. With that, he grasped Qingyun's arm and soared through the skies, heading swiftly toward the Qingyun base camp. Qingyun mused silently. Could that middle-aged man be Fun's son? Before long, Qingyun arrived back at the Qingyun Empire's main camp, Shihuangzhai. Fanhua instructed Qingyun to visit the Grand Marshal's residence the following day before departing. Upon returning to the cave of the 9th Division, Qingyun found all the members present. Lu Yu, seeing the captain return, was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully rushed over, saying, "Captain, you're back. We were all terribly worried." Qingyun merely acknowledged her with a grunt and walked over to Lin Yu, signaling for everyone to sit cross-legged. Can someone explain why our division, already assigned a task, was still dispatched to the battlefield? Anger surged within Qingyun's eyes. Although he had not been on the battlefield for long, he was acutely aware of the unspoken rules. Divisions with special missions were not sent to fight until their tasks were fulfilled. Captain, it was Lu Yu who spoke first, her brows furrowing in frustration. Isn't at the fault of the captain of the 1st Division? Thinking himself so handsome, he walks around with such arrogance. If I were not unable to defeat him, I would have long since dealt with him. Realizing her last remark was inappropriate, Lu Yu awkwardly fell silent. Qingyun felt a headache coming on. This Lu Yu was truly exasperating. Such a beautiful girl, yet her words were as explosive as cannon fire. He frowned and inquired, "The captain of the 1st Division? Who is he? What does he have to do with your deployment to the battlefield?" Qingyun directly fixed his gaze on Lu Yu. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Lu Yu felt a bit uneasy but boldly replied, "Ever since you left, we have been here training. The captain of the 1st Division happened to notice we hadn't gone out for missions and asked who our captain was, so we told him your name. Upon hearing it, he said nothing and just left. Then we heard that he recommended to Commander Fan that our team also participate in the battlefield. Get to the point. Who is the captain of the 1st Division?" Qingyun was growing impatient with Lu Yu's rapid-fire answers. "We don't know," she pouted, feeling a bit wronged. I answered carefully. Yet you're still being forceful. Qingyun lost interest in further questioning. After all this time, he had not gleaned any substantial information. I have successfully completed the intelligence gathering mission. Tomorrow, I will report to the Grand Marshal's residence. With that, he took out a pile of corpses from the core formation stage and some golden elixirs, saying, "Find corpses of comparable cultivation levels to yours and redeem your merits." Qingyun called to Suatian and left the cave, as Suatian had no need for these rewards. The two flew to a secluded forest, where Qingyun asked Suatian, "What do you think of this 1st Division captain?" With his many years of experience, Suatian immediately sensed something unusual. "Young master, he is likely affiliated with the Great Yin sect." Qingyun nodded, having considered the same. It was inevitable that the vast battlefield, with cultivators from all 5 sects, would face off against those from the Great Yin sect. He simply hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The following day, Qingyun made his way directly to the Grand Marshal's residence. The Grand Marshal's residence was situated at the highest peak of the Shihuangzhai, Tianzhuo Peak. At the foot of the mountain, a multitude of mortal soldiers was stationed, while only one cave was present at the waist of the peak, that being the Grand Marshal's residence. This cave was significantly more magnificent than the others. Numerous late-stage core formation cultivators stood guard at the entrance. Approaching, Qingyun politely said, "Please inform the Grand Marshal that Fin's subordinate, captain of the 9th Division, seeks an audience." The 9th Division captain? Indeed, a white-haired figure. Is it really him? The only captain to bring the Empire its first victory in over a decade? He is certainly far stronger than any so-called genius. Yet, how come I have never heard of this person before? Listening to the discussions around him, Qingyun felt a headache coming on and merely stood there, smiling silently. A late-stage core formation man dashed into the cave to report to Grand Marshal Peng Xian. Soon, Qingyun was invited inside the Grand Marshal's residence. Upon entering, Qingyun was immediately awestruck by the grandiose and spacious cave. This was no mere cave, it resembled a palace. For reasons he could not articulate, a sense of melancholy washed over him as he beheld the opulence of the Grand Marshal's residence. Nevertheless, he did not display this sentiment on his face. The Wind Spirit sect has truly brought a talent to the Empire this time. A hearty laugh echoed as a bespectacled elder with a full beard stepped out from the back of the cave, clad in white robes. Behind him were Commander Fun and Finhua. The bearded elder approached Qingyun and scrutinized him, his eyes filled with admiration. "Not bad. With merely late-stage core formation cultivation, you can severely injure a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Young man, your future is boundless." Qingyun speculated that this elder, whose cultivation surpassed that of his master Lin Jin, was undoubtedly Grand Marshal Peng Xian. He immediately clasped his fists and said, "Fengling sect, Qingyun pays his respects to the Grand Marshal and to the 2 esteemed seniors. There is no need for such formality. Everyone, please take a seat." Grand Marshal Peng laughed heartily, taking the lead to sit at the head of the table. Once the 3 seniors were seated, Qingyun promptly retrieved the intelligence jade slip that Sun Yuyang had given him in Jinchuan City and approached Commander Fun, stating, "Captain of the 9th Division, Qingyun, has successfully completed the intelligence gathering mission." He respectfully presented the jade slip. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Commander Fun's eyes, silently acknowledging that this young man understood the proper etiquette, not bypassing him to report directly to the Grand Marshal. Commander Fun accepted the jade slip, reviewed it, and chuckled. "Well done. You have accomplished another significant feat with that." He tossed the jade slip to Grand Marshal Peng. However, Qingyun quickly interjected, "Please ensure that the credit is attributed to my entire 9th Division." His words were sincere, devoid of any pretense. Hearing him defend his division so fervently, even Finhua could not help but nod in approval. "Excellent. Qingyun, you have made significant contributions this time, especially in securing a great victory for our Empire's cultivators, which is commendable." Grand Marshal Peng rose and walked to the center of the cave, continuing, "I hereby promote your merits to the top of the list. All members of your division will have their merits fully accumulated immediately and may choose to stay or leave as they wish." Upon hearing this, excitement flashed in Qingyun's eyes. He had never worried about his own merits, but hearing that his team members would have their merits fully accumulated was indeed a delightful matter. Though he had not spent much time with these team members, Qingyun was inherently protective of those he considered his own. He sincerely hoped they could achieve their goals and reunite with their families or friends soon. Moreover, it meant that Lin Yu could return to see her master promptly, which was one of his greatest wishes. With joy in his heart, Qingyun was about to step forward to express his gratitude when suddenly, an incongruous voice rang out from the entrance. "Grand Marshal, hold on." This unexpected voice caused both Grand Marshal Peng and the Fun brothers to furrow their brows. Qingyun felt a sudden jolt in his heart and turned to look at the entrance. There, a young man with flowing hair strode in. He was dressed in a form-fitting white outfit with black trimmings, exuding a sense of sharpness and elegance. Following closely behind him was a sturdy, dark-skinned, muscular youth. As the two entered, Qingyun's pupils involuntarily constricted, and a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. These two individuals are certainly familiar to Qingyun. The elegant man with flowing long hair is none other than Lan Xiaoli, the deputy captain of the town guard who nearly defeated Qingyun in Shadowaa town. Behind him stands his rugged teammate, Meng Dagong. Lan Xiaoli, what is your intention? Peng Xian's voice carries a hint of irritation. If Lan Xiaoli fails to provide a satisfactory explanation, he will not easily let the matter rest. Despite acknowledging that Lan Xiaoli is the only nascent soul cultivator among those dispatched to the battlefield, Peng Xian, as the Empire's top commander, will not allow anyone to challenge his dignity. While having an additional nascent soul cultivator to assist in battle pleases him, it also raises questions in his mind. Any nascent soul cultivator from a sect is a prized disciple, especially one under a century old, regarded as an absolute prodigy with boundless potential. Logically, no sect would willingly send such a promising talent to the battlefield. Yet, the Dian sect has done precisely that by sending Lan Xiaoli. Qingyun clenches his fists, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Although he is uncertain of Lan Xiaoli's motives, he is sure they cannot be benevolent. Nearly 6 years have passed, and Lan Xiaoli has reached the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Back then, Qingyun was no match for him, forced to escape in defeat. Now, however, Lan Xiaoli poses little threat to him. Meng Dagong remains as enigmatic as he was 6 years ago, his spiritual energy appearing elusive to Qingyun. Lan Xiaoli, the captain of the first squad, greets the commander and the two leaders with an air of indifference, leaving one to wonder whether he is merely putting on an act or genuinely confident. Upon declaring his rank, Qingyun scoffs internally, thinking to himself, as expected, enough with the pleasantries. I was about to reward Fu Qingyun for his merits when you interrupted. What is your purpose? Peng Xian's expression darkens. Lan Xiaoli remains expressionless, exuding an air of composure. The reason I interrupted the commander's reward ceremony is that Fu Qingyun is wholly unworthy of such an honor. His words, though not loud or hurried, leave everyone present stunned. Qingyun is baffled. Does Lan Xiaoli believe he himself deserves the reward? One must speak with evidence, not baseless assertions. Wenhua finds the situation amusing, as Fu Qingyun was personally retrieved by him and appointed as the captain of the 9th squad by his brother, Wenmi. How could he be unworthy? He would not believe it even if someone were to beat it into him. The reactions of the senior members do not surprise Lan Xiaoli. He smiles faintly, revealing a green jade slip in his hand. Esteemed elders, please take a close look. He channels a wisp of spiritual energy into the slip and tosses it into the air. The slip radiates a white light, transforming into a massive projection before them. Qingyun's expression shifts dramatically as he fixates on the enormous image in the sky. In the image, it appears to be inside a tower. A stunningly beautiful young woman converses with an ordinary-looking young man, her expressions shifting between joy and annoyance, causing Meng Dagong to swallow repeatedly. The young man has a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly teasing the young woman. Is this not a scene from Qingyun's first encounter with Zihuan? Why has it been turned into an image? A sense of alarm grips Qingyun as the image abruptly changes. Now, the scene shifts to a bamboo grove where the same beautiful young woman plays with a young boy. Shortly after, a handsome young man in white appears, wearing a mischievous grin. He approaches the young woman and exchanges a few words. When she does not respond, he attempts to make an inappropriate advance. However, the young boy, appearing wise beyond his years, retaliates with a powerful strike, instantly obliterating the white-clad youth. This is the moment when the young dragon killed Luo Muhen. But how could someone have captured this moment as an image? Who was behind this? If someone knew about this from the beginning, why did the elder Yin not react more swiftly? Qingyun's heart races, increasingly convinced that a mysterious eye has been watching every move he and the young dragon make. But the projection is not finished. It shifts again, revealing a scene in what seems to be a trading hall, where a white-haired young man converses with an elderly attendant. Suddenly, the beautiful woman appears behind him, calling out to him. The white-haired young man turns, responding with a calm remark that causes a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. At this moment, Qingyun feels a jolt in his heart. Was he truly too aloof that day? The young woman then exits the trading hall with a tall, handsome young man, while the white-haired youth hurriedly follows after them. The image fades, reverting to the green jade slip that falls to the ground. Inside the cave, an eerie silence envelopes the room, so profound that one could almost hear the heartbeat of those nearby. Qingyun's emotions surge tumultuously overwhelmed by shock. The emergence of this image seems to suggest that all his secrets are now in someone else's possession. Peng Xian and the Wen brothers exchange incredulous glances. Peng Xian stands and approaches Qingyun, his voice heavy with gravity. Fu Qingyun, I must ask you, what is your relationship with the woman in that image? Hearing the weight in Peng Xian's tone and observing the seriousness in the eyes of the Wen brothers, Qingyun feels utterly confused. Yet, he has always been sincere with others. So he responds, we are merely friends. The moment the word friends escapes his lips, the Wen brothers inwardly curse their misfortune. They soon witness Peng Xian's expression shift to one of disappointment as he sighs. Let us set the matter of rewards aside for now. Wenmi, take Fu Qingyun into military confinement. Without waiting for further words, he strides into the courtyard, disappearing from the hall. Qingyun stands in a daze, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. However, recalling that Zihuan also appeared in Jinchuan's city of the Zixing Empire, he speculates, could it be her identity? But regardless of who Zihuan is, does it have anything to do with him? With these thoughts, he turns to Wenmi, asking, Commander, what is the meaning of all this? I do not quite understand. Before Wenmi can respond, Lan Xiaoli coldly interjects, you, Fu Qingyun, are a spy sent by the Zixing Empire into our Qingyang Empire. A spy? Me a spy? Qingyun feels as though he has heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. He undertook a mission, infiltrated enemy territory to gather intelligence, fought against a nascent soul cultivator, and returned without receiving credit, only to be branded a spy by this man named Lan, all based on a few projections? Qingyun's gaze shifts to the Wen brothers. Fu Qingyun, stop pretending. Even now, you still feign innocence? Lan Xiaoli's face twists into a sneer, yet there lurks a hint of malice in his eyes. If it were not for Zihuan, would you have completed your intelligence gathering so easily? It seems Lan Xiaoli harbors a deep-seated grudge against Qingyun. Based on Qingyun's assessment, it must be more than simply because of the elder Yan's granddaughter. Lan Xiaoli, are you specifically targeting me? Qingyun's icy stare seems to pierce through Lan Xiaoli. With a dismissive laugh, Lan Xiaoli turns and strides out of the cave with Meng Dagong. Senior Wen, could you enlighten me about Zihuan's true identity? Qingyun gazes at Wenhua, his eyes filled with clarity. You truly do not know who the enchanting woman in that image is? Looking into Qingyun's clear eyes, Wenhua finds himself perplexed. Is she not a disciple of the Blaze Sect? Qingyun retorts. The two brothers of the Inferno exchanged glances, seemingly deciphering something from each other's eyes. Qingyun, the command of the Grand Marshal must not be disobeyed. You should stay in the prison for a few days, said Fenmi. However, I have faith in your character. Fenmi sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon hearing Fenmi's final words, Qingyun felt a surge of resolve and followed Fenmi toward the military prison. Chapter 77. Escape. I have faith in your character. This phrase resonated deeply within Qingyun. It was precisely because of this that he complied with the captain. Otherwise, being falsely accused without reason would have led him, with his tenacious nature, to resist even death rather than yield. In the stillness of night, within an ordinary cavern, a faint shadow addressed a mysterious man. The task is complete. Please remit 500 high-grade spirit stones. The mysterious man promptly tossed a storage bag to the shadow. Speaking coldly, here are 700 high-grade spirit stones, 200 of which are a deposit for the next task. I hope you will undertake another assignment. Proceed. The shadow replied mechanically, devoid of any emotion. The mysterious man, seemingly accustomed to the shadow's demeanor, continued, eliminate someone. This jade slip contains his information. He tossed a white jade slip to the shadow concealed in the darkness. Good, await further news, the shadow said, vanishing silently. The mysterious man snorted softly and quickly exited the cavern. In the prison of the Qingyang Empire's military camp, Qingyun sat cross-legged, immersed in contemplation. This prison was not enclosed by wooden bars, but rather ensnared by thick white energy pillars, forming a profound confinement array. Only one who comprehended the array's core could come and go freely. Qingyun had been confined for 4 days and had witnessed many unwilling cultivators attempt to break free, only to meet tragic ends. Ignorant of the array's intricacies, their reckless attempts triggered mechanisms within, transforming the confinement into a lethal trap, inflicting severe injuries even on those at the nascent soul stage. With a serene countenance, Qingyun remained undisturbed. He waited, confident that Captain Fenmi would seek justice on his behalf. However, as the 6th day passed with no news, Qingyun opened his eyes, having engaged in meditation for a full 7 days within this prison. He could distinctly sense the surrounding water and wind elemental energies with greater clarity. Yet, he also perceived an increasing repulsion between the two elemental seeds within him as they grew. Qingyun pondered the possibility of merging the two seeds into one, combining the attributes of both the wind and water sources, thus facilitating the manipulation of elemental energies. Yet, despite his thoughts, he found himself devoid of any actionable plans. 3 days passed once more, and the night enveloped the prison. The white energy pillars dimmed, but the array's potency intensified. Some cultivators, confined for over a century, raged against the array, only to be met with anguished cries. Most, including Qingyun, meditated diligently, hoping for a breakthrough in their cultivation to escape this confinement. Patience was a virtue he possessed in abundance. Suddenly, the white light of the pillars flickered and returned to stillness. A shadow appeared without warning within the prison. Observing the shadow's gait, one could discern an alluring figure obscured by a voluminous black cloak, rendering their features invisible. The shadow scanned the surroundings, gradually advancing toward Qingyun. As the distance narrowed to 10 paces, Qingyun abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce glint igniting his gaze toward the shadow. The shadow emitted a soft gasp, surprised that Qingyun had detected its presence. Danger! A primal instinct warned Qingyun of impending peril. Without hesitation, he shifted back 3 feet while maintaining his seated posture. A blood-red dagger pierced the ground where he had just been sitting, silent as the grave. The shadow, astonished, marveled at the agility of this mere late-stage golden core youth. Undeterred, the shadow abandoned concealment, lunging forward while seizing the dagger from the ground, aiming another strike at Qingyun. The speed of the shadow was unparalleled, leaving Qingyun no time to evade. He swiftly drew a golden fan to shield his chest. A resounding clash echoed as the dagger struck the fan, scattering sparks. Yet failing to penetrate, the shadow, undeterred by the resistance, executed a swift maneuver, delivering a powerful blow to Qingyun's abdomen. Pain surged through Qingyun, forcing him to retract the fan and retreat. Conversely, the shadow recoiled as if striking steel, its hand numb from the impact. Qingyun's mind raced, questioning why the shadow had suddenly turned hostile. Survival instinct kicked in. Despite the shadow's concealed aura, it radiated immense power. Had it not been for his enchanted artifact and formidable physique, he might have already perished. In a moment of desperation, Qingyun resolved to challenge the profound array. As the shadow moved again, he unleashed the wind control technique to its utmost, charging toward the array's perimeter. The shadow scoffed, lamenting Qingyun's unwise decision, but then realized with shock that Qingyun had vanished from sight. This unforeseen turn of events startled the shadow, prompting it to retreat and rush toward the array's exit, only to find no trace of Qingyun. Furious, the shadow stomped its foot before disappearing into the darkness. Indeed, the shadow did stomp its foot. At that moment, Qingyun was astonished as he felt a powerful force yank him back when he had barely touched the array's edge. A gust of wind enveloped him, and in mere moments, he found himself miles away, landing in a dense forest. Captain Fenmi? Upon halting, Qingyun sensed Fenmi's presence. Qingyun, it is I? Fenmi sighed deeply, speaking with regret. I am powerless to save you, and can only resort to this desperate measure. I have been persuading General Peng, and just as I was on the verge of success, news arrived from the Empire ordering your execution. I never anticipated that Lan Xiaoli would send your and Zihan's images back to the capital. Young man, I am grateful to Captain Fenmi. Qingyun replied hastily. Please do not blame yourself further. I only wish to understand one thing. What is Zihan's true identity to warrant such attention from the Empire? Qingyun remained indifferent to the Empire's death sentence, but was keenly curious about Zihan's identity. It seems you truly are unaware of Zihan's status. Fenmi began to explain, but was interrupted by a sudden cold snort. How relentless. He then struck at the void, revealing a dark figure cloaked in a loose robe. Qingyun, I will hold this person back. You must flee as far as possible. Do not return to the Qingyang Empire, Fenmi declared, launching himself at the shadow. Without hesitation, Qingyun relayed a message to Suatian and soared into the skies above the wild forest. Chapter 78. The beautiful female assassin after flying for 2 hours. Qingyun was uncertain of his exact location. He knew that little dragon was somewhere in this wild forest, but the connection they once shared had vanished, leading him to abandon the thought of searching for him. He instructed Suatian to bring Linyu, but he was uncertain about their current whereabouts. Glancing at the dark, murky forest beneath him, he could hear the roars of demonic beasts resonating through the air, stirring an unfamiliar dread within him. He found himself at a loss regarding the situation. Who was this shadow pursuing him relentlessly? Yet, in this moment, it seemed fortuitous to seek a secluded mountain peak within the forest to carve out a cave dwelling, patiently awaiting the opening of the wild god temple. With this thought in mind, he soared forward without hesitation, unaware that his trajectory was directed northward. Time slipped away as he flew, and gradually the sky brightened. It was only then that Qingyun realized he was hovering above the northern reaches of the wild forest. He resolved to cease his northern ascent and descend to find a mountain peak to establish his sanctuary, intending to wait for Tian's arrival. He held no concerns for Tian. As his sword spirit, Tian would undoubtedly locate him. With this reassurance, he dove towards the forest below. Just as he descended, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the woods, launching a rapid strike toward Qingyun. The speed of the attack was so swift that he could almost hear the sound of the air being sliced apart. Without time to ponder, he raised his golden fan to shield his chest, bracing against the blade while continuing his descent. The shadow momentarily hesitated, realizing that despite its speed, it was at a disadvantage attacking from below. In a sudden decision, the shadow produced an object resembling a bell and began to shake it. The piercing sound of bells rang out, and Qingyun felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something were piercing his very soul. In an instant, he recognized that his soul was under attack. This was the first time he had ever experienced such an assault. Waves of agony surged within his mind, and dizziness threatened to engulf him. At that critical moment, the blue and white jade pendant around his neck emitted a subtle yet gentle light, coursing down his neck and into his mind, instantly dissolving the pain. A jolt of clarity surged through Qingyun as he regained his composure. With clenched fists, he unleashed a barrage of densely packed black energy orbs towards the shadow. The shadow, astonished that Qingyun had recovered so swiftly from his momentary stupor, quickly drew a dagger and slashed several arcs of light before conjuring a triangular oval shield to block Qingyun's powerful strike. The ensuing explosion reverberated, pushing the shadow downward several feet. Frustrated, the shadow realized that despite its superior cultivation, it was being outmaneuvered by the peculiar artifact in Qingyun's possession. Opting to retreat, the shadow descended into the forest. Understanding the shadow's intent, Qingyun abruptly halted his descent and darted northward once more. This maneuver infuriated the shadow, who had not anticipated Qingyun's cunning. With a disdainful huff, it soared out of the forest in pursuit. The shadow's speed was unparalleled, far beyond Qingyun's capabilities. As Qingyun felt the shadow closing in, he gritted his teeth and suddenly halted midair, glaring fiercely at the approaching figure. He thought to himself, "Why on earth am I running? I must ascertain the situation." His unexpected defiance startled the shadow. "Hey, shadowy figure, I have no grievances with you. So why do you persistently pursue me?" Qingyun panted slightly, clearly feeling the pressure of the chase. The shadow, upon hearing the white-haired youth refer to him as shadowy figure, stiffened under the brim of his cloak and immediately struck at Qingyun again with his dagger. "Hold on, let's settle this with words first," Qingyun thought, utterly perplexed by the shadow's intentions. With no other choice, a surge of battle spirit ignited within him. "If a fight is what you seek, then I shall oblige. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" With that, he positioned the golden fan defensively before him while brandishing a hand axe towards the shadow, shouting, "Divine electric spear, piercing strike." A bolt of purple lightning shot forth like a comet aimed directly at the shadow. The shadow, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of purple lightning, barely managed to evade by swiftly sidestepping. Yet, while the figure escaped the strike, the cloak's hood was torn away, revealing a cascade of orange hair that danced in the air, and then an unparalleled beauty came into view before Qingyun. Not that he had never seen beauty before, indeed, he was somewhat immune to it, but at this moment he could only think of 4 words: breathtakingly beautiful. With hair cascading to her waist, flowing wildly, and a delicate face framed by slightly furrowed brows, her enchanting, soulful eyes captivated Qingyun, leaving him momentarily spellbound. This was undoubtedly the most stunning woman he had ever encountered. Upon noticing the white-haired youth's rapt gaze, the shadow realized her hood had been blown away, and she cursed under her breath, "Pervert." Qingyun, snapping back to reality, wondered how he had become so distracted. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly remarked, "My lady, it seems we have never met before. There is no animosity between us. So why engage in this exhausting combat?" The shadow, now fully aware that her true form had been unveiled to this seemingly ordinary youth, had already sentenced him to death in her mind. Without uttering a word, she lunged forward, her dagger flashing coldly as it aimed for Qingyun. Qingyun was taken aback by her lethal beauty and the swiftness of her attack. He felt overwhelmed, realizing that he could not match her speed. With no option left but to rely on his golden fan for defense, he braced himself. The orange-haired beauty, noticing the extraordinary nature of Qingyun's fan, decided to employ her ultimate weapon. She drew another dagger, its front half honed to a razor edge while the rear half bore serrated teeth, with arcs of orange-red electricity crackling at the junction. Without hesitation, The shadow beauty charged at Qingyun, aiming to pierce his heart with the first dagger. Qingyun had no choice but to raise his fan in defense. However, it seemed she had anticipated this very moment, as the second dagger shot towards his abdomen like lightning. Despite his first layer of spiritual armor and his robust physique, he could not withstand the razor-sharp, peculiar dagger. Pain surged through him as he grunted, forced to retreat. For the first time, his prized spiritual armor had been breached, a tiny hole allowing dark blood to seep out. The orange-haired beauty's heart leaped with joy at the sight of Qingyun's blood, but her expression quickly shifted to confusion. She was certain her dagger was not poisoned. So why was the blood he bled black? Shaking her head, she chastised herself for thinking such absurd thoughts. She simply wished for this white-haired youth to perish. With her true form revealed, he must die. Resolving to end it, she surged forward once more, having learned from his prior mistake. Qingyun kept a vigilant eye on her strange dagger, making it his primary focus for defense. The golden fan remained tightly aligned with the bizarre dagger, ready to intercept any further strikes. The shadow beauty, noticing Qingyun's change in strategy, decided to test whether her dagger could pierce the golden fan. In the blink of an eye, the shadow beauty's peculiar dagger was already aimed at Qingyun's chest. Qingyun swiftly raised his fan to block the attack. But he heard a sharp sound as a dagger pierced through the golden fan and struck his chest. Dark blood gushed forth, instantly staining the peculiar dagger a deep black. Yet, in a heartbeat, the blood on the dagger dripped away entirely. The blade was astonishingly sharp. Qingyun inhaled sharply, enduring the searing pain in his chest, and asked, "Who are you? Why do you wish to see me dead?" The shadowy beauty replied with a cold snort, "It matters not, for you are nearly dead already. I shall tell you regardless. I am the third assassin of the Gui Ming sect's shadow network, codenamed Orange Shadow. Someone has paid for your life." With that, Orange Shadow lunged forward, delivering a fierce strike infused with spiritual energy, while murmuring, "You may die now." Chapter 79. Is Qingyun dead? The beautiful yet ruthless assassin, Orange Shadow, was deeply etched in Qingyun's mind. With her late-stage nascent soul cultivation and incredible speed, she excelled in stealth and soul attacks. Faced with such an opponent, Qingyun knew he had no chance of victory, let alone escape. He felt a surge of resentment during his time in Jishan village. Zuatian had warned him that speed was his weakness, but he had grown somewhat arrogant over the past few years. He had believed that with a few magical artifacts and formidable spells given by Grandpa Run, he could ensure his own safety. Thus, even though he realized his speed was inadequate, he had repeatedly failed to take it seriously. As Orange Shadow swung her blade again, Qingyun had no choice but to push the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, usable only once a day, against his chest. The dagger clanged against the cauldron, producing a crisp sound and leaving only a faint mark. Qingyun seized the opportunity and plunged into the boundless wilderness below. Without hesitation, he relied on his relatively robust physique to burrow into the ground. Qingyun understood that if Orange Shadow caught up with him, he would be left defenseless, merely waiting for her dagger to carve into him at will. Thus, he had to devise every possible means of escape. Orange Shadow was taken aback by Qingyun's formidable defensive treasure. Momentarily stunned, she saw him vanish into the forest. She immediately dove after him, spotting Qingyun burrowing into the earth. After a brief hesitation, she too followed him underground. Qingyun sensed Orange Shadow's pursuit and could not help but chuckle bitterly. The last time he had been in such a predicament, he had nearly lost his life to Lan Xiaoli. He suspected this instance would be no different. Reflecting on this, he realized he had been overly merciful. He vowed that if he survived, he would ensure Lan Xiaoli's death. As Orange Shadow closed in on him, Qingyun, without caring for anything else, shouted, "Beautiful assassin, how much spirit stones did your employer pay for my life? I will double it and offer you a task to spare me. How about that?" Hearing this, Orange Shadow nearly slammed her head against the rocky ground in disbelief. What kind of person was this Fu Qingyun? How could he utter such words? She found him amusing. Had he not seen her true face, she might have entertained his offer. However, now that he had witnessed her appearance, he must die, and she would be the one to end his life. For it was a secret she shared with another. Seeing Orange Shadow's lack of response, Qingyun felt a surge of frustration. Wasn't a killer supposed to accept tasks? How could she refuse his ingenious proposal in his moment of desperation? Cursing under his breath, he swiftly changed direction and fled ahead. He was uncertain whether Orange Shadow had cultivated a fire seed. If so, burrowing deeper would lead to calamity. Navigating the complex terrain of the wilderness might offer him a glimmer of hope for escape. With this thought, he continuously varied his path, sometimes emerging above ground, sometimes diving below, moving east, and then south. This tactic proved somewhat effective. It was not that Orange Shadow lacked speed, but despite being a cold-hearted assassin, she was still a woman who valued beauty. Each time she had to plunge into the earth, she hesitated instinctively, allowing Qingyun a momentary lead. In the wilderness, thorns and vines tangled on the ground, while colossal tree canopies squeezed the space above, allowing sunlight to filter through only in fragmented beams. Occasionally, towering mountains obstructed the way, making flight for cultivators exceedingly difficult. Noticing that orange shadows seemed to be falling behind, Qingyun felt a surge of joy. It appeared that his strategy of leveraging the forest terrain was working quite well. His confidence soared as he sped deeper into the wilderness. Moments later, Qingyun found himself in a deep hollow, where the underbrush was particularly dense, and a faint humidity wafted from the depths. Turning back, he realized Orange Shadow's figure had vanished, and he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Logically, even if the forest terrain was complex, it was unlikely for him to lose her presence so quickly. Something was amiss. Indeed, before he could ponder further, Orange Shadow had silently appeared before him. Humph, you thought to shake me off using the forest's intricate terrain? A clever thought. But do not forget, I have already informed you that I am the third assassin of the Gui Ming Sect's shadow network, and I possess many means of tracking. With a disdainful snort, Orange Shadow raised her dagger and lunged at Qingyun. Having been wounded in the chest and losing considerable blood, Qingyun had to rely on his internal energy to heal. Seeing Orange Shadow charge at him, he rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping behind a massive tree. A cold smile graced the corner of Orange Shadow's exquisitely beautiful lips, adding a touch of enchanting allure. Each hand wielded a dagger, and with a sudden flick, the dagger embedded in the tree trunk began to spin ominously, swiftly slicing through the wood. The two daggers lunged towards Qingyun's back like venomous serpents. Feeling a tingling sensation in his back, Qingyun relied solely on instinct to thrust himself forward. The daggers whizzed overhead, performing a graceful arc before turning back toward him. With no other choice, Qingyun unleashed his internal energy, propelling himself at a higher speed to evade the attack. Dark-clad beauty, fiery-haired beauty, assassin beauty, shall we negotiate? I sincerely seek your services. If you refuse, you would tarnish your reputation as an assassin. He resorted to his usual swagger. Humph, even at death's door, you still attempt to be clever. Such men are the ones I detest the most. Orange Shadow maintained her aloof demeanor, and as she spoke, her daggers returned to her hands. I do not wish to waste any more time with you. With that, the pressure of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator began to emanate from her, rendering Qingyun's movements increasingly difficult, as if he were shackled. The disparity in their realms manifested most prominently in the form of pressure. Cultivators who break through to the nascent soul stage gradually develop their unique aura of strength. As their power grows, so too does the intensity of this pressure. However, the drawback is that exerting one's aura requires a vast amount of spiritual energy. Thus, in battles between cultivators of the same rank, the pressure loses its effectiveness. Yet, for higher-ranked cultivators against lower-ranked ones, pressure serves as an optimal auxiliary means. As Orange Shadow approached step by step, Qingyun felt a rush of anxiety, yet he maintained an outward calm. He had faced death before and understood its nature. Therefore, when true death approached, he would accept it with the dignity of a man. However, just as Orange Shadow was about to close in on him, Qingyun's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted urgently, "Shadow Beauty, watch out. Behind you." Orange Shadow was momentarily taken aback, yet she did not falter, clearly believing that Qingyun was merely indulging in some trickery once again. Suddenly, with a soft thud, a sinister dagger plunged straight into Qingyun's heart, almost effortlessly. Qingyun, gritting his teeth against the agony, swiftly pushed Orange Shadow away with a powerful palm. Immediately after, he found himself struck by a colossal tail, akin to the girth of a barrel, which sent him crashing into the trunk of a massive tree, followed by a resounding thud as he fell heavily to the ground. The dagger was driven deeper, leaving a black gear pressed ominously between the earth and Qingyun's chest, from which torrents of dark blood gushed forth, soon saturating the ground beneath him. Orange Shadow stood in a daze, her mind a blank slate. She stared fixedly at Qingyun, who lay motionless on the ground. Uncertain of his fate, her heart suddenly heavy with an inexplicable sorrow. I am the one attempting to kill him, yet he is the one trying to save me? Why? Why? She despised this feeling, loathed it. How could this white-haired youth not be deceiving her, but instead genuinely warning her? It was absurd that she had driven the dagger into his chest. A sense of suffocation enveloped her. Lost in her tumultuous thoughts, a voice echoed in her mind. Humph. What a pity he still accomplished nothing. You too shall perish. Turning her head, she beheld a massive crimson serpent, the blood python. thrashing its blood-red tail and balancing on two strange limbs that had inexplicably sprouted, towering over the ground. Orange Shadow had been completely oblivious to the arrival of the blood python, and the voice that had just invaded her thoughts belonged to none other than this creature. Fear not, cultivator, you need not be astonished. The voice in your mind is indeed my own. I am Chaki, of the blood python clan. Had that boy not intervened, you would surely share his fate. How foolish. He warned you first, yet you ignored him and inflicted grave harm instead. You have unwittingly aided me, haha? Chaki had developed a considerable degree of intelligence, but being yet to transform into human form, its vocal cords differed from those of humans. Thus it could only communicate through mental transmission with beings of lesser cultivation. Orange Shadow quickly regained her characteristic aloofness, swiftly assessing Chaki's rank, a 6th-tier demon beast. Its strength was comparable to that of a human cultivator at the spirit void stage. Yet she herself was merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Overcoming the sentient blood python before her seemed implausible. However, with her speed, she was confident she could escape, but glancing back at the unconscious Qingyun, she felt a twinge of hesitation. In her moment of indecision, Chaki's immense tail lashed out again towards Orange Shadow. She nimbly dodged the strike. With a crack, the massive tail collided with a withered tree, shattering it in half. Frustrated by its missed attack, Chaki unleashed a torrent of crimson energy, its massive mouth opening wide, revealing a scarlet fireball forming rapidly within. With a forward thrust, the fireball shot forth like a cannonball, aimed at Orange Shadow, who, sensing the impending danger, unleashed her full speed, darting deeper into the forest like a shooting star. Behind her, a thunderous explosion erupted as the fireball struck the ground where Qingyun had fallen, creating a deep crater. Chaki, seeing this human female cultivator's astonishing speed, was enraged that as a 6th-tier demon, he had yet to lay a finger on this mere nascent soul cultivator. An instinctual bloodlust surged from him, causing his body to glow a vivid crimson, his eyes shimmering with a sinister red light. Suddenly, Chaki opened its mouth wide, conjuring another fireball that rocketed toward Orange Shadow. As she clutched Qingyun and barely crossed a hollow, she felt a rush of wind behind her and had to dive once more. Before she could land, Chaki's colossal tail was upon her, its speed rivaling her own. Encumbered by the weight of the unconscious man she carried, she narrowly evaded the blow. With a deafening crash, Chaki's tail flattened a nearby earthen slope, revealing a sizable opening, though neither were aware of it amidst their fierce battle. Chaki, sensing Orange Shadow's growing desperation, became exhilarated. Its crystalline head shone brighter, and its serpentine body lashed out in a flurry of attacks, increasing its speed yet again. Orange Shadow's heart raced with dread as she desperately employed her most elusive techniques to evade, yet one strike landed, sending her soaring into the air. Her grip on the white-haired youth slipping away. With a splatter, blood erupted from her, staining Qingyun's white hair crimson, creating a striking contrast. They both crashed heavily onto the ground not far from the earthen slope. The force of a 6th-tier demon beast was formidable, having endured the attack. Orange Shadow felt her insides shift painfully. Bitterly, she realized that both she and the white-haired youth were likely to perish here today. Although her instinct to save him had placed her in peril, she felt no regret. Perhaps it was his act of pushing her away at the moment he was stabbed that had stirred something within her heart. Just then, a gentle blue-white light emanated from Qingyun, enveloping him entirely. This glow was faint, almost imperceptible amidst the shafts of sunlight filtering through the trees. As this blue-white light appeared, it began to frantically mend the wounds on Qingyun's chest, slowly forcing the sinister dagger out of his body. Orange Shadow rose, her demeanor still cold. Yet this coldness was tinged with pallor. In any circumstance, the instinct for survival is innate to humanity. Senior, we have not offended you. How might we earn your mercy? Knowing she had no hope of victory through strength, she clung to her last thread of hope and inquired, "Desire to live? Haha, it is not impossible. Just promise to stay by my side until I transform into human form and become my concubine." Chaki's voice resonated in Orange Shadow's mind. Upon hearing this, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her long nails digging into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. A profound sense of humiliation washed over her, prompting a self-deprecating smile. If that were the case, what difference was there from death? Seeing her silence, Chaki assumed she was contemplating and refrained from further attack. Meanwhile, the gentle glow enveloping Qingyun began to intensify. As the blue-white light surged, Qingyun abruptly awoke. The moment he opened his eyes, the glow vanished. Chaki, growing impatient, snorted, and its massive tail lashed toward Orange Shadow once more. For a 6th-tier demon beast, the allure of beauty was enticing. Yet the temptation of a cultivator's nascent soul was even greater. He had intended to toy with her if she acquiesced to his terms. But now that she showed no intention of compliance, he felt justified in his ferocity. As Orange Shadow sensed the serpent's attack approaching, she gently closed her eyes. Years as an assassin, perpetually taking lives, had left her weary. To find release at last was not without merit. However, a sudden clash of metal roused her from her stupor. The unremarkable white-haired youth had awakened, wielding a hefty chopping knife, firmly bracing it against the serpent-like tail of the creature named Cha-Chi. "Your dagger, take it." Qingyun's voice, now icy and starkly different from before, startled Qingyun. "What are you dawdling for? If you wish to live, come and assist." Qingyun, noticing Qingyun's momentary stupor, spoke coldly once more. Upon awakening, he discovered that the grievous wound on his chest had mysteriously healed significantly, and the vast amount of spiritual energy he had lost had been partially replenished, leaving him astonished and perplexed. Yet, he had no time to ponder, as he saw the colossal python's tail swinging towards Qingyun. Without hesitation, he brandished the chopping knife and rushed to intercept the serpent's assault. Qingyun snapped back to reality at his command, grasping the dagger and darting to Qingyun's side to strike at Cha-Chi's tail. Cha-Chi recoiled in pain, lifting its head to unleash a massive fireball hurtling towards them. Both Qingyun and Qingyun hastily retreated. Ice shield form. With a crack, the shield he had just conjured shattered under the force of the fireball. Ice shield, reform. Again, the shield splintered with another crack. Qingyun, fervently expending his remaining spiritual energy, manipulated the moisture in the surrounding air to create dozens of ice walls. Finally, the fireball was extinguished. Yet Qingyun's face turned pale from the exertion, feeling utterly drained. He quickly consumed a recovery pill. Before either could catch their breath, Cha-Chi let out a menacing hiss and smashed through a massive tree trunk, lunging towards them. The foul wind made Qingyun feel nauseous. Without hesitation, Qingyun positioned the knife against his arm and shouted to Qingyun, "Channel all your energy into me." Quickly, after a brief moment of hesitation, Qingyun pressed against Qingyun's back, pouring all her spiritual energy into him. Qingyun felt a surge of power flooding his body and bellowed, "Divine electric spear, layered stab." The knife burst forth with arcs of purple lightning, intertwining to form a vast hexagram in midair, its outermost point aimed squarely at Cha-Chi as a lightning spear. "Shoot it down." With another fierce shout, their combined energy was instantly consumed, and the immense hexagram soared towards Cha-Chi as if it had sprouted wings. Cha-Chi's eyes flickered with dread. After thousands of years of cultivation, he had never encountered such a spell. The hexagram, composed of lightning, raced towards him at an astonishing speed. All he could do was unleash the full force of the crystal core within him. A thunderous crash ensued as the colossal serpent's head collided violently with the hexagram. The explosion sent Qingyun and Qingyun sprawling to the ground. When they struggled to rise, their faces contorted in pain. Though Cha-Chi had sustained a horrific wound on its head, gushing blood, and its upper body was mangled, it stood resolute, its combat prowess seemingly unaffected. "Huh, I expected a formidable spell, but it seems your efforts are but a whisper in the storm. While your speed was commendable, your power falls short. Now, prepare for your reincarnation." With that, Cha-Chi's body flashed with blood light, and its feet vanished, causing its serpentine form to swell to twice its original size, casting an even darker shadow over the already dim forest. Once Cha-Chi ceased its transformation, it opened its massive jaws, forming a blood-red fireball thrice the size of the previous one, which hurtled through the air in an instant towards the two. Qingyun and Qingyun, having nearly exhausted all their energy in the prior attack, found themselves utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, they truly comprehended the terrifying might of a sixth-tier demonic beast at the spiritual void level. As Qingyun gazed at the ever-growing fireball, resembling a blazing sun, an unusual calm washed over him. It felt as if he had been transported back to the ocean, facing the immense and inscrutable figure of a handsome man. Awaiting the grim verdict of death, he stepped forward, almost instinctively positioning himself protectively before Qingyun. Drawing upon the remnants of his spiritual energy, he resolved to act once more before the fireball struck. Despite the beauty assassin's merciless betrayal, he had pushed her away. They bore no deep-seated enmity. She was merely fulfilling her duty. Since his own fate was sealed, what harm was there in playing the hero and saving her? After all, no noble man could bear witness to the tragic demise of a stunning beauty. The fireball surged forward, and Qingyun stood at the forefront. With a thunderous boom, it seemed to shake the very earth. Qingyun's legs sank deep into the root-laden ground, his arms crossed firmly against the oncoming inferno. The scent of roasting flesh soon permeated the air. The overwhelming force bore down upon him, and he could no longer endure. He spewed forth torrents of black blood, his bones cracking under the pressure. After merely a moment of resistance, he was hurled away, crashing onto the stunned Qingyun, and together they fell into the gaping maw of the cave exposed by Cha-Chi's earlier assault. Moments later, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, leveling the earth and sealing the entrance beneath a cascade of rubble. As their breaths faded, Cha-Chi was taken aback. Had they truly turned to ash? Or had they vanished? With a strange flicker of its feet, it approached to investigate, discovering only a deep crater where they had fallen. The surrounding trees and vines crackled as they burned. Frustrated at the waste of a delectable yuan-ing, Cha-Chi swished its massive tail, extinguishing the flames, and vanished without a trace. At this juncture, Qingyun's consciousness blurred, his body racked with excruciating pain, feeling as though he were plummeting into an abyss. He thought perhaps his soul was about to be torn from his body, destined for reincarnation. A soft sensation pressed against his back, providing a strange comfort. Just as he yearned to close his eyes and drift into slumber, he was abruptly plunged into icy water, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes wide. Yet all he could see was impenetrable darkness. The water barely reached his chest. As he flailed his hands, he inadvertently brushed against something soft. Curiosity piqued. He grasped it tightly, squeezing twice. The sensation was electrifying, momentarily blanking his mind. Just as he contemplated releasing it, a sharp sound echoed as he received a stinging slap across the face. Qingyun felt a mix of indignation and embarrassment, yet dared not utter a sound. He quickly withdrew his hand, his face burning, but in the pitch-black water, even if others were present, they wouldn't see his shame. Qingyun, momentarily dazed, regained some clarity from the shock of the cold water. Before she could open her eyes, she felt a large hand grasping her chest, and to her dismay, it squeezed twice. A wave of tingling embarrassment coursed through her, prompting her to instinctively retaliate with a slap, landing squarely on Qingyun's face. The moment of intimacy was abruptly shattered by the sound of the slap. They both fell into an awkward silence. And it was then that Qingyun became acutely aware of the searing pain radiating throughout his body, as if his bones were embedded in flesh. Unable to suppress a cry of agony, he thought to himself, was that slap excessively precise? He then softly inquired, "Beautiful assassin, are you unhurt?" Seeing that the other party remained unresponsive, Qingyun did not mind, as he felt he was on the brink of collapse. With great effort, he emerged from the water pool, swallowed a blood-replenishing pill, and immediately began to circulate the heavenly chaos technique. The spiritual energy within him had been oddly compressed by more than half. He could feel it incessantly penetrating his muscles, bones, and meridians. As he accelerated the operation of the heavenly chaos technique, the damaged muscles and bones began to gradually repair themselves. Once Qingyun fully regained consciousness and understood the situation, she felt both embarrassed and furious, wishing to immediately take a knife to this lecher. However, recalling how he had saved her twice, she could not bring herself to act with such cruelty. When Qingyun inquired about her, she pretended not to hear, too lazy to respond. Upon hearing him groan in pain and seemingly struggle to reach the shore, an unexpected pang of compassion surged within her. It was rather peculiar to think that she had received a killing mission, yet her target had saved her twice instead. Qingyun splashed through the water and stealthily climbed ashore, sitting cross-legged not far from Qingyun to begin her healing. Time passed as both focused on their recovery. Qingyun remained motionless, while Qingyun inspected her surroundings. With her late-stage nascent soul cultivation, she could only perceive a vague outline, which was quite rare. After careful contemplation, she decided that upon returning to the Blaze Sect, she would sever ties with the assassination world. She no longer wished to be a killer. Perhaps this task could be deemed incomplete. Upon hearing Qingyun rise and walk toward the water pool, Qingyun opened his eyes. Although his internal injuries were healing slowly, they no longer hindered ordinary movement. Despite possessing Feng Mo's elixir, he had ceased to consume it casually, as it was becoming increasingly scarce. Just as he prepared to stand, a sudden burst of light dazzled him. Having not seen light for a long while, it felt blinding. As he gradually discerned his surroundings, he was somewhat astonished to find that this place bore a striking resemblance to the cavern at Tianzhuo Peak of Dine Mountain, albeit larger and more spacious. Even the water pool he had fallen into was significantly larger than the one Feng Mo had created. After the initial surprise, Qingyun felt a jolt of concern. Would he be trapped here for another decade or two? He quickly decided to locate the beautiful assassin. As he took strides to find Qingyun, he was startled to see her suddenly emerge from a narrow passage. This was the beautiful assassin. Qingyun was taken aback at the sight of Qingyun. Chapter 82. The mysterious teleportation array before him, Qingyun had shed her voluminous black cloak, revealing only a form-fitting black tank top that left her smooth arms and fragrant shoulders exposed. A strikingly pale softness dazzled Qingyun's eyes. He suddenly felt a warm trickle from his nostrils, and as Qingyun approached, he found himself hesitant to meet her gaze. Lowering his head, he could no longer contain the burst of blood from his nose. Her slender waist and long, beautiful legs were accentuated by tight black pants that sculpted a perfect, alluring silhouette. The black knee-high arm guards hinted at the smoothness of her legs, as pure as snow. A black dagger hung effortlessly in her hand, while matching black bracers adorned her forearms, creating an image that was both sensuous and strikingly powerful. Qingyun observed Qingyun's panicked attempt to wipe away the blood, and although her expression remained indifferent, her heart swelled with pride. As a woman, especially a beautiful one, her beauty was forever her greatest asset. "Are you Fu Qingyun?" Qingyun asked coldly. Qingyun was taken aback, unsure of the intent behind her sudden, cryptic question. Just as he was about to nod, he was startled to see the black dagger fly towards his face like a bolt of lightning. Reacting instinctively, he crouched down. Though his posture was less than dignified, he managed to evade the dagger. However, before he could feel relieved, Qingyun swiftly closed the distance and kicked him into the water, splashing into the depths with a loud splash. "Humph, consider this a small punishment for your previous offense. My true name is Qingyun. Enough with the endless titles of Shadow Assassin or Beautiful Killer." After stating this, Qingyun continued her search for an exit, leaving Qingyun in the water, momentarily stunned. She had inadvertently triggered a small illumination array in the narrow passage, transforming the previously pitch-dark cavern into a bright expanse. Yet, she could find no means of escape within that confined space. Embarrassed, Qingyun wiped his nose and slowly made his way to the shore. He surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. He could not help but wonder, was he to be trapped here once more? Though he had gained the company of a beautiful woman, her temperament appeared rather volatile. Glancing upward, he recalled having fallen from above. Yet, aside from the massive stone ceiling, there seemed to be nothing else. It was quite strange how he had ended up in the water pool. Unable to fathom it further, Qingyun chose not to dwell on the matter. He resolved to follow and check on the shadowy beauty, Qingyun, and see what she had discovered. Turning a corner, he saw Qingyun busily tapping and probing at something. "Hey, beautiful, have you found any clues for our escape?" Qingyun inquired as he approached her. "Call me Qingyun," she replied curtly, feeling somewhat perplexed by the white-haired youth before her. He oscillated between coldness and a cheeky demeanor, which was both irritating and oddly endearing. "Oh, Qingyun, have you found any clues for our escape?" Qingyun reiterated. "None. I said none," she replied, uninterested in repeating herself. Qingyun resumed her search, while Qingyun remained silent, trailing behind her. After a while, they traversed several narrow passages and arrived at a rather peculiar stone chamber. Its oddity stemmed from the six-sided symmetry of its edges. Numerous identical small depressions dotted the surrounding stone walls, and these pits aligned perfectly across all 6 walls, suggesting they were designed for the placement of certain items. "If I am not mistaken, this chamber is likely an ancient teleportation array," Qingyun remarked. A teleportation array? Qingyun had seen such things before, but this one was unlike any he had encountered. Were teleportation arrays not merely large white light screens? He asked hesitantly. "How naive. What you describe is the most basic form of a teleportation array. The more intricate ones involve far more than just a light screen," Qingyun retorted, causing Qingyun's face to flush with embarrassment. "Then how is this chamber a teleportation array?" Qingyun sought clarity. Seeing that he was genuinely interested and had not taken offense at her earlier remark, Qingyun regarded him with newfound respect. She explained softly, "This chamber's 6-sided symmetry, combined with the alignment of the small holes in the walls, indicates it is a hexagram teleportation array. By the way, your previous spell was also a massive hexagram. Do you not understand its significance?" Feeling awkward, Qingyun rubbed his nose and admitted, "That was my first time using such a spell. Moreover, I barely managed to cast it by borrowing your spiritual power." Qingyun acknowledged this with a sound and continued, "These small holes on the walls are likely meant for inserting spirit stones to activate the array. I suspect that if we fill these depressions with spirit stones, and if the array is undamaged, it should activate. Since we can't find any other means of escape, shall we give it a try? Perhaps it will teleport us out," Qingyun suggested. Qingyun shot him an incredulous look. Randomly teleporting without knowing where the array leads is exceedingly dangerous. Qingyun realized he was woefully inexperienced, lacking understanding of many matters. Though he had taken Lin Jin as his master, his time spent with him was far too brief. Nevertheless, since they had no other options, trying the array seemed reasonable. Chu Ying exerted herself yet again, ultimately unable to discover a means of escape from this place. She turned to Qingyun, resignedly stating, "Very well, let us proceed with the formation as you suggested. We shall leave everything to fate." With that, she retrieved a multitude of spirit stones from her storage bracelet and approached the center of the stone chamber. "White-haired boy, what are you hesitating for? Come here," Chu Ying urged as she noticed Qingyun still standing in the corner. Qingyun hurriedly moved to her side, albeit at a considerable distance. "Why are you standing so far away? If I manage to get out of here, you will be left to meditate alone," she remarked. Upon hearing this, Qingyun quickly closed the distance between them. "After all, you were the one who suggested I stay closer," he thought to himself with a smug smile. "Oh dear, do you have a death wish?" Chu Ying nearly erupted in frustration when she felt Qingyun drawing closer. The thought of do not provoke flashed in Qingyun's mind, prompting him to step back a pace. Chu Ying, unwilling to waste further words on him, immediately began placing the spirit stones into the small pits within the 6 walls. As the final stone was inserted, beams of white light suddenly erupted from all the small holes in the walls, converging precisely at the location where the two stood. Beneath their feet, a colossal white hexagram pattern emerged, radiating an intensely dazzling silver light. In less than a breath's time, the formation activated completely, enveloping the two in a brilliant silver glow that formed an immense luminescent barrier. With a flash of brilliance, they instantaneously vanished. "My heavens, where are we?" As Qingyun and Chu Ying opened their eyes, they found themselves transported to a most peculiar place.